my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light, I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. I wish you were in love with me as much as I'm in love with you. A silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you, I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. Baby, baby, when I'm here with you, you know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. what's behind that little smile that you're giving me. Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 I know we've been losing time, stuck inside my head. Don't know if you read my mind. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do. I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. I wish you were in love with me. I'm in love with
outstretched hand lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under? Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me, like she's been seeing me. There's a long list of people where I've fallen short for many different reasons, mainly the battle, collecting regrets like sport. Yeah, I was in the corner looking for company. That's when she sat down at the table and said, my name is Misery. She introduced herself as Misery. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing me. She sees inside my tired mind, kisses like white lightning. I've been hiding out in every room. She always has a key. Lord, you never say sorry, like she's been seeing
system break down on a smashed TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls.
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
It's just unranked, bro. Playing my favorite hero. I'm just playing for fun. Carry or feed, okay? Mid or feed. Support or feed. I will be feeding. I get me. I deserve it. Me. Stun him. Go. We need wards. We need smoke. We need wards. Use your ultimate. Why didn't you guys use your spells? Okay. Oh, yeah.
A very warm welcome to everyone tuning in this morning for ESL One Raleigh. It has been quite some time, but we are back in North America, in beautiful North Carolina, and we are ready for some Dota 2 action. Top tier Dota 2 action. Actually, we have 12 of the best teams in the world joining us here, and we're going to see who we crown a champion coming Sunday. To do that, though, we have a long road ahead of us. It starts all with the group stages, and to talk about that, I am joined by two wonderful analysts by my side. We got Brian, BSJ. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I mean, Slacks, I feel like he had to act that morning routine out. That was much more... For me, it wouldn't have been much acting is what I'm trying to say. That really feels like the proper way to prepare for a day of Dota.
Yeah, that's what you did this morning. Too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe not 6 hours, more like 3.5. You can cut it down a little bit with efficiency.
Would it be a mango, though?
A mango?
Yeah.
Instead of a lime?
Yeah, for example.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the better facial fruits.
I think he should have gone on for longer.
I mean, he did. We can't make the video longer.
Yeah, he didn't start early enough. You got to get up earlier in NA Dota because you have to queue on Europe servers. So you need to get up when the Europeans are up, but you're still North American. You got to bring the North America to Europe. Bring the North Carolina to Europe.
To be fair, Jenkins, and good morning to you as well.
Good morning.
We did start the video with Slacks already being dressed. Who knows what he did before that?
That's true. He could have been starting at 2 a.m. Maybe a pub before
There
that.
was 3 hours beforehand.
Yeah.
Practice pubs, unranked, before he gets into his
Off
rank.
footage, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good. I think we're looking forward to having some good times here on the panel and with the Dota coming your way as well. And to just get you fully up to speed, let's take a look at which teams we have got here, as there's 12 teams here in Raleigh. And, I mean, they're the big ones, Brian.
Yep, all the household names are here, and also looking forward to my boys at Enigma, don't get to see them too often. I think this is
True.
the first tournament I've worked in some time and getting to panel for them multiple times. Is Miracle finally back, Sheaves? That's the question.
Well, I believe they're playing with Ghost.
Oh.
So the answer is no.
Oh.
So let's take a look at how we divided those 12 teams, because we got 2 groups of 6, and at the end of it all, at the end of the group stages, that is, we'll be saying goodbye to 4 teams, 2 per group. We'll have 4 teams in the upper bracket, and as you can see, also 4 teams in that lower bracket. And we'll see if the teams can hold on to the positions they got right now, because I think Enigma Galaxy and Avalos, they're looking pretty hot there, Jenkins.
Yeah, that would be. I think those are the 2. Those are 2 of the dark horse teams.
Yes.
Let's say Avalos has not had a good few past tournaments.
No, but they did change their roster.
They did.
Yes.
Yes.
Who they replaced?
They replaced Stormer with Mobe.
And Eki with Desire.
Okay, we'll see.
People are hyped up about Desire. People are
Huh?
saying like he could be like the next 9 class in terms of
Could
core
be.
position.
I mean,
breakdown in the
he's
scene,
been
so-
He's been around,
he's been around quite a little bit. Used to be a professional football player, by the way.
but he's always been he's always been like pubbing it up.
Yeah.
He's always been really high tier when it comes to pubs. I don't know if he just didn't want to play or if he was on like tier 2, tier 3 teams or what. Sometimes this happens. Players are just like pub stars and then they come back into the mix. And then like 9 class was a pub guy for forever before he became
Yep.
popular and competitive.
People can level up.
There's so many paths you can take to get to competitive. You can also do the no one approach where you're like at the top of the world winning every tournament. Then you take like 3 or 4 years off and then come do it again.
Yeah, we can see also how all the teams are doing right now in the EPT, the ESL Pro Tour. We got the leaderboard for you here because, of course, these teams are playing for these points as we have on the horizon the Esports World Cup. Paravision looking pretty hot there with over 10K points. That is a very high amount. But as you can see, I mean, Avalos is even in the top 8. And keep in mind, top 8 is where teams need to be in order to get a direct invite to that Esports World Cup in Riyadh later this year. We can also take a look at how many points the teams are able to earn here in Raleigh. We've got points and money for every team here. You get a participation trophy here. It's all good. And don't forget, Jenkins, club rewards.
Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think this is a very important thing in esports to, boost the content surrounding the game, It's my opinion as a content creator that it's not about, getting the audience of the game to watch your content. It's about getting the people that don't play the game, the people that are playing League of Legends and these other games to go, oh, I really think Dota's interesting. I'm going to go play this game. That's what the club rewards are for. It's so they can make content for the teams so we can attract people to play our game that we love so much.
Yeah, speaking of making content, actually, it's got a little bit harder over these last few days, considering there's been a quite substantial change in the way that we can look at replays of pro teams, Brian.
Yeah, the fact that 8,500 MMR plus replays for pubs are no longer available, that's pretty much what everyone was watching, and that's what I believe most of the players here at the tournament are above that threshold, Jenkins.
I would think so.
I would think every
I would
single
think
one of them. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I can't find a team to make fun of here. Enigma, I guess. Let's just assume I did a Enigma joke.
Good one.
Thank you. But no, everybody's well above that. People have been using stats for a very long time in Dota. Here we have Astini, and we saw Paravision #1 in the EPT points, right? So this guy knows his shit. He says, if you were going to face us, you'd see that in the last 25 ranked, 9 class played 10 Venom games, 10 NS. Remember, these are heroes nobody expected. Well, they did because of Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Then you get to the game, and it's easy. Just ban Venom and NS. In theory, we'll now be able to watch a lot more original and creative team strategies. So he thinks that the meta is going to be much more interesting. This is our first tournament where we get to see this.
I'm already feeling it in the pubs, like after the C patch, because the change to the replays came out enough time ago that you'd think you'd feel it sooner, but the C patch was the first one that actually shook up the meta, so people are also having to adjust to it. And now this is what you can do on new patches, Jenkins.
And we have a guy who always shakes up the meta. And he, Amar in typical Amar fashion, he's making jokes about it. He says, no one can steal my builds now. Easy, I need a manager to sell my replays. There's different price for each hero. For Bristleback, $2,000. For this replay on mid-Razor, he was in a Razor game. It's $25 because he doesn't really think Razor is that good. But Bristleback, they're first picking that. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how this tournament will develop given we just don't know, and neither do they.
Yeah, and there's definitely a couple of teams that come to mind, Paravision definitely being a big one of them, where who knows what they are gonna be pulling out here strategy-wise. It's gonna be very interesting to see day one. Also, would you really pull out your master strategies on day one of group stage? Maybe not. So maybe later down the line, pocket strats are back basically.
They're back.
Because for a while that wasn't the case.
Yeah, also, if you whip out the pocket strat, say 9 class picks his Night Stalker out of nowhere, and you lose to it, you could go back and watch his 10 pubs and see what things did he do specifically against us, or what is he doing pretty much every game as like a trend or a play style for this hero. So when you lose to something, I feel like it's going to be a lot harder to figure out how to replicate it yourself or how to deal with it in the coming series. So we might see a lot more targeted, specialized bans because there's things people weren't prepared for. That's kind of stuff I'm excited about.
Yeah, at least professional games you can go and watch the replays.
Yeah, you can watch the one game,
only
though.
ones.
Yeah.
Exactly, the
So
one game versus the 10
You
games.
have to be really careful when you reveal something now, because now everybody can go download the replay. It has the value Amar was talking about.
$2,000.
$2,000. More than that. It's a competitive match.
Yeah.
True.
You get more out of a competitive match.
What's
than
the
another
inflation rate? Like, what's the multiplier? Like 1.6?
I think it's more. I think it's like 2 to 1.
Wow.
At least ratio.
Okay, $4,000 for a professional bristleback replay.
Well, we're going to find out what kind of creative things the teams come up with and what kind of creative things other people come up with, like Sir Action Slacks. Hello, Jake.
Oh, we're checking in now, are we? Been staying here for quite some time, listening to you guys prattle on about your replays when we have players here in the back. They're ready to go. They've been sitting at their computer saying, when will Sheever throw to the game? And you know what I got to say to them? I don't know. They keep talking about replays. They don't want to hear about that, Sheever. They want to get in, okay? I see ATF right now. He's pissed. He wants you to throw the game already. Where's the game
That's
at,
me?
Sheever?
He's not. He's not playing.
He's mad about it. He's
ATF.
been here since 8 a.m. ATF's sitting here waiting to go, buddy. How you guys doing? I'm listening to you guys. I'm happy with how Dota's been. They're happy. No more 8K replays. Boo-hoo, you're going to have to think for yourselves for once. That's how we had it back in my day, baby. 5 couriers, and no one knew what the fuck was going on, all right? We're back. That's the check-in for you. My stocks are gone. How are you doing? My life's no worse.
I don't know how to interject it. What am I? What are we supposed to say? This is too much.
That got a little too real
you
too
want to
quick.
check in on me how I'm doing? Not good.
I felt like
Not
he was
good.
projecting about something that was not Dota related,
don't know how to
but
talk
until the
about
very
this.
end, I was not sure what it was. Thank you for that,
I
Slacks.
want to be distracted
Hang in
by
there,
the
buddy.
Dota, dude.
hang
Distract
in
me
there, buddy.
from the economy.
Oh dear. Oh well. Thank you very much, Slacks, for your input. Let's take a look at what's coming our way. Other than Slacks later today, we're also having actually some Dota 2 being played. We have 3 streams going on actually, guys. A lot of Dota coming your way. These are the games that will be shown on the Ember stream. We got the double headers of Tidebound and Shopify Rebellion, Jenkins.
Tidebound is a team I'm super excited to watch. Like, these guys have one of the deepest hero pools that you can possibly imagine. It looks like they're memeing, but then they're actually doing really well at all these tournaments. Like, knocking out... They weren't even supposed to be here. And it's... Thank goodness this is the team that was the replacement, because they are a top-tier team.
And when you're
China's back.
talking about like the wonky creative hero picks, that's the exact type of team that this new format of lack of replays back in the old days, as Slacks was saying, favors. So looking forward to that.
And then on the Storm stream, we got 4 series as well. We got the Talon doubleheader and the Avalos doubleheader later that day. I'm very curious to see how Avalos will do, considering they did just change 2 players, which is one of the few teams that did. And they were indeed struggling, as Jenkins said, struggling a little bit before their change. So hopefully they changed for the better. We'll see later on how they'll do. But of course, on the main stream, we have got 4 series coming your way as well with our 1xBet predictions. We are ending the day with Falcons versus BetBoom. I think that should be a very spicy one, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I think all these series today are quite exciting. These are what is it, total 5 teams in terms of repeats? 6? These are some of the best teams in the world, if not the literal top 5 on the leaderboard. So these are pretty hype games, and I'm surprised Jenkins win all these 2-0s one way or the other, because I think they're going to be a lot closer than that in general.
I predicted the teams that I liked. I like Spirit because they won 2 TIs, so I'm a big fan.
That's a good thing to do.
And Falcons, I like Quinn. He's my friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're the most innate team here.
Yeah, and I know on Gaming Gladiators, I know Quinn's been captaining a lot lately. He's really been upping his Dota skill and his knowledge, and I think he's going to bring this to Falcons, and I think that he's going to actually level up Falcons. Not that they need it, but he's going to level up Falcons.
Well, as you mentioned already, I mean, we got ourselves Spirit and Paravision as our first series of the day. Those are the 2 teams that are on top of the leaderboards for the EPT, so that should be a very close one, even though historically speaking, we'll get to that later, it might not be as close as what you would think. We should also check in with the voices you'll be hearing later today. Good morning, Zach and Ricky, how are you doing?
We're doing great. Hi, how are you guys?
I have to ask. So people at home do not know this, but there was something happening this morning for which you guys had to go somewhere with the camera crew and all that, and it happened to be a brewery at 10 a.m. on a Monday morning. How did that go?
As one does. Yeah,
As one does.
Yeah, that's typical. That's a regular Monday. That's how you get ready for
Regular
Dota.
Monday?
Yeah. Why not, right? I mean,
Totally.
I feel like Slacks has his routine and we have ours. You know, whose is better? We'll find
That's
out, I
fair.
guess.
That's fair. Does that also mean that you guys like are extra ready to commentate? You know, just a little bit more loose, if you will.
Oh, very loose.
Substantially,
They're looking
you
real
could
loose
say.
right now.
Yes. Yeah. You know, no questionable decisions made.
Yeah.
So I know you're right next to us here, and I know this is also your first ESL event. How has it been? It's only day one. You haven't said a single word on camera until just now. How has it been? Arriving.
I'll let you
and
go
coming
first,
here?
Zach, because I don't want to answer. I don't want to tell the truth.
Oh, dear. It's interesting. It feels like entering a TV show that we have watched, and now we're on the other side of the camera. Now I got to look at the camera instead of the screen. It's
Oh,
it's
you guys
cool,
are
but
naturals
it's
with
very
that.
fun.
No,
It's not your
fun.
first
Yeah.
rodeo casting.
Jeever, can I do an interjection here?
Oh.
Zequinox, can you look into the camera directly and do a YouTube type style intro for me, please?
Hello, friends, and welcome. We are here at ESL in the beautiful city of Raleigh, hometown. Let's go. We got acorns everywhere, bricks everywhere, trees, mountains on one side, oceans on the other.
That was
It's
awesome.
true.
That
Yeah,
was
it's good.
awesome.
Like, comment, subscribe, click the
yeah,
button.
that was
Wait, is
good.
it actually your hometown?
Technically, I'm from Apex, but that's like 20 minutes out of here. I went to school here.
Okay.
That counts. I was
Oh,
born
that's
in
fine.
Rec
That counts.
Hospital. That's Raleigh.
That counts. That's very cool. I did not know that. Good little nugget there. And how about you, Ricky? What is it you don't want to say? Now I'm very curious.
No, I'm not nervous at all. No, this is great. I've never once been nervous in my life. But no, to be fair, it's been a really fun experience so far. And yeah, I think Zach kind of nailed it. It's a little bit weird. Like, it feels like we've intruded on a TV show and we're just kind of here and try to make it work.
No.
yeah, it's a lot
There's
of
no
fun.
need to be nervous. I think the moment you load into that game, it's going to be golden anyway. I know I'm going to enjoy it. And I know you should be enjoying it as well. So have fun with that. And we'll check back in with
Thank
you
you.
later after the draft is complete. And with that, we should be focusing on our first series of the day. We got ourselves Power Vision and we got ourselves Team Spirit coming your way. It's a 2-game series for this group stages. So every team will face each other twice. One a game each. And for this one, Jenkins, I believe you've got something extra to share with the group.
Yeah, there's, a very interesting history between these teams. First off, I want to say what a treat we get to cast the 2 top teams of the EPT leaderboard.
Yeah.
Like, this is such a nice start to the tournament. But of course, Satanic was on Team Spirit for a while Yatoro, aka Radon, was temporarily retired. And since then, there has been a very interesting trend in the results between the 2 teams. It's very even. Spirit is like 1 up on Paravision since Satanic left the team. But the series will almost always go 2-0. And more recently, it has been Spirit coming out on top of the 2-0s.
How many times in a row?
Let me see. Twice. And the one before that, it was Paravision. So, yeah, I mean, it depends on the day. And I like that, you know, here's a quote, okay? There were some quotes that were happening, of course, when Satanic was playing on Team Spirit. I think Yatoro kind of wanted to play. I think he was missing it.
He
said,
was.
I think Satanic is average for Tier 1. At Tier 2, he can win solo. So he was kind of saying, like, this guy, he's
good, but
he's
not that
good, but he's not that good.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like there's a little bit of like salt and FOMO.
pride.
There's a little bit of FOMO
Yeah.
there, right? Like, this is Yatoro you're talking about. The guy has that competitive drive. And then on the flip side, when Satanic knocked Spirit out of Fisher Playground, he literally grabbed the mic and did a speech, and he said, big respect for Team Spirit. If it weren't for this organization, I wouldn't be here. Big thanks to them. So he kind of grew into the type of player that he is. Like, of course, he was the pub star,
Yeah.
but he, says that Team Spirit is like the reason that he grew into the player he is today, which is an absolutely exceptional player on the level of Yatoro. And we can see that he legitimately is on the level of Yatoro. This is from Dream League 25, so recent Dream League. And here are some of the stats between these two players. So Satanic has the highest average kills of the whole tournament. This is not just carries. This is everyone. Highest GPM. And Yutoro, you know, his numbers are not so bad either. He's second and second. So he did beat Satanic on last hits and XPM. But GPM, highest average kill, Satanic is actually apexing him. So it's funny that, you know, on one hand, you have Satanic who's beating all of the records and he's like mathematically doing better than Yutoro's, but Yutoro ended up going on to win the entire tournament. So it's really hard to say who's the better carry here. It really still feels like you've got that like older brother, little brother mentality going on where Satanic's like very competitive to try to be better than Yutoro, but Yutoro's like, no, you're not ready yet, you know?
I think at this point also a large portion of this goes into how does the rest of the team play around those carries. And let's focus our attention more on the full team. Talking about Paravision first, this is a squad that did really well at the start of the year. ESL One Bangkok, first place. Not a lot of people were expecting that. They also didn't do that with the full current roster because Satanic got switched in after that in replacement of Crystalis. And people thought like that's a direct upgrade. Now, since then, they have not been in a grand finals. They've gotten a couple of third places, but they finished 7th, 8th at the Fisher University most recently. And I kind of feel like, Brian, their expectations to perform were a little higher.
Yeah, this team, every time I watch them, they look good. They look like a very consistent team. I always wonder how a team like this then loses like the first 2 rounds of the playoffs in Fissure Universe. But every tournament, I'm going to think of them as a contender to win it all, and that's no different for this one.
Well, let's see how they're doing going into this ESL One Raleigh.
Paravision is a team that made a meteoric rise to the top last year, coming out of nowhere to win ESL One Bangkok 2024 while making it look easy. Something that almost no one expected going into the event. Following that, they replaced Crystalis with young star Satanic of Team Spirit, and while they're still one of the top teams, they haven't managed to take home any event wins so far.
I played in Paravision 3 months already. I had a very different playstyle. I had to change my playstyle to play in Paravision.
With roster changes, some readjustment time will always be needed. While they've looked very strong, it's hard to deny they looked even stronger back in Bangkok. Hopefully Paravision is on track to get back to the level they displayed at the last ESL One once again.
We take often top 3, it's good. I don't know, I think we can win tournaments already, but we just need to play good and be in good mood. It's important to me to be the #1 Russian team in Paris.
Returning as the winners of the last ESL One, albeit with a slightly different roster, maybe Raleigh will be the time for Paravision to really shine once again.
Yeah, and I think they got a little bit of a buff. As we talked about earlier, Jenkins, they got a buff with especially 9 class, his hero pool. What he's been playing, nobody knows.
I think this genuinely might be the team that benefits from that change the most out of all the teams in Dota. Like, not only did their players individually play some really wonky stuff, like even DM in the offlane, he plays stuff like Necrophos, Death Prophet.
A lot of cheesy last picks.
A lot of really cheesy last picks. They also have Estini as a coach, where we've heard in interviews that he actually has to be vetoed, where it's like he wants to pick this crazy shit. The players are like, no, that's too crazy. Usually it's the coach's job to make sure the players are not doing something crazy. And I mean, it's clearly worked out for them.
Yeah, I think when the meta becomes homogenized because everyone knows exactly what everyone else is doing, the drafting formula becomes more like, how do we prepare for the heroes we know we're going to see? While what I'm expecting for this event is a bit more of early curveballs in the drafts, and then you're going to require a lot more fluid thinking, and I think that will create chaos when it comes to the strategy that both teams are presenting, and that favors players like DM. I almost feel like he was gimped in the last like 3 or 4 years because he was unable to surprise pick people, because the rest of the draft was so formulaic that people weren't really getting caught off guard or leaving them exposed to the last pick. Necros, Venomancers, Huskars, mids, stuff like that.
Yeah, we're gonna find out how Paravision will do. I think the odds are pretty good for them. As we're looking at the Kalis, it's time to also hear a little bit from the Kalis and how he felt this morning.
Yes, hello, I am
Here with the Ducalis. How you doing, my friend?
Very good. In America, it's very nice weather, and it's like my first time here, so I'm glad to be here.
First time America. That is very good. I did see you showed me a little something here. Would you like to represent to the people over here how you have adapted our wonderful culture?
Yeah. I bought this lighter in some like some Indian guy sell it to me, and he said now I'm friends with India as well in America.
Fantastic. Please show the camera. They can't. Ah! That's right, baby. That's the eagle of freedom right there. And we're about to see this motherfucker free farm on this game. Am I right? How you feeling going up against Spirit today?
It's gonna be funny, because last 2 series I think we lost to them, but I think our mental state was not the best. But now here we are better people with better mental state, and we're gonna fuck them.
Better people with better mental state. You know, I was gonna make some jokes about, you know, maybe it was, you said it was funny, but I'm in it. You just sold me. What is different about you guys? What's that mental state? What'd you guys work on?
We worked a bit with like psychologists, how we should approach as well. And overall, I think it's fine, and we kind of adapted already, because like it's already 4 months we took our like satanic. So I think we kind of find a way how to play actually.
Okay, this is actually fantastic. You know what? I gotta say, I believe you, you know? I mean, sometimes people say some stuff in these interviews, and I'm like, this guy is out of his goddamn mind. Ain't no way he's winning. But I feel this energy coming off of you. I'm down for it. Let's go. We're at 2-0 Team Spirit?
Yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah. That's America, baby. You got the power of the eagle. Ah!
Wow, that level of confidence. We'll see if Team Spirit can match that, because that energy came straight through the screen here as well. I can feel it from the callers, and therefore Paravision is ready. Team Spirit is a formidable opponent. We already talked about their record between each other. It has historically been Team Spirit favored, with the most recent being at Dream League Season 25. And it was on that final day where Spirit was able to 2-0 them and basically making Paravision number 3, whereas Spirit went on to win that grand finals. So they should be ready based on experience, and they are no stranger, Brian, to playing against Paravision and just to be playing on land. I feel like this is just another Tuesday for them, even though it's Monday.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, we heard Ducalis and Satanic both talking about there needing to be a good mood within the team. I feel like when I think of Team Spirit, is there any other team that I'm never concerned about their mood, their vibe? Like, they're just always prepared. I feel like Maposhka keeps everyone in good spirits, always like bouncing back well from losses. That's why they make it so deep in tournaments. I feel like like you said, it's a normal Tuesday, whether it's Sunday finals day or whether it's the first day of group stage.
Listen, I really respect the attitude coming from Dookie. Like, I really do. It's just, this is one of the worst teams to be up against when you're talking about, you know, we're gonna do it. This is the time. I mean, Team Spirit had a DDoS attack and literally played the next day and still won the grand final. So this is a resilient team.
Yeah, very impressive from them. And here on your screen is Laurel. Let's see if he has as much energy to match Ducalis in his interview.
Here with Laurel from Team Spirit. Laurel, are we awake today? Give me the energy, Laurel. Where are you at here? Oh, Jesus, Laurel. Come on. Are you awake, Laurel? Look at the camera. Get hype.
Hype.
That was a very good fakie, Laurel. Well done. How you feeling this morning, man? Are you up? You at him?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Good morning, like, for me.
Okay.
I like to wake up early.
What do you eat for breakfast, Laurel? That's what the people want to know. They want to know what you're chowing on this morning. What's your number one?
I mean, I like some eggs, scrambled eggs.
It's expensive over here, Laurel. Are you sure we can afford that over here?
I hope so. I hope so.
Okay. All right.
I can buy it for myself, so.
That's how the 1% live, eating eggs for morning. Disgusting behavior, Laurel. So good to have you here at the event. Tell me about the Dota. Last time you guys went against Paravision, it was I don't want to say this in front of their booth. They're literally 4 feet away from us, but absolutely disgusting stomp. You shit on them, Laurel. Are we going to see a repeat here today?
I hope so. Not like stomp them, like it was hard games. They like probably more throw, like not. We play good, they play good, but they go push strong, like 3 versus 5, and they lose game. Like it's like so stupid, I guess.
You don't have to be so nice just because they're 3 feet away from us, Laurel. I mean, I remember in our last interview, you said that no one was the worst player you've ever seen. Comments on that?
It was true, I say it.
Why did you just say that, Laurel? You're going to make an enemy. You got to go against these guys. All right. Anyway, what should the fans expect to see in this game? All right, what should they keep their eyes out for? You got anything planned?
I mean, crush them and win the game for us. Like, try to not lose early game, and I guess game gonna be not that hard for us.
Okay. You don't even know the draft yet. You're already talking about game states. I like that, Laurel. Your head's in the game. All right.
I don't care about drafts. Like, it's not my job. My job play mid. That's all.
Very typical. That's every mid player. I don't care about drafts. What a quote. Thank you so much for your time. A pleasure. We'll see you guys in the game soon.
That was a very happy interview, I think, from Laura. And I think that kind of also underlined the topic we just talked about, the difference. We saw Ducalis energetic, hyped, excited. Laura was like, I had a good morning. I had some relaxed.
Scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
That's the competitive advantage of winning 2 TIs. You can just have eggs whenever you want them.
He only won one.
Oh, sorry, one TI.
But
I was thinking he also won
Riyadh.
Riyadh. Yeah.
If he won a second TI, he wouldn't need the eggs. He could just wake up and be fine.
That's how it works?
No, you need a healthy breakfast to start the day, even as a professional player.
No, but he did seem very relaxed and he did seem ready. To be fair, though, both teams seem ready. I do want to talk a little bit more about the mid lane because I think that we kind of, obviously we had Laura as an interview, but we kind of glanced over it a little bit because I think on the side of Satanic, guy we talk about, we'll probably talk about a lot this event, is No One. And I was wondering if he, at the moment, has anything that we should be keeping an eye out for, Brian.
I've always thought about No One as a TA mid player. He's really good at these aggressive, low cooldown tempo heroes, and TA got massively buffed in the last patch, so I think she's going to be a hero of contention, especially because she's a flex pick. So I'm thinking of like, No One might be the player for their team that, because of the DM cheese picks maybe being a bit more viable right now, that they may be just like slamming his hero first round, maybe second overall pick in the draft. So I think No One's like that consistent player that's going to always deliver, and I think there's a few heroes like the TA that are going to make it easier for him to do that for this tournament.
That's how they won Bangkok.
Yeah.
They were just first picking his Monkey King. We were theory crafting. You could switch it to carry, you could do that, which they did with Crystals, of course, but a lot of the time it's just No One playing it.
Yeah. That's very true. Let's find out what we're going to have coming our way because we did have, it's been a week since the most recent professional tournament, Tier 1 tournament ended. And yes, we can look at those drafts and draw a lot of conclusions from that. But generally, the meta changes so much in 1 week, especially when those teams are scrimming, which they would have been before a big event like this one, that there probably will be some changes and adjustments that we are at the moment not aware of because we have no way of checking their replay. So in case you missed it like earlier this morning and you only tuned in for the draft just now, teams cannot check replays of other teams and their players if they weren't watching live. When you can watch them in the client still if you want to just spend your whole day at that. No, you cannot. Can you not just see
on the
them
live
as well?
games?
On
live games, you have to be friends with somebody to see it.
What, really?
Yeah, all of my viewers while I was on stream were like, how can you see those games? And then I realized every single game on the feed was had a friend in it. So there might be some, defriending going on. So you gotta be, it's kind of interesting.
That's big.
It's really difficult to effectively scout nowadays. And, I was mentioning TA in the draft already banned out from Team Spirit before Party Vision can snatch it. My sleeper pick, and I don't even know if it's sleeper because I feel like it's already being like pervasive in pubs, is the Wraith King. I think it's another, like every patch I ask myself, there's got to be a couple flex heroes. Nature's Prophet traditionally has always been one, usually played in carry right now, can sometimes be played mid for No One as well. Wraith King and TA, those are like my 3 primary flex picks. Night Stalker kind of assumed to be one already banned out.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet, I think, also is like a block pick because Rue was playing a ton of that since people.
Yeah, also. I mean, I said Nature's as a 1 or a 2, but he can also just be a 4 or 5 as well.
I remember in I think it was Dream League that we saw the Primal as a response to Nature's Prophet, even in the first round, just because it felt like the hero was so good that you needed to have the hard answer for it. Now I wonder, since they nerfed the tree damage and they also nerfed the damage that you get for tree, is this enough of a nerf to the hero to mean that you don't have to first phase counter it with something like a Primal?
He plays the same. I think the biggest part about... Okay, so what I like about Primal and similar about Mars is when you're playing against Natures and you're ever on the retreat, like the opponent jumps you and Natures just TPs behind you and you have this guy with Mjolnir, Revenant's Brooch, and a BKB and you just don't want to hit him because he's got the BKB, Hurricane Pike, tanky build, but he also does a ton of damage. It feels like there's no running away. There's no actual positioning you can have because he can just TP anywhere behind you, whatever path. So I like heroes that are aggressive, and they make the plays happen. The Primal Beast on a low cooldown. Mars, his ultimate's a little bit longer of a cooldown, but he's all about forcing the fights on your terms, and I think that's what makes Nature's Prophet so good right now. So as long as they give Mars a damage follow-up, maybe like the Willow. I think it was Mira yesterday talking about how she thinks that Willow's going to be like the broken support of this patch. I think a lot of the broken 4s last patch were ones that kind of did their own thing because the offlaners didn't offer any stuns unless you're maybe a Tide with Ravage, but in the lane itself, you had like a Batten, you had Tidehunter, you had Night Stalker. So now, with offlaners like Mars, and I hope the Wraith King that we'll see, heroes with more stun setup, the 4 positions that need that setup, like the Willow, like Skywrath even, we might see.
Oh, I would love to see
Yeah,
this guy.
I think there's going to be a lot more 4 positions like that. Hoodwink as well.
That's a 9-class specialty right there, too, the Skywrath.
Dude, that hero's win rate skyrocket. I know it's no longer applied to the pro matches, but when you can still take trends from all the rest of Dota and say like.
I mean, with like half the interviews during Dream League, because we got a patch, the players were saying like they look at Dota buff.
Yeah, you're still gonna use whatever resources.
You're gonna use the
have.
resources that are there. You're talking like millions of games being played. Like these stats mean something. You just can't take them as gospel. That's all.
Yeah. When we got a Jakiro and a Tiny being removed, the only other supports that still stand out based on what we know from the most recent tournament played are the Keeper of the Light and the Ancient Aberration.
Yeah, surprising that that's not first round. Maybe you just have to be a coddle team, like we were talking about Save being the best, and that's part of why Betboom took down Fissure Universe.
Yeah, Rue did play it twice in Fissure Universe, won twice with it.
Okay.
Huerta's also still in the pool.
Yes.
This hero's win rate barely changed with the patch, so both still look fine. You could just ask him, like, what do you want to play? I feel like the Coddle is very good with Mars. He has 2 abilities you can reduce the cooldown of in lane, and he likes to spam. You can skip the Soul Ring and go Bracers instead.
Hey, the Wraith King got bad.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Respect for that. I'm telling you, this hero is so broken.
Can you, what's the build on Wraith King?
Like items or skills or everything or?
The whole thing.
Well, I personally think he's an Abaddon replacement. So I think he's more of a like Radiance guy that then builds like Blink Orchid to threaten you, kind of, like something that you don't want to go on him.
Yeah.
But then eventually he does enough damage and control in fights that he's really annoying.
Your take was that the playstyle of Abaddon is still good, right? Just
Yeah.
Abaddon,
But Abaddon no longer pressures towers, so if you can get a hero that fills a similar role in the game that then also pressures towers, that's what I think was required to replace Abaddon and what he offered as an offlaner. Like as a carry, I'd say Abaddon's still pretty much the same hero. But in regards to offlane right now, I do think we're going to see a lot more, as I mentioned, like stun-heavy, kill-threat-heavy heroes. And Wraith King, albeit being a farming offlaner, if played the way I'm envisioning, teams might do something different, like an earlier Blink Armlet type of build. But he still does threaten you on the map. That's very different than Abaddon, because Abaddon like naturally needed to buy items to do that. And even though Wraith King can buy items that threaten you, he's already got a Blink stun. So Slark, 4-position Slark, I was seeing it a lot in pubs, by the way. So it's like... this is where it finally pays off to actually be playing
pumping.
pubs.
Yeah.
More and more Slarks. He's effectively just the D-warder. I think he's really good with any ranged offlaner, which really fits well with DM's hero pool. So it would make sense that like 9-class and DM are thinking about what heroes synergize with each other. I think he's kind of a budget.
You're sure that it's position 4.
I'm almost certain it is.
It's
We're seeing a lot of it.
It's 9-class.
We're seeing a lot of position. Like when I've seen Slark in pubs, it's probably like 70% position 4, especially because it's being picked so early on in the draft. And Mars is actually a really bad matchup for Slark because you can't get out of the arena, and Slark hates matchups where he has to go BKB as a carry. And it's like Disruptor Mars are the 2 that really come to mind because your Ag's Pounce doesn't enable you to be mobile in fights. So AA. So what I'm thinking is the Nature's Prophet's your global presence. The Slark is kind of like I don't even want to say a budget Night Stalker, but he's like a Night Stalker. He offers you full night vision. He can de-ward. So you've got the map control, the setup, or you've got the vision, the map control, and the follow-up damage from the AA. They need somebody that ties it all together, like a Storm mid for no one, because I think the heroes that DM's going to go for, that lane with Slark, are not going to offer that.
Because you still want the Nature's Prophet to be played by Satanic.
I think it has to be. I think you have to have like a do-shitter mid and like an aura guy that allows you to group around them in the offlane kind of thing. That's what I think their formula they're setting up for is, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they went for the Tusk. So we're going to see most likely that lane together with Mars.
Yeah, a lot of bursts coming out from Team Spirit. You've got the stun from DK, you've got the Mars.
I like it against Natures and AA. I feel like these heroes, if you just catch them out within Ice Shards, they're dead. It's one of the more frustrating heroes to play against. Although I will say AA's laning is insane. Like this is the #1 support that benefits from the Orb of Venom change. Have you been AA'd? What's the E called, Cheever?
The Chilling Finish.
Is that Chilling Touch?
Yeah, that's, are you talking about
Chilling Touches you.
Plus Orb of Venom?
Sure.
Plus Orb of Venom. It's like the same cooldown.
Oh,
you take so much damage.
I've never actually seen it, but it makes sense.
From super far away.
Who would have ever thought you'd say AA's laning stage is really powerful, but it does feel that way. AA's like they nerfed his mana cost on his second spell, and I think that did hurt his laning stage a little bit.
They nerfed the range on his chili tank.
Oh yeah, they also nerfed the attack range.
Yeah,
They were all
because of the
targeting
Orb
his
of Venom
lanes.
thing.
Yeah,
like, It's really strong. Ooh, Medusa. Well, they don't have any good heroes to kill the Medusa.
That is a Medusa offlane. 95%. I'm not even memeing. It's the build. Faith Beyond was actually, or Bach, excuse me, was the first one I saw to do it. But nowadays, I have no idea who actually did it first. But the build is like Wand, Null Talisman into Meteor Hammer, Gleipnir, like blink into the fight.
You know what he told me, though? In that game, he told me that it was glitched, and he had like 275 move speed instead of like 350.
Instead of it's 310. 310.
Yeah. So he was stuck, like permanently
Oh my
slowed.
god, dude, the 310 is bad enough as is.
And
yeah.
he's like, it was really, really fun, but I didn't like being permanently slowed. I was like, well, fair enough, dude.
Okay, so it's not exactly like the aura person I was thinking, but since you do go this Meteor Hammer build, at least that's what I'm expecting from the offlane Medusa. It's a hero to group around. It is the hero that poses a threat on the map, lets you walk down lanes. I was envisioning they'd go more like, I know Enigma's banned, but something like that. But Medusa fits this build. BKB piercing, teamfight control. Don't want to initiate with all this burst damage that Team Spirit has, so you're presenting an undesirable target. I really like this from Paravision. It's also, we're seeing the flavor of the new meta right now.
I was going to say, I love the Paravision's giving us exactly what we wanted. Where it's like, yeah, we got the Slark 4, we got the Medusa offlane. Like
standard stuff.
They're just picking crazy shit. Okay, so they need a last pick response. I mean, we've seen DK mid do extremely well against Ember. I feel like you just probably put that there, right, with the green facet. The only nerf to DK was move speed on his ult. This is like nothing. So I think you just put DK mid and pick a new carry here.
But if you're picking a new carry, it looks like they're gonna have the Hoodwink played by Rue and then the Tusk on the 5.
It could be either. They both play both of them. Miposhka is one of the few like Hoodwink 5 enjoyers.
That's true. He does do that. And Tusk is usually wanting to be with the ranged offlaner, but if you're a melee like right-click based guy, like Mars or like even Darkseer with the facet that makes him attack faster, usually you can pair these type of heroes with Tusk. And they go OD.
Oh, wow.
That's a hero I've also been seeing a lot more in pubs. He feels, ever since this like tank meta, somebody who's really unkillable, the Tides, the Abaddons, yeah, maybe those heroes got nerfed, but Medusa, the formula is still the same. We're just going to see different heroes, and OD, because of that, has always been, I would say, the best hero in Dota to munch on tanks. Like, you just have this ranged pure damage. Also gives you pretty good Roche potential, and you have so many heroes that go in for you. I think my only concern always with OD is lack of stun, lack of catches, like a mid laner who doesn't naturally build these type of things.
They have a ton of lockdown.
Yeah, they have so many initiators. There should be very little attention given to Laurel in these fights. Man, I actually like this is a spicy draft.
And if he gets the Ags, it doesn't matter if AA blasts you because it's a barrier, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a really good pick. It's also a hero that can steal Medusa's mana. You can like deal direct damage to her effectively that way. Does it extremely well against an Ember mid. At least I would imagine so. Maybe the matchup's a little different now that Ember benefits from like the Orb of Corrosion and the Mage Slayer type build, but. Yeah, that's an excellent pick from Laurel. And I think Yatoro's happy enough to just play DK. Like, DK carry, the hero's the same. It's never bad.
Yep.
So now that the draft is done, what are we thinking? Who's going to have the upper hand?
I honestly think like Laurel has a big weight on his shoulders to shut down No One's Ember because the map control and mobility on the map, I think heavily favors just naturally the heroes on the side of Parivision, and Medusa still like you don't want to go on her. And so if they get to that point where Medusa's allowed to just walk down lanes with a Meteor Hammer, but I'm banking on this OD. I think this hero is going to be a menace in this tournament.
All right, they're OD a menace in this tournament. That would mean that Team Spirit has got maybe a little bit of an edge there. I kind of feel so. We got Paravision with like the offlane Medusa and the position 4 Slark, and it's like, wow. But we saw that coming, so maybe Spirit saw that coming too.
Absolutely.
I would imagine that might be a factor there. Let's see how Game 1 will play itself out. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cryptic and Zach.
Thank you, Sheever, so much. And yeah, very excited for a Game 1. Interesting draft as expected, I think, from Paravision. You guys talked quite a bit about how they've been able to kind of hide potential strategies, and it seems they're not holding back at all in game number 1 here.
No, I was wondering because it's like day 1, like do you save strats a little bit? Bring the meme back, I'm saving strats. Full out, Slark support right off the bat. Let's go, offlane Medusa. Which is crazy to say. That actually does not feel that crazy anymore, but I'm still very excited to see it.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be a very fun game. The last pick of the OD here for Laurel, though, pretty strong in this game. should win handedly in the mid lane for no one, but we'll see how how they can kind of weather that storm, how this off-lane Medusa is going to do. I'm excited. I think this is going to be a great game to kind of kick off ESL One Raleigh, so we'll see how it goes.
Hoodwink, mandatory pick.
True. All right. Explain to me why Hoodwink is a mandatory pick here. I think like you said, teams contractually obligated to pick this hero at least once a series.
The state tree is the oak tree with the acorns. Acorn shot has been buffed just for this tournament. Nature's also picked for that very reason.
I see. Yeah, very nature-based state here. So we'll see a lot more of them. As Paravision actually smoked up here on the top side of the river, maybe looking for an opening, but with Rue on the wraparound, going to make it a little bit difficult. Yeah. So they'll just back away, get the rune. Not a bad start. Opening with the 3 bounties.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how this support Slark is going to do. I think a lot of people are probably pretty interested in how Slark support's going to do. He took the other facet, I think Dark Reef Renegade. For those of you who don't know what this one does, because no one ever takes it, when you are still affected by your innate, the regen going, you apply negative armor on hits. So I think what we're going to see him try to do is weave around the trees a lot, and that means every time he hits Miposhka, he's getting some negative armor in. So it's like free Blightstone, essentially, and it stacks as long as you keep weaving in between the trees. So very cool idea, along with the old Slark support stuff, Death Shroud, pounce on people to set up Ice Blast, I guess. That's going to be a first time for a support Slark setup on the Ice Blast that we'll see.
It is kind of interesting because you're right. Like we talk about Ancient Apparition and like the different pairings you can have. Like it's usually from like your mid laner because they're going to be the ones who are getting active early. And Ember is a great one. We were actually kind of talking like, oh, it's like it's a pseudo substitute for maybe like slight chains on an Ember, but you have to commit more as a support Slark. But then they just pick Ember anyway. So now they have multiple avenues. Gorgon's Grasp from the Medusa, technically Sprout from the Nature's Province. So they actually have a lot of ways to enable Ice Blast this game, but whether or not it's actually going to connect, we'll have to see, right? It's not super easy. As 9 class actually getting really low in the bottom lane here. Great way to punish him as he hits the tower range.
Yeah, we previously saw the Medusa offlane picked a lot as a response to PA. She's pretty squishy, so a lot of nuke damage to kind of punish her. The Dragonite pretty tanky, so I don't expect to see as many kills happening that way. And in fact, it looks like Spirit is the one going for the kills here. They have a couple mangoes ready to go. Scrappy lane, not strictly what I expected with the Medusa off lane, but I'm here for it. Maybe it's what you just have to do when you have a Slark support. You just have to look for these fights, play off of the SM shift.
Yeah, I think Slark is definitely more of like the vision-based hero, right? Brian was talking about it, right? You play around kind of the fact that it provides a lot of utility for your team, even though it may not be the strongest laning hero. If you can get away with it, it feels really strong. And Medusa has kind of become a lane bully, right? This 0-4-4 build we're seeing a lot of the time is, well, 9 class actually taking a little bit of extra harassment there, but yeah.
Man, he's going to regen.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Just go hide in the trees.
Yeah.
Classic.
Look, this is, guys, in your pub, you were like, I'm being griefed by supports. This is high-level play sitting in those trees. This is brilliant tactics.
I'm so glad you're enabling this.
I can't wait to play this with
Not
bugs.
everyone else is 9 class. All right. No, we'll see a battle for the Lotus, though. Actually quite important, and Slark actually should be fairly good at bullying out the Hoodwink. So, yeah, it works out. I think overall, looking at the lanes, like, pretty even CS-wise. Like, no one's really pulling ahead. It's been a little bit quiet. Like, trying to keep my eyes on the different health bars. Like, no one's really getting too low, except for, like, that one attempt on a 9 class. But I think the mid lane should start favoring Laurel as we get more and more levels on the OD here.
Yeah, I think Laurel should eventually win this lane. But then what we're looking for is how much can no one do around that level 6 power rune times. Like, he's going to rotate to these lanes, try to make something happen. And we'll see if it can be dodged out or if it turns out to be successful. The other hero, Gorgon's Grasp off the mark, should be okay here.
Really nice bushwhack there from Aposhka as well, but Radon should be able to make it back to the tower. He's got a raindrops coming. He's like, all right, I can't deal with that anymore. The snake spam ends up becoming a little bit too much to deal with for most heroes. Even though Dragonite's typically sturdy, it's the physical damage, right? So you're getting a lot of harassment from the Medusa.
I mean, that's the interesting about the Slark too, right?
Yeah.
Like, the tankier the hero, you're like, yeah, more stacks to steal. So it's kind of a cool idea. I'm not sure how much negative armor is being applied. So
It's like 2.
It lingers for 2 seconds, so I think, yeah, maybe you can get a couple auto attacks in, and then it
starts
gone
resetting.
again.
Yeah. So you're getting like 2 minus armor. I mean, that's honestly, that's like a free play.
bad,
So,
yeah.
it's not bad. You take those.
Better than the leash that you don't even have. So
Yeah, true. But yeah, I think for the most part, I think if you're Paravision here, you're kind of playing around the Medusa timing with the Ember Spirit, I think, right? You're looking for that early Meteor Hammer, which we've seen be the build. Rue gonna TP out towards the mid lanes. They're actually gonna look for no one prior to hitting that level 6. In comes the shards, but a great chains turnaround is now 9 class on the Slark. Hit on the bounce, but not enough damage to follow it off, so they will just back away.
dude, fear that support Slark rotation coming in. All right, still no first blood as it turns to night, which Slark's got the bonus night vision, and you'll know where people have wards, or at least where they see you. I mean, maybe there's a hero or something, but it should give Paravision, like, this should be the start of them having some advantage in terms of vision, which then might help the Ember make a successful gank coming up here. Probably around the 6 minutes, we'll see the, I'm sure 9 class will go back for the power rune. Probably all the supports will go for the power rune, as is customary.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are
I'm
scattered.
really impressed by no one. He's actually pulling ahead in this lane, and yeah, the Ember, like you said, when he gets his level 6, which he's about to have, if he has it for those 6-minute runes, you can actually expect, you know, a pretty easy kill at one of these rune fights. But whether or not 9 class makes it there in time, it looks like no one from the side lane wants to bother at this point. So who's gonna win the 50-50? Of course. It's the Ember. Gets a shield rune. Not the best, like, ganking rune, really, early. You can dive towers with it. That's, like, usually what we see if you want to try and make a first blood. But, yeah, not the most value. You'll take it, though.
Yeah, refill the bottle. You've got it. They don't. It's good enough. Yeah, I agree with you, though. I am surprised Ember is doing this well, but I feel like I've been saying that a lot. So maybe I just need to readjust my understanding of Ember. I know he's got tough matchups like the Huskar, the Monkey King. You'd think OD too, but then every time we tune in, it's like, oh, he's got more CS and levels than how you feel he should. I think people just have gotten really good with Ember and keep finding ways to make lanes work.
Yeah, I completely agree. 7-minute Wisdom Shrine is a big objective, so Ducalis no one going to make their rotation here, potentially zone out the Tusk, but this is one of those things, like, a lot of times we'll see the mid laners make their way over for these runes and collapse. Spear's going to connect into the tag team. A lot of damage here onto the A, but the first blood, who's it going to go to? The Snowball should do it, and that will be it. Rue getting first blood here on the Tusk, as no one will have to back away. And who's winning on the other? It's just 9 class and Maposhka going head-to-head. Yeah. You will definitely win the long game here on the Slark. A lot of damage there, actually, from the neutrals, but he gets the return kill. Okay. Very well done from Maposhka.
Yeah, they get the kill first, at least. DM getting it on the Medusa, which I think is really important if you're running this off-lane Medusa. It's weird to say. I mean, as a carry, it's like, oh yeah, ultra late game, but as an off-laner, it feels like there's a timing. You have to get the Meteor. You have to be this wall that they can't get past and just pressure towers. And if you fall too far behind, collapse.
Oh, nice bait on the teleportation. But Rue's here as well. They're like, we're going to protect our Mars. That's actually a really nice response from Spirit, bringing in OD as well, which he should get the last hit here if they give it. Yeah, they do. Definitely want to boost Laurel here as we get into the mid-game.
That's one where if you commit, you get the kill, but maybe you die right after, so...
That's probably a classic Nature's Prophet play. You're like, I got this kill, and then you immediately die.
Yeah, probably a good call from Satanic. You just lose the AA, and it's... Yeah, that was like 4 heroes. You don't feel too bad about that. Actually, rotating down here, Radon pretty tanky.
He is, but if the Slark can get in range, they might be able to hold him long enough, and yeah, with the leash, looks like they will be able to bring down Radon here on the Dragon Knight. So very good rotation in from Satanic.
And with everyone here,
Dire's courier has been
should be able to get a lot of tower damage in.
Radiant's
The
bottom
Natures.
tower is under attack.
All right. Well, let's see what they can do.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Come and fight me.
All right, here we go. So Ducal is going to be able to defend the mid lane here. I mean, are you surprised they're not bringing more heroes back to defend? Or is this just like, they're not too worried because it's an OD pushing the mid tower?
I mean, they took the bottom tower, and OD is usually a lane winner, but he doesn't actually take buildings all that fast. So, you know, I mean, they ignored it for a little bit, but it still ended up just being, you know, cleared out by the tower. So I think overall that's fine for Paravision.
Okay. Well, just going to play it slow here on Paravision. Look for their item timing specifically. 9 class continuing to abuse his night vision advantage here. I feel like support Slark is one of those things that, especially coming out of the last couple of patches where we were seeing more like Riki and Bounty Hunter, like and Night Stalker, it's kind of a natural progression in terms of like your, you know, comfortability in playing these types of vision-based heroes. So for 9 class, I feel like this is just right up his alley.
I mean, it's up his alley because it's not a normal support.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Ace Rune going to be picked up here from no one. Will be put to use. So they're going to look for Radon here. Great stun from the Ogre. What? Okay, Slide Chains connects top lane. Arena on the Satanic as well. They're going to grab themselves the first kill onto the Natures. A save from Laurel here. As they're going to continue the chase. No, he'll just Remnant away, and now looking like Ducalis might be in a rough spot. Nah, DM's going to come over, bail him out with Slark as well. He'll be just fine. This might give away their ward, though. So we'll see if Spirit wants to make like a play to try and deward that.
The Meteor Hammer is done. It's got to be delivered for DM, so...
Oh boy, here we go. We're ramping back into the mid lane, though. Ember's going to rejoin the fight. 9 class takes a ton of damage from the Sanity's Eclipse, and Satanic with his rotation in. The Sprout helps Leech on that cold feet, and they will grab themselves a much bigger kill, though. Satanic, this is what we're saying. You TP in, you get focused instead, as Radon's going to claim his kill. Stone Gaze for the retreat here on the side of Paravision, but Collapse is not satisfied. He is looking for more. He wants this Ember Spirit. Remnants down, away. Great change there to hold the Dragon Knight back. And with, well, hold on. Snowball. They're going to try and close the gap. Do they have a shards? They do. Beautifully plays from Rue. They get the kill. And a great response there from Spirit.
Yeah, they've now picked up a 2K lead. All the cores, even though there was, you know, some rotations, they got some kills on Paravision. Now in these early game plays, Spirit seems to be moving a little bit faster. They're getting the winning trades. They're still managing to find the CS. And I think they're okay with the current pace. I think Paravision is the one. You got like a support Slark, you know, there's awfully Medusa. I think you're on a little bit more of a timer. And Laurel on this OD is going to be a really scary late. I actually think he might be the scariest late game hero in this match.
He's baiting the Astral. He's like, yeah, Astral me. I want a Meteor Hammer your tower. Because that was something I was thinking about. Was like the Medusa, kind of annoyed. Nice pick off here from 9 class and friends. But like, you can't just walk up and Meteor Hammer against an OD, right? You're just going to get Astral. So for DM, he's already off to the races, right? He's taken mid tower now. He's top of the net worth here for this Medusa. I'm sure he's just going to keep chipping away at either mid or maybe making rotations towards top, but getting this mid tier 2 this early into the game is a massive win.
Yeah, I think you just want to draw their attention, right? Because you keep your eyes on this Medusa, and at the same time, you have this Nature's farming the jungle in the back. You're going to get a lot of farming efficiency while keeping the pressure onto Spirit's map, and you have to do this. This is exactly what the offlane Medusa is designed to do, we think. I mean, it's pretty new, you know, still open to some new ideas, but this seems to be the way to go. You just plant yourself somewhere. It doesn't even seem to matter where exactly. Just the important thing is you are restricting the enemy.
Good D-word.
Losing your wards, though, gonna make it a little scarier to be up here on your own.
Yeah, Medusa, she's so tanky, right? And it's kind of deceptive. So you try to make this play onto her. She has raindrop stick, usually like a support nearby. So you can feel pretty greedy with your positioning, but the vision being removed is going to make it a little bit rough because they also lost the ward in the Radiant jungles as well. So they are kind of dark on the bottom side of the map at the moment. But DM trying to play around tree vision here to see if he can, you know, chip these towers, but just using the spell combo there to continue clearing waves. And like you said, it's all space for Nature's Prophet. We'll see how much space you can like absorb with Spirit, because at the moment they're still farming really well. Like the Mars, exceptionally high net worth. Same with the Dragon Knight.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah, we can see that even with that said, you know, the gold lead is starting to balance out again because this Nature is just playing the map while his team is pushing up front. So they just have the capability to be very farm efficient.
All right, who do you think is going to, how realistically, how many times are you going to be seeing the Medusa with this type of strategy, and which team are, you know, is going to be like I don't know, the kings of running this?
Kings of offlane Medusa.
Yeah, kings of offlane Medusa, because, you know, they said we saw Bach. It was kind of like our first time seeing it recently, and then it like kind of disappeared. We're like, maybe it's not as good as we thought it was, but clearly Paravision has an idea.
I really like the idea. I think it's a cool tempo hero. I can't say I understand how good the late game is because it's a relatively new idea.
Laurel. No, he's actually under a sentry on the Ember. I don't know if he saw him, but really quiet game kill-wise, right? 7-4, but like looking at the lineups, I guess it's not that surprising. DM, bottom lane, gonna get caught here from Collapse, drops the Stone Gaze. There's gonna be the Gorgon's Grasp into the Ice Blast. It actually hits the back line as well, so Rue can't bail him out with the Snowball. He died really fast, a lot faster than I thought he would.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get in range for the snowball save, but just not fast enough.
This ward actually so on money here. It's going to scout Rue hiding in the trees, and they'll get another rotation. Even the hammer, just for fun.
Dude, that's the support. Slark placed that ward earlier after making sure there was no vision on him, and I think he's scouting another one out right now, trying to triangulate his position.
And we hit the 15-minute mark, right? So those 2 kills lead right into the first Tormentor. In terms of shards, I feel like both are pretty dang good this game. Ducalis is going to
Dude, I want to see the support Slark. Come on, let's see the strength. You know,
Yeah,
the Depth Shroud is actually a really cool idea. But Slark is a horrible farming hero, so getting it for free would actually be really nice in this early game, especially versus these ODs who, you know, he wants to astral you, prevent you from right-clicking. He wants to do a lot of right-clicking himself. The Depth Shroud would have been a really neat idea, and will eventually. I'm sure we'll see it at some point.
Yeah, I think overall, I mean, you can't be upset with Ice Blast Shard. That thing is so good still, which Ice Blast, speaking of, a little off the mark there, but it does open up for the Meteor Hammer onto the tower once again, and 9 class just going to continue to play aggressive. And he can, right? What's the punish? You have to Sanities this hero, and then you're like, all right, I Sanities Eclipse the 4-position Slark. All right, well, hold on. No one actually in a little bit of trouble here. Astral's going to come through. Snowball off the mark, but he can Remnant away, and he will. So no one forcing a bit of a rotation here from Spirit.
And see, this is the style. I mean, that time it was the Slark and the Ember, but Medusa was in front of the tower, chipping it away. The whole time, where's this Nature's Prophet hero? He snuck his way back to the top of the net worth. He has recently finished his Mjolnir, so we're going to see him just drop it on the tree and push the lanes. This is part of why it's been such a strong carry. I mean, this draft is so wacky that I'm having a tough time fully understanding who is going to be the happiest with the current state of the game.
I feel like Paravision have to be like pretty content because the Gleipnir is coming out soon as well.
That's true.
I think once you have Gleipnir, your game gets a little bit easier. You're going to have to get like early force. I think OD already has his force staff, right? He like rushed it.
He has a Hurricane.
Yeah, so Hurricane Pike absolutely necessary here. Where are we at on Collapse, right? On the Mars? Because it's been a little bit of a quiet performance. I think earlier, you know, we saw the arena top. They dove the Nature's Prophet, but looks like he's just got his blink moving towards a BKB. As DM gets another Meteor Hammer onto the tower. I really want to see the tower damage stats at the end of the game and see like how much this is going to actually pay off.
It'll be funny to see a Medusa over the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Smoke up, actually. Oh, okay, there we go. That's a pretty sick one. All right, that's a lot of tower damage.
Slark found Radon.
That's huge. He's definitely killable, right? Like, you don't have any real defenses. It's just a Mjolnir. You're greeting out on this hero. It's pretty typical. And here comes the Ice Blast, the mini stun. That's just a freebie, really going the way of no one. And DM, well, he's caught another. Rue on the side. Seeing Meteor Hammer land is so good, but a nice turnaround kill there from Rue does manage to take down the Ancient Apparition.
And that one's like support for support. That part's fine. Losing the Dragonite, though, is a great find for Paravision. They're playing really well around the map. I mean, they were down in kills for a while, but so far a lot of these fights going cleanly their way.
And that's the advantage of the Slark at nighttime, right? Like, just having that night vision, that much mobility around the map, especially with the Nature's Prophet, if he even wants to join, Like, you can accomplish a lot in this 15 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah, it's also hard to make a play. Like, as we see DM go to the mid lane again, drop the meteor, and you have these side lane wards being highlighted. How do you make a play? Like, if you're not dealing with Medusa, clearly you're doing something else, potentially passing one of those side lane wards, trying to find that Natures, but the whole time Medusa's like, oh, I mean, go ahead, look for the Natures, I'm gonna take your tower. So it really puts a lot of pressure on Spirit to push off the Medusa and then immediately go make a play, and if you can't do that, you're gonna keep being restricted in your base.
The more and more I see this draft playing out, it definitely feels like a Paravision style of draft. Like, a lot of teams like would be like doing something similar, but Paravision is a team that's like really experimental and like willing to do things others aren't. Well, hold on. We're gonna see another Gorgon's Grasp into an Ice Blast collapse, dropping fast so low, but DM forced to pop the Stone Gaze, try and run, gets the blink out and collapse. He might survive with this. Walrus Punch comes out, an Astral Save once again, but 9 class rotating onto the backside. Here comes Satanic as well, but Radon here on the Dragon Knight, now surrounded, however. His team can't get to him to help in time, and that's just going to be a great trade, but now they've managed to get the arena, trap this Nature's Prophet in place. A trade on your cores, but with Ember TPing home, DM still plenty healthy. I think maybe favoring Paravision, but it's hard to say. I think they might be able to get more here with no one. As well, there's the chains. They have this Medusa lockdown now. There's going to be the Force Staff. Gorgon's Grasp not going to connect, though.
I mean, Paravision, the thing is, like, yeah, we can say, oh, carry for carry, but they're on the Radiant half of the map. So even as you go even on kills to some degree, you're pushing their tower, right? Like, DM's like straight back over here.
Ooh, scurry down the river. He's so fast. Huge plays. But
Yules.
Yules Flark. All right, that's hype. Let's go. 9 class. Doing some cool stuff here.
He's saving up some money. Let's see what he buys. He's got 1,200 gold. Is it shard time?
I think like you probably want to go the shard fairly early. Like, imagine the Nature's Prophet getting arena'd there, and you just Depth Shroud him. Like, what do they do, right?
Dude, you Depth Shroud the Treant so they can just hit the tower. How do you deal with that?
That would be kind of hype. But now here's a classic Nature's Prophet play, right? TP to a lane, summon the Treant, put the charge on it, and run it down. Just clears wave after wave. One of the reasons this hero is so dang strong right now.
Laurel's getting close to his BKB. I feel like Spirit has been biding their time, and maybe it's for this BKB. I still believe the OD can have a lot of impact this game, right? You're stealing mana from the Medusa.
Oh, that hurts.
And in the last fight, I think he used Astral once and had nearly 1,000 or 2,000 more mana than all the other heroes. The Sword?
Yeah, I mean, they saw the ward get placed. They're going to immediately TP up here on Satanic to counter out this. Nice attempt here with the Snowball. He actually has a Blink Dagger completed, so Rue buys enough time to at least buy it out. He's not going to lose a lot here, and he is buying a lot of time. But here in the mid lane, Arena's going to trap down Ducalis, but they get the kill once again onto Collapse. And, well, with DM here on the Medusa, that fight's put to an end.
I mean, you have Nature's Teleport if you wanted to come secure this tower faster, but I don't even feel like you feel that pressure. Yeah, you're like, I mean, he'll get it eventually. I'm just going to keep jungling over here.
Yeah, this Medusa already paying off pretty hard. They're actually going to smoke right towards no one here. They don't actually... He's going to walk into the Watcher, but they don't have any other vision besides this.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those windows, right, where Medusa is not pushing your mid, and then as soon as this creep wave gets there, you start to realize something's going on.
That was a really good attempt. They don't have a blink, right? So they went for a Force Staff into the Dragon Tail to try and get the stun, but just unlucky and unfortunate timing. The Slide of Fist comes out at the perfect moment. And they get the mid tower. Like you said, they try to make this smoke play. It doesn't work, and then Medusa takes your tower. So you're down now 2 sets of lanes, and top tier 2 stands. I'm sure the Medusa will eventually make her way up there. Miposhka will get the TP out here on the Hoodwink, finishing up that Rod of Atos. But look at the gold lead, man. Up to 8,000. What is 9,000? It just keeps like snowballing here for the side of Paravision.
I mean, they've been finding a lot of kills, and you're always playing on the enemy's half of the map. So that's the thing, right? Like, the Natures is always just free farming his own half, and you're splitting the Radiant farm. So 70% going to Paravision ways, 30% to Spirit, let's say. And just over the course of 24 minutes, that builds a lead, especially as you keep getting kills. Like, it was like 7-3 earlier, and now 13-10. So they've been picking up all the kills lately. Gonna find another here onto Tusk. No way out of this.
Yeah, really good find. And even now, DM's just gonna chase up onto the high ground, see what he can find. Laurel throws out the Astral, so we'll make enough space for them to get another retreat, but we're on our way to a Scythe of Ice now for the Medusa. She's already got the Mystic Staff, so it's not going to be too long before we see that, and then suddenly that BKB on the Medusa maybe is not not the Medusa, I'm sorry, on the OD is potentially not enough to save you if the Hex comes out first.
Yeah, this is where the sample size of offlane Medusa games is still pretty small. She has seemed the strongest as this Scythe finishes up, and that seems to be like the timing you want to win around, because after that, going for damage feels a little weird, as if you're...
Oh, that hurts. I mean, it was a good attempt on the pushback, but now it looks like Paravision happy to play aggressive. It just switches over to Knight, and Root up here onto Collapse, taking so much damage here from the Medusa, as well as just this Ember Spirit burning him down. He's dying. It just feels like he's not even tanky. And they get the D-Ward, thanks to the Slark. Looking for more. In comes the Gleipnir, and now the Ice Blast is going to connect. Radon stands no chance. They get on top of 9 class on the backside, but there's the Depth Shroud. Standy's Eclipse comes out, forces the BKB out of Laurel, but Spirit is crumbling. They need to get Laurel out of here. Stone Gaze will not connect. Very good TP out.
I mean, Laurel's scary, but he can't do anything. The Depth Shroud's coming out. They're just ignoring him, kiting around the fight. I mean, it's also tough when you're 12K behind at 25 minutes. This Medusa strat, we weren't sure where it was going to play out, but the combination of Medusa pushing towers and then Slark winning the Vision War, getting all these side lane wards out, it didn't have an immediate effect, but I feel like for the last 10 minutes, we have just seen Spirit not be able to find any plays, and that is a really creative way to use these heroes.
470 building damage is the highest we're going to see on Spirit right now. And I mean, you can see it on the map, right? They've taken top tower, and it was Collapse after the Nature's Prophet dive. They haven't really touched a tower since then. So, really good movements from Paravision. Who got that shard there?
Slark already got his, so that one went to the Ember Spirit.
That's a pretty good one. We take those. So BKB done on Collapse. I mean, the thing is when do you commit the BKB in this fight? Like, it has to be you opening with the arena and then the BKB in response, right? If they just keep getting these free Ice Blasts onto you, I don't know how you survive.
You might have to open... You need to initiate on Mars. Like, he's the only real initiator, so as long as he needs to use it to do it, then he's got to do it. If you can get away with it, I mean, sure, you always try to do that, but if he misses, and we've seen, right, if the spear doesn't connect, what do you, Astral setup? No one can hit you in Astral. That's the downside of the OD and why he doesn't really work as an initiator. He's like a setup, but then the spear has to connect, or the Bushwhack, or the Dragon Tail, and I mean, we're getting to BKBs.
Radon on the low ground. They're going to try and get on top of him. Gets the Hurricane Pike out, but the leash into the Ice Blast here once again. Radon will fall. It's just their rotations are so simple. You don't need to, like, your Nature's Prophet can join at any moment, and Ice Blast is such an amazing counter to this hero.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're just going to scout this Roche. Good ward there from Rue. The problem is there's a Slark, dude. If he actually walks over here, he'll know.
They might see him because he actually has an observer, and I think it's seeing through the trees.
It definitely sees him through the trees there. Wow, what a niche little observer to find him, and Snowball. An attempt to try and stall this one out, but Rue will once again give up his life here to Paravision, and they get the D-Ward on top of it. And there's your Scythe completed.
And Roshan, I don't see how you contest this one. I mean, Rue was the one trying to contest. You know, he's going to blink steal it, hopefully. So this should go straight over to Paravision, and I imagine we just start seeing him set up in front of the base. I mean, not the Natures, of course. Nature's going to be farming, but Medusa just sit there with the Meteor, and as soon as a fight breaks out, we'll see Satanic come in.
So Satanic should be the one who takes the Aegis here, right? So we'll like do exactly what you said. Like, he can TP in, and now he can aggressively TP if a fight actually starts and not worry about, oh, I've been arena speared, I'm going to die. Like, he has the second life. Now, 9 class. Helps set up another kill onto Miposhka. There's just no safe base on the map. Like, if there was a heat map for Spirit's positioning, I feel like it's really sad, this game.
You would think Medusa is a Radiant hero for where she's been.
Yeah, probably. Same with 9 class, right? I feel like they've just been on the enemy side of the map the whole game.
Yeah. And I mean, credit to Paravision. We were talking about them being a creative team and comboing the Medusa offlane with the Slark. I wasn't sure how that would play out, but now that we've seen it, it's been a really cool way that they've approached the game.
Another Astral, but it just delays. He dies so dang quick. No one with another kill here for his Ember Spirit as Laurel should be able to survive. But you just lose another ward on the map. Is there any? There's one ward up for Spirit outside the tier 1 bottom. That is it.
Do we have a Slark dewarding stat?
Dude, it's all of them.
I mean, it's been memed, but it's genuine.
9. Oh my gosh. That is far more than I actually expected.
That's
I mean, look at his net worth. It actually is reflected in his net worth. He's so farmed this game.
I mean, I didn't do the math fast enough, but I think that's like 3 times the amount of D wards on the side of Paravision, and that goes to show exactly why it's so hard for them to. Oh yeah, we got all the stats.
Let's go production.
This is exactly why it's so hard to make a play, right? DM's in your face, taking all your buildings. Slark's removing, not just Slark, his whole team, all removing wards. Like you're playing blind. Medusa's pushing your base. Slark sees you at night. You don't see him. It's so tough once you fall behind, which is maybe where you have to go back to in the lanes. Like maybe you just had to do better in the lanes and be able to force things down cleanly. Just like walk down the tower, you have to come to us. But when you have to go find them, it has clearly put Spirit in a very difficult position.
So 9 class has also queued up a Scythe of Ice, which is definitely not where I expected his item build to go.
I love support Slark.
This is super cool. I mean, they're just looking for an opening, right? They do have some saves on the back line, right, with the Tusk if they can get there in time. But it looks like they're just going to finally settle for that top tier 2. Now, all 3 lanes exposed. Collapse is all by himself. There's the Yules. I mean, he has to BKB and run, right? I mean, this is the first time we've really seen it, but at least he's not dead. But now makes your initiation so much more difficult.
Exactly. Now it's going to be so much harder to jump in the fight. Now, fortunately, the next fight's probably a tier 3 defense, so you have the advantage there to quickly blink Arena. But after that, you're getting caught by, I don't know, Gorgon's Grasp, maybe just a Hex or a Gleipnir. And in fact, if they're fast, especially now that 9 class is just about done with his Scythe, now when you try to blink Initiate on Mars and you don't preemptively BKB, you're going to get hexed if they see you.
Oh my gosh, Laurel almost gets the Astral there. I mean, does it matter is the real question. I will say, Rue has completely dissected Spirit in terms of his ward game this whole time. Not only in the terms of dewarding, like we saw his stats, but his ward placement has been so essential.
9 class.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I don't know what I meant 9 class.
You were looking at Rue.
I was about 9 class. Yes, talking about 9 class. Speaking of Rue, though.
Oh, blinked out.
How long can you get away from an Ag's Embers? Good old Blade Mail. Love that.
Maybe 10 more seconds?
Well done.
I find it interesting. Paravision, very patient here. I really thought they would push a little bit more with this Aegis. I feel like they're strong enough to just sit in front of the base if they want, but they've seemed content. Just keep finding kills everywhere on the map.
You have 1 minute left? I feel like you could. It's all up onto the Dusa, right? Like, the Dusa has to start getting the Meteor Hammers onto the towers, but it's a little bit more difficult to do because you can get Speared back, you can get Astraled, but
speaking of,
we might see the exact... Well, I think Collapse was hoping for the Spear back. Now a little bit afraid to stick around, but it's at least a way to protect the tower. And so maybe just a farming Aegis. They put 6,000 gold in their pocket since they picked up the Aegis, which is...
That's a lot of gold.
That's a lot. I mean, that is an entire support's net worth on the side of Spirit. So
that's a rough way to put it, man.
let's not think about it that way, I guess. Yeah, I mean, so here's the question, right? You're at this offlane Dusa, you've got a lot of utility. Do you start transitioning into core? And you also have a 4-position Slark who can transition as well, doing some interesting stuff. And yeah, she's got a Mjolnir queued up. Here we go. It's just time for Medusa to become a late game carry as well.
I have another idea, but first,
smoke.
Smoke from Spirit.
Collapse. His smoke's gonna pop right. Oh my gosh, what a sick read from no one. And 9 class on the bottom side gets the... okay, he actually gets the ult off. We'll see if he can actually buy enough time. Yules into Depth Shroud perhaps, but yeah. In comes Satanic onto the high ground. The Scythe is gonna be able to catch themselves. The Dragon Knight, Radon on the run. Walrus Punch will put Satanic into the air, but where's the damage from Spirit? Radon has to just head for the hills.
I don't think he's even going to get away. This is the hardest working Dire creep here, keeping track of him.
There's no Stone Gaze. He has to be able to BKB TP. But yeah, it's like, that's your BKB contribution in this fight, which just hurts. Mid lane, collapse. Oh my goodness, that damage.
Oh, he thought he had a window to quickly push out mid, but this is the fast teleporting natures. He's got a 3-time strength treant here. Maybe
baiting,
a little too far?
Baiting, BKB doesn't survive with a Satanic. Really good response though from Spirit. As they're gonna buy back now on the Hoodwink, looking for no one on the Ember, but getting quite far away. He has no mana actually for a Remnant. The OD making it potentially difficult. Looking for more. Now TP's out. Paravision only losing to the Nature's Prophet, but how much was that kill? That had to be a ton of money.
1,000, 2,000.
2,000 gold. All right, that's about appropriate.
I mean, we had a series of events there. So first we see some strength to the Slark. So much survivability on his own. So when you run into him, yeah, you feel like you got to get something, but instead it just buys time for the rest of the team to show up. Collapse tries to push out mid, but the fast rotation from Paravision kill him. And then actually the fast rotation from Spirit then kill Satanic. So that actually saved their base because he had the level 25 Treant, and he was about to destroy Barracks if they didn't kill him right there.
No one has no Remnants. Yeah, we've seen him. He's been spending all of them over the last few minutes, and, well,
Depth Shroud
from 9 class trying to save him. Hold on, Ice Blast. Can they get something in return? Maybe just Rue. Astral will buy him some time. DM trying to come in and finish the job, and, well, we'll see if they can get more. Playing some ring around the tree here as Vaposhka trying to get away from this Slark, but for how long, we'll see. Spirit back, another Astral, this time onto the Medusa. Radon held in place here from the leash. They've got us surround here, and DM starting to lose a lot of the mana. This would be a massive kill if they can get it. Nature's Prophet still dead for 8. They try to feed her the Lotus, but DM isn't going to actually survive. He gets out. You're kidding me. They just can't finish off this hero, and Radon will TP, collapse under his BKB, but Satanic pops his own, and a second. Oh my goodness. Once Satanic's back in the fight, it's over. Spirit at least managed to get out on Radon as well as Laurel, but a costly chase.
It would have worked if they didn't have that healing Lotus. Yeah, we see the replays. It was actually a little bold of Paravision to stay. OD and Dragonite do the damage. Just in a lot of these fights, they're being kited and not being able to attack, but 5 versus 3, you have a little bit more of a window. That's why Medusa gets low, and they would have finished the kill. That's why they, they committed to it. But someone had a Lotus.
It's 9 class, I think. I think 9 class has a Lotus here. So we'll see DM's mana get very low. Yeah, it was 9 class. Just walks over, basically a full heal, and able to walk away after this. That's a really nice play from the Slark.
With that, another Tormentor falls. And actually, everyone's got their shard, so that's just money.
Free gold.
And then second Aegis is up. They're setting up for it right now. So then maybe this is it, you wait a little, sure we could push on the first Aegis, but the second Aegis, it'll have the banner. It'll help with this push. You got way more tools to work with now.
Yeah, the Medusa actually switched up her build a little bit, going Parasma now, but either way, it's like you're still transitioning into like a right-clicking core.
Greatest steal in the world?
Gets silenced. I mean, that would have been hype, getting the Aegis steal, but very potentially costly. If they can actually grab the OD here, Laurel does have his BKB and Refresher, which you definitely don't want to commit both, so we'll just BKB TP. They do manage to find the Hoodwink here up onto the high ground, but quickly killed off by Satanic's Nature's Prophet. So both supports dead. Not going to be an easy defense here. Radon, all they see is Courier. Yeah, he has to TP now.
I got to say something I hadn't thought of. OD, one of the ways we've seen him contribute a lot is you just delete people with your ultimate. In the late game, you got 2, 3, 4,000 more mana than your opponent, so you Refresher, double ult, you just kill people. There are a lot of intelligence items on Paravision, so they still have less mana than OD, but it's not that bad.
Not as much as you expect.
Yeah, it's not in that one-shot range.
Yeah, then it makes the Scythe on a Slark make a lot more sense now. Is they're going to drop the first Hex now? looking for a great chains on the backside here from No On Rue on the run. Ice Blast, it will connect onto Laurel. That's the green light. They want to try and finish off the OD, the refresher, into the second BKB, but he gets stone gaze. The whole backline just melting here as the second Sanities will take down No One. They're going to buy themselves more time here against this Nature's Prophet, but I feel like it might not be enough. Great bushwhack here. The base seemingly belonging to Paravision. A lot of Ashles. Okay, he's building up a lot of mana. But yeah, oh yeah, there's still just the 25 Treant here. That's the real MVP. That's the real base taker.
I'm telling you, nature heroes buffed.
Yeah, that's true. Buff for all, you're right.
Protect your Treant, Death Shroud it.
Meteor Hammer comes out, one lane of barracks down.
Protect it.
Looking for more. Dude, it dies so fast. I mean, you have to wait for your Tusk. Like, he's kind of your initiator. Your Mars doesn't have an arena. You could look for a spear back, but you have the Slark, right? Who can just kind of bail out any hero. And with the TP out from the Nature's Prophet, that is Paravision's full retreat now. They're looking to get aggressive here, seeing if they can find anyone. Bushwhack does connect on the Ancient Apparition, but they jump onto the backside. The Yules actually dodges the spear, catches 9 class, and now with Medusa back, as well as Satanic, they're going to just finish off Collapse. A little bit of damage is all they need. They get him. Miposhka can't really do much here. Just staring off on the back line, throws the sharpshooter like, guys, I think this one might be over. 4 dead on Spirit as the Dragon Knight's gonna respawn. And the Hex will catch him at the end of the day. Miposhka won't even be able to survive. Double buyback though, Spirit not going out without a fight. The turnaround hoe. Can 9 class just keep him in bay? The Stone Gaze was holding him out for a while, but in comes Collapse, the Great, the Arena Spear. They've got 2 massive kills. Now the Medusa's second life here. We'll see what they can do as Ember's coming back. The Ice Blast coming through will connect onto Radon, and Satanic still got that BKB ready to go. Collapse on the back pedal. Pops his BKB to try and survive. Rue goes in with a nice Walrus Punch, buying some space, but now No One's turn, holding them back, letting the Nature's Prophet do the work. And with that, some diebacks going the way, and Spirit last-ditch effort with that Senes Eclipse, but it is a 4v1 here. The GG's come out, and Paravision with a beautiful draft here will walk away with the victory here to kick off the event.
That is a fun draft to start us off. You know, we've all been talking about it. Is Paravision going to get something creative going with the change to hiding all the pub data? And they open with that Slark support, and you're like, oh yeah, they've been cooking.
We're so back.
That was a really cool execution of it, I gotta say. It was lower than I expected, but very consistent. You know, they actually were behind a little bit, but they just stick the Medusa in front, keep her distracting Spirit, Slark winning the vision game, and Satan just free farming the whole time, hits 25 really early, gets to join whenever he wants. And they were just very careful about it. Didn't even rush on the first Aegis. Made sure to get the next one. Grew the gold lead. Now 10, 20. Do we feel good? 30K, 40K. All right, now I'm ready. Now we can end the game.
40K was the tipping point.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, okay, we've got it now. We can finally end this game. And I think the Nature's Prophet absolutely enabled this draft to work, right? It allows this Medusa, who's just this massive space maker. We looked at the heat map, right? He didn't cross his own river for like 10 minutes. Like, he just sat on the enemy side of the map, and Nature's just absorbs farm faster than almost any hero currently in the game. And one of the reasons we see him so high on the pick ban priority. So yeah, very cool draft from Paravision. I will be curious to see if they're going to be allowed to do it again, but for now we're going to send it back over to our panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll come back to you for game number 2 coming your way soon. But here's first Paravision taking that first game in quite dominant fashion, because even though the early stage of the game did look quite even, it did feel like Paravision had this game under their control, Brian, from a very early on start.
Yeah, I think Spirit looks the absolute worst form of theirs when there are no clear like executable plays on the map, and this Medusa is exactly what caused that problem. As the casters were mentioning, DM just sat in front of them. He was even like meteor hammering tier 2 tower mid at like 12 minutes in, and he wasn't applying this like crazy pressure, but there's just, if you think about him being that far up on the map and they can't kill him, it's like, okay, how does Team Spirit get out on the map and do something? They had all these playmakers, all this burst, but then you have this one target you don't want to go on. Then you have this Slark that's consistently scouting that, yeah, I mentioned not the best hero against Mars when you have to buy BKB as a carry, but he's just buying Yule Scepter and Shard and just being a nuisance on the map. And then you have the Nature's Prophet to TP in. Yeah, it just looked Like, they had a really clear vision in that game.
Yeah, I mean, even Laurel mentioned it in the interview. He's like, we just need to not lose early game. And he didn't say laning stage. He said early game. Because that's when Paravision won the game, was outside of the laning stage. 9 class on Slark was such a nuisance.
Yep.
Like, he was always just standing on the high grounds and just watching. Just running around and watching, and then eventually, like, setting up for his team. Like, it really felt like Radon couldn't farm anywhere. Like you said, Slark is one of the best counters to DK in Dota, even if it's a support Slark, right?
Yeah, because DK just operates on the ability to either fight back or to basically not buy a BKB and be survivable on the map because you're so annoying to take down. But what the Slark does is he can just, if you have a Slark, even as a support that goes on you, you can't burst him in a single stun, and then you can't TP, and he's just going to hold his pounce until the rest of his team gets there. So the difference here that I think in this game is that Satanic can go literally anywhere on the map as a Nature's Prophet, while we saw Yatoro trying to like farm the top half of the map because the bottom half of the map had a Medusa in it, and he can't even go there because there's just a Slark who's setting up for you. And it just feels like it was much easier for Parivision to connect on the map, wherever it may be. Their only hero that was really limited in that regard was Medusa, and 90% of the time, unless it was a pickoff, they were just going towards the Medusa.
That is super true. I mean, because you have a Slark who's like pretty much a global hero, right? You're running through vision. Like, you know if there's vision on you, and you're super quick, especially at nighttime. You have an Ember with the Remnant. This is pretty much global. Nature's a global TP. You have AA Blast, which is global. Like, he wasn't showing up to the fights. He was just blasting. So it's literally just like, how well can you play around DM? And DM is known for playing these toxic, really slow, just sit in front of your face and be unkillable heroes.
Yeah, and he was sitting on the Radiant side of the map the entire time, as we saw on the Heat map as well. There's one big question that I have about this game, because we opened up with the Nature's Prophet on the side of Paravision. Great hero, of course, makes sense. We got the Mars as an answer straight after that. But the Mars Tusk lane that already knew from a very early on start that they were going to be up against Nature's Prophet AA, Brian, why didn't they do better?
I really think Nature's Prophet is just a... Does he lose lanes? Is there a matchup where you're like...
I don't think so.
I'm going to shut him down with this?
No, and I mean, the Treants, I think at level 1, got like minus 50 HP. So
yeah, I mean, the Treant's now one less of the 14 hits that it takes you to kill it.
It's just, in the early levels, it's not that significant, which is when you'd be, benefiting from that in the laning stage. So yeah, I think Nature's is just such a dominant laner.
Yeah, I think it's just a hero that's... You can't plan to beat it at that stage.
No, and that means we had a pretty big difference between the two offlaners of this game, as we can see when we look at our 1xBet head-to-head here, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was a rough one. I mean, the entire draft of Paravision was kind of based around DM on that Medusa. I'm glad that we talked about it in the pre-panel, that like this guy, he can be picked these like cheese heroes late in the draft, or in this case, like fairly early in the draft, and have the entire game played around him. Collapse, we're not used to seeing him this far behind. He was 2-7 in this game. And this is exactly what DM was trying to do, and Paravision playing around him extremely well. He was just running in and forcing, like, what are you going to do?
You have a bunch of stunning guys that don't want to cast their spells on the hero they see.
But he's, like, so far in there that you have to go, and then you realize, okay, he's at 70% mana. We've already overcommitted to this. There's the self-astral into Meteor Hammer combo, and all of a sudden... It's a classic. All of a sudden, the fight is amazing for Team Paravision. Like, Yatoro gets caught, but this is just because Satanic can TP in on Nature's Prophet, as we were talking about in the pre-panel. Like, there's so much jump in like global potential that if you've committed, you're done. Like, you have to fight. You can't run away from this. And when you've committed to a Medusa, it's just not going to work out.
No, there's definitely going to be some changes going for that game number 2. Before we get there, though, we're going to check in with Slack, see what he is up to. Slack?
See this?
You there?
You see this? You remember this?
That's a Steenie.
Look at this.
Yes, I do.
Remember this? That's a trophy, baby. We're about to see that shit again. That was the face that we saw from Paravision coming out of their booth after they beat Team Spirit. I walked in. Team Spirit walked right past me. You know what I said? Who won that game? Laurel looked very upset when I asked that question, because it was not him, turns out. It was Paravision. And they were very, very happy as they walked out. Team Spirit, not so much. They immediately left their booth. This is Team Liquid. Don't worry about them. They're on B-Stream. Couldn't give less of a hoot. All right? I hope you're enjoying B-Stream, though.
Too? Oh, no, they're not.
No, they're not a game 2, Sheever. What do you think? We're interrupting games? This is Paravision's home, though. They immediately left, Sheever, after the game. They were very happy. Now, I want you to look at the monitor heights here, because this is a very interesting story. Look how tall this monitor is. Very low, medium, extreme low. Look how low this monitor is. It's basically touching the table. Then we have one that's high up. It's very interesting. All the monitors, if you took a ruler out, would be different. Isn't that something? I don't know. I genuinely don't know if that's something.
How high
is
up is your monitor, Slacks?
How high up is mine? I look at the ceiling when I play. All right, because I'm constantly going, poggers! I'm constantly, oh, is what I'm doing with my plays.
Right.
I'm sure you're looking down like,
I don't know what sort of game you're playing. When
I'm playing, if I get one deny, I go, oh! That's what I do.
Well, thank you for that information, Slacks. Very much appreciated. And next time, I hope you'll keep us up to date with who is at which monitor.
I will. That's right.
Thank you very much.
Don't look down on those monitors, babies. Look up, because Paravision on the up.
They definitely are on the only 2K1 of this 2-game series. We're going to find out what's happening in game number 2 after a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with DM from Team
Paravision.
How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. Weather is good, and the vibe of the city is quite chill, so I'm enjoying it a lot.
Where did you fly from? Were you guys boot camping somewhere?
No, we just met in Belgrade, and then we flew to Frankfurt, and from there we just get a direct to Raleigh.
So you had to do 3 flights to get here.
Yeah.
You feeling jet lagged at all?
No, I'm feeling great. I've schedule set up for US since I was doing unhuman schedule before in Europe. I was like going to bed at like 5 a.m. So here I'm human.
Do you think that there's a gene that exists, like people that were born to live throughout the night?
I don't think so, to be honest. I think it's about the humanity, and since I have some information about how human health works, it's not really healthy if you're living like by night, let's say. It's not healthy for your health at all.
Do you feel it when you get up in the morning? Do you feel like a lot better, your body, mentally?
Yeah, I'm feeling absolutely great. I mean, every time I'm in the US, I'm feeling so good because I know everything here just makes me be chill. And that's a great feeling.
What is it about the US that makes you feel so chill?
The weather is great, the architecture is wonderful, and every single people I meet here is very nice and easy to talk, I would say. So all these facts make me like I'm just in like a paradise, small paradise, yeah.
Because I feel like one thing about America to me, you're from Moscow, right? You guys got places that are like 1,000 years old. The oldest thing here is like 200 years old. How do you feel about that? Looking around, you're like, oh, that's 200, that's it.
I mean, it's just more new, and at some point it's good, right? Just great.
If I were to go to Moscow, what would be the #1 recommended tourist location for me to go?
I think it should be the Red Square, because it's like the most classic one.
What did no one just say?
He just named a really good club, like Ramsey's favorite club in Moscow.
Okay, if it's where Ramses likes to go, I don't think that's my kind of spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to historical places, you should just get on like in the city center, and then you should just get right around, because every single thing you're gonna see, it's like very old, and most of them are like historical. So yeah.
Can I tell you one interesting fact about North Carolina, and you react to it?
Sure, let's go.
Okay, because I could only find one. The Venus flytrap. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's like the plant that grabs flies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it.
Okay, the Venus flytrap only grows within a 60-mile radius of Wilmington, which is in North Carolina. It's only here.
I mean, that's wonderful. Yeah, absolutely great.
It's a great reaction here from DM. Congratulations on making it to the tournament. I don't know. I'm congratulating you. You guys haven't won yet, but good luck. Maybe you will.
Thank you. Let's see.
They did win. They won game #1 on Paravision here up against Spirit in their first game for the group stages of ESL One Raleigh in beautiful North Carolina, home of the Venus flytrap, apparently. So there you have it. There's one thing I want to talk about. We saw Paravision coming out with the Medusa Slug. As the draft was unfolding, Brian, you already knew what was going to happen. You're like, okay, this is the typical Slark. The moment Slark came off, it's like, okay, that's the position 4. Medusa comes in, that's the offlaner. Yeah. You knew what was going to happen, and we kind of assumed Spirit also knew what was going to happen because... no offense, I don't know how I was going to say this, because I feel like if we know it, I feel like the pros should know it too.
What are you trying to say about me, Stuart?
Nothing, it's all good.
Can I say, maybe, listen, we've done this a lot. We've been around the block, okay? Maybe we just think, oh, if we know, they know. That's not friggin' true anymore. Like this narrative, this rhetoric that we've been building for like 10 years just isn't true. Because he's seeing it in his pubs. This doesn't mean these guys are seeing it in their pubs.
That's true.
That's the key. You got to be in the between the 8K and the 14K
You got to be in the dog
That's where you get
bracket.
the true secrets.
They're too high MMR on Spirit.
Yeah, that's the
to
problem.
know what's happening.
They're too good.
Yatro's got to drop down to my level.
Yeah. One of the reasons why potentially Spirit did not know what was going to happen there is because in their final 2 bans, they went for 2 offlaners to ban. So this was when Medusa was already picked. So potentially they were a little blindsided. Not anymore, though. So we're heading into game #2. This is how you learn, and I think actually maybe with the fact that they can't learn too much from the pubs, they can and have to learn from their officials. So we're going to see who adapts fastest.
I like to give commentary on why I think Nature's Prophet is such a broken hero is because, okay, like conceptually in general, not just this patch, but the fact that he got changed to Universal and the itemization allows him to build this way. Like we saw Mjolnir, Revenant's Brooch, Butterfly. These are items that like you couldn't just buy that much damage and sustain, and Butterfly also didn't used to give you damage. But the point is, you counter him by picking heroes that jump him. Like that's what they were thinking. But then eventually you become a hero that just stands there and it clicks. And jumping him is no longer... You need to be able to actually fight him one-on-one.
Or get away from him.
Or get away
at that
from
point,
him.
Yeah.
So it's like the way you counter him in the first 15 to 20 minutes is not the way that you counter him 30 minutes plus. So I feel like there's too many stages of the game to actually address this hero. And that's why Nature's Prophet creates such a... It's just such a demand in the draft. You have like so many checks that you have to... or so many boxes that you have to check. So interestingly enough, Parivision went for the Stocks Are Rising. Medusa went from 8th overall pick for themselves to first round pick.
And they have first pick, so they can ban Anti-Mage, which is the best counter to Medusa, historically speaking. And, I mean, the thing with Parivision is, I remember when Satanic was first coming onto the pro scene, he was Medusa and Terrorblade in every single game. Like, this guy can play Medusa if it's a good Medusa game. I say that, Elder Titan comes out. The reason people pick this as a counter to Medusa is
the sleep.
You can't get out of the sleep, right? Like the way that you get out of the sleep is you take enough damage. Guess what? Medusa takes damage, but it's mana. So you just
it doesn't actually count as damage.
It doesn't count as damage. So you just perma-sleep her, which means, you know, if a bunch of counters come out from Team Spirit, I think Paravision will just throw this on the off lane again.
So whenever heroes are really strong for different reasons than they have been historically, I think it's always worth noting the way to beat Medusa in the past was to not have a bunch of melee guys that had to commit onto her and have like the damage basically outrange her. You'd have like the drows, the snipers, stuff like this, or like ranged spellcasters. But now, instead of being able to just kite Medusa, you see his build. He goes Gleipnir into like Snake You, into the Root You from his third spell, the Gorgon's Grasp, into Meteor Hammer. So there's actually no way to reliably maintain that distance between Medusa anymore. So if you don't want to pick these melee guys that commit, and you also can't really position around Medusa, I'm just wondering what teams come up with is what I'm trying to say. There's no clear
I like
archetype.
this, though.
I mean, I like the ET.
Because you can sleep her and then ignore her.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
That sounds...
Just bring back Ricky Shard and you have another one, and then... Yeah.
The dart, yeah.
Yeah, just do that. Yule Scepters and sleeps. Bane, maybe?
Maybe one is enough. Maybe it's like Elder Titan, you sleep the Medusa, and then grab heroes that can jump the backline.
On top, true. I was just realizing that also, other than Anti-Mage, every hero that countered Medusa wanted to go Diffusal. And with this facet, you can't slow her. So the active from Diffusal is like useless.
That's a good point.
Like everything about the counters to Medusa are just...
Other than Anti-Mage.
Other than Anti-Mage.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Everything's kind of up in the air. Like, a lot of times, people do rely on their historical knowledge of Dota 2, and this hero's identity has completely flip-flopped in regards to its role and counters in the game, so... Curious, like Team Spirit, that we were talking about how these heroes in the new meta are going to be harder to address because you don't have as much statistics and replays to go off of. It's all theory at this point. You're also theory crafting against the identity of a new hero.
I got it.
What is it?
A Nyx Assassin with the facet that burns mana.
With the facet that burns mana.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's back.
Yeah. What do you mean by it's back? Are you
Like-
saying like it's going to be back into relevance because of the fact that Medusa's getting picked so much?
Definitely, but I don't think when you have an Elder Titan as your other support that you want.
Unless you play it mid. Is it back that way?
Nah, I think Nyx is a little bit too... Problem with Nyx as a mid, actually, is if you don't have any way to pressure the tower or rapidly clear the wave, the opponent just out-rotates you, is what happens. And I think a lot of heroes suffer from that, and that's why they don't get played mid. It's kind of like Lion mid. It's the same idea. You can't rotate fast, you can't pressure the tower, and you can't push the wave fast. In theory, these heroes' levels are very good.
That's not a bad hero against Medusa either.
Lion?
Actually. The
You're not
Lion,
gonna-
yeah. The man.
True, you suck her dry,
You
yeah.
suck, yeah.
So this is a kill lane. Maybe they'll be able to actually take down DM in the early game. She is pressurable,
Yeah,
like level
for sure.
1 through 4, I would say.
So previous game we did see the PA in the first phase ban. I feel like PA has now been at the top of the carry tier list for a fairly long time, through some patches as well. How is PA still broken? Is it busted?
I think she's oddly enough in a state where she's only good and competitive because her
Okay.
win rate in pubs, I know it's not the highest tier pubs, but it's like 43%. It was really low last
That
time
is
I checked.
really
Because they took 400 range off of her level 1 blink. So the positioning factor of being able to connect to your support on the side of the lane when they're trading, it's just that much further up you have to be on PA. And I think a lot of the reason that she was getting picked and competitive was how powerful her laning stage was. She was quite the most annoying carry for most offlaners. And yeah, I'm wondering in a matchup like Medusa where 600 range on your blink, it used to be 1,000. You're now looking at the exact attack range of Medusa as your actual blink range. Are there going to be times where you get to pick and choose your favorable fights? I like the techies because when the PA blinks on you, you push Taser.
And Elder Titan.
Yeah, I was going to say, when Elder Titan hits you with his briefcase, you just hit Taser. So you have like this reaction. A hero that can kind of protect the Medusa with his third spell, but also prevent himself from being the target. Because Medusa doesn't help the 4 in this lane. Like if you think about the 4 being on the side of the lane and ET trading and PA ready to blink over, Medusa's like, I'm just an immobile snake lady.
Techies is totally fine 1v2ing.
I like that.
They're both right clickers, right? You jump on the PA or you get the Spirit, and the reactive Taser lasts pretty much as long as the Spirit buff.
Yep.
So it's really strong. And Techies in general is a solid hero people have been picking. They go for the suicide facet, where you get
a lot of damage.
You get percentage damage on the.
Is it percentage max HP or current
max
HP?
HP?
Max HP. Yeah, it's a lot.
It's you.
It's like 20%.
You see this thing and you see him coming with the suicide, and you're like, okay, well this is gonna do a little bit of damage. You're dead from like half HP. It's so much damage.
All right, we got a Sand King coming out for Team Spirit, the hero that they banned out in the final phase in the previous game, so I do respect it, as I would imagine it will be an offlaner.
Yeah, what do we think about the Tiny? Is it going to be... I mean, technically it's like a 4 that could be paired well with Medusa, but I do think because of all the things we've been saying, I think the Techies was specifically engineered for this Elder Titan PA lane. Are we still looking at carry Tiny? I do think it's been nerfed sufficiently. Like, the hero may be solid, but not... He's definitely not OP anymore. With all these
Good
numbers.
Silver Edge buyer against the PA. I mean, that's
true.
That's always.
Yeah, you also have like mixed damage burst, so you're not like a pure right-clicking carry.
Yeah, exactly. It's all right. I mean, I do want to say about the Sand King, Laurel is he was one of the first Sand King mid enjoyers when that was a thing. So I'm sure they're not like, this is a Sand King mid, but it's an option.
It's a flex.
Because I remember people would play the Sand King mid against the Tiny mid, actually. Speaking of the Tiny, so they can kind of flex it based on what Paravision is also doing with the Tiny. For both sides, I think they're considering both of these heroes to be flex. What was the Tiny nerf anyway?
He lost 5, 10, 15 damage on his grow, and then he lost... Like, his grow is now 15 move speed all levels instead of maxing out at 30, so he's just been receiving... Like, the previous patch, he lost 9 armor. Then he lost 15 move speed. Then he lost, 15 damage. It's just a bunch of little things that are... I think they're really adding up at this point, basically.
For sure. I love the Storm pick. I mean, the only like real hard lockdown here is the Sand King. Elder Titan doesn't do anything against the Storm. Ancient Apparition, Shiva.
These supports hate
You
Storm.
can probably attest to this as an AA player. Storm is just not a fun hero to play against.
It's not. It's also not fun to play against a Medusa.
Yeah, as AA, I was thinking, like, AA is all about Magic Amp. It's important, if you're a viewer at home, you don't know how Mana Shield works. It doesn't matter if you minus armor her, Magic Amp her, it's all just pure damage effectively. So these heroes that buy minus armor, the thing is, ET sleeps her, but he also is meant to, like, amp damage against you as well.
And he just doesn't.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird. I don't know.
And obviously, the ultimate stops healing, but it doesn't stop mana.
It doesn't stop mana gain. Yeah.
So
true.
You're not going to be able to shatter the Medusa at all that way. So
I think the idea is sleep the Medusa, completely ignore her, and then the AA Sand King combos for the rest of the heroes. Because it is a shit ton of magic damage between these heroes and burst.
It's a way to take down Tiny without, like, if you think it is a Tiny carry, then if you look at their heroes, they should be able to sufficiently burst anyone that's not Dusa.
Yeah,
so maybe that's what they're going for. Sleep Dusa, burst everyone else. That's like clearly the line of thinking.
It is very one-dimensional, but the question is how one-dimensional also is Medusa as an offlaner? Is it one-dimensional enough that you can actually just sleep her, or is there some sort of
the whole idea is, will DM be able to make himself enough of a threat? Like last game, we saw the Gleipnir, he went Sheepstick, was going Parasma, so he's got a lot of control, building eventually into damage. He just has to make sure that he's not living the Medusa nightmare of watching everybody around you die as you push R and say, look at me, everybody, and they're just not. But they have a lot of burst and jump on the side of Parivision as well, so I think it's going to require a lot of patience from the Tiny, depending on who's playing it, as well as no one on the Storm. Because of the fact that if they if Team Spirit sees these heroes, they will burst them, and it will completely break the way Parivision wants to play this game. So it's going to be a lot about vision, a lot about patience from the side of Parivision's other cores, because Team Spirit, they're one of the best teams at like immediately focusing a target and spellcasting properly, really.
Yeah, they banned out the Jakiro and the Skyrath.
I like the Sky ban.
So respecting the fact that Tiny is, well, likely in their eyes anyway, going the way of Satanic, or at least more worried about possible supports than they are about different carries coming their way.
Yeah, Jakiro would have been really solid for Dookie Duke. The Skyrath, I mean, I guess this is assuming we've seen Ducalis play the techies in other tournaments. So he did not play it in the Fissure universe, but they've done it before, so they definitely could.
I would love to see Disruptor for Ducalis, Dookie Duke, as you kindly refer to him as.
Dookie Duke.
Yeah.
Gives them a little bit more fight prowess without their cores having to jump in. The whole idea of Medusa is you want to kite her around and evade her, so I think having this extra bit of forcing fights on your own terms. Oh, okay. Well, that helps the forcing fights on your own terms. It's enabling the Storm Tiny to go in without having to worry about exactly everything we're talking about. The combo breaker, they are heavily reliant on combos on the side of Team Spirit. So if he can manage to, but you can still trigger the AA blast.
Yes,
once you're silenced. Yeah, so if he manages to push it just a little bit late on silencer, it's going to come down to some milliseconds, I think.
And they did nerf the silencer brain drain. It only gives you int if the enemy is actually debuffed by you. Before it was like
it was a lingering effect of how long an assist lasts, which is like 15, 20
It was
seconds.
so long. Yeah, it was so long.
And that's a Tidehunter coming out last for Team Spirit.
Okay, so that means it is a Sand King mid. Cool. Against Storm, I'm not entirely sure how that matchup goes. I imagine Storm's probably pretty happy to throw Remnants into the Sand King Sandstorm.
I think this is a much better draft for Team Spirit, to be honest.
As in much better than Paravision now, or than
No,
Spirit
I'm
had
saying
last
I do
game?
think Parivision just kind of caught them off guard for all the reasons we mentioned. I had a hard time doubling down on the Offlane Medusa because I really hadn't seen it competitive. I think this time around, they've got better answers and a more clear-cut game plan on the side of Team Spirit. What are you pointing at here, Sheaves?
We just saw the 1xBet odds come up as we are soon ready to head into this game. We feel like Team Spirit has a little bit of a better draft this time around. Is it enough to take the tie?
Jenkins?
I think you looked at me and said she. I was very confused.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, I think so. I do think that there's a lot riding on Satanic in this game because there's two heroes that he can burst with the Silver Edge. Like the Tide last pick, it does look really good. But if Satanic has a really solid game and he gets a Silver Edge, like Tide being broken could look like one of the weakest heroes in the game. And I get why they picked it. They wanted an unkillable hero. But he's only really unkillable if there's no like good break buyer in the game.
I think they're going to have damage problems on Parivision, to be honest. Like, I think last game it was much more like long fights favored them. I don't think Tiny and Storm benefit from these long fights, and you kind of have the unkillable offlane on both sides. And I think that Team Spirit's much more comfortable with disengaging, re-engaging, playing around short cooldowns. I think it's going to be like this clash where nobody dies, and then the secondary follow-up fight is where Team Spirit's going to flourish. So I'm leaning towards them for this game.
Do you think that there's a chance for DM, like we saw obviously his previous item build wasn't necessarily around damage, but can they change his build to be also a damage dealer?
I'm wondering if you can. How
We
much flexibility?
don't know,
How much flexibility? I'd imagine he has a backup plan when they're first picking it, because you do have to adjust your items more often when that's the case.
Very true. Let's find out what's going to happen. Game number 2 coming your way, brought to you by Ricky and Zach.
Thank you, Sheaver. Yeah, very different draft, I would say, this time from Spirit. Potentially a little bit more well-rounded. Could handle the Medusa, but the fact that Paravision are comfortable upping this Medusa to overall first pick, pretty bold. I got to talk about the PA lane, though, because I feel like this Medusa is going to crush this lane. I don't even think it's going to be close. This is a matchup we've seen a couple different times in the past, picked specifically into the Phantom Assassin, so we'll see if Radon has a better strategy for handling it this time around.
Yeah, the lane and the early game is the tough part for PA, because you really want time to scale up. You're slow on the dagger, countered by Undulation on Medusa, your negative armor countered by the mana shield, so it's not great. But later, all you do is huge amounts of physical damage, and that is a great way of dealing with the mana shield. So we have seen the early game go Medusa, and then the late game go PA. Paravision had a pretty good early game last time. Can they do it again? You've got a lot of strong early game heroes, and I mean, they were ready with that techies when they saw that PA. You know, I feel like feel like they're cooking. They know what's up.
This is, again, like very much like up the alley of Paravision in terms of the draft. I actually really like the wards currently placed from Spirit though. Like they've got vision on both sides of this mid lane river. So getting a little bit of idea of where they're going. Smoke's gonna pop here. So 9 class, we'll just zone them out. Looks like should just be an even trade for the runes. Phantom Assassin likely not gonna stick around here too long. Now, one thing we were talking about, a lot of magic damage. I mean, they talked about this on the panel. Spirit is bringing a ton of magic damage to the table, especially with the amplifications from the Ancient Apparition and the Elder Titan. You actually had a really good idea. How are they planning on handling this with with what they ended up drafting on Paravision?
Well, the pipe seems good, but it's really dropped out of meta, and who's going to build it? And then they go for the silencer instead. So rather than potentially dealing with the magic damage, you're just gonna, no magic damage if you can't cast spells. So this time it seems like Spirit, last game they struggled with the vision and the fact that Medusa was pushing their buildings. Medusa's gonna try to do that again. Oh wait, 9 class? Falling pretty low.
Very close. There's a dagger coming out, but gets the fog on the trees, so he'll be okay. Sorry, continue your point though.
This time, they should have an easier time making plays, but it's going to come down to the silencer. How quickly does he see it happening and global and break the combo, which Spirit's got a lot of combo stuff, right? Ravage or Sleep, setting up the Epi channel and then the Ice Blast, giving Radon time, pick the right target, crit him, whatever. So it feels like if Spirit finds the right initiation, especially if it includes the silencer, should be a clean fight. But if you don't find that, the global's coming out. You have to survive through that, and then you can probably take the fight again after that.
Yeah, and I like the draft overall from Spirit. I do think they're on a lot of comfort heroes. Laurel, very skilled on the Sand King mid. He was one of the people who was running this hero, honestly, before a lot of others. Like a lot of people weren't really comfortable with the Sand King mid. Laurel had no problem, it felt like, taking this. Last game, for Paravision, they had this Ancient Apparition. We talked a lot about how they've got a ton of different setups. I don't feel like Spirit's really lacking in that either, right? You've got Stomp, you've got Dead in the Water, eventually coming out from Collapse. You have Burrow Strike, so they have multiple ways of enabling the Ancient Apparition, which kind of feels like a necessity a lot of the times when you pick this hero.
Yeah, I think it's important to have, and I'd especially look for the Sand King. Like, that combo sounds great once you get probably a Blink Dagger online for the Sand King. We'll see what build he ends up going for. They did swap. So Maposhka is playing the ET, but he's down here with Collapse. A little bit of a lane swap up in terms of who's playing what hero and in which lane, but I think this lane should be okay. AA, PA in that top lane.
What I'm a little unsure of, Collapse starting to get low, the Curse plus the Blood Grenade, it might be enough for first blood. They will give it to Satanic. A little man with a large tree. Dude, okay, I think we've seen this silencer into Tidehunter quite a bit. The second that Blubber procs, you just immediately curse him, and it is really hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming in.
But yeah, Maposhka gets caught, as he's backing away. And Radon top side, he's actually doing quite well on CS at the moment. This lane, I think, gets really difficult as DM gets to levels 4, or like 3, 4, and 5, right? Where you're just going to have like more points in your spells. And with Phantom Assassin having that shorter blink range, you can't actually play too aggressive because it's a lot more difficult to get away now.
Yeah, I like the idea of having the AA up there. You just whittle away the mana down from the Medusa. But if they get on top of you, that's where it gets scary.
Yeah.
The Techies brings a lot of nuke damage for squishy heroes like PA and Ancient Apparition. So far, no one's died up there, but I think both teams got to be careful how they approach that lane.
Yeah, 9 class, just going to use that reactive taser to get a little bit of extra move speed and back away. But yeah, this is another like just really high damage hero. Oh, bottom lane actually, Maposhka getting quite low. A lot of damage coming in from that combo from Tiny. I really feel like Maposhka is struggling in this bottom lane. I think he might just have the idea. A lot of times we see Tidehunter, just leave him alone and stack and make a better game for him going forward, right?
Yeah, ET, yeah, the panel was talking. The play for ET seems later on, right? A lot of the sleep setups, the damage amps, with the Spirit and the Natural Order. You know, so for some physical damage, but I think probably we'll see more of the Spirit this game. The lane is his, the tricky part. Maybe part of the reason they put him in the position 4. You go creep drag, you go double stack, and we'll eventually clear those stacks. You got Sand King in the mid lane, tied on the off lane, so they're going to be able to do it very early. Even if they don't, PA with a Battle Fury eventually, she'll be very happy to see those stacks. So the awkward early game phase, right? You just got to get through it, and then we'll see them hopefully put it to use with some plays later.
Yeah. DM is really playing on the edge of his mana pool, but did have lows. He had a couple different mangoes. He's going to get his second Dual Talisman soon. But yeah, doing pretty even. Storm Spirit mid lane here for no one. He's the one who seems to be having the best time. He is quite a bit ahead. Last hits and denies at this point. As another double curse in the bottom lane comes out. Collapse will get it dispelled there from the Blubber, but has taken so much time. He's going to pop the Kraken Shell to try and survive, but it's not enough. Another Brain Drain and another kill for Satanic here on this Tiny.
Yeah, the thing with Tiny, Kraken Shell is great at blocking a lot of little attacks, but Tiny hits you really hard with a few attacks, so still nice to have the damage block, but clearly not enough. Rue, blast off?
There's no way. He is so dead. He's going to try and survive this. The Raindrop bought him a little bit of time, but it's not enough. 9 class with the Secret Sauce getting himself a real nice kill there.
In North Carolina, the Secret Sauce is vinegar-based for the pulled pork barbecue. You gotta try that out while you're here.
Okay. Very nice. Glad to know. He'll just get out on a sliver of HP there from a potion. I've heard the barbecue is actually pretty good. We had some yesterday. No one. Getting chased down here in the tower. Nice rotation in from Rue, but the Cold Feet does not snap, so he's able to survive.
Yeah, this is still pretty early levels, so the Ice Vortex combo with Sand King spells, not too impressive quite yet, but should be a lot better later on. Radon.
Ooh, that Gorgon's Grasp is going to hit. He's taking a lot of damage, but can they actually finish him off? Does he get lucky on a miss? No, 9 class, another kill here in this off lane. And Rue, well, maybe was trying to find a return, but good TP out.
I was curious to see if Radon had a different idea. He's always brought creative things that people... Oh, mid.
He's going straight for the Epi. Nice response here from Laurel. But no one actually doesn't have a ton of mana to work with. Tries to make it to the high ground, and he doesn't do it. All right, very good punish there from the Sand King.
They've really wanted to give that regen over to the Storm Spirit. It's pretty much the best rune you can get at 6, but you get baited into the Epi.
Yeah, that's a cool play there from the Sand King. And more stacks as we see being built here. Up to, yeah, okay, there they all are. This is the insurance policy for the Tidehunter.
Yeah, or the Sand King. He's got the blink queued up, so if you clear that amount of stacks, you'll have it really early.
Yeah, Collapse, still a very tanky boy. The Blubber gonna pop here once again, turn around, but a really nice silence.
Call's hitting hard.
Yeah, I mean, these glaives, they add up, right?
Yeah, he was at 14 stacks. He was attacking for a while there. And that was one of the buffs. The int damage to, or int to damage conversion did get buffed recently. I forget exactly how much. 15% in level 1 in 7.38. So that's a lot more. That's practically double the value.
That's huge. Wisdom Shrines, no real fight this time for us. Every once in a while we see the mid laners rotate, but no one just farming up here on the Storm Spirit. I imagine the Sand King is going to be clearing these stacks here very soon, right? Like, he's making his way into the jungle. He's going to... Got that level 4 Sandstorm. Collapse comes in as well. Yeah, this is, like you said, team effort, really, from all of them here.
And the thing is, you just can't risk it getting stolen, because actually, if we look at Paravision's team, Storm Spirit would have been great at stealing some of these. Rue, first Galvanized stack going over to no one. But Storm, Techies, if they rotated over, they could have stolen the stack. So make sure to clear all those up as a team. That is the ET's way back into the game, right? He's spent all his time stacking, and if he gets nothing out of it, you're going to be so far behind. So we actually see, with the stacks done, it's actually an even gold lead. In fact, a little bit towards Paravision, so that was really important for them to secure that.
Yeah, with that kill, Sand King's got a pretty substantial net worth advantage, and getting to that Blink Dagger is a pretty big timing for them, because you need to have that kind of initiation onto the Storm, and then have that Ice Blast follow-up, or really anybody that you want to try and kill, right? Like, you need Laurel to get to that Blink at a pretty good time. Top side, Phantom Assassin is no longer allowed to lane here. This is usually what ends up happening. The spell spam gets too overwhelming. Radon's got himself the Cornucopia. And he will just sit in the jungle. They're actually going to bring a lot of extra heroes up here just to grab this tower as soon as possible and start moving further into the enemy side of the map. And where are we on that meteor hammer? How far away are we at this point?
Pretty close, just a... Oh, okay, actually, this recipe's a little more than I remembered. About like 1,000, a little less than that.
Okay.
And that's actually, okay, I forgot. I got interrupted on this point earlier. We have actually seen the Medusa picked as a response to the PA.
Exactly,
Because
yeah.
you punish her in the lane, and they actually picked it after. So I was curious, you know, maybe they got a cool idea. Yatoro often does for his carries. It started okay with the AA. They were doing a lot of whittling down, but then we saw them pick up a couple kills, and it feels like eventually it swung back that, yeah, Medusa does pretty well versus the PA in the early game. But there is still value to it, like we said earlier. The late game should go PA's way, and that is often where Spirit finds a lot of their success, is going later in the game.
I feel like this team specifically over the last like several matches that they've played have been a late game team. Like we've seen them push like 45, 50, 60 minutes like pretty consistently. So kind of putting their faith in Radon here to carry the late game, but you also now have to make sure that you get to the late game. And last game, Paravision didn't even give them that opportunity. They closed that one out, a massive net worth advantage through all of that mid-game farming. I will give credit to Radon right now, though. The lane has gone a lot better for him than what we've seen in this matchup previously. So even though it's, you know, he's not really in the lane, he's just jungling, it could have been a lot worse.
I think Paravision will still be happy how it went, though, because we see Radon is, you know, towards the end of the course.
Yeah.
Not the worst, but it's certainly a back foot position for Spirit. The other 4 heroes have to get to their items, and you gotta make space for this Battle Fury to come online. And they need a couple items after that too, right? It's not just about, okay, actually I'm looking at his items. He's gonna go Diffusal on PA potentially, which is really cool. We almost never see that.
That would be an interesting pickup for sure. It like Disperser is actually a great tool this game in general when you're against the Silencer. Mid lane, okay. No one commits for a second and gets punished heavily by Laurel. Just right into a Epicenter and a Burrow Strike. Good night.
Looking at the death summary, all of that damage comes out. Yeah, we're gonna see right here. This is the
he was
amp.
smoked. That's what it was. Okay.
All the damage comes out in 2 seconds to kill that Storm Spirit.
They're gonna look to disarm into the mines. 9 class looking for a solo kill, but gonna get an assist here from DM, and Techies will get put to sleep. So no TP out for you.
It's annoying. He's got no mana.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll actually walk home or if he'll try to do something without mana.
All right, bottom lane. Collapse is kind of doing the DM roleplay here. An immovable object in this off lane. Avalanche comes out. Eventually, they should be able to whittle him down with a Storm Spirit, and they do. It goes to no one. He gets himself another Galvanized stack as the Meteor Hammer shenanigans of topside begin.
Similar to last game, they try to set up wards for the Medusa. You actually want to let the Medusa be alone as much as possible, just because she's so annoying to commit on. And if you actually have the vision advantage behind her, and they don't know if you're actually behind her, puts the question on you, like, can we commit to this Medusa and kill her? There's going to be a huge commitment, and if there's anyone behind her, we might get punished for this. But do we just ignore the Medusa, meteoring all our buildings, now coming to mid, literally under the tower, no creep, she does not care, right? This is now the question that is on Spirit for probably the next 20 minutes before I would say PA flips that matchup, and now threatens like, if you show to me, I will kill you with physical damage.
Yeah, so they're gonna, definitely just give up the tower and instead gank Satanic bottom.
Dead in the fountain,
I think he's dead in the fountain. That's so close, yeah. Very good kill. So they use the haste rune that they pick up there on the Sand King, and you're like, yeah, we can't stop this Medusa from getting our tower, so we've got to get something. We saw them make a similar play last game, but it didn't connect. The gank didn't happen, and you end up just losing buildings for free. So already a better showing from Spirit here in game 2.
Yeah, it was a lot harder last game with that Slark finding all your wards.
Exactly. But yeah, it's only it's just DM going to be doing the same thing over and
Double
over.
hit.
Yeah, that's a really good use of the Gorgon's Grasp and a quick tap in from Ducalis, getting a little bit more on that brain drain. Meteor Hammer comes out. Burrow Strike here onto DM. He's still got the ult available. 19 wand charges as well. He doesn't care. He's chilling, like you said.
Tickled.
Yeah, I mean, you have Global as well to follow it up. There's so many tools that they have to bail DM out if they need it.
Mana draft is so good on Medusa. It even got nerfed, that it's still so good.
Yeah.
Her mana pool is huge, and the fact that it's percentage means it scales. So at a level tier 2, you may still keep it.
All right, they're gonna full commit here. It looks like they want to bring in Collapse. In comes the Spirit as well. If it can sleep, this would be perfect, and it does. There's the global once again. DM will escape, and, well, you didn't get any big spells out of Spirit, though. So we could see them make another attempt here if they really wanted. 14-minute Power Rune will end up spawning bottom, and it's an Amplify damage. So not too bad. Meanwhile, 9 class setting up a potential kill. Oh, it's just almost solo kills. It is a solo kill for 9 class there.
Classic mid contribution, last second, trying to snipe the kill.
Yeah,
I mean, we've seen 9 class do this before. He's
so
really good at
techies.
techies.
Yeah, this is like one of his signature heroes for sure. He's just rushing Ags though, which is not an item I would have expected. Smoked up here from Spirit. They're looking for someone. It's the blink reveal. You'll find 9 class. Not a bad kill as he just hit his killing spree. So a little bit of extra going their way. You're obviously looking for Storm though.
This Techie Zags is an interesting idea, though, because now imagine Medusa, and for how much trouble we've talked about her, how annoying it is to go on her, and now there's a minefield sign behind her.
All right, they will finally commit here once again. Everything being dumped, even the Ravage. DM will finally die, but the turnaround here, potential as they go in here on the Storm Spirit. Collapse falling low, pops that Kraken Shell, surviving for a while, but will they chase for more? Doesn't look like it. So a 1-for-1 trade. The offlane for offlane. I mean, actually kind of even, but you're making space for Radon. He's the only hero who's not here. So he's getting a little bit more off the map.
So if we also think about the spells required to get that 1-for-1,
oh, true.
That was like everything from Spirit, which to be fair, earlier they baited the global and nothing happened. So they make the play now with their spells. Now it's Paravision's turn. The global should be up any moment now. Yeah, 7 more seconds, and now it's your turn. Like, we're way stronger than you with spells, so we can go for whatever play we want.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
Battle Tormentor time.
Yeah, we're just about to hit Tormentor. Both teams kind of making a rotation down here. Medusa probably going to come through the Twin Gate if they have a little bit of vision. Speaking of vision, good ward there placed from Aposhka. We'll scout out a little bit of what's happening here as 9 class yoinks the Arcane Rune.
Can you fight this without your ultimates? I guess you have Ice Blast. That's really good for Tormentors, but I think you just no big ult and then global.
Yeah, you just scout with the Spirit, hope for a stomp, and then Ice Blast follow up, right? I think that's like your only bet. But yeah, everything just a little bit too far. 9 class will get clipped. They get the Ducalis sniper or silencer as well. All right, sniper is Rue this game. He's the op main. He's got him.
All right, at least you get something for that. But the shard going, who was that silencer? It can be hit or miss. It depends how many kills you get and how much intelligence you end up stealing.
Oh, they're going to find DM here once again with the long sleep. Radon's going to be able to rotate in and just beat down the Medusa. This is the counter we talked about on the panel, right? You don't really wake up until you burned you don't wake up until you burned all your mana pool, right? So it takes forever to bail her out.
Yeah, though I see an interesting change to his build. Last time it was Meteor, Gleipnir, Scythe. He's got the Meteor Atos. He's going to go over to the Blade Mail now. So maybe if you can activate that.
That's an interesting idea. Blink there from Lara. We'll set up a kill onto Ducalis.
I mean, there's a lot of uncontrollable damage from Spirit. Like, once you know they're committing on you and you pop that Blade Mail, what are they going to do? Not Epicenter if it's already going? He is not. He's like, oh, that was so avoidable.
Oh, no. That's good. I love that.
We all feel that.
Oh, a flurry of couriers flying over no one. He's happy about that one.
Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A little bit slower pace from DM this time. I think that ET pick has proven to be pretty tricky for him, and the fact that he's died twice already has shown us that it's working. So he's been more scared to be up on his own. Last time we just saw him constantly using Meteor on the towers. So
he has to play a little more tricky, right? Has to make sure he's getting the Meteor Hammer from the tree lines. There's no one there. Double TPs to the bottom lane. They have that ward that's been there for a while, scouting the Tiny.
Dire are scanning.
What's happening over here, guys?
Yeah, they have no idea. They're okay. So they just TP'd bottom. I don't think they're gonna find him. Speaking of Tiny, Satanic has really started to pull away in the net worth. He is having a great time. Picked up the Shadow Blade. He's a natural Silver Edge builder in the late game, but we're going to see a fight potentially break out. Laurel blink dodge, gets the Burrow Strike anyway. The Global Silence is out, but Satanic needs help. Stone Gaze going to make a little bit of space as well, but Tiny about to shatter, but under the cover of the Silver Edge, he makes it for now. Can they actually close the gap? For now, they'll let him go, and now turning their attention on over to 9 Class. Honestly, a pretty good escape from Satanic.
Really thought they would Ravage sooner to get the Tiny. I guess, I mean, he was so close, right? They thought, like, we can finish and save the Ravage, but a little bit of a miscalculation. You get 9 Class instead, so it's something, but I mean, you wanted the Tiny kill.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ducalis going for a Midas here on the Silencer. He's like, I got my shard early, guys. I kind of want to scale. I don't know about you guys.
Only had 4 Brain Drains stacks, but maybe envisioning a long game.
Oh, Storm. Needs to be a little bit careful here. They do have a ward. Laurel with a nice Burrow Strike. Atos into Ice Blast. They get the silence. No one. You need to run. There's a Yule Scepter right on top of him. The sleep just barely off the mark. TP out. Is it enough? It looks like he'll survive. A sliver of HP. Good escape there from no one.
You know, last game we talked about how the Medusa and the Slark was this combo power. You know, Medusa pressures the building, so you have to focus on her. But if you try to slip down the sides, Slark had been winning the vision game, killing your wards, setting up his own, so he could see it all. You don't have as easy of a time removing enemy wards this game, but Techies has been placing a lot of mines on the sides. So it's kind of a similar approach that if they are ignoring your Medusa, they might run past your mines. In this case, they can actually address the Medusa thanks to the ET, and I think that's made the game harder for Paravision. But actually kind of a cool idea of how perhaps they're approaching these Medusa early picks, that you combo it with some kind of vision hero that lets you see the other parts of the map more than the enemy team anyways.
Yeah. I think this game is going to start to accelerate once we start seeing some of these BKBs come out. Radon is closing in on that Diffusal. Again, it doesn't slow Medusa, but burning the mana is nice. Getting on top of, you know, any of these other heroes also quite valuable.
Yeah, burn Storm's mana.
Yeah.
It's a cool idea.
This is a really big smoke. Are they going to see them hit the Twin Gate? Is anyone... Oh, there's one person on the high ground. Yeah, 9 Class will see them coming. So they know they're behind them, but they may be slightly too late as Radon about to be in the sights here of the Storm Spirit. They jumped too far. And now afraid to go for the play, I think. But with Wisdom Shrine being taken, they're not getting anything out of this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, really good dodge from Spirit. They actually come out quite happily with that one.
Yeah, they like passed by. That was really close where the Storm Smoke breaks, but just not enough to actually commit. Maybe that is a Radon kill otherwise. He has a Glimmer, so better survivability, but no BKB to get yourself out of there. That's so much magic damage. I think they probably can find that kill.
Yeah, he's doing really well on the Phantom Assassin. Let's see where he ends up going with the build. But for now, content farming. A 4,000 gold lead for Paravision is really not too much in the grand scheme of the game. It's really just the Elder Titan who's starting to fall a little bit behind. And Collapse went for this really early pipe, which does help them a lot in these fights. Like, we've seen how much magic damage is coming out from the side of Paravision, even just like techies alone. And now going for the Aghanim Scepter to give your team a little bit more, you know, that AoE minus armor, but also great wave clear that you don't have to put yourself in harm's way to use. So that's a nice tool. Smoked up here, though. Who's going to see who? They're going to walk right into him. Radon's going to pop onto the high ground, jumps on the backside. No one's immediately BKBs. There's going to be the global size. They need to grab the Ancient Apparition first. Rue barely surviving. He gets the turnaround, tosses it out the pipe. This is going to keep him alive for quite a while. Avatos comes through. Laurel's got the epicenter. Doesn't have blink. He does. Manages to make it in. They get on top of Satanic. The Ravage on the turnaround. They're just falling on the side of Paravision. Ducalis, very little resources left. And DM left here to Radon. as he will pop the blade mail, do his best to try and get a kill here onto Laurel, but one more burrow strike will do it. Oh, hold on, Techies put the minefield sign down. DM, there's no way he gets out, surely. He actually just TPs out.
Medusa is a hard hero to kill, and I think they thought they had it, so they started splitting off, but that was still overall pretty good for Spirit. I think the initiation from Paravision, like, you combo the BKB with the global, that part was pretty good, but the rest of the heroes just weren't close enough to follow up. And these are some pretty tanky heroes on Spirit, especially with that pipe coming out. So if you're not lining the spells up, you're not getting kills. And that gave Spirit time to just counter-initiate with their own team fight once global ended. And they come away with the win, not enough of a win to feel comfortable pushing for objectives. So that's kind of the silver lining for Paravision.
I will say that pipe did so much heavy lifting. Like, it gave the Sand King the ability to actually blink while cursed from the silencer. It saved Ancient Apparition. Like, it did a lot in that fight. And topside here, Satanic gonna get caught for the moment by Laurel. They got the dust on him, but maybe a little bit afraid to continue. Don't really know where Paravision are, but doesn't look like they're coming. Yules into the Ice Blast. This will be a very nice kill if they can finish the job. Satanic can turn around, gets a return onto Maposhka at the last second. It will be a 1-for-1, but a very, very nice kill there for Spirit.
Poor Maposhka. He's only got Tranquil Boots. Okay, now he was saving some money deciding he just finishes a Glimmer Cape. So that combo, hopefully not enough to kill him next time when all of his team is there. It's always so sad when that happens. You're just trying to help out. The nice thing about ET, though, like, if that hero ends up poor, you honestly still do a lot just because of the nature of your spells. The sleep is great setup or disengage. And then the fact that natural order, that just works, right? You don't really need much. You just need the levels, which he has, and you throw the Spirit out, which is pretty safe. So if any hero was going to be poor for Spirit, ET being that hero is actually best case scenario.
Roche attempt here from Spirit. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to figure this one out on Paravision, or they're just going to kind of let them have it. Compared to last game, there has been a lot less kind of bulldozing of the towers, right? It's 26 minutes. They have all outer tier 2s still on the side of Spirit. Last game, I think Brian pointed out, they were meter hammering the mid tier 2 at 12, right? Like, so things are very different for the like Medusa effect here. And with an Aegis and a level 18 Phantom Assassin, Spirit probably feeling pretty confident here.
Yeah, I think last game as well,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
the other lanes just didn't do enough, and they had no counterplay. This time...
Oh, God. All right, still a lot of building damage.
Still a lot, but not as much as last time. Spirit, with this age, is going to look to balance those numbers a bit.
How did his courier die? I actually don't. I literally don't understand how his courier died. I think it died to a creep wave, maybe.
Wasn't it the Anchor Smash?
No, Ducalis is top.
Oh,
I have no idea.
I don't know.
That's his Midas. That hurts.
Oh, that was the Midas?
Yeah, it was the Midas recipe. Well, we're going to see Roche this time goes to Rue. Ancient Apparition Shard, quite good. BKB out here from no one. They just want to try and burst down the Tidehunter. Avalanche toss, but the Ice Blast connects onto the backline. They just have to give this fight up. Satanic's just going to TP out. 9 class planting mines on the run here. Looks like for now he's going to be okay, but this is why the Watermelon is so good right now.
Yeah, he's so tanky with his build. Anchor Smash to reduce the physical damage of the Tiny, the Pipe to reduce the magic damage from everyone else. That was essentially 5-on-1, you know, and they were too scared to commit further onto him.
Yeah, and they committed BKBs, right? Like Storm and Tiny BKB'd for that kill, so this puts Spirit in a really good spot. They know that they have the teamfight advantage already with just things like Ravage and Epicenter, like those Blink Burrow Strike openers into Ice Blast is pretty much a free kill now, or even just dead in the water into Ice Blast since these heroes don't have BKB now.
Spirit looking to just close out some of these building differences. Now taking the lead, actually, with that bottom tier 2. And I think they're pretty content going forward. It's an even game right now at 28 minutes, but we were talking, we think PA wins in the late game. I think her physical damage is enough to deal with the mana shield, especially since she went Diffusal. So I think you just keep farming here.
Yes.
Tormentor eventually, second Roche, you know, just repeat that cycle and you go into the late game.
Yeah, I think Spirit are very comfortable with where they are right now. Like last game, they had no abilities to like really move out on the map, make plays, get aggressive. This time, hold on, Collapse can't really go anywhere. Now he will have to pop the pipe, try and inch his way out of this minefield. All right, very fun stuff here from Techies. Radon also just face checking the high ground, trying to pop more mines. I mean, to be fair, that was like a minute and a half of time that the Techies spent putting those mines out. So you are just kind of wasting 9 classes ability on the map, and they do manage to connect on top of the Techies. They get him. All right.
That would have been insane if he gets out from there.
I mean, he TP'd out in the face of 3 heroes. Did dodge the burrow, but yeah, just not enough HP.
What a difference from game 1 when, as soon as this Medusa doesn't feel comfortable to push up on her own, we see a very big difference in her impact. And
the Elder Titans are great response. We were kind of wondering, you know, how good is it going to actually be? And yeah, the turnout is very good. Storm Spirit going down to the back line again, looking for the Ancient Apparition. Dead in the Water is there. They have to BKB. Stone Gaze as well. But these are big cooldowns just for the Ancient Apparition, and now Satanic, he's in here pretty deep. He has the BKB as well. Just hobble away. No, instead he's just gonna TP back to the fountain. This is, I think, what, the 4th time we've seen the BKBs used this way?
Yeah, Carry Tiny is not as good as it used to be as well because of the nerfs. It's passable, especially if you're flexing things in the draft. But to beat the PA, you want to be ahead so that your burst threatens her. Otherwise, she actually eventually picks up the shard. She's got a lot of physical damage, and she'll be fine versus the Tiny.
Yeah, DM on the run here from Radon. The Blade Mail actually kind of doing its work there. So a little bit afraid to commit. But now with Collapse back in front of the tower, I don't think they're really going to stop. I like the gem pickup early as well. Just no reason to let them set up vision on their own side of the map. Laurel thinking about going in, but
just pre-channel.
Yeah,
being ready.
It's like if you get the stomp, you know, then you're ready to go.
It's like a half-second faster by doing that. Or you're just bored and you're like, come on, take that tower. I'm gonna spam my ult while I do nothing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Wow. Oh, that's kind of cool. I love that breakdown. So a tower, 2,500, 2.6k gold. I mean, we've seen them be the ones kind of the aggressors on the map. Now Paravision's kind of resorting to this like split push on the Storm. They're just mining up different choke points here from Spirit to try and slow down their movements. But they're not really kind of catching up or now staying with Spirit in terms of how fast they're farming.
Spirit is taking this very patiently, though.
Yeah, they are.
Are scanning.
Is there any like, okay, so if you're Spirit here, like obviously you got Roche, Aegis is expired now. Do you actually just farm until next Roche? Like you were mentioning, it's like, is this just rinse repeat, or do you want to try and like force something? Well, hold on, we might be seeing something get forced. All right, yeah, no one able to dodge a potential gank there. So neither team, or at least Paravision, definitely not willing to fight, even with something like the globals from Silencer.
Hey, you want your ultimates and big spells available, of course, and you'll try to force a play, but you don't want to force a play right before like Roshan's about to be up, you know, and you win the fight, but you can't get Roche because not up, and then it's up and you don't have it. So they're trying to find a play right now, since by the time Roche is likely to respawn, you know, at an average time, their abilities would be up again. So here they are, smoking. If they don't find anything here, I think they will just wait for the next Roche.
Yeah, which Laurel, the Blink Initiator, does see Satanic. Ice Blast is coming. He actually takes a pretty hefty amount of damage here on the Stanking Will BKB. Yules into the sky to try and buy himself a little bit of time as the Silencer allows him to bail out these heroes. Now, a little bit of a botched initiation, but you do at least get global, and you still have Epicenter and Ravage. So you still kind of come out the winners, even if you don't get the kill.
Burrow Strike just slightly slow there, and that allowed Satanic, you know, the young upcoming player, fast reactions, BKB right away. So I guess not too much happens in exchange of some abilities.
Yeah, it's like Tiny's gonna have to build so much burst here. Like the Silver Edge into Daedalus, the Harpoon. Like these are great avenues for actually killing the Phantom Assassin. She is burstable, right, during that Avatos combo, but having this Glimmer Cape and Satanic, if you don't 100 to 0 her, she will turn and probably kill you or your team. No one gets caught from the sleep here. There's a Haste Rune. They're just gonna deny from them, and well, that's an Ice Blast right to the face. He went from sniper to shotgunner.
As long as you're getting the kills.
Yeah,
You know,
very good stuff.
I think BSJ mentioned in the draft where he was worried about Paravision's damage. And, I mean, we're certainly getting there. Like, looking at this Medusa's build, she got Blade Mail, she got BKB, so, okay, she's now answered, you know, the sleep and a lot of the damage killing her, but are you doing damage in that time? And especially with Storm, right, he went Parasma, that is a lot of damage. But it's been tough. Like, he's the only one who can go in. And they're just dealing with it at the time. They're throwing every defensive barrier on, usually the Ancient Apparition is the target, and then it just takes too much time. His BKB is getting lower and lower. I don't know if these supports are going to have enough damage to be the scaling.
And you're never going to get this break off onto the Tidehunter, right, to start the fight. Like, if you actually get, you know, the Silver Edge proc and Avatos, I'm like, you could probably kill him. But he's got a gem, so you're just never even going to get remotely close to setting that up.
So I will say, there's a lot of techies mines down. I think that's something a lot of pub players going to be familiar with. Maybe there's going to cool toss back, you know, like 4 or 5 mines. Suddenly you have negative magic resistance. You're getting deleted.
I'll take your tribute.
I can appreciate that. I would very much like to see some toss backs into the techies mines.
They got the minefield ags as well.
Yeah.
You know? High ground scary.
So Roche is up, right? And I mean, Spirit's definitely aware of this. They've got some good vision here on Paravision's side of the map that they can try and set up for a gank. But Paravision just going to go back to continuously pushing these side lanes, right? You know, Tiny's bottom. They've got 9 class top here on the techie, just blowing up waves.
Yeah, one of the nice things about techie support, once you're, I was gonna say a losing position. I mean, they're technically 2K up.
Yeah,
it doesn't fully feel that way.
It doesn't feel that way at all.
Yeah, it feels like Spirit is in control here. So when you want to drag out the game and you want to creep cut, I mean, techies can do it so quickly and so safely.
They just blink Epi'd bottom for the silencer. Ducalis pops that huge Lotus, actually. He gets the Midas off. He's like, all right, I'll die. All right, Epi's down, guys. I did my job.
Should he save that for the Medusa?
Here's the thing. He can global buyback into, or he can buy back into global silence if they needed it. You know, that's maybe, you know, I needed the Midas gold there.
Maybe.
But yeah, I mean, Epi being down is, I mean, they haven't been able to do much with it lately, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just take out the silencer. He's a big part of the team fight. And you don't want, you got to punish them as they try to split push. You got to put the fear in them.
They got the techies, dead in the water, holding them down. Collapse does not care too much about these mines. Staggering the death timers, very important here from Spirit, but top lane being cut by the Storm. It's actually all the way to their tier 2 tower. So you've got this one wave mid. You've got to protect it.
Good thing the creeps don't activate.
Yeah.
Minefield.
That would be amazing. That'd be like old school techies with the remote mines, right? You just detonate them on every creep wave.
Do you want to commit the banner here?
Yeah.
I really don't know if you can push without it. So many spells are going to come out. The techie spells, Medusa spell, Storm zip through, Avalanche toss stuff. It's going to be really hard to keep a creep wave alive if you don't commit the banner. But you can maybe buy enough time if you're willing to pipe to protect them.
In trouble. There's the Burrow Strike comes out. Global silence is there. He's going to be able to try and do what damage to Radon that is possible, but that is BKB Global down. And you commit what? Burrow Strike? That is it. That's a pretty straightforward play from Spirit.
They did not. DM did not think all 5 of them were going to sit there the whole time.
Yeah.
Surely they moved out, and I can step up here.
Yeah,
But
very patient.
We see he bought the defensive items at least in the past. That would have been him being killed, and that's what got him the first 2 times. So he has the answers to it. I don't know if 38 minutes is now too late to be pushing buildings on your own. I think it is. And that seems to be, a success from Spirit in addressing what this Medusa did last game.
Yeah, it's actually a really cool adaptation. No one here finished up the Parasma BKB, going for the Shivas. Great item this game for him. Stone? Am I hearing a Stone Gaze? I am hearing a Stone Gaze.
I think that was a misclick.
That's an I mean, they didn't see.
They don't know.
Spirit does not know, but that is a really unfortunate spell to misclick.
That Centaur's looking at me funny. Gonna mess him up.
No one looking to cut the next wave once again here. I mean, it's not an easy dive here from Spirit. Like, 9 class has set up mines. They don't know how many, right? But they know for sure there are mines in this base.
Yeah, this is not a jump them and throw them back. This is just let Radon hit. I say as
they jump in. Laurel takes a lot of damage from Satanic as he comes in on the back end of this BKB, but he just gets hit by the Earth Splitter as well, and Satanic will not survive. Radon low on HP, but he just continues to cleave through these heroes. The disarm is there. No one trying to clean up the backside here as Rue on the run here. He's going to be able to BKB a couple more auto attacks, but he's too slow. He can't survive. Forced to TP back to the fountain, and it will just be a 2-for-2 trade.
I guess that works out, actually, because you did kill the Tiny, and you need Tiny's damage to get the return kills, which he used to kill the Sand King, but without him, I mean, you can maybe kill PA once, but maybe not a second. Oh my god.
Okay, well, PA finds herself a very easy kill there on the Silencer, as no one's going to continue to try and poke and prod away. No more Satanic for about 15 seconds. The item, not the player.
Player also out for a while.
Yeah, player also dead for a good minute. All right, they will back away. They don't want to risk it. He's going to go heal up on the creeps before attempting another high ground push. I mean, patience has been the play for Spirit this whole game. They do not want to risk it. We've mentioned this, Atina loves to go late game, and it seems like this is not really going to be an exception.
Yeah, we've just made it past the early game. We got 40 more minutes to go.
Yeah, we're only halfway.
Slow and steady.
Sign me up for an 80-minute game at the first of the day.
Let's
That'd be
go. Great. I wish it had Slark support in it, though.
That would be fun.
I mean, at this point, I think Paravision's timing was earlier, but at this point, you got to go late, right? So the Midas on Ducalis just going to get more and more value. He's working on a refresher. You got to survive through this portion.
I do want to point out he hasn't gotten a single brain drain stack since like 14 minutes in the game.
Yeah, he's been at 4. And he got the shard first.
Yeah, and he got the shard first. So that is like, that makes it ultra sad.
A reactive taser would have been good this game. It kind of matters less now that BKBs are out. But
I mean, imagine those initial attempts. You reactive taser the Medusa.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
It makes a huge difference in those moments. No one does get seen on the Watcher, but they're not interested in coming all the way back to grab this. Another smoke here from Spirit as trying to find a pick, but will it just be DM on the Medusa again? Do they feel confident? Like, is it worth going for DM at this point, or do you need to get something else? And well, maybe heading their way bottom.
You have the refresher on Ducalis. That means he has no buyback, though. So if PA finds him, you got some problems.
Yeah, no, instead they're going to find themselves the Tiny. The bash comes in. Ice Blast deletes him. It's not even close. That is a long death timer for Satanic. 95 seconds without your Tiny.
Now they're going for DM.
And now they go for DM. Yeah, the sleep, the epi, the earth splitter, the mana. It's going down, but not as fast, I think, as they would hope. There's no one going on to the backside. Going to be able to try and grab Maposhka. Dust is out. Nice Yules, though. Buy him a little bit of time, but the chase not done. There's a Scythe.
Rue has a Scythe.
Rue just rushed Scythe. You're kidding me.
I mean, he's pretty rich. They've had map control for a while, so he actually has Glimmer, Atos, and Scythe. He's pretty rich.
That's huge. Storm dead. He's going to buy back. Great blast off here from 9 Class. Goes in, trying to burst down this PA, and they get him. 100 seconds. Looking for Laurel now with his BKB on the run as DM under this chase here. Can they actually find this Sand King? It doesn't look like it. I mean, a worthy buyback and an absolute necessary one. Who did the damage? Who actually killed him here?
It's just a combo of Parasma and Proximity Mines, all reducing your magic resistance. So if they can chain the PA, like she didn't get the BKB, and they were trying to take advantage of the fact that Tiny was dead, but she got caught. She got hit by every magic damage spell in the book, and her health just got deleted. Wasn't able to use any defensive stuff, and these aren't defensive supports. You know, there's no real save, just more barriers. But you've got no magic resist to the barriers, doing very little. I guess that's Paravision's way back into the game when you overcommit like that.
I guess, you know, playing the, you know, the patient high ground push, it makes more sense when you see something like that happen. As they're still smoked up here on Paravision, looking for another kill. They're just barely out of range of this Elder Titan. It would have been a great find, but Miposhka able to dodge it out.
If you're lucky, instant Roche spawn, and maybe you can take it before PA's up. It's a very small window for that.
Yeah, you'll have like 10 seconds if you scout it out. But other options here. Bottom side of the map.
Tormentor, I think is like another minute.
It's like, it would probably be at least another minute.
I don't even know if it matters that much at this point. Storm and Techies. Okay, I mean, those are still decent, I guess.
There's a ward that is scouting everything that they are doing right now on Paravision. They see
ward of the game right there.
Oh, very nice jump. The global silence into the Ancient Apparition. He's dead. Now no one scouting for more. They got their eyes on Collapse. 9 Class here, trying to slow him down. Radon goes in, just cuts down the silencer. And now Storm needs help. Slept up, got the dead in the water. They commit the Ravage, and he's dead. 125 without buyback. No one goes down as they continue to hunt here on the side of Spirit.
No buyback's pretty scary.
Yeah.
You need that chain stun from the Vortex because Avalanche Toss is not enough. Blast off, maybe if you get there fast enough, but the Vortex really helps to give you enough time to finish these kills.
Get them, toss them into the base. That's your only hope. There's so many
Collapse
mines.
is so tanky though.
Almost 4,000 health and a pipe. He also has Ogre Seal, which is a great tool for getting out of the base if something like that were to happen.
Or further into the mine.
Or further into the enemy base.
Just turn him around, get him confused a little, you know? Look, see, he's spinning. He's like, where am I?
All right, siege of the bottom lane of barracks going to begin here. Fortification comes out. They'll have another if the melee barracks falls. But you've got to get something here. With Storm being dead, this is your best chance you're going to get for a while.
I think you take 2 barracks. I mean, or if you know Roche is up, you can go do that. But I don't think you do.
They're so, like, I mean, Tiny has no interest. He's top lane just farming. He's trying to get to another item. He's going to TP back now. They come in. Nice stun here onto this Techies. They get him.
Stunned.
They get the kill right away, and Satanic just melts. He has a buyback. There's your global, but it's all way too late. This Ice Blast PA combo has done so much work. Stomp's going to connect, and Radon once again finds Ducalis. He is not done. Laurel with the epicenter going to do what he can. Satanic uses this harpoon, trying to stay on top of the tide, but the Ogre Seal gets them away. Big crit will take down this Sand King, but the Tiny, he's all alone. The Earth Splitter is there. Miposhka claims another. Radon into the fountain. He wants this game over. 4 dead on Paravision as Spirit will try to close out this game.
Greatest hold in the world coming up here. 3 versus 4. Laurel's stun there was so good. He hits Satanic before the BKB comes out.
No one. No. Oh, he's trying to find Ruse so bad. He needs to take down these supports. The Scythe is massive, but he commits the BKB in his entire mana pool as well. And with this, another lane of barracks. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't do damage.
Yeah.
This is on BSJ said in the draft. He's like, you gotta have damage, and you might not on the side of Paravision. They just play for late game.
All right, well, I thought they'd only get the second barracks, but now with these additional kills.
Oh, that's a lot of mine damage, though.
Quick reset.
Yeah, you need to find an opening here and soon on Paravision. Otherwise, your game is over. They're going to jump in here on no one, try to make the follow-up here with the techies, but the scythe into Ravage Ice Blast, it's perfect. Spirit, they've done it. They take 2 more kills as the Medusa will follow a full wipe now on the high ground. She's going to buy back the 1v4 now, the 1v5 as soon the Sand King will join. There's just no hope.
I appreciate that buyback, though. Never give up hope.
That's the PMA buyback. Or DM's like, guys, don't worry, I can do this.
I'm pretty sure they always play to the end.
Yeah, they do. That's a Paravision thing for sure.
I think it's a good mentality. I mean, if you don't, I get that, but I like that they have it, along with being creative and always playing it out to the end because you never know how a game's going to go. I mean, if you buy enough time, toss back into the fountain.
They've got them right where they want them.
Exactly.
Closer to the fountain.
You thought the mines were in the front of the base, but they're actually in the back of the base.
Yeah, now Radon has no interest. Well, I was going to say no interest in the Medusa, but with the stomp, you will absolutely go for the commit. They get the global out, but yeah, that mana pool, as soon as it's gone, deleted instantly by 1 crit. 120 now without the Medusa. Storm Spirit up in 35. This is the Hail Mary smoke if I've ever seen one. Ice Blast coming through. Laurel, he's just going to go right for it. Jumps in, manages to get on top of 1. In comes Satanic, trying to find his own opening, but Radon just does so much more damage. There's the GGs. And another team wipe. Spirit looking so much cleaner here in game 2, addressing that Medusa perfectly, playing to their strength, a near 50-minute game. Patient, but it plays off.
Yeah, I mean, this is what a lot of us are interested in seeing. With the pub data being hidden, what's going to happen? You got to come up with creative ideas. Game 1, the Medusa, the Slark, we got the Natures, right? It was a very cool take on it. Paravision does, goes into game 2, tries to get the Medusa early, but Spirit had learned from game 1. They changed some of the bans a little bit, adjust their picks. We weren't sure about that ET and the PA, but that worked out. They handled the Medusa in the early game, got the scaling for the mid to late game, which we kind of saw, right? The gold lead was even on paper, but it felt like Spirit just in control since, about 20 minutes, I would say, after Medusa died twice.
Yeah, they definitely limit tested this, and I think we may have found it. But to break down this game a little bit more, we're going to send it back to Shiver in the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, that first series now in the bag because it's a 1-1 here between Paravision and Team Spirit. Now, I will say, Brian, you've been on point this series. You predicted that there was going to be a damage issue on the side of Paravision, and that was very glaringly clear towards the end of that game.
Yeah, I think as the drafts were both being constructed, we were talking about Team Spirit, like, okay, they have the sleep for Medusa. Eventually, they'll have like a 5-second stun on her, but their entire draft was just about killing everybody else, and it felt that both teams had trouble bursting anybody in the first 2 seconds because Team Spirit had the damage, but then they had Global on the side of Paravision, and then Paravision was up against a Tidehunter with a pipe. So it just felt like the second volley of spells, the lower cooldown re-engage, was in favor of Team Spirit, and I feel like they just executed to the level that we're used to seeing Team Spirit execute to. And when you give this team the ability to make plays, which we didn't see in Game 1, this is what you're going to get.
Here's a question for both of you.
Okay.
What hero was in both games?
Ancient
and won both
Desperation.
games? Now, what hero makes it so you can kill any hero in Dota?
Ancient Desperation.
Now, what hero? I didn't have a third thing, Shiver. You really put me under the bus there. Brian, back to you.
What hero, Sheaves, was in both games and had lost one game?
Medusa.
Medusa, exactly.
You want to talk about Medusa? All right, we can talk about Medusa.
I was just trying to follow up on yours.
I did see there was a little bit of a different. We talked about Medusa during the draft, or rather at the end of the draft, how maybe DM would have changed his build a little bit, and he did change it up a little bit. He went for the Blade Mail. Is there anything else regarding the build that we should be thinking about? Because this is a hero that, this is the only data we have at the moment on how it's being played, and it's pretty flexible in terms of build.
In some pubs, I've seen either Ags Mjolnir or a Radiance, so something like that makes you a threat is maybe worth considering.
Okay, well, we're gonna hear from one of the winners of Team Spirit. I believe Slacks is standing by with Meposhka.
Absolutely, I am here with Meposhka. Meposhka, what an incredible game there. Well done, sir. How you feeling after that victory?
Getting that interview from you. Okay. I'm doing good. Okay. Nothing special, like another 1-1. Casual best of 2 series, I don't know what to say.
unbelievably toxic Maposha. We didn't plan this at all, and I'm extremely offended. He's smiling because of how evil he is to do something like that. I did not ask him to have fun with the interview. You're a real bad person, Maposhka.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, great. So let's talk about that series, though. Is it fun playing against Medusa? I know Medusa, we've been seeing some... I have very high MMR friends. I've been watching some pros games, even though Pro Tracker's dead. We're going to probably see a lot of Medusa. Is it enjoyable for you to be in a Medusa game, or is it just as miserable as it's always been?
It depends. It depends like what heroes you have against. But for example, in first game our heroes was very bad, so it was really very hard and uncomfortable to play because Shiz was kinda unkillable. Yeah. But in first game, in second game, I mean, they picked it on first pick. Of course, we find some good heroes, some good answers. Especially the Titan, he's a really very strong counter, as you can see.
Yes.
It's like just stun for 5 seconds and you cannot do anything with that. So second game was much better.
Yeah, you think the ET had a big thing to do with that, by the way? What was up with that ET pick?
What?
The Elder Titan. Yeah, what about that? How did that come into play?
Did you watch a match?
Yeah, I did watch the match. This is where I'm throwing you. It's called a softball, and then you talk about it. I'm not trying to make this difficult on you. Jesus, just talk a little bit about the Titan, for God's sakes.
I don't know. It's just my one of my favorite hero.
Yeah. Very unbelievably toxic interview as always, Maposhka. You are just the worst. Anyway, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for a great game. It's so good to see you guys, and we'll throw it back to you. Thank you so much, Maposhka.
Thank you.
What an asshole.
Oh, that was good. I did enjoy that. Maposhka, obviously, he did already right before Slacks mention the Elder Titan about the 5-second disable, and it did work out very well. That's why we saw the Elder Titan coming into play. And I feel like Team Spirit, we talked about how they needed to adapt in game number 2, and then obviously also based on what Paravision did. I feel like they're in a good spot, Jenkins.
Paravision?
No, Spirit.
Both teams are in a good spot.
Sure.
Like they're the two highest
they
teams.
won.
Yeah, they're the two highest teams on the EPT leaderboard as well. So like they're just we're treated with this match. It's really the other teams where I would expect the 2-0s to happen, even though I did say that it was going to be a 2-0 just because I like Spirit. After that interview, though, that was very toxic. But I do think that the teams that are going to be more successful in this meta are the ones that are like resilient. The teams that can, within a series, adjust to the meta of the series. And I think there are specific teams that are very good at doing this. Like Liquid is one of them. This is how they, won a TI. I think Spirit is also one of them. Like, not a coincidence. Like both of these teams are TI winners because you had to do this in tournaments going late anyway. So we're just seeing that in the group stage now.
Yeah, and in the first series as well, Brian. I mean, this game we saw both of these teams take a game. Paravision is going to go up against Shopify Rebellion next. Do you have any predictions for that one?
I think both these teams are honestly going to
just crush it.
Just crush it. Moving forward in the tournament. I don't want to write everybody else off, but these two teams are at the top of the leaderboards, like you said, for a reason. Consistent performances throughout this year. Maybe Paravision's last few tournaments haven't been amazing by any stretch, but we've said it on our pregame panel. This team's always in contention to take it all, and I personally think Team Spirit will do better given the circumstances that we keep mentioning, with people having to adjust the new meta in creative ways within matter of 15 minutes between games. And we saw a class act example of that from Team Spirit in Game 2. I really like their adjustments. Maposhka, being the asshole that he is, just really
I love this
wipe the floor with Paravision.
He's such a nice guy. It's such a
He's
funny
the perfect
narrative.
target for this.
He's
one.
a good target.
Did a good job. With that.
He did a great job with that. There's one more thing we need to touch upon before we move forward. That game number 2 did have a strong game from Spirit, and also strong vision game coming out from Spirit, Jenkins.
That's right. As we get into the clip that I'm going to need to see what's happening, because in the cast, Ricky said this was the ward of the game, but I wasn't watching. As, of course, the wraparound from Paravision in the ward of the game segment, the pings are coming out. I believe
the ward sentry combo.
The ward sentry combo. There it is. They see the tiny initiation. And this, okay, that actually was a decent ward of the game. I mean, it doesn't save them. And then they go on collapse, and then, the damage issues come in. So it definitely wasn't the ward of the game. Ricky was baiting me with that one. It's completely useless.
The Watcher actually was what got Silencer killed there. Those Watchers,
That's what he was talking about when he said the ward of the game.
That must have been the Watcher of the game.
The Watcher of the game. New segment, Watcher of the game, sponsored by BSJ.
Very good. We can mention that every time.
I paid $10 for that sponsored segment.
Yeah, I mean that's good. You could, to be fair, you know, you also should consider potentially the Banana Slam Jam YouTube channel sponsoring the Word of the Game. You know.
Yep.
I think it's the Brad G YouTube channel now.
Okay. Too soon. Too soon.
Okay, no, this was our first series. What are the general thoughts after a first series like this? I mean, we came in here thinking, oh, we're gonna see all this cool new stuff. I feel like so far it wasn't really new. You know, we've seen the Medusa offlane before. We've seen the Slark position 4 before.
I think it's going to be a gradual evolution over the course of the tournament that will... The evolution part of it's going to be what I think is a bit different, because even though the new patch has been out, what, for like 12 days, something like this, teams have had time to adjust, but they've probably had time to create like 2 or 3 new strategies. So then it's the playing against those new strategies that's going to develop over the course of the next week. And I think by Sunday we'll see a lot different heroes.
Okay, well, that just means we need more games, and luck's on us because we have got more games coming your way. Team Spirit, once again on this main stream, up against Team Liquid after the break.
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and the sun on the bright side is starting to go my way. From a crawl to a joyride, though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and the sun on the bright side is starting to go my way. From a crawl to a joyride, though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed. Rearrange it, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is starting to go my way. So go my way. I'm having a feel-good day. Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down,
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
Welcome back to ESL One Raleigh, where we're live from beautiful North Carolina, and we are ready for our second series of the day on this stream, as there are 3 streams going on at the same time. And if you are watching any of the other 2 streams, you would have potentially seen Team Liquid already, because they are playing here also as their second series, and we just did watch Spirit versus Paravision was a tie. Team Liquid was able to open their day with a clean 2-0 against Talon. Well, maybe not that clean, but we'll get to that. Let's focus our attention on Team Liquid as we head into this 2-game series. I'm joined once again by BSJ and Jenkins. Jenkins, how are you feeling about Team Liquid for this one?
I'm feeling good. I mean, Team Liquid is a team that I've said it before, and I'll say it every time. They play to the strength of their opponents, no matter what. So, you know, the Talon series, maybe people would expect Liquid to come out and crush that one, given how Liquid's previous performances. You know, maybe there's some question marks because they have the stand-in Bryle, but I think Liquid is like the #1 team at integrating a new player into the roster. People criticize them when they got 33, and then they ended up winning TI. People criticize when they got Saberlight, and then they end up, you know, eventually doing very well. They have Bryle now standing in for Nisha. Nisha's arguably the best player in the world whenever he's like on point. But we have Bryle.
Yeah, with some stats from Bryle's history, just in case you haven't seen him in a while, as his last competitive match was December 15th of 2023. That was during ESL One Kuala Lumpur, and that was when Liquid was playing with Saber as a stand-in, and that was one of his recent matches in that tournament was against Liquid. But he has a lot of games. This guy has been through the gauntlet of NA qualifiers many a time with a pretty solid win rate, and I wanted to highlight how much does this impact their drafting and overall hero pools going into this tournament. And when you see here, pretty much all the top heroes played throughout their entire careers between Bryle and Nisha overlap. And even though we see Invoker not in Bryle's top 5, it is his 6th most played hero. And Pangolier being Nisha's most played hero, maybe Bryle doesn't offer that, but also Pangolier's been falling off quite heavily.
He's an NA Dota player, though. He's played Pango. Everyone in NA in the mid lane plays Pango.
Of course. And I just think it's on paper should be a pretty seamless fitting into the draft strategy.
Yeah,
maybe it's not really fair to anyone to ever say like how is he going to do compared to Nisha.
Compared to TI winning, fitting in with TI winners is always incredibly hard.
Yeah, but we got to watch their series on the second monitor earlier, and Bryle looked solid. He looked comfortable. He was playing as Storm Spirit, his most played, and yeah, I think Team Liquid is one of the best teams, if not the best, at making any player look good as a stand-in, and that was partially why Saberlight is where he is now, because he looked good at ESL One Kuala Lumpur. I heard that Bryle is potentially looking to come back into the scene, and this should be a great way for him to show us what he's got.
Yeah, it's a great resume card if he can hold his own here. I do feel like we glossed over that a little bit, because his most recent competitive match is saying like almost a year and a half ago, basically.
Yeah.
That's a long time. Normally when a pro player takes even a week break, you'll notice it instantly.
He's on the no-one trajectory right now.
He is.
That's kind of what I'm feeling with Bryle, to be honest. Like I feel like these long extended breaks, especially for Dota players who have been through the absolute gauntlet, like you need something in your life that's going to give you like a paradigm shift, something that's going to give you like a full mental reset, and it's very hard to do that with only like taking, you know, a few months off. Like at this point, Bryle is a different person. He's a new man. Like after that long of time, who knows what's happened in his life? Maybe we'll get to hear from him in some interviews, and we can hear from that, because I'd be very interested. But I feel like he's on that trajectory too. I just have the gut feeling.
All right, we're gonna find out, of course, if he plays still the same heroes, because who knows? Because no Dota Pro Tracker as well. You know, those heroes can definitely have changed as well. But let's first learn a little bit about how Team Liquid is coming into this ESL One Raleigh.
Coming in hot off their recent PGO Wallachia win, it looks like Team Liquid has finally cooked up the secret sauce for winning with their new roster. Did they finally figure out how to make the best use of Saberlight? Or is this just a good patch for Liquid?
I think we can still grow with Saber. I don't think we've unlocked our full potential yet. We had a good run at PGL, but I believe there's still more untapped potential that we can tap into.
While Team Liquid has always been a stable team in terms of performance, They've not managed to take too many first places ever since their TI win last year. Usually get into the playoffs, but not much further than that. Was Wallachia just a fluke, or have Liquid finally got it figured out?
Yeah, this year's been pretty tough for us, and I think for Dream League actually, right before PGL Wallachia, we were really trying to, amp it up and try to find form again. It was an unexpected win. We were definitely trying to ramp up and play better. I think how much better we managed to play was maybe a little bit unexpected.
Surely, with the added confidence of a big win behind them, Liquid would be coming into this event looking stronger than in a long time. Unfortunately, they will be playing without Nisha. It'll be tough to fill his shoes, but Team Liquid do have veteran player Bryle to hold down the mid lane. Will Team Liquid manage to overcome the challenge of playing with a stand-in and come out victorious here at ESL One Raleigh?
Bryle's been a pretty cool stand-in. We've been playing with him in scrims, and he seems really driven to show what he's worth. He hasn't really been on a team for a while, so I think he has that extra fire to come here and really wow the crowd. I think we managed to fit him in pretty fast. But of course, the group stage is always a little bit scary. You don't really know what to expect. So this guy is really driven. He's really motivated. I think he really wants to prove what he's worth. So I hope we can do him justice and play well around him.
Yeah, they did have a great start already to this tournament with a 2-0 in the group stage earlier against Talon. I think momentum is going to be very important if you're playing with the stand-in, because you take a little bit of the worries and doubts away that things are, just able to work with a new addition to the squad as well. And coming into this series, I'm assuming they're going to be in good spirits, but let's find out for real with Insania.
Hey everybody, we are here for a speed interview with Insania. Insania, what are your heroes are going to be picking? Don't think about it, just answer. Go.
Phoenix, Darkseer, Dragon Knight, Storm, and Dark Willow.
Very good. Insania, you have some opponents here today. What do you think about your opponents? I believe it's Team Spirit. Call out, shout out.
They're one of my favorite teams to play against. I have a lot of respect for them. They're probably the only team that I always enjoy playing against.
Faster.
Happy to play them. Yes, great.
Very good, very good. If you could go against one team in the tournament in Desert Island and fight them and eat their bones, who would it be?
Nigma.
Nigma! Watch out there, because he's going to munch on you. Go for the speed interview.
What are you talking about?
That's kind of disturbing.
What are they talking about?
Oh, he brings Cannibal Island to LAN. That's an interesting one for sure. By the way, Team Liquid and Team Spirit, I know that Insani just said that he likes playing against Team Spirit, but the record shows that he might not like it as much at the end of this series, because so far they've only played each other twice, but both series, they first went for a 1-1 with only one of the series being a best of 3, so in one group stage they tied. The other one was Spirit taking the victory. So in terms of best of 3, Team Liquid has not taken one off of Team Spirit, and we'll see how they go here in this group stage. We just saw Team Spirit, so I feel like it's almost redundant to have the same conversation again about how we saw them learning mid-series.
That's a cool keyboard.
It's
very pink.
And a mouse, and a matching mouse.
Yeah, this man's got color-coordinated style shoes. That's important. That's what matters coming into Game 3 for Team Spirit here.
Nah, you know what matters? It's being cool and being the best, like this guy right here, Yatoro. Let's hear from him.
We're here with Yatoro. We're doing a speed interview for Yatoro. Anything you want to say out there to the people that are doing the controversy?
Yes.
Okay, great, fantastic. Yatoro, what is your favorite team to face off against an ESL One Raleigh?
All good. I like this tournament.
Very good, very good. Did you get any good fast food?
What?
Very good. Okay, will you win the game?
Yes.
Very good. Say goodbye to fans.
Trying to speak that fast of English to a non-native speaker.
He handled it well. He handled it.
He handled it fantastic.
I like how he confidently answered the question when I could barely understand Slash.
He throws it in. Oh, fuck it.
Well, those were some quite quick interviews, and as you see, the reason for it is in the bottom right of your screen, because we are only a moment away from the draft. The draft that, by the way, Insania mentioned was the one that he just played against Team Talon, and I think one thing that I want to mention before going into this, or at least want to talk about, hear your takes on, because both of these teams, for their second series now, they had some very different things going on in series number 1 in terms of drafts. We've seen them play two very different styles. Where on one side with the Talon game, you heard the draft that Insania just mentioned, it was just those heroes we didn't really see on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, Dota is such an interesting game that I don't think the heroes in this series will be... Maybe in game one, like Spirit picks the stuff that they picked in the last one, but Paravision's a really weird team to play against. You kind of have to counter them. So I feel like maybe that's not going to happen. If it did happen, then in game two, whatever is like the dominant meta is the one that would be picked in game two. So game two is definitely going to be different.
Yeah.
But I would imagine game one is going to be different too, just because Spirit had to draft against Paravision, who's picking this, cheesy stuff, which Liquid also kind of does, except they're not picking cheesy stuff. They'll just pick the Liquid style no matter what, right?
Well, something we saw from Liquid in their first game against Talon that I think will prove useful throughout this course of this tournament is that they picked Tiny carry, which we saw in our second game of Team Spirit versus Paravision, and then Team Spirit responded to the Tiny with a Tidehunter last pick.
Yeah.
But against Talon, since Team Liquid picked up the Tiny really early, and it's been pretty much only Mickey playing it, like a little bit of Nisha when he was here, they just flexed it to mid on the Tiny, and having Bryle be able to have that flex option, having a similar hero pool to Nisha, I think is going to be something that helps Liquid moving forward in this tournament. The flex picks in this chaotic meta that we're just going to continue to be talking about, these flex picks that are going to have so much value coming out early in the draft, and that was partially why I wasn't a huge fan of that first pick Medusa. If you just jam a hero and say, yeah, we know where it's going, I don't think they ever intended it to potentially be a carry. So I really think the first round flex picks are going to have a lot of potency.
I do think the new Ags is pretty good as a carry, but I'm not so sure about first pick. Speaking of first pick, though, I will say that Liquid, they first picked the Caudle when they picked Tiny.
Yeah.
And I feel like Caudle is really good with Bryle's hero pool. He has the NA Dota hero pool, like the Embers and the Tinies of the world, Pango, like really low cooldown, kind of get in there heroes. So
they banned Medusa against their next opponent, so they think they don't want to deal with it, is what I would imagine. Maybe they have a set hero pool that, like we saw in game one, similar, that they think the only issue is getting that 8th overall Medusa, just an unkillable target.
Yeah, maybe they have scrim data that we don't as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case.
You know what I think? We saw in the previous series, we saw the first picks on both games that we saw on this stream were cores. Do you think that would shift to supports at some point?
I think Liquid should. Okay, well they picked Monkey King. I thought Caudle might come out, but no matter what the patch is, I feel like Liquid will take a first pick Monkey King if they can get it.
Yeah, they might be the most Monkey King heavy team out there. It's weird because they first round banned it against Talon themselves in their previous series. So they just think Monkey King's really good.
Yeah, because they didn't have first pick, so they didn't want to let it go through.
No, they had first pick. Team Liquid did in their first game. They had second pick.
Oh, you're right. Actually, yeah.
So they had the option to pick Monkey if they wanted to.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting.
To be honest, maybe now more than ever, it's important to keep things different every game.
I also know the reason that, I know the reason that Liquid likes Monkey King so much is because he's one of those heroes that just deny picks a lot of stuff. It's like you don't want to pick any of these Tidehunter off lanes against Monkey King, so it just makes it so you can more easily account for what the other team might go for.
It constrains the draft to like 1,000 possible like permutations rather than like 10,000.
Yeah.
But then you just have to have somebody that's so confident on Monkey King.
That's what I was going to say. You also can't have it ever become a game-losing pick, right? Which is like, I think every hero that ever is broken, so you have the big patch that comes out. Then you have a bunch of letter patches that always nerf the broken heroes. Monkey King was in that category. His win rate when 7.38 came out was absurdly high. Every single letter patch has slightly nerfed him just a tiny bit more. And as you do that, I think it becomes more of a specialist hero. It's like, I don't think PA is really that great anymore, but when it's a Yatoro PA, I'm going to first round ban it. I don't think Monkey King's all that special anymore, but when Liquid's in the equation, then it's a different story.
I mean, the nice thing about Monkey too, given what you said, is that it also blocks a lot of heroes mid. If you have a player that can play Monkey mid, which of course Bryle can. Once again, he's an NA Dota specialist. We are very good at the last pick cheese.
Lane dominators.
Yeah, lane dominators. We don't like to be good at laning, so we just pick the heroes that give you a free lane. So yeah, he can definitely play that, and it denies like all the melee heroes mid as well. But Muerta, I feel this is a great pick in general. Like Vru Muerta is one of the strongest in the world, and Monkey King, you just press R and walk out of his ult.
Yep.
You can't do much to Muerta.
We got the Mars and the Jakiro banned out by Team Liquid. Does it tell us anything more about where they're going to go with this draft?
Mars is like the best melee initiator that is also, he's like, what, 250, 300 range? Like, he's not an actual melee hero.
Yeah.
So he's not that bad in terms of the matchup against Monkey King. I think out of all the melee initiators in the game, he's the only one that has a decent lane matchup.
You can skewer him away with the Q.
Yeah, it's also why, it's also collapse.
Yeah,
so.
and you can cut his trees.
Yeah.
It cuts like way bigger than the actual arena is,
Yeah, it's
too.
a massive girth on that tree cutting.
It's a huge girthy tree cutter.
Shiver.
Yeah, back to you, Shiver.
Oh, back to me. I'm just thinking about, like, there's just nothing revealed at all by either of these teams. So I'm thinking about where they're going to go with the bans. And, you know, in my head, I'm thinking ban as a boys because I'm just thinking on which team gets AA.
Ooh,
Centaur into Monkey.
Into the Monkey King's a little bit sussy.
Yeah, because it's hard to stomp Monkey. He can actually hit you and outrange the stomp.
I think nowadays it's not as bad because you can stomp while moving.
Moving away, yeah, sure.
And they ban out the bristle with it, too.
I think the Muerta really helps that lane.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what, if Monkey gets a couple of Jingu stacks, you know, just fear him away, and then Centaur can run away.
Do they go with AA? Like, the way to address this beefy boy that you'll always have a way to kill him? I always like AA with stunning carries.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, double boundless sounds pretty solid.
But the Keeper of the Light is still in as well, and Liquid can, like, pick 2 in a row, so they could pick, like, some stupid OP combo with the Keeper of the Light.
I think
keep hearing about the Coddle and the Storm combo.
I think if they AA into Coddle, they definitely need an offlaner that's, like, huge amount of stuns. Like, they need to make
that's
up
what Saber pretty much always does.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's fine. I think it's definitely good. But I don't mind either. Depends on what they want to do with the draft.
It is AA.
I know the way that Liquid thinks. It's like they see hero, address hero. Like that's just it's a it's a metaphor for real life, guys. If you have a problem and you ignore it, it doesn't go away. It just gets harder and harder to deal with over time. So, and that's how they approach drafting. You see Centaur, beefy guy, don't want to invest too much to kill him. He usually buys these like sustained pipes, parts.
Just do.
Just do.
Yeah, but I thought Monkey already did well against Centaur.
Cheever,
so probably
but they got the lane answer, but they need the game answer.
Okay.
Cheever, you're thinking too much. You gotta do more.
All right. Fair, actually.
So would you you are the AA specialist of the panel, Sheaves. Are you not a
Okay.
big fan of this matchup? Like because he can maybe perhaps like help.
No, I'm a fan of AA in most drafts. It was the previous one that I might have been a little bit
because of the
hesitant.
Medusa.
But if you're thinking, yeah, because of the Medusa. But if you're saying like, oh, you got to address the Centaur now, then I feel like it kind of already was done with the Monkey King. But it makes sense if you're playing for picking for the game rather than for the lane. That makes a lot of sense. I do also like Ringmaster. Gives a little bit of a save there as well.
Have we seen Boxy Ringmaster?
Not today.
It is also percentage damage versus a big beefy boy that is the Centaur War Runner.
How much percent damage is it? You're talking about the dagger.
On the dagger.
Right?
I mean, you friggin' 4 of them, so.
Hey, but because we've seen AA play this position 4 quite a bit recently, so would it not be Insania on the Ringmaster?
Yeah, I think it maybe in lane it might even be better because your dagger slow is really annoying actually.
Yeah,
it would probably help he'd probably be better for kill threat on the Centaur than the
AA.
AA.
Honestly, I feel like
wow, that's actually a lot.
AA plus Ringmaster sounds like a lot of damage between the two supports.
Max damage per second on your dagger is 3.5% level 1. Max health is damage. So on Centaur, that's gonna hurt.
How many charges is it?
I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it not?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Where do you see it though?
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy amount of damage, amplified by AA's W as well. Like these two supports, if a hero is locked down, if they can hit the target with the daggers.
I was about to say though, they need a puck, right? Like they actually, I think it has to be puck, specifically puck, because you need an AOE like keep people in place because you can walk away from Wukongs. You can't really force them to face the Ringmaster ulti right now. The AAW, the blast, you can just walk out of it. So I think that AOE leash from the puck is pretty much the best answer here because they also have no immediate stuns on Team Spirit.
And because they don't have overall last pick, would you like them to pick it up right now?
Yeah, I think you.
If you're gonna go for the puck, it should be here.
Yeah, I mean, if they go for an offlaner, maybe like a Sand King, something that has the point-click stun as well. But I think puck always solves this problem. Whenever I see they just walk away from us, just pick puck.
Yeah.
I mean, Monkey King Puck as well is good. Puck ultimate to the ring.
Yeah.
From Monkey. Like, it's the perfect pick, really.
You did also say that Team Liquid tries to pick solutions for the problems thrown at them straight away. Is there anything that they can do against the Gyro Tusk that they just got thrown at?
Well, I think the fact that Puck is an AoE leash silence, so like when Tusk goes in at all, if you catch him right before he snowballs, like I think that is a way to deal with this save. Their idea is, okay, we have a carry that, I mean, pretty much every carry in the game is susceptible to A in some right, but now we have the snowball save. We have some way to buy him time. Maybe he's also a really good cart user. So yeah, they go for the Sand King. That was the offlane version of the Puck, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's not as good in the grand scheme of the whole team fight, but it's good for killing that one individual target on a much lower cooldown than the AoE ultimate that we were talking about. And maybe also the discussion you have to have is how many offlaners gave us what we generally were looking for and how many mids. So maybe they were thinking we have 3 mids. There's like Puck plus one plus another. They already banned the Huskar, so they're kind of setting themselves up to not get cheesed. I think any low cooldown leash is good. Ember Spirit, Puck, anything to keep Spirit from casting Snowball and to run away.
Yeah, there's the Ember ban. I completely agree. I will say, though, one issue with Sand King is I do feel like he can get completely devastated by a Gyro in lane. That's not an easy lane.
True, it's not exactly.
Like Gyro Tusk, if you fall behind, it can be rough, but I guess that's the thing with Sand King on this patch is now that there are those jungle camps behind.
He loves those, yeah.
He's like the biggest abuser of that in the offlane, other than maybe Wraith King, as you were saying.
The question is, can Ringmaster easily stack camps with his dagger? Like, does his dagger only hit heroes, or does it also hit creeps?
It hits creeps.
Then, yeah, Boxy's like the best stacker in all of Pro Dota, so...
Yeah, he's the guy.
This is, I mean, if you think about having an offlaner that capitalizes on that, then, yeah, maybe Gyro will free farm, but I think whenever I think about Sand King, his timings are always more impactful than the enemy carries, so as long as his game is fine, then the mid game always becomes a bit difficult for really anyone on the opponent team on the map. Like, they're just blink, burrow, death.
Do you think that Spirit knows the Puck is coming out and they have an answer? Like, they think they can, like, Earthshaker, or there's something that's just really, really good against Puck? Because I feel like
DK's in the pool as well, but...
DK, because I feel like Huskar ban, it's like, this is obvious, right? DK ban, it's got to be Puck.
Yeah.
So what's the answer? Is it just Earthshaker?
Is it Sniper, perhaps? I know no one loves his... Or not no one, excuse me. Laurel. Laurel actually likes Sniper as well. I was, for some reason, thinking it's no one. Stuck on the last series. I mean, they had to see it coming, so whatever this is, it's going to either hard lane counter it or be a hero that bursts it. Only thing I see left is Sniper. Do you see anything?
Earthshaker.
Earthshake, yeah.
I got a bold one.
Oh, here.
Ricky Maru.
Oh, that's a Laurel pick. I don't know how much.
It's
that's real hit or miss.
It is hit or miss. And usually, I mean, people are picking. Okay, they do go with the Earthshaker. It's the easiest one. All right, it's also good for the disable in the game. They needed a little bit more, especially like the hard lockdown versus Puck. We were talking about how it's such a good Puck game, not only because Liquid needs Puck on their side, but also because nobody on Spirit had any sort of like instant hard lockdown. And they get a lane counter to Puck while also getting a hero that solves the problem of the Puck in the game, which is needing disable.
I don't know how much I love heroes that are going for the burst damage against the Puck because you have the boxy save. Like, you do get 80% magic res when you're in the box max level, so pretty much all that damage is negligible. But yeah, there's one save on each side, and there's a lot of burst damage on each side. It really is just going to boil down to who jumps who. I'm slightly favoring Team Liquid's draft here, actually, but since they're playing with a stand-in, I think this game is super execution heavy, and I always leave it up to Team Spirit when it's an execution game.
Yeah, as we see the 1xBet odds coming out here as well. What do you not like about the draft then, if you're saying that Team Spirit has a slight disadvantage in it?
It's just the nature of catching this Puck. Like, if you go one Echo Slam on Puck and he gets boxy saved, I feel like Bryle, if he can replicate Nisha the way we've seen Nisha do it with Puck, he can absolutely take over this game.
I like the lanes for Spirit. Okay. They said it in the interview in the first series that they just don't want to get devastated early game. This is where they have some issues. And we did see it in the first game as well. So I like that they have two really strong lanes. Of course, the Monkey King lane is never going to be good. And I think when it comes to like the late game playing against the saves, Earthshaker is not just like a single target stun for the Puck. You also hit the back line so they can execute.
Well, we're going to find out who takes game one of this 2-game series. Let's hear it from Cap and SPG.
TI winners clash, but with some notable exceptions here. Our mid lane matchup is going to be one to keep an eye on, Avery, as we've got Bryle versus Laurel. Everybody's talking about the stand-in for Team Liquid and how Bryle is going to fare against such tough competition, particularly since he hasn't been on a team for a while. He's been playing the pubs, but can he back it up in professional play? That still is yet to be determined. Liquid may have gotten their 2-0 over Talon, but this opponent is a very different beast.
At least he doesn't have big shoes to fill. I think that's one of the things. You know, shouldn't be a lot of pressure on him in terms of replacing Nisha. Like, Nisha's completely washed. Hasn't really won anything big recently.
Yeah.
He's only won TI once. Whatever, man. It's not even that good these days, so...
And of course, really, Nisha only contributed inside of the game. He didn't really help outside of the game, like in a recent tournament that they won where, like, drafting was very important.
Oh, exactly. The shoes are just not that big. There should be some decent pressure.
At the same time, though, Avery, I was thinking about this, and I know you've got a bone to pick with Team Liquid. I know you hate their love, friendship, and magic, and
no,
all
I don't hate it, Austin. I just don't believe it.
Okay.
There's a difference. I just don't believe
well,
it's real.
you believe it's all a facade.
Yes.
But if there was any team you could stand in for, I feel like Liquid has to be one of the teams that would be better to stand in for.
Oh, yeah, you're probably getting paid the most for sure. I'm going there #1. That org is doing well. The results stand for themselves. You know, your average placement at a LAN, as long as it's not Dream League, it's going up. The stocks are going up. So, yeah, it's probably a good team to stand in. You are right, though. This
I
is
was
a very
talking about, you know, inside of the... I feel like they're a rather nice team.
Yeah, they're nice.
You're not going to
nice
feel
lads.
as much pressure.
Of course. They're going to make you feel comfortable. They're going to let you play their game. You do have Mickey as your carry, which I think also helps because this guy is arguably the best carry in the world right now. He's playing on a completely different level.
Yep.
Some people will argue that, but what you cannot argue against is he's a very flexible carry player.
Yes.
Which helps when you're slotting in a mid because now you can just bounce him out, right? It's the same as if you have a flexible offlaner, and I think Saberlight is flexible, but I think he suffers playing the really greedy offlaner.
Yeah.
You want to push him in that direction. So yeah, I think Liquid is a very easy team to just kind of slot into, and I mean, yeah, they're the TI champions, so you got that going for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be missing perhaps the GOAT, perhaps the player who is the best player on Team Liquid, at least you've got Mickey, who has been the best performing player of Liquid this season.
For sure. He's been cooking some lads out here.
And he's going to have to put up even more effort because I actually wasn't paying attention draft-wise, but I assume he was back to drafting.
So, no, Blitz is back to draft.
Okay, but player-wise, yes, Blitz is back to drafting.
Actually,
yes,
they got Bryle to draft. you're Nisha now, and you do it. Stand in draft, first time in Dota history.
Something.
I will say, though, the drafting, they banned Huskar with AA.
Yeah,
for this puck.
You did have a problem with that.
That is embarrassing. Shame on you, Blitz. Shame on you, Team Liquid. That is a cowardly ban.
Okay, but aren't they just banning what their mid laner says?
I don't care.
We're going to pick you, Puck.
Cowardly.
What do you want to ban?
That's just cowardly, though. Come on.
Okay, well, you should be shaming Bryle then.
If I'm Insania in that position, I'm playing the AA, you don't ban Husker. I'm gonna make this guy wish this hero had never been added to Dota 2. Like, you don't have to worry about it. I don't care if you go 0-40 in mid lane CS-wise. I'm gonna ruin his day. That was a cowardly ban. That's just for the record. Anyway, we'll go back into this game. I do like the Shaker pick for Spirit. I think the combination of the Shaker plus the Mort in this game is one of the deadliest combinations for a puck to play into, so I by no means think this is a free or good puck game even.
Yes.
Despite the fact they got it really late. If this were a Nisha puck, I don't know. That guy's a little different on the hero, but not the Flame Bryle. His puck is also one of his best heroes going back a lot of years. I used to play against this all the time, and it is incredibly toxic to play against. So this is completely in his wheelhouse. He's very competent on the pick. I expect great things from him. It's just tough playing into Mort the Shaker because you have the combination of the instance stun plus the best follow-up silence in the game that you just can't really itemize outside of BKB. And we've seen that a couple times. In fact, we saw Nisha do it when Liquid played against us last time. He went for the early BKB on the puck. It's just not an item you want to have to go. So this puck does have some limited damage ramp capability. You're not going to see, I think, super fast Blink, Witchblade, Parasma. You're going to have to stop for something in your first 3 defensively. Could be Eul. Sometimes you can get away with it, but it can't be the Lincolns. And so you're pretty much choosing between Euls and BKB.
First blood still on the table here. Mickey's trying to pick it up, but will be denied that opportunity as Collapse managed to hit the sun, separating the two of them. Team Spirit is winning on the lanes right now.
Oh, yeah.
Top 3 CS across all of their cores.
Their lanes are strong. No doubt about it. You look at this lineup. I mean, they just have so many early spells to throw out in these early trades. You have a bunch of really tanky cores between the tri-core. Also something Liquid's going to have to address. You have damage from the support duo and the AA Ringmaster. A lot of extra scaling damage between these two, going into the high HP pools across the triple core, but it's still a lot of HP to chunk through it. Sometimes these are the kind of lineups I worry about Sand King in, man. Like, I don't know if I want to go late game here with Sand King with some sort of utility build, which we've seen Saberlight lean towards, I want to say. He tends to lean towards like a Yule's Pipe Sand King rather than a Bloodstone Ag Sand King.
Sure, yeah. We've talked about he is way more of a glue man, kind of the opposite playstyle of 33, who is much more of a carry-ish offlaner.
Which is totally fine, but in these types of games, you might just run out of damage if you're Liquid. Sure, you can burst that one core with the stun coil AAL combo, but then do the other two just carry the fight and win the game anyway?
Sure.
That's something to consider. I do like seeing some more Ringmaster gameplay, though. This is a fun hero. This is a fun hero.
Okay, a fun hero, but is it a good hero, Avery? Because you have made your complaints about the hero.
I have revised my opinion slightly. I think the early game, S tier.
Yes, very strong.
S tier early. The ultra late, S tier.
Okay.
With the Ags double cage, double box, whatever you want to call it.
Yep,
I call it a cage because, you know, I think Dota is a metaphorical cage. And I think more people can relate to that.
Of course.
And I think, you know, sometimes you put your teammate in the box, it turns out to be a cage. Depends what Ringmaster you're playing with here.
Let me out.
But I think the mid game, this hero can really suffer in the mid game, man. Like, there's just some fights, especially if you play into some early BKB timing lineups, he just does nothing. And there's some fights where it can be difficult to land a good wheel.
Yes.
It's not that straightforward.
It is a very technical hero.
Yes. The box save also suffers versus Dispel, which I think teams are going to start to prioritize more and more.
Sure.
And as we fight for the 6-minute rune, and neither team guesses right.
Maposhka does manage to block in Boxy. I don't think this is a fight he wants to take. The dagger is pretty tough to beat in one-on-one situations. Meanwhile, Rue is there on the other side trying to secure this power rune, but at the same time, they're going to be able to pick up the kill on Rue, and Bryle is not done yet, but a final enchant totem hit will snag the kill. Trade-off of support for core, but they do manage to get the first blood. Laurel once more, and he'll have it too. He will get a second kill out of this matchup.
Base damage, just so good.
Boxy's going to be in trouble, rather. Boxy, he thought he can maybe pick up the kill on Laurel, but Maposhka sets up Laurel for a triple.
That is exactly what you want if you're Team Spirit in this game. The ideal scenario. Leave the side laners in empty lanes on the sidelines where they're not getting bullied and accelerate this Shaker. This Shaker might just take this game over. He was already dominating the lane, by the way. 46 and 17 on the board for Laurel. Now you give him basically a triple kill into the power rune, which got dissolved anyway.
Yeah.
Dude, he is living life. Now you're enabling your supports off that too. That was with the Echo Slam getting dodged. Still won that handedly.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very nice dodge. It's just the longer fight still does not play to Liquid's favor, and now they're down 2K against Team Spirit.
This matchup's just really bad for Puck. It's not just about the instant catch. Shaker's extremely tanky in the early game. Your spells are not strong enough to punch through this guy, and if you ever get hit by totems, you don't have the early armor to deal with it.
Yeah, literally the only thing that was missing for...
He's dead again.
Yeah, he is. The only thing that was missing in this matchup for Earthshaker was like chip damage, which he now gets off of his passive, right? Of all the, we saw how many times he was getting hit. Saberlight's gonna die in the bottom lane, gets boxed, but he does manage to get a little bit more damage out. Maybe boxed, he finished the job. Maposhka takes out from the dagger. Radon's gonna be in some trouble as the cold feet will take him out as well. So Liquid do manage to get a bit of a rebuttal there. Lost their core in mid, lost their core in the off lane, but they do manage to get 2 kills in bottom.
Not often you see an early epicenter get that much value. And that was with the Vanguard being delivered off the courier that didn't get there. We now see it completed for the stand game. If you have that on Saberlight, that's a completely different exchange as well.
For sure.
So it's pretty sad for Saberlight, but really good for the Liquid supports here. They needed some kind of boost to get these ults online. They're making the big move.
Burrow Strike, follow up. Laurel does have a shield rune. He is not an easy kill. Echo Slam goes down, but he's locked down by the cold feet. He's going to try and finish up Saberlight. Cannot deliver the final blow. Saberlight with the Vanguard. This time he'll survive.
That's a big move for Liquid to make. A very risky one, going into the Shielder and Shaker, but they get the payoff. That is massive. Getting Bryle back in this game, making up for what Saberlight did not get on that bottom lane. All of a sudden, this early game that was getting out of control stabilized a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they were up 2K. Now it's closer to even off of just one move.
One of the things is you're just giving an empty lane to this Monkey Centaur, which you probably don't feel great about as Liquid because you would like to play more aggressive in this lane with the Monkey, particularly early, but you can't win everything, especially when these early games are floundering. I think they pick pretty good opportunities to make up for it elsewhere. And Centaur is not he's not the most threatening hero.
No, he's not.
I'm not scared of an out-of-control Centaur. You go, whoa, he's going to host stomp me, and then he has a bunch of defensive items anyway.
He's going to activate his Blade Mail. And there he goes, activates his Blade Mail. But Mickey isn't afraid. He does have Boxy here, trying to put him into the wheel. Oh, it didn't take! He was just outside of the AoE. Does not get taunted in.
Very technical hero. That's
very technical.
It takes a very strong support player to play Ringmaster. We're seeing here.
And of course, that's why you were having so much trouble playing the hero. The Ancient stack. Saberlight making the call. Somebody help me out here. Ice Blast is coming in. They're all going to try and go for the Saberlight kill, but at the same time, they got baited into the Ice Blast. I don't think they realized AA was level 6. As a result, Radon goes down. Now Coil out onto Maposhka. He'll die as well. They do manage to pick up 2 kills. They lost the majority of the Ancient stack, though.
Whoopee cushion. Aggressive whoopee cushion.
Hits him with another dagger. Slows him down. Does he have more in his pocket? 3 more seconds. It's going to take too long. Rue, nice sidestep there. He's been performing very well for Team Spirit. I would say him and Laurel has been the deadly duo for Team Spirit this season, and they're going to pop out and punish Boxy for trying to get aggressive.
This combo's just so easy. You ever catch these isolated heroes, Totem, get hit by the Remnant, hit by a dead shot, hit by another Totem. You're just never going anywhere. Pretty nice AO. Best target you can get in this early game on this Gyro for sure. And it's an annoying matchup.
Echo goes down, and Bryle face shift, but the snowball chases after him. Does manage to get to the other side of the Fissure. Oh, double skill shots running his way, but both are going to miss.
Honestly, amazing Bryle gets out of there. Spear just missing some spells at the end, though. He had nothing left.
He doesn't. He is level 6, but he didn't have the mana maybe for his ult. Does end up going down.
This feels like one of those games Spirit could be 5K ahead right now.
But
there's been a little misexecution on their side and a lot of nice recovery on Liquid's.
Yeah.
I mean, this support duo is one of the best in the world for a reason. They just made a lot happen from some pretty bad positions. Looking for the, not the 12-minute rune, but looking for the kill that would lead into it.
Waning Rift into trying to get position for the coil because they say that's all they need from the puck. As long as you hit the coil, you got the Ice Blast. You hit the Ice Blast alongside the Wukong's command. There's nothing Team Spirit can do. They have no save.
And Radon just sitting here watching the enemy carry make the move ahead of him.
And now Radon, Liquid haven't left, sir. Okay, another failed wheel there. But it does keep some of the other heroes from Spirit a little bit at bay. They still want to be able to pick up this Radon kill and do manage to get it. The silence is out onto the puck, in some trouble, re-silence up. We can see this is why the Muerta is so deadly for the puck. Silenced again and again and again. Now going after the Ancient Apparition. Turns around, tries to go after Rue, but he activates his ultimate. Mickey can't do much about that. They go for Mapochka instead, but a dead shot stops. No, actually does manage to get off the epicenter, slowing down these heroes, but Saberlight is met by Laurel, and Collapse will deliver the final blow. Chasing after Boxy next, but
send the illusion in.
Keep going. Yeah.
Super chaotic fight. And Liquid overstepping a bit as they feed some kills towards the end with the Shake coming in for a big Sand King cleanup. That's going to push the Centaur towards his blink as well. Should be done here for Collapse if he wants it. He could get a little greedy, but I think you just want the blink here. Really make the puck's life hard. And also be a first jumper, because you don't want to play these games where Shaker always has to go first. He's one of your big damage dealers.
Ice Blast coming out to the mid lane. Another coil combo. This time it's going to be Burrow Strike, and the Ice Blast picks up Maposhka.
I mean, these Liquid supports are still having pretty good games, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, Insani is the richest out of everybody, making this AA work. It's going to continue to scale up really well here. They win 1 or 2 more team fights going into this mid game. They're not in a bad position. Again, after an early game that could have gotten completely out of control. That said, Spirit's core is still pretty content. And I assume you're racing towards some early BKBs here. They're being eyed up for the Shaker and the Gyro, and then you have this Pipe being eyed up from Collapse, who did get the blink. So you could potentially hit double BKB Pipe around this 25-minute mark or so.
Yeah.
And that is just devastating for Liquid's lineup.
Yeah, so
I don't know what you do into that.
Even if you hit the initiation, even if you hit the Burrow Strike and land the Ice Blast, they, survive long enough to get off their BKB, get off their Pipe. They stop taking damage. They don't shatter from the Ice Blast. And then what do you do as Liquid?
You're very magic damage heavy.
Yeah.
Very heavy, especially with this Monkey going the Maelstrom. That's just even more magic.
Move from Spirit, coming through the gate, 3-man smoke up. They're going to be behind Liquid here. Now Liquid have already divested a bit of this position.
They have a good ward down here in the jungle. They want the Monkey King with the Centaur blink.
Okay, they know he's around here. They know he's in the trees somewhere. He's gonna break it. Collapse! Oh, he was so close. How did Mickey get that quick of a reaction? And now Liquid almost seem to want to try and get a punish out of this situation. Setting up for the epicenter, thinking about pumping it, but not pulling through with it. Mickey is going to try and make the initiation instead. The Ice Blast is going to be off the mark. No, doesn't manage to hit Collapse as he blinks into it.
This is so awkward
but
for
a
both.
missed Wukong's command. A Burrow Strike is going to land onto Rue. They're trying to get anything they can out of this situation. Insani on the side does end up going down. And with Laurel and Radon joining the fight, Liquid have to retreat.
I don't want to take this fight without the A Blast. Especially if they don't have vision for a good setup.
Still thinking about turning it around despite it being a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, but you have to go on supports here or the Gyro.
Hit Mapo's going to try and get a quick kill out of him, but he's going to be able to snowball up. They throw out the wheel and help a little bit. No, Echo Slam goes out. They do manage to hit an immediate burst strike off that one, but the burst damage isn't going to be enough. The epicenter keeps on taking a little bit more damage. They manage to finish off Laurel. A big core down inside of Spirit, but Liquid are on the retreat with their support, trying to back away from Radon while Bryle executes on the side. Does manage to pick up the kill onto Rue. Radon and Collapse are still healthy enough that Liquid do not feel like they can keep going. A 2-for-3 exchange. Who was that benefiting, Avery? Because number-wise, it says Liquid, but they did lose 2 of their really important cores.
I mean, Bryle getting that kill at the end really helps him. This is, again, the supports.
Okay, now it's got to be Liquid.
Yeah, support's making plays here. Any fight that goes even for Liquid right now is technically a win since they're behind from this early game. The Gyro living is big for Spirit. At the same time, Bryle living is really nice for Liquid. And you did get the Monkey King kill.
Another fast play. Liquid continuing their typical tempo. Ice Blast coming in. Maposhka can't see it coming. He snowballs for a bit of relief, but he will find none inside the Sandstorm. Instant burrow to his death.
A haste room for the puck. It's a deadly place to be right now. You're just getting run down. No time to set up the map.
Yeah, Team Spirit constantly on the back foot, stumbling it seems. But this time,
burrow.
Do not lose Rue. Saberlight, yeah, held off on the burrow perhaps too long. Maybe it was on cooldown still?
This is time. Like the reason you want to win these fights right now if you're Liquid is because these BKBs, this pipe, these timings are coming for Spirit. They're still hitting a very good stride here, particularly with this Gyro. Just finished up the Ags. His farm rate is going to pick up even more.
Yeah, this is the timing where they need to break Team Spirit, take their towers, get a net worth lead.
Otherwise, you're just in it for the long haul, which you can't play that game. It's an uncomfortable one to play against Spirit, to say the least.
Yeah.
Not a lot of teams enjoy going super late against this lineup.
And draft-wise,
I don't think they're that unfavored, but again, I still favor these kind of drafts where it's close to 50-50. You still got to favor Spirit in the ultra late. Like their team fighting decision-making, that's just where they shine, right? That is their wheelhouse. Looking for a quick little Gyro pickoff if you can snag it.
Yeah, I feel like
setting up
for
an
Ice Blast.
Future Wisdom Rune as well with these wards. Like you can always come back to these areas, so I don't mind these smokes. You're going to get a tier 1 off this as well. It's a nice objective smoke, even though you don't land anything here. And Glimmer Cape done on the AA. They're looking for second Glimmer on the Ringmaster. So that's going to be some long-term, fight sustainability Liquid can play around. The Glimmers are nice for Spirit as well. They are very magic damage dependent in this early mid game, similar to Liquid. I guess you can argue flat cannon's maybe a little more reliable than hitting a big Wukong, but that's about it.
Yeah, they're like
the guy you want to jump.
I mean, they're gonna go for it with the Ice Blast. They feel like, oh no, the Stampede. Laurel jumps into the Ice Blast, but with the Stampede, they're all able to escape. And Radon hit one hell of an ultimate out there. Tower's gonna fall. Radon chasing after heroes.
Yeah, that was not it.
He's caught Mickey. Mickey forced to use the Wukong's command defensively here to try and reset. A flat cannon shot. Tries to dodge it so he can jump away into the trees in case Spirit chased for more. But all they'll get is that Ancient Apparition in that Sand King. But still, again, this is a time that Liquid needs to be winning fights. Instead, they are losing them. Even if they're not losing them by a huge margin, they are falling behind.
That's just such a tough jump. That is the worst target to go on. That is exactly what Centaur wants in almost every situation, and Collapse knows it, and he's just sitting there tempting you. The thing is, you do have the damage to bring him down if you're Liquid, but you need the chain stun to land.
Yes, and the only other stun they have is the coil, I guess.
It's coil or it's the strike.
And are
Boundless.
Yeah, that's true. And are you willing to invest that much into killing the Centaur? Like, maybe you still lose the fight even if you do kill the Centaur.
Dead again here.
Radabatos into the calling, constantly silent. Snowball's gonna hit him. Dead shot back into the Snowball. Very well executed.
He has just been cleaning Saberlight up in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, he's turned into Midas territory here. Like, you're just botsing on the map and feeding him a kill. That's the old sixth man right there.
Yeah, not been the most fun game for him and Team Spirit. They seem to have pretty good control of the game, up 4,000 net worth, and that'll bump up with the Tormentor take.
I would love to see the stat on Spirit's average Tormentor taking compared to all the other teams. As in which point in the game they do it. Because I think they are one of the later Tormentor takers.
Yeah.
I think they care the least about this objective, or at least prioritize it the least, and tend to take it later in games. When it's just there and they're like, okay, we'll take it.
Do you think that was the case for the old Tormentor as well?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah. This'll come in handy. Where I think was like Tundra, I think, were one of the teams that would always take it if it...
The thing was, I think their assessment of that was incorrect, but they just preferred to play that way, so they just said, screw it.
I mean, it makes sense for a team that I think we've talked about systems, and it feels like Team Spirit is perhaps one of the more open teams, less likely to, you know, at 15 minutes we have to do the Torment.
Yeah, I mean, guys. You know, Liquid's a very system-defined team, and then Spirit's system is we're going to beat your ass. That's our system.
Your system is a street fight.
Our system is you suck more than we do.
We're better than you, get used to it. Rue, on the tail end of his haste rune.
Yeah, he bites the bullet there. That is a smoke that Spirit are happy to give him up for.
Sure.
Because the BKBs are closing in here. That was the Mjolnir done for Mickey. He wants a team fight out of that item. This is when your damage is peaking. Again, before the defensive magic resistance items come out, this Mjolnir has max value right now. Do have some Roshan taking potential as well if you can get a fight around that area.
Yeah,
that BKB already done for Laurel.
BKB done for Laurel. Pipe is pretty much done. We're going to see it flying out here in a second for the Centaur.
Yeah, they're going to have pretty much everything here. You could take a fight without the Gyro BKB since he doesn't have to be the front line here.
Sure.
But you also don't have to. You just
trying to go for a little pick off here. Sand King joining him on the bot with the coil. He's stuck inside the Sandstorm.
Now, I think Liquid need to approach these next fights once these items come out in terms of poking like that. Go on a target, drop a Vortex, drop a Cold Feet, throw the A Blast, throw the dagger from the Ringmaster, have the Sand King disengage while the puck orbs out. That's a lot of damage. That's enough to threaten a core without committing to the fight itself.
Which is where it's going to be hardest for Saberlight. He is the core that will have the hardest time being able to bounce in and out because he's largely, that's not how Sand King wants to play the fight. He wants to be able to get in there, stay inside his Sandstorm, and jam.
He did go bots though.
He did. Yeah, why did he go bots?
That's so he can burrow strike in and then bots the fountain.
Oh.
Yeah, it's next level play.
Innovative play. Innovative idea.
We've had the Nightfall, but what about the Saberlight?
Yeah, we've seen this new off-lane Dusa build. Maybe everyone's going to copy this Sand King.
Can I coin the Saberlight? That's when you TP to fountain in the middle of a team fight. Just say bye team, good luck.
I don't think he does that really.
Maybe he does, I don't know.
I feel like Saberlight just goes in and says, I'm going to die, but it's fine. He hopefully started a good fight.
Screams, suck it. And he puts his hands off the keyboard. He is going early BKB. That's his disengage item, or his item to just stand there and ignore all the spell damage.
Got an opening. Collapse.
Ooh,
Hits the initiation, finds Boxy, who actually did have a kill streak going on. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Saberlight also going to get caught here by the two-man team, Mapochka and Radon. Rue going to join him. A second
Really
pickoff.
nice.
Back-to-back, Team Spirit beginning to pick up some pace here.
When Spirit are ahead, they rarely group up as 5 unless you're looking at that ultra late. They are often looking for 2 plays at the same time, so they don't just put all their eggs in the same basket, and that's a really nice find from Mapochka. That just turns a simple pickoff into a complete map route.
Yeah.
And now it's just a 2-man Roshan going on.
And it's very easy to do that kind of split focus when you have this guy right here, right? Collapse is going to be starting a fight somewhere, and he's got pipe blade mail. Like,
yeah, he's just
is Liquid going to fight back?
I mean, he's you get the pickoff, but he's more bluffing than anything. Like, you're not going to take a full 5-on-3, even though we only have 3 here. Because I'm just way too strong for you to want to go on right now.
Yeah.
And again, the issue with this is you're getting to your BKBs if you're Liquid, but you're just behind in these BKB fights. So you're not willing to take the straight 5-on-5 right now. It's too spooky.
Well, maybe this is where the Boots of Travel come into play. They've got a Liquid. They're going to want to rat the game, I think, for a bit. They've got a Centaur you can't kill. You've got a Shield Rune on Laurel, and you've got an Aegis on Radon. You're not killing any of these cores.
Dire's middle tower is
Not
under
without
attack.
paying the iron price, anyway.
You can rat this game. It's definitely viable. Don't want to give up too many pickoffs, though.
And that is the downside of these supports. They are very much glass cannon types. They're a heavy amount of damage, but one stomp is really all it takes.
Broach done for the gyro. I mean, Radon is a beast right now. So Spirit, they have a couple options, right? They can just march down a lane here, threaten high ground, pull Liquid back. Classic sort of Aegis play. They can do this with their front line showing and look for the pickoff. Honestly, they only need the Tusk to really look for it. I think that's enough to TP people in. So that's also a pretty low committal, high value play.
Yeah.
They can do the cross map smoke. Another classic Aegis play.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I don't think they want to go
attack.
high ground too early in this game, so I feel like they're going to do one of those other options.
I feel like they're
They will
strong
look for
enough
the
to
Tusk
force it. Got the pickoff. Oh, no, box save.
He might be
For
silent.
now, but he's still stuck inside the calling. An epicenter comes out, but there's really no damage threat behind that. Not anymore. Stampede got to be used to catch up to that Sand King. They try and save him with the wheel. He burrow strikes away, but the dead shot will still find its mark. Now Boxy, he turns around for a fear. TP out. A stun is there. 3 kills.
This is getting a little out of hand right now because Radon didn't even go to this fight.
Yeah.
He's just pushing in bottom. He pushes in mid, farms extra jungle, continuing to accelerate super far ahead of this Monkey King. If it comes down to a man fight, I don't know if that's one Mickey's winning anymore. I guess you have a blast to back you up, but then you're back in that problem where you can bring down 1 core, you bring down all 3. And then at the same time, you have this Muerta getting pretty fat, and we have seen what this Muerta Axe can do as the game goes later and later. That spell is completely busted. There's no doubt about it.
I do not understand why they gave this hero more team fight. The calling is already one of the best support abilities when it comes to a team fight already, but to add an AoE fear on top of that.
This is one of those heroes where you can look at it, yeah, maybe Muerta's good. Is it first book good? I don't know. But if you're telling me that Axe is not broken, like, you're blind or you're a League of Legends player. It's one of the two.
11,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit as they are comfortably sliding in to Liquid side of the map.
I mean, Collapse is even considering a BKB later on here after he already went to early pipe. It's just insult to injury, right? It's just like, what are you going to do to initiate on these heroes and bring them down?
Trying to go for a quick kill onto Laurel here. Laurel, he will activate his BKB. Now Liquid need to disengage, but Boxy, he's not able to hop out of this danger.
Not too bad.
Likely stuck in a Glimmer Cape, actually going in for more. Collapse hit the stomp on 2 though. And Saberlight was not able to get off a good epicenter. He's going to try and charge it up now. Hit by the Fisher and knocked down by Radon before any more ults go out. Now Mickey, he commits to the kill on Collapse. Now he's man fighting up against Radon with the rest of the BKB. He will get that Aegis. TP's away. Snowball to stop him. A punch. That'll stop the TP out. And Mickey will not have the damage, and he will not have the defensive capability to take the rest of the fight.
But Poshka's position is just so good. The fact you get that punch on the BKB Monkey is so sweet here for Team Spirit. And, I mean, Rodani doesn't care about the early man fight with the Aegis. He's just wasting the BKB duration, hoping you can stun him on the TP out. Knows he's kind of locked into that fight at that point.
Yeah, he didn't have
have
the Aegis for much longer
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly. So, you're not winning that trade, but you win the overall exchange. Spirit once more coming out ahead in these team fights, and it's so tricky for Liquid. We saw they had the right idea, which is go in, poke a hero, disengage, and then take the fight after that. But it goes back to that issue. You can bring down one core, you cannot bring down all three here. Age is not doing you any favors. And that Mortags is now coming out even faster.
And just another 1,500 gold. He will have it.
I mean, Bryle is also going this Octarine build. I don't know if you can play this game on Puck without BKB.
Dire's top tower.
I don't know if you win the game with BKB, but I don't think you can play it without it.
Yeah, we already saw how the box isn't actually guaranteeing his safety.
It does not save you. You get stunned, you cannot move, you get re-silenced, it reapplies out of it.
Yeah.
There's so much follow-up Spirit can throw in there as well.
Yatoro, I'm pretty sure, saw Mickey making his way through here. Maposhka stays up in the high ground. He's actually scouting Bryle here.
Yeah, what is...
Pops out. Oh, quick punch! A box goes down, but he is almost dead. He will manage to get off the phase shift and, doesn't blink away. What happened there? Instantly tagged, I suppose, by the Aghanims from Radon. He didn't do the blink to the direction he was facing, I guess.
Yeah, trying to go a different direction to maybe hope he escapes, but there is no escape from the gyrocopter.
He was probably facing the wall. He was probably facing up, right?
I think
so.
I think he felt
up, he's dead anyway.
Couldn't blink off the map, but
yeah.
Oh, it's got your tree cut.
Laurel trying to catch him. Does manage to hit him with the enchant totem stun, but Mickey is out. That doesn't really matter too much for Team Spirit. They can either continue to control the game and wait for the next Roshan, or if they get enough pickoffs, you may see them bold enough to hit the high ground.
Top tower has fallen.
A Shadow Blade for this gyrocopter. They know they're going to be running around hunting Team Liquid heroes. They're gearing up for it.
Yeah, they're just scaling and scaling. Refresher for Shaker, Shivas for Centaur, Silver Edge for Gyro. Those big three items are going to decimate the team fight. You have no hope against that if you're Liquid unless you can find something here in the next few minutes. I think you almost have to just smoke out and hope for some big Wukong. Because I don't think you're outscaling them here. Your Sand King Puck are too far behind. The lanes are not doing any favors for you.
Mickey has done a notably good job of...
he can't afford to get caught
maybe
here.
I've just cursed him. I was going to say, he's managed to dodge a lot of these ganks. Shivas, he jumped away to a tree, but he's locked down by the Rod of Eight Toes. I did curse him.
Yeah, you cursed him. Wow, that was...
I was going to say, he's done a good job of dodging all of these attempted ganks from Team Spirit.
But you cursed him so bad, you didn't even have time to curse him before the curse cursed him.
Yeah, just thinking it.
Yeah, great job, Austin. Really putting Liquid off to a great start here.
Well, to be fair, I think they were already fucked.
Okay, well. Unbiased caster here, day one, everybody.
They're down 20,000 net worth against Team Spirit. I don't know many teams who feel confident about their winning position. Down 20K against perhaps the best late game team in Dota.
Who would be confident down 20K against Prime Team
33?
What do you... I'll tell you who I know would be. There's one guy I absolutely know.
Samael?
Seb, for sure, dude.
Seb.
That guy would not care.
There you
He
go.
would genuinely not care.
Hell yeah.
He would be wrong, but he would not care. He would lose, but he would believe he would win.
Trying to get the BKB out of Radon. Got it.
I mean, that Silver Edge is already done, by the way.
Yeah, it was Shadowblade Silver Edge and
sold the
space of
Falcon
2
Blade.
minutes.
That is so much burst damage. You combine that with the punch here, with a boxing glove, and you are smacking some kids out of that Silver Edge hit.
You can see Team Spirit just setting up traps. Saberlight tries
That's a bad
to punish. Instead, will find himself punished.
Oh, that's a bad miss.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hard go, but he's probably not aware you're sitting on that obs. Really deflates that play instantly. Gem on Collapse has controlled the map. Not a lot of vision available for Liquid. They're looking for any kind of scraps here. Begging, please, Master Spirit. We're hungry.
Spirit are ruthless, though. They will give them nothing and take from them everything.
Yeah, this is not the team to give you scraps on the map. I guess you could hope they overextend on the high ground with the next Aegis. That is a fight that could go your way. would require a lot, but that is the kind of fight that can play into the Wukong ring.
When a Muerta can casually set up the kill on your mid laner like that.
Ag's already done.
He's got the Ags. Sneaks up on you, hits you with the calling silence. Then you Rotavate Toast. Then you get hit by the silence again. And I don't know where that Ice Blast is going. It's going off the
It's
map.
scouting Roche, I think.
Yeah.
They're looking for a beneficial timer. So they know it's not spawned. You're going to have another in 30 seconds. You can smoke out with this puck and look for that play.
And there's that two-man squad you were talking about here. Radon does the damage. They only need the Walrus
Okay,
punch.
in 70 seconds, you can smoke out, look for that play. Assuming no one else dies here.
I have a sneaking suspicion that someone else might die here.
They only have 0 vision, no lanes out, and are missing 2 heroes, Austin. I don't know why you would feel that way.
Maybe if they all hold inside their base next to the tier 4s.
If they all sit in Fountain.
Can't get picked off if you're not on the map.
By the way, these are the kind of mid-games I think Ringmaster really hates. This is why I'm still very mixed on my evaluation this year.
Okay.
Because when enemies get early BKBs and you fall behind, like, I just view this hero as kind of a win more hero. I think he does not pull you back. His comeback spells are just not that strong. Like, when you're getting run down and you're behind and you box somebody, you have my respect. A lot of times you just get run down more.
Yeah, the wheel is harder to use.
The wheel's way harder to
than
hit.
it is offensively.
Like, this hero looks great when you just win lane snowball game and run people over.
Sure.
That's not going to happen every Dota game. So you have to evaluate it evenly, right? You can't just look when things are going great and say that's how it's always going to be. Because we're a perfect team, we're never going to mess up. No, you say, you know what? We have a North American player on our roster now. Things are probably going to go really bad a lot. That's why North Americans invented the Hand of Midas, so that you can recover. Okay? So you got to play to the situation, Austin. You got to evaluate these things like a North American player would.
That's true. And there's no more true North American player than Ben Merlini Wu.
That's exactly right.
Boots of Travel, Hand
And
of
what was
Midas.
he known
There's
for?
no greater comeback than that.
What was he known for? Boots of Travel, Radiance, Juggernaut. You split push down the lane, you spin your TP out. There's nothing more North American than that.
Mass TP's the other side of the map. Liquid are going to find themselves not in a great position. That Burrow Strike came a little bit too early. Saberlight hit the window too early on and will quickly die for it, as
Stunning
will
ghost.
his supports.
Got spooked.
I mean, I can't believe Mickey and Bryle are still going after something here. They're going after Laurel. Laurel bumps himself up to the high ground. Okay, he's going to be good for now. Saberlight bought back into this game, TP'd in, and died immediately. That's a die back for Saberlight. Mickey still holding on to his only life here inside the Wukong's command, and eventually Radon is strong enough. A double beyond godlike for Team Spirit. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know,
It's
Laurel
over.
and
It's
Radon.
It's over, Austin.
It's over.
You don't need to cast anymore. It's over.
Thank you.
It's been over for a little bit here as Liquid, they had one last fight in them. It went horribly wrong. They will GG out.
Saberlight, I got one more in me. Dice.
What do you think he yelled?
Back in.
What do you yell at that point where you stun nothing on like the Hail Mary fight?
I was baiting. I'm going to buy back bots in.
Guys, he's Glimmer Cape there. Detection.
Detection.
Detection. Ricky, I stunned the Ricky guys. Detection.
They're like, bro, we can see the TP.
Guys, I got 3 on that last stun. Where were you? They were all invis. They had Laurel had an invis rune. The other guy was glimmered. Like the gyro was silver edged. I got them all, guys. Where was the follow up?
Well, there was no follow up from Team Liquid. No follow-up whatsoever to that mid-game assault from Team Spirit. And as a result, they will go down in a heavy 1-0. Team Spirit taking the lead early on to this best of 3.
No, it's a 2-game series. Thank you, Cap. There, so they can, they can max play 2 games even if Team Liquid is able to take game number 2. To be fair, though, after seeing this game 1 performance, Jenkins, I feel like this might just be a 2-0.
Yeah, that was mean, what they just did there. I'm starting to think that Slack's interview with Maposhka might just be true. They really focused on Bryle, the stand-in. Like, they sent so many heroes mid. I mean, Laurel already was dumpstering him in the 1v1, and then they sent Rue mid as well as Maposhka. And killed him over and over and over again. And in the fights, the same thing. Like, he just did not have a game at all.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Jenkins, but pregame, your analysis, you were talking about the mid lane for Team Spirit, and you're talking about the bottom lane for Team Spirit just being dominant matchups, and it played out just like that. It felt like, yeah, Team Spirit, they had to execute in this game. Like, Liquid didn't just hand it to them, but it felt like it was the Team Spirit show past like 12, 15 minutes or so. They play the map just as good as we always see them play, beyond godlike on 2 of their cores. Just clean performance from them, and it felt it felt like Liquid was kind of just randomly feeding all over the map, and I think that's because they felt like they couldn't fight. But then you're also against Centaur pick off with a Shiva scouting you out. You're against a Shaker. It's pretty much impossible to run away from Shaker, Tusk, Muerta with the
Centaur
Atos, Centaur.
Yeah.
So the game took a little while to end because Liquid did the classic Tundra of split pushing until you eventually just get ran over.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, it was their only option, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was the wrong play, but Team Spirit's not going to let you get away with that.
No, and I'm glad you mentioned the Centaur, too, because even in that lane, Collapse was fine. I forgot about this counter to Monkey King just because, like, people don't do it that much, but just don't lane. Just cut the wave. Like, Centaur, Axe, these heroes that have some way of dealing with the creeps, or like Beastmaster because you don't take damage from the creeps. Like, these heroes are actually good against Monkey King if you can get into a scenario where you're cutting creeps. And the thing with Ancient Apparition is this is not a 5 that prevents creep cutting, right? It's like, this is annoying. It's like Bane, Shadow Demon heroes that can like take the aggro off the creep, something like that. Like, there are metas where creep cutting
like
is impossible.
Shaman or something that like
Shaman
locks
that
them down
lock
for
you
a long
down. The
time.
Monkey King will come and get you, but like AA Monkey is not really going to chase down a Centaur who's creep cutting.
Yeah, that allowed Muerta to go mid, play it out against Brawl, like you mentioned.
Exactly,
So it was all kind of, the vision came together clearly.
Yeah, and there was also no chance for the supports to swap around because I don't think Ringmaster would have done better instead of AA there.
No.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's a hero that doesn't really have some like hard lockdown for the monkey to jump over.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe that was the biggest difference, the support diff in the lane stage. Although I do think later on the mid game is where it went wrong. Even if the lanes obviously went well for both teams. I do think that I don't know if it would have made a difference if they had a different support. Let's take a look at our 1xBet head-to-head as we of course went for the mid laners again, Brian.
Yeah, gotta highlight Bryle since he's standing in, but in this case, we're actually highlighting Laurel because look at that. Those stats, it is an overall last pick shaker. He was set up for success. Jenkins was calling it out as the favorable matchup. He made it look like a piece of cake in that mid lane. Bryle thrown to the wolves a little bit with that matchup, but the hero damage, surprisingly not that different. It felt like every time that Laurel did 1,000 damage, though, somebody died. That felt like the difference where Bryle was more so poking people down, occasionally catching a backline support, but Laurel went for the Yasha Kaya. Never really seen that build before. I've seen the Kaya Sanj, where you're playing more for like the burst damage play rather than the old Agcept or Earthshaker, but yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, Jenkins, like he is a team fighter that is not just a single target stun, so the Ringmaster save seemed difficult. They basically fed him that triple kill. The lane was already bad enough as is, and from there, I think Laurel's just going to take over the game.
Yeah, I agree.
That's how it's going to go.
I think that's why he can go for the Yasha and Kaya. I feel like this is a greedy item choice because it doesn't really make you any tankier. But oh my god, Earthshaker as a hero is one of the most benefiting from the cast point reduction in all of Dota. It feels so good to have this item on Earthshaker in a game where you're snowballing. I bet if Liquid looks at this replay, which I'm sure between the games they quickly will, they're gonna look at that triple kill and go like, "This was stupid. Like, let's just not do this. Go, go next." Because at that point, like, you are giving Laurel a completely free game on one of his best heroes.
Yeah, and then that was kind of a predicted Earthshaker as well. They couldn't have banned it out instead of the Huskar, the DK,
with the AA, as Avery was.
That's a good call out. Honestly,
it is. They could have changed that up, but maybe they'll have a different opinion in game number 2, a rather different way it works out. Let's check in with Slacks. Earlier, Slacks, you told us about the monitor height, and I'm very, very invested in what's coming next.
Baby Yoda. I saw, this is Collapse's PC here. Look at this. He's got keycaps here. This is an in-depth investigation. He's got Baby Yoda, a Shiba Inu, and Pudge keycaps.
That Shiba looks so cute.
That's a cute little Shibu, but that's just the dog shit content, all right? Because I've got the real winner right here. I've investigated these. I have to catch my breath. I just moved. Okay. Check out these monitors.
No, not again.
Check out these.
The one tilted to the side
Look at
here.
the
Is that
monitors. Look at the
Oh my
monitors
God.
and this. Whose station do you think this is? Look at the difference. Monitor as low as possible, angled in a certain way. A gotcha
Left
girl.
hand.
That's a mid thing to
Look
do.
where the mouse is.
It's
Laurel,
flipped
that's
over,
Laurel.
and he plays on the anime girl's thighs. Who could this be? What
That's
player
Laurel.
from
Is it
Team
Laurel?
Spirit?
Is it
No, it's not
Laurel?
Laurel. Laurel's an upstanding. Look at his
I
clean
feel
desk.
like I
This is
feel like
Laurel.
Miposhka has like his posture's crazy when he's sitting. Is it
That's
Miposhka?
absolutely correct. It is Miposhka. He is the most depraved
is
player
unhinged.
on Team Spirit. He plays
What?
at an angle, monitor low, anime profile. Board.
He has anime
missing
thighs?
a button here. Missing a button.
Which button is it? What's
Maybe
that
he kept fat fingering.
What?
Oh,
that.
is that the Windows key?
Which button
That
is
is.
it?
I can't tell what button that is.
That
I
is
don't
the
have a
alt. That is the
keyboard.
right alt key.
That
Right
is
alt
alt.
key.
That is right alt. So a real shot in the mind of these players. Miposhka, absolute depraved freak. Laurel, so clean. Look at this.
He doesn't
Not a
like
single
Miposhka.
spot.
Wait.
This
How
is the smallest
many?
keyboard I've ever
no.
seen. What?
Can we see it? I can't
We
see
get
it
a
past
zoom.
the
No, we're
It's
good.
a tiny
I
one.
got
I
my
don't want to
left and
move it
right
because they'll
mixed up.
probably
We're fine.
lose. Everything has to be perfect the same way that it was. If I touch anything, I will actually get sued by
literally-
Team Spirit. But it's a very small keyboard. It's like the size of a baby's
Oh, he's going
fist.
around.
Right there.
This is
You
good
see that
camera work.
tiny
That's a
keyboard?
great camera angle.
Wow.
Whoa.
How can
Wow.
he play that tiny guy? We
Well,
got
say that
Pinky
guy
I
over
would be
here.
fat fingering all over
It's
the place,
not
sir.
the size that counts.
Yeah, it's what you do with it.
It's the way you win mid.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Sir Action
No worries.
Slacks, for
Hey,
this fantastic
Hey,
content.
wait,
we'll
wait,
hear
before you
more
take it
from
back,
him
before you take it back,
later
one last
on.
thing.
Oh.
One last thing. Really think you guys are doing a great job. Thanks so much. Really
Thank you
love
very much.
Does he actually have the power to do that?
Yeah,
What is this?
apparently he does.
How does he have
I
power
don't know,
here?
I don't know.
After these segments.
It's an interesting one. We'll check back in with him later on. But first, we're gonna go to a break as we're ready for game number 2, Team Spirit versus Liquid, coming your way soon.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do. watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together.
All right, guys, it is media day. Yes, ESL is paying me to harass teams once more. And today we have someone very special to harass. The newest member of Team Liquid right now getting makeup. It's Bryle. Bryle, we're going to go talk to him while he's getting makeup so he can remember what it's like to be tortured at Dota events in the most uncomfortable situations. How you doing, bud? Hello.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, man. It's been a minute. How you been?
I'm doing good.
Tell us, just tell us about this Liquid merger here. How did this one come to be, my friend?
Liquid are pretty cool, except Aiden. Aiden bullies me every day.
Okay.
So I don't know how Nisha deals with him. So yeah.
I don't think he did. I think he chose not to come on purpose just because he hates him.
Yeah, that might be the cause actually, because I don't know who could deal with Aiden, honestly.
Well, I'm so excited to have you back here for a North American LAN, baby. You feeling it? You feeling good to have what could be the last Dota event ever in our region?
I'm here to bring back any Dota from the grave in the dumpster.
God damn, good luck with that. All right, let's go. How do you think you guys are going to do, huh? You practiced up? You ready to go here? Oh, sorry.
I think we're going to do well. We played a couple scrims, and I think you're doing... I thought it would be hard to adapt, but I think it's going natural and easy for me, so it's been good.
Fantastic. Well, we're excited to have you back kicking ass again. Welcome back, my friend. Let's go bother some other Team Liquid people. Let's see. Who else we got here? Oh, Blitz is back. Surprisingly, still has a job after last tournament. How's it going?
Not bad. Just vibing. Nice jean jacket.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I got it from the Walmart. The Walmart. When's the last time you shopped at a Walmart?
I think I bought candy from there recently.
Okay. All right. How you been? How's life after the last tourney? Did you get a nice vacation?
I couldn't go because of visa reasons, but...
Yeah, vacation. That's what they always say. Team Liquid, anytime that they have any kind of issue, they say that it was visa problems, but they were actually just in Maui on the beach. You got any pictures from your vacation to Maui?
Because I didn't go to Maui.
He did go to Maui. It's on his phone. He showed me. It was great. He was wearing a Speedo. Thoughts?
I did not show you those photos.
He did show it. And it was very cool.
Is this going well for you? Would you say this?
I would say that this is one of the better ones. Sadly, this
successful content for you. Like they're gonna air this and everything.
Yeah, they'll air it. They love it. And what have you been up to? What are you doing in your life, man? What's new?
Nothing is new. I'm just vibing, Captain America.
Okay, take it easy there. All right, I can't. Have you been watching games? Have you been keeping up?
Yeah, that's kind of the job, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Why do you keep saying a small?
All right, thank you very much, Blitz. Always a pleasure interviewing you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, great.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me. You never know. I can be forgiving. I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your
You're watching ESL One Raleigh live from the beautiful state of North Carolina, and we're ready for a second game of this two-game series in Group A. It's between Team Spirit and Team Liquid. Team Spirit took game number 1, whereas Team Liquid struggled a little bit. We're going to find out if they can come up with some answers and maybe a new plan altogether in game number 2, draft-wise, because we feel like maybe that is where things went a little bit awry, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the lane issue was prevalent there. They opened up with a Monkey King, so you'd think they're kind of set up for success.
Yeah.
In that regard, but also maybe you just showed that card a bit too early. If you weren't at all intending to flex the Monkey King, maybe it's like a better pick if you have second pick, because then you deny pick the mid Earthshakers and other melee bruisers all the way until the end of the draft. But it just felt like, you know, you were revealing all of your cards. The first round picks that are not flex picks definitely feel underwhelming. And yeah, Monkey King actually gets banned out from Team Spirit this time around. So I guess they making them change. Like, what's the difference in the drafts here, actually? What did they ban last game?
So in the previous game, Liquid banned out a Terrorblade, a PA, and a Beastmaster. So at the moment, the PA is still in the pool.
And Tinker is, that's the difference as well.
Yeah, and they ban out the AA, actually, with that as well. And on the side of Team Spirit, they banned out the Tinker in the first game. So that is their biggest difference in this draft. The other bans are the same.
So what's their pick against Tinker? That's my question. I mean, this is curious. This is really curious because it worked. What they did worked.
Guys, all 4 games, like now all 4 games that we've watched, Team Spirit has been
It's
second
really
pick.
SD. I was maybe thinking of this hero. I mean, you have the Purge, so all of Tinker's saves are useless. Like in particular, the shield, you just insta-purge it with the SD ult. But we've seen this. We saw this in Dream League. Like teams tried to bring out the SD as the counter to the Tinker, and it just didn't. It just didn't look that great.
I mean, my theory was an early nullifier buyer is like you want it within the first 3 or 4 items, sometime around 25 minutes-ish, 30 minutes. You want a nullifier because Tinker has the Glimmers, Force Staff, Ghost Scepters. Obviously, he can even buy Solar Crest. He has the Defense Matrix. And I just think it's different if it's some gap-closing melee core that buys a nullifier compared to a support Shadow Demon. Do you know what I mean? Like, the Shadow Demon is picked for the same reason that you buy the nullifier. I just don't know how reliable it is to be getting that ulti off either on the Tinker while he's on the map farming, or in the team fight on the crucial target that you're then going to focus. In theory, totally makes sense, but I can see why you're a bit skeptical.
I think in the game that we saw the SD come out, it was a Tundra game, and it was Whitemon, and he went Ags on Tinker, and he played like he was a core.
So you just don't play this utility.
You just don't play around the utility. Now, I don't know if Liquid's going to want to do that.
Seem like an Insania thing.
It doesn't
to
seem
do.
like an Insania thing. Also, I think Liquid values this a lot because of like the stacking and the ability to like play defensively. And kind of play for farm. So maybe they just say, okay, whatever, you know, you've countered the hero in terms of the team fights, but you're not countering the stacking and the farming that Tinker offers. So I expect to see Liquid picking some hero that can farm the stacks. And with Spirit, maybe with SD, you also pick something that is abusing the fact that you have this hero. Maybe also some stack farmer, right? Like this is one of the best stackers in the game. Maybe Centaur, so you're playing around the SD Imprison into Centaur setup, because I do think that this hero is not, if you're going to pick it, probably you want to have a few reasons to pick it, not just one. That's kind of the state that it's in right now.
I'm kind of surprised we still have the Phantom Assassin in. We saw Team Liquid prioritizing that as a first phase ban previous game, and now I figured maybe it's going to be a second phase ban, but they go for the Mars and Jakiro over banning a PA. Is that something that we should be thinking more about?
I'm almost thinking they're not going to pick PA now because they banned Bristle. I think PA has always been great versus Bristle. I agree that it is a bit strange. Maybe the idea of Tinker, you're just not afraid of the heroes that blink into you and are kind of squishy. I'm not really sure what the idea is there. But you did mention the Centaur synergy with the Shadow Demon in lane.
I like it.
Yeah, it's great. I also think giving your... the Centaur was cool that it gave the ability for the support to rotate. I always thought of Centaur as an offlaner who relatively consistently wants a support to play with him and offer some kill threat. But I think that really only applies for like level 1 and 2, pretty much, because he went 1-1-3.
Yeah.
So he played for the nukes in the first early levels. But then after all, he can just trade.
And
Tinker doesn't stop anything.
Yeah, it's another support that you cannot stop from cutting the creep wave. This is a very interesting take on the meta from Spirit here.
Well, we were seeing Centaur, I think, a bit in Universe, right? Like we started seeing it get picked up. And I am curious if they go for another ranged carry on the side of Team Spirit, because we didn't end up seeing the cart come into play. But I think late game, any hero like Gyrocopter that just dishes out the deeps and can just do so freely, 40 minutes plus, seems quite relevant. As they go for Tiny again on Team Liquid, we saw them do this against Talon earlier. It ended up being played by Bryle. But that was because it got countered by a Tidehunter. So I'm wondering maybe you just leave it as carry this game because you've already seen your offlane matchup. I think Tiny's perfectly fine into Centaur. And
it's Mickey.
Yeah, and it's Mickey, who quoted Blitz from, because I was like, I feel like Tiny's kind of, the nerfs are adding up, and Blitz was like, Mickey doesn't lose on this hero. I don't know what you're talking about, so we'll just have to see.
How do you guys feel about a Phoenix
for
coming out for Team Spirit? I
The
feel
percent
like
damage, or what are you thinking?
percent damage, and there's no egg hitter. Like Tinker in a fight, you drop the march, like, all right, I'm just gonna egg. What are you gonna do? Turn and click the egg. Centaur's a good hero for protecting the egg as well. I'm just trying to think of a Miposhka hero. I feel like probably Rue will play the SD. Maybe I'm thinking too much into the combo of the SD plus Centaur. I mean, you could always run it as a 5. It's completely fine. But it does just feel like, I mean, because they could go for Muerta if they want to run the SD as a 5.
Is that a support Leshrac? Like 5 Shadow Demon, 4 Lesh? Or is it
the Laurel?
The Laurel
Leshrac.
If it is the Laurel Leshrac, do we want the Tiny to go mid, or is this like definite pushing Tiny out of the mid lane as they did earlier?
I would generally rather have a ranged mid against Lesh, just generally outranging his Pulse Nova AoE. Like the Linas, the Quaps, a little bit of burst damage in there.
Is
you
there a
already have the
chance-
Tusk.
Oh, I was gonna ask if there's a chance to they keep this flex until the end, but I guess we just got our answer.
I really like Quap for Team Liquid.
I like Quap as well, or I liked Quap until the Pugna pick.
You don't like it against Pugna?
No, Pugna heals the full HP, dude. You Quap ulti, and like this guy just
You can also
cannot die.
one-shot yourself.
You can one-shot yourself.
It's like 700 mana.
But I agree with you. Like, I think whenever there's a Lesh, like, you have to pick some sort of answer to... I don't think this is an unanswerable hero. Like, you could Sniper it, but then you're running Sniper into Centaur.
Not into Pugna either. I think Pugna is actually really annoying for Sniper because Ghost Scepters in general, you don't buy any of these items that counter them. And you're not like a burst damage hero, right? You just chip people down, so if Lesh gets gone on, you just decrep him. That's why I was thinking Quap, like Lina, like these mixed damage nukers, but I don't like Lina as much for the same reason I don't like Sniper, which is you lack mobility as a backlining damage dealer. But they go for Ember. This matchup goes both ways between Leshrac and Ember. I think the matchup got better for Lesh, with obviously Ember getting nerfed in the last few patches, but also because Bloodstone, which people are often going for, I usually would say they don't go for it if it doesn't feel like there's going to be heroes to lifesteal off of, but there's a lot of melee heroes on the side of Team Liquid right now. And Bloodstone's a Dispel. That's what I was trying to say, is that Bloodstone being a Dispel against Ember, you get Mage Slayer, you get Chains, and it just seems much more... The quality of life of your build-up on Lesh, you don't want to have to build BKB just for that reason. You don't really have any other items that naturally build into Dispels, like Yules is not really a thing anymore for the most part. So yeah, and you can also just go the Gleipnir build if you're feeling like you want to be the aggressive one here.
5 seconds remaining.
You still have the PA ban.
I remember when Pugna was like a very popular pick for 5 and 4 that everyone, in mid, everyone said that like Ember was the #1 counter to it because you have so many ways of dodging the Pugna suck. It's like you just slight and the suck ends. It feels really rough. Or you use one of your 3 remnants and the suck ends. Like you just cannot.
Pugna absolutely hates Ember for sure.
It's quite miserable. It's a backline jumper too to jump the Pugna.
I would imagine that Tinker hates Pugna though, so that.
There's a lot of heroes that hate each other in this game. I think that's why Miposhka's here, as Slacks was talking about earlier, is that he just sows
chaos.
And
hatred.
Yeah.
Hate. I was thinking of a word that was going to lead into hatred. Thank you very
Really
much.
sounds like Miposhka, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody knows he's a chaotic type guy.
Yeah, very true, very true. We got the Lycan and the Primal Beast taken out by Team Spirit. We are looking at a hero for Saberlight to still come out for Team Liquid.
I really like the Lycan ban. Having this like bunch of summons with the Nullifier later game, running at this Pugna and Shadow Demon just completely zoning them from the fight.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Ooh, and
Oh,
a
that's-
coming out.
No BKB piercing stuns right now on the side of Team Spirit. I guess that Bristleback ban's actually kind of paying off for them right now. Is Gyro's banned as well? Is there any like obvious Eidolon clearing carries left in the pool? Alchemist is like the standard, but I'm pretty sure he had like an 0-10 win rate or something at Fissure Universe, so... I'm just thinking of like standard lane counters in the carry role. Honestly, I do think Alchemist is the best pick, but
Oh, I got one.
maybe the Yatoro's Finn.
Oh, I was going to say Wraith King. I was going to say I swear to God, dude. It is one of the better matchups. It's not because you kill the Eidolons. It's because he can't kill the skeletons. You're just beating summons with summons. I remember, dude, when Offlane Enigma was like huge on the patch and Wraith King was a super popular carry pick. It was so frustrating. You just can't get the skeletons to stop hitting you. Like,
it's also the same like against Doom, right? You have 2 lives against this long cooldown ultimate. Most Enigmas aren't about the black hole, but they don't really have sustained damage on the side of Team Liquid. I think that's always when Wraith King's the best. When you have like a volley of spells, you have the Tusk spells, you have the Tiny Burst, you have the Enigma. I guess you have like Ember to keep poking, but yeah, this is quite a run-at-you lineup on the side of Team Spirit, and I think there might just be a bit too much beef for Team Liquid to chew through while they're getting ran at.
We talked about this as the 1xBet odds, of course, come on the screen, that Radon on the Wraith King, he could play some sort of utility build, and he's got a Lesh mid that's going to be pumping out and dealing the damage. Like, the problem with Wraith King as a carry is that sometimes in the current patch, it feels like you lack damage, right?
Yeah.
You play these really, really long fights, and he does scale into the late game, but in more of a utility way. If you have a Lesh mid, you don't need to do damage. He's got enough for you.
Well, it's amazing Manta game, and any hero that likes to buy Radiance, I like to consider Manta. I'm thinking like a Radiance Manta AC build for Radon, which is a pseudo utility, pseudo damage dealing build. It helps you kill buildings in Roche, which I think they do need. They need somebody that threatens Roche. So I've been raving about Wraith King.
know.
So she knows.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna have to go with Team
mostly in the
Spirit.
offlane.
Yeah, but I
this
said
is
I said as a carry, I think it still does the same thing. It's just if people were gonna pick it earlier on in the draft, which I thought they were, then it would need to be flexible. But yeah, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I will say that the way that you guys are talking about this draft versus the previous draft is a little bit worrying for Team Liquid that already lost the previous game as well. So let's see if Team Liquid can prove us wrong or if Team Spirit will take this 2-0. We're heading over to Cap at SVG.
Yes, here at the casting desk, we don't operate under if, ands, or buts. We don't say maybe this, maybe that. I wish I could have said this. I thought this. We operate in facts, Avery. And the fact is, Spirit just looks like a much better team than Liquid right now.
After 1 game?
Well, after 3 games. We played multiple games.
After 3 games, you're willing to make that statement?
Yeah, I am.
I was willing to make it before the tournament started, Austin. Spirit's always been the better team.
Well,
always will be the better team. What do you think about that decisive?
Well, they're lacking the 3rd ring to prove it, but
anyway, I have no bias towards either of these teams in this cast.
Of course.
I'm just excited to see good Dota played, and I think Liquid are going to put up more of a fight in this game too because Tinker does not go down easy.
I mean, they put up a good fight in the first 15, 20 minutes of game 1.
Collapse is dead.
And they're putting up a good fight right here. First blood for Mickey.
Mickey is by far the best carry Tiny right now.
Okay,
I
he's
think
the best Furion. He's the best Tiny.
Yeah, those are for
anything?
sure.
Okay.
And I think Liquid's win rate with his carry Tiny is some absurd amount, like in the last 30 years. I think it has to be over 75% for sure. It might be higher. So I have a lot of faith in the carry Tiny here for Liquid. I have a lot of faith in the Tinker to give them the teamfight potential and the sustain. This is a very annoying hero to play against. You have a Shadow Demon Purge answer and you have a little Stampede action, but honestly, not a lot of burst damage out of Spirit, which is generally what screws with this hero. When you either just burst the front line down or when you find him, you can kill him. If you don't have burst damage to kill this hero, he just takes the fight over. He will win every long fight. You're not out-sustaining Tinker. There's nothing in the game that out-sustains him. So I don't know. I kind of like Liquid's odds here.
We know that Tinker is a nuisance. I feel like the Wraith King is a bit of an unknown here.
Yeah, it's a big
like
unknown.
this pick?
Conceptually, yes. I think it does make a lot of sense. I think the lane can be good. I think you can all in the Enigma sometimes. Do get forced out eventually, but at the same time, you're really fast jungler. You can counter push towers. You can counter shove. This is a lineup for Spirit that can play really fast with the Skelly Boys, the Pugna Blast, the Leshrac.
Listen, I already just told the audience we don't quibble here, okay? We don't talk about what could happen. What is it a good pick or not?
Yeah, this is a good pick conceptually.
I mean, no, not conceptually. Really,
well, a lot of things can be good and then they don't pan out in practice.
Well, is it going to pan
okay,
out or not?
Okay, riddle me this, Austin.
Yeah, Batman.
Is a Ferrari a good car?
Not right now. McLaren seems to be dumpstering them.
No, not in the world, just in general. You know, you go buy a Ferrari, is it a good car?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're driving up a mountain. Is it good now? No, because things need context, Austin. They need the context of what
Avalanche.
you're using them for.
A little bit of damage on Aru, slowed down by the blood grenade, throw a tree at him, and he might just fall, or he will stand tall.
Now, if it's a Ferrari four-wheeler that can off-road, maybe we got some potential.
All right, so is Wraith King a Ferrari or a Ferrari four-wheeler that can
Wraith
off-road?
King is the Subaru that you pull out of your uncle's shed that's been there for 30 years because you got to get to work.
But it still runs,
But it
baby.
runs.
Still runs.
It runs like it
beautifully.
did day one, and it gets the job done. That's
right.
Wraith King. So when you gotta
Well,
pull
he's
it
not
out,
getting
you gotta
the
pull it
job
out.
done right now, unless the job is dying. Blocked in by the Eidolons a little bit. Okay, they do manage to get
That's
the
a
return.
Subaru right there.
That's
I really hope we don't have a car sponsor. I know some of these teams have a Mercedes sponsor. I don't think anybody has a Subaru sponsor. I think we're safe there.
No, we're definitely good on
That is old reliable, ladies and gentlemen. You might kill him, but he's taking you with him. The king does not go unpaid.
Bryle, is he dead? Chains does manage to hit the last rack, and this separates the two of them. Bryle is doing all right for himself. 18-0 compared to the 19-2 of Laurel's last rack.
And he should have
getting the better of
a lot more gameplay this time around. I think he's a lot less counterpicked, and he has a lot more freedom in the fights compared to that puck game where the second you got caught once, you're just completely gone. Your itemization is pretty difficult. Here, you're just playing an Ember game, you know? Yeah, you're against Demonic Purge. Yeah, you're against Pugna. Sustain is a little annoying. But it's a good of an Ember game you're going to get in an average competitive match. So, no excuses.
Got a successful hard camp pull off and trying to threaten Team Spirit as they go to interrupt that pull.
Summons on summons.
Do you manage to get the... That's going to be the problem. Eidolons versus Skeletons. Skeletons go over to the neutral camp. The Eidolons stick onto Radon here, trying to farm some of these Eidolons.
Skelly's got to bring up the brain power right now. Not hitting the right targets.
Mindlessly hitting the neutrals. Maybe they're taking away all the farm. I think they got a decent amount of that.
Those were some
Laurel,
NA, some
trouble.
NA skeletons right there. I got the neutral.
March of the Machines, a snowball. It picks up, but just okay. Disruption dodged that damage, sure, but he's still surrounded by heroes and will fall, as will Rue as the tag team goes to work. They get the return kill on a box. He'd be well worth it for Liquid.
Liquid trying to pick up the pace here and get Bryle more activated. This is a classic. Whenever Liquid loses game one, they go back to the Gaming Gladiators playbook, which is just tri-lane mid. Always catches you off guard in that game, too.
Well, that's what every NA mid truly needs, anyway.
Yeah, probably. Bryle probably cried about it in the break. Said, I need the RTZ treatment. They said, okay, we know exactly what that is.
Snowball pick up to bottom lane, got him inside the shards, collapse in some trouble here. They pulled heroes mid and then went back to the side lanes and punished there as well. Team Spirit now losing the lanes where they won the lanes rather heavily in game one.
I like the dual roam here. It can be a little unconventional with the Tinker who likes to just play greedy and get pulls for the extra levels, but if you look at Spirit's supports, they are pretty much useless in the levels 1 to 3. You have no spells. You're throwing out a disruption and a blast, that's it. So your dual roam on the side of Liquid is dominating with this Tuskar. May as well use it. You have a huge advantage in this department.
Yeah.
You can really accelerate this early game. You have an Enigma you can rotate to push with the Eidolons to take the tower. I expect Liquid to go up here very soon. You have a Tiny you can gank for, and you have an Ember you can gank for. There's 3 cores on this Liquid side that can all set up the plays for this dual roam to come in. So really cool
him in next to the Eidolons with the tag team slowing him down. Good use of the Decrepify by Maposhka. Radon still on the run, though, with the snowball pickup onto the Enigma. Radon turns around, throws what damage he can to Saberlight, hoping to get the return kill. Magic Wand goes out, and it keeps Saberlight alive. No rebuttal here. Liquid up 2K.
Madstone on the ground.
Thank you, Avery. Very important part of that fight. Don't forget about picking up your Mad Stones, ladies and gentlemen. 6-minute power rune. Tries to get grabs. It's not bottom lane. Unfortunately for Team Spirit, it's top. And it gives Bryle an amp damage. That is a dangerous rune.
Like this Shadow Demon cosmetic?
I think it's cool looking.
Okay. Okay.
Isn't that the whole point of cosmetics?
I was going to make a glance value argument here, but we'll save it for later. DD Bryle.
Value.
This is not the fight you want to be in right now if you're Spirit.
Yeah, they saw the amp damage get picked up, but the fight still happens, and Bryle takes full advantage of the situation. Yeah, okay, the poison's not going to be enough damage. Bryle is going to be fine.
And he will TP back to the fountain real quickly before Radon shows up to punish him. What a kill that would have been.
Oh,
if Radon could have been there in time. Instead, he is a level 4 Wraith King trying to farm up the jungle.
That would have been game salvaging right there.
It really would have. But
because this early game is not going Spirit's way. They're getting outroamed by the supports, can't fight back. Difficult time protecting the Leshrac against the Ember. The double damage just pouring fuel on that fire. This is not a fun matchup for Leshrac in general to begin with. You have a Mage Slayer coming out here eventually as well. It's just going to make the Leshrac and the Pugna and the Centaur's life even more difficult. This is a really good Mage Slayer game for this Ember mid.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Pugna, Centaur, Leshrac, there's a lot of magic damage on the side of Team Spirit.
And you didn't win a lane to help you combat this. Like, who had a good early game here on the side of Spirit? I guess Collapse? Sure. Again, are you that afraid of the Centaur?
Nice flight, dodging the stomp. Had to jump away, though, just in case. It looks like the camps for Team Spirit will be protected.
You can jungle very quickly. That is one thing their lineup is pretty good at. Leshrac, Wraith King. Going to clear through some camps, clear through some waves.
Nick and Boxy are going to sneak on by here as Collapse takes the farm out of the tower. They thought to go into the triangle. Instead, they go back to Collapse. With the third hero joining them in Saberlight, looks like he went through the gate. The Malphite is slowing him down. The Ice Shards, it does not nab him. Collapse successfully gets away with a Stampede.
No Black Hole and no Shard connection. Could have been a kill, but they will take the tower pressure anyway.
Flight chains, Rue.
Is that a Black Hole? I can't tell all. My glance value.
You're obnoxious as every Redditor. Bryle, he will manage to snag that kill eventually. And tower damage is being done.
Oh,
yeah. Saberlight already took that safe lane tower, came through the gate, went to that bottom. They failed on the kill on the Centaur, sure, but the pressure is ramping up. They've taken that side lane tower. Now the mid tower is almost down, and Boxy just managed to take away the Arcane Rune away from Laurel. Now he is probably going to die for it. Let's see if Insania keep him alive. Yeah, managed to get a little bit of a barrier, and that is enough to keep him up. Disruption goes out onto Leshrac. He's going to come back into a slight. Can he survive, though? Decrepify goes off, gives him a little bit distance. Bottling up. Boxy chasing after him, trying to find the Laurel. Does manage to get him inside the snowball with the tag team. They'll put him down. Still, though, Team Spirit get the better of the engagement. A third kill for the one Leshrac.
Yeah, I feel like all the supports in this game are just way too good. It's salvaging these situations that do not look good at all. I don't really know how Spirit come out on top of it. That was a long fight. The Tinker is getting multiple rounds of spells often, usually super favorable for him early game, especially fighting around an Ember.
Yep.
But man, you're in an isolated area where that Edict goes to work. That is not a fun spell to sit around either.
So where Liquid lost the laning phase in game 1 and came back through some heavy movement, now it's Team Spirit's turn to try that out in game 2. They're still down by 2K, but we've seen what they can do. That middle fight was a great start.
Massive for the support levels. You're going to have this Shadow Demon 6. But Poshka is ahead of Radon in terms of XP right now. So much for the safe laner.
Yeah.
Later, noob. I'm the carry now.
And Demonic Purge is going to be really helpful against the Tinker, right? Because the barriers are just instantly dispelled.
I mean, if you can ever throw this Demonic on the Ember,
yeah, sure.
Mega value in this game.
Guard, barriers, all out.
Even the power runes, because Bryle's getting all the power runes here. So, like, yeah, this haste is really threatening on the map. But if you have Demonic Purge, he can't play super aggro with it. Nonetheless, that is your third tier 1 going down. Early game, very strong for Liquid here. They have a lot of lane shove, a lot of tower push.
Boxy setting up the kill under Radon. They have to play this slow. He should have Reincarnation if he wants to level it. He feels like it's a good place to do so. He's going to die the first time. Does he want to level it up? Let's see. He walks away and goes for him. Does he pop it towards the end? He levels it up just the last second. Now he's going to come back on the second life. But Saberlight still in position. Hit the black hole. Managed to nab him. Pulls him back in, especially with the shards right next to him. Radon is going nowhere, and he will die twice. Rue is still setting up some poisons. Perhaps they can get a return kill somewhere on this. Nope. Boxy walks it off.
Help. There's nobody you can help outside of this Stampede. Your lineup's just not that good at rotating or counter-rotating to these kind of plays. Again, the weakness of the support duo without early stuns or kind of setup capability. Where's that going to come from in this lineup? You need an early Yules on the Lesh, which isn't going to happen. You need early Blink Dagger on the Centaur, which is probably the biggest answer here. But your Wraith King is just going to be AFK farming. There's nothing you can expect from this Radiance build-up. So you're really looking towards this Centaur to bring this early game back if you're a Spirit right now.
This Wraith King was theoretically, or excuse me, conceptually a good pick. but it has been put in a darker position than I think Team Spirit had in mind. Down 4K against Team Liquid. Radon is going to have to do some heavy lifting here. Saberlight going to be found in the jungle here. Backstabbed by Laurel. And he does have the rest of his team coming in behind him. Not enough to save him, I don't think. The shards, unless it's a beauty, it does manage to separate them a little bit. Saberlight's still on the run. He's got back to his team. Now with the barrier coming out from Insania, Saberlight feels like he can turn. He's got to be careful, though. Collapse is still going to sneak up on him. Hits it with a stomp. And the finishing blow, Avalanche over the top. Saberlight somehow still alive. And all these heroes from Team Spirit, they're dropping fast. Saberlight still up. And the heroes of Team Spirit, they're just fully committed to this one. They're all going to die in order to get the offlaner of Team Liquid. 5-man wipe.
Tinker doing it all here. So much heal, so much sustain in this fight. If you don't bring that hero down, he wins all of these 5-on-5s. Just so many sleight of fist going off. And if you're looking at the damage from Spirit, it's all the Pugna, man. It's just Maposhka and Rue trying to salvage this because their 3 cores can't do anything.
Yeah. Nobody else can really do a whole lot. You saw Laurel, he was out of resources towards the tail end of that one.
I mean, he got 4 drains off in this fight. It lasted so long, and you lost? That's kind of absurd to think about, but you're just matching the damage output from these marches and lasers going out.
Yep. It's the power of the Tinker right there.
And timely show from Mickey there. That could definitely go bad if that Tiny does not make an appearance. Hits a big avalanche. And by the way, he's out of control. As much as we've been talking about how much this Wraith King can farm in the jungle, you might not ever get there as you're now behind the Tinker, whereas this Tiny is cruising in this game. Level 11, so far ahead of the pack.
I feel like this matchup, mid-Tiny, yeah, it's a burst-oriented hero that maybe Wraith King is better against because he's got 2 lives, but carry Tiny just doesn't run out of damage. He hits you with the combo and then just keeps swinging his giant stick. Doesn't matter if you're on the first life, the second life, or the third life.
Yeah, it also doesn't matter if your first and second life are both garbage because you have nothing.
Yeah.
Like, kind of the problem with the hero, right? Your ult is only as good as you're good in general. As Mickey will just clean up a free Easter egg there. And he's so far behind. Who cares?
Well, he was conceptually good.
Yeah, of course. There's a reason that Subaru was in that shed for 30 years. I don't know why. I really hope there's no actual car sponsor here, because that's going to be a bad conversation after this game.
Production would have stopped you by now if there was. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. That Mage Slayer done for the Ember, by the way, that's just like a nail in the coffin here for this early mid-game comeback for Spirit. I don't think there's any way you fight into Tinker Ember Mage Slayer here with these heroes.
Well, no, you screwed up when someone in black pants and black shirt shows up and tackles your
There's a guy in a suit motioning me right now. Oh, Brile, he trapped himself? Unlucky. He'll get snowballed out. Why is it always the North American players who get trapped on the map? You ever notice that? Like,
well, I mean, it's a analogy for how they're trapped within their region.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Trapped within the confines of their own pub experience. Think about this 15-minute Tormentor. Got some decent damage to do it here. Drum on the Enigma. Why not? Mech Locket already done for this Tinker.
And they can play the 4-man while the Tinker defends the other lanes. That's one of the... It's not just all the amazing amount of defensive capabilities the Tinker has. It's also
the efficiency.
How you can play on the map.
And he gets the shard. I mean, that's just... Now the net worth looks disgusting, right?
Yeah, it does.
That is why this hero's
ahead
tough.
of the Ember now.
Very tough to play against this hero. Generally, if you play against Tinker, you want to win early. Because otherwise you get stuck in games like this where the enemy can 4-man, and it's not inefficient for them. So then you're really out of options because you're just losing so much map.
Yeah.
The enemy can play with so much confidence.
Foxy spots Radon. Radon does manage to sidestep the shards.
But even plays like this, you're forcing them off the map. You're gaining control. You're gaining vision control, and you're not losing anything on the lanes. They're free moves.
Yeah.
Free moves equal free money, Austin.
That's
quote of the day.
It's something. Maybe we'll see the word of the day later on. Rue, he'll be run down here, but at least he got Laurel out of there. Jenkins somewhere was like, he just said word of the day. Clip that. Mickey tossed back, and the rest of the team is closing in.
This is where you wish you could turn your ult off.
Yeah.
I unskilled the guys, don't worry.
Man's not going anywhere. He's warp flared.
This is such a sad life.
He'll get that range creep. No, he doesn't get the range creep.
Is he even gonna get Radiance in this game? I don't even know if he's gonna get there.
They made big talk about the build up Manta Radiance, but
he has no build up.
Might not even get a first item.
His build up is Phase Boots Soul Ring. GG. That's his third item.
Oh no.
It's gone wrong here. It's gone really wrong. They just ended up getting sucked into this skirmishing between the Tinker, the Tusk, and the Ember. And their heroes are not designed to do it. They had to create some more side lane pressure. One of those side lanes had to win harder. They had to play through it. Either early Centaur Blink or the Wraith King lane just won. So this Enigma had less momentum. If all that goes out the window, then yeah, you're in a very one-sided match here, and Tinker's just going to take it over. I mean,
oh no!
Solo
he
killing
walked
Laurel.
into a sentry, and Insania has already locked him down with a warp flare. If they have more sentries, more dust, more detection, which of course Insania doesn't have because he is a core.
Yeah.
He's not a support anymore.
Honestly, this is one of those games where you don't even care you have the detection. Whatever. You want to go run off to the side of the map with Leshrac while I'm farming Ancients as a 5? Be my guest, brother.
Do a little catch and release, you know? Now Mikke is the one under a sentry. So no go here on Collapse. You can see Team Spirit doing a bit of ratting here. They'll catch Boxy. Getting too aggressive in the mid lane.
They got some.
They got something.
Could this be the entryway back into the game?
Yes. Start of the end for Team Liquid.
Not for Miposhka, but
start of the end of Miposhka.
The rest of the team, could they make this an entryway back into the game?
Yeah, the question is, how do you ever catch Brile?
That's a good
This
question.
team has no way to catch it.
You have to Demonic Purge him when he has no remnants out.
Yeah.
Or it's the Centaur Blink, which they do have. You have to chain the Centaur Blink with the
Yeah,
Leshrac stun follow-up, which very difficult here.
Yeah, I mean, Brile could always just slight before the stomp hits you. And as they realize they can't kill the Ember Spirit, they back away. Brile is joined by his team. He pushes forward and finds the kill on Rue. But Team Spirit, they are getting a bit of ratting done. We do have the Relic done for Radon. Not quite the Radiance, but we're getting there.
This is the Tinker game that everybody complains about. Like, this is why this concept should be deleted. Look at this disgusting 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, it did really crush them in that one fight when they went after
supporting is this, Austin? He's supporting by killing every camp on the map? That's not a support hero.
You know what? In order to support others, you have to support yourself first.
That doesn't sound right, but okay.
It's right in a conceptual way.
Oh, okay, I see. You're stuck on that, huh? That's fine. Little black hole here. No, he doesn't want to throw it. Just think about it.
Lets him go.
Just the fear. Sometimes the fear of the black hole.
Of course, the fear of the black hole. Much more dangerous.
Yes.
Bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
It's like the fear of getting hit with a fire axe.
I don't think that's what Mary Shelley was thinking in The Shining. The fear of the fire axe, of course.
That movie is about fear. If you think about it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know, Radon, he's very fearful right now. He's thinking, am I going to get this Radiance? Or am I going to look like a fool who picked this hero for no reason?
I think Radon feels fear. I don't think he does.
Probably not. Maybe when he reads patch notes. He scrolls to Drow Ranger and Phantom Assassin. He's like, please, no. And then he goes to Mech and Greaves. He's like, please, no aura buff.
He looks at the Agi carry list. They're all below 45% win rate. Radon feels something he's never felt before. Fear.
I genuinely believe that at some point Team Spirit just watch Ace play pubs. And they just rate how successful they're going to be in a patch based on how well Ace is doing in pubs. They're like, what's this guy's Underlord? Greaves pipe, Crimson win rate. 67%. Oh, God.
How can we
be a rough
play
one.
an aura meta, guys? It's just impossible. All right, they kill Radon, and now they're going to let loose that black hole as Collapse will hold on to his Stampede, knowing that there is no escape.
Terrorized him with the threat of it long enough, he will unleash it. Another double damage for this Ember. Give this hero every power rune in the game. It's likely not going to end well for you.
You could see the plans of Team Spirit, though. See the other heroes out on the map. They don't
big
care.
courier kill.
Moposhka sniping couriers in mid, pushing the mid wave. You've got Rue, the Shadow Demon, out there deep on the map, trying to take the experience shrine. She does.
You think you're going to catch Moposhka? You think you're going to catch Moposhka? Really? With only one TI ring? You think you're going to catch this guy? Mickey, sit down. Sit down.
Sorry, bud. You need 2 TI rings to catch me.
Embarrassing. Just embarrassing. An embarrassing day one.
Yeah, this is a pretty embarrassing game for Liquid, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think a good team would have closed it out in like 5 minutes.
14,000 net worth in 22 minutes.
All right, Hail Mary smoke from Spirit. They have the Bloodstone on the Leshrac. This is the moment.
They are still going to be running into the Ember Spirit, so the smoke is not going to surprise Liquid.
The Radiance is done. The damage is there.
They got him on the fall. Great fire blast.
They land.
They jump out, but it looks like the Ember Spirit may still die. No, he got picked up with the snowball, managed to slide Remnant away. Maybe they can run down Boxy. Maybe they can run down the other support as well. Insania is in trouble, and he's out of mana. Laurel has found his mark. This pesky Leshrac. No, he got pushed back by the Warfare. Meanwhile, the right-hand side, they do manage to kill Saberlight. That's 2 down on the side of Liquid. A combo goes out. Moposhka does die despite only 1 ring on Mickey. I can't believe he just managed to make that happen. Still, though, Split Earth is going to be able to land on him. Laurel is running out of mana, though, and Mickey hasn't run out of damage. He is threatened by that big old stick, but Radon is coming for some revenge. He backs up Laurel and is pushed forward. Hit by the slide again from Bryle. Slowed down a bit. Team Spirit managed to win a fight, but they don't take that much for it. Can they finish up Roshan?
Eidolon scouting. There's no way you can commit here, right?
Eidolons.
Dude, what a fight from Spirit, though. Honestly, they're so close to just wiping them there. And unfortunately, they did not pick up all those extra kills.
Liquid are just going to go right back to it. And the heroes of Team Spirit are a bit low, too. They're just going to run in, full health, and all these heroes smoked up. Avalanche, too. That's Radon, already out on his first life. Laurel's going to try and hit him with a splitter. Mickey is probably going to die in return. They do manage to get him. Radon does have a buyback if he wants to use it here, but the rest of the team, it looks like they may be able to fight without him. As just Barrett rallied around Laurel. His AoE damage is going to work. Still, though, Bryle is healthy. Snowball on through to the back line. They already finished off Rue, and now they're going to take out Moposhka as well. Liquid certainly strong enough to win the second round of this bout, but Team Spirit do walk away with at least 2 of their cores.
Those are big kills. Huge kills in terms of that gold swing. And suddenly this Leshrac is pretty massive.
Yeah,
he's doing a lot of work in these fights.
launch now.
And they're just keeping him alive with the drain, the disruptions, the stampede. Got some tools to get Laurel in there. He is putting the team on his back right now. I do not know how Spirit got as much out of the sequence as they did.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He has Searing Signet on the Leshrac.
That helps a lot.
So if he's alive in that fight and doing AoE damage, everyone's burning. He did 3,800 plus damage
Roche?
on that last team fight.
Oh, this is ballsy. They have Wraith King ult. They just don't have the DPS.
I mean, now they're dealing with Black Hole. Black Hole is back up. Where I believe the start of the first Roshan fight they had, I feel like it was on cooldown.
They're not dealing with Black Hole. Liquid is dealing with Radon's ult right now. Wraith King reincarnation.
Of course. Yeah, Roshan's going to go to the other side of the map, so Team Spirit aren't worried about it. They smoke up, move to the other side of the map, try and set up some vision, perhaps get on a high ground.
This is a really nice play. You're preemptively setting up for Liquid.
Going to run into it. Oh, blink for blink. He does manage to dodge some of that, but his snowball will be his doom as he is rolled back and the rest of the team. Shards bumps him a little bit farther forward. They couldn't finish the job. Not right away anyway. Radon running in some heroes. Laurel's in trouble.
He cannot die.
1-1, winning the fight. Disruption goes out. Tries to buy him a little bit of time. That Pulse Nova is going out. Now the Black Hole on to 2 with nothing to stop it at the same time.
He healed a lot.
He's still off through all of this. Moposhka has kept him alive through the drain. And now Liquid are in a mosh pit of death at the AoE damage. Laurel just will not stop. Radon in the mix. A warp flare to push him back, but the stomp on through from Collapse. Team Spirit upsetting the odds will take down Liquid in this fight. Boxy, one final blow to try and finish up Collapse, but he should have gone for the head. He misses the shot, and Laurel walks away with their ultra.
Dude, this Leshrac is a beast. 7,300 damage. Just tanks through everything. I thought he was done after the disruption overlapped that stampede. And Laurel said, no. I want to be right here in the middle of all of them. Put the drain on me. I'm going to deal the deeps. And Liquid commit and do not take down the beast.
The Bloodstone and the drain
and
is
the Decrepify.
And the Decrepify.
The Decrepify is massive here. There's no Dispel on the side of Liquid. Mickey, he's just standing there with a stick and nothing to hit. What's he supposed to do?
And just like that, the game slipped through Liquid's fingers.
I do not understand how. It's one thing to turn a game around like this. It's another from that position. It's an entirely another thing to do it that quickly.
Yeah.
Into Tinker. Generally a hero that is very difficult to come back against because once you fall behind in the damage race, the hero just shuts you down. He's oppressive. Ridiculous stuff from Two Spirit here in this game too, as they are still not even ahead.
Yeah, they won that fight. They got Roshan. They're still down 4K. That goes to show you just how down bad they were.
It feels as, I mean, are they favored at this point for the next fight? Is that too bold to say? This Leshrac, do they have an answer for him? He has Ghost Scepter plus the Crep, plus the Bloodstone Heal, plus an Aegis now.
They're definitely favored for the next fight because they don't have any anti-heal sources, and I think they don't have enough burst damage to deal with this Leshrac.
I mean, their burst damage is all the Tiny.
Yeah.
Who can't hit him. You need Nullifier here if you're Liquid. You need it.
And who's going to build it?
I mean, the Tiny, right?
It's like not really an item he wants to build. First of all, he needs BKB.
Well, maybe you don't want to build it, but you have to build it. Sometimes you don't have a choice. When life gives you Ghost Scepters, build Nullifier.
Thank you, Cave Johnson.
They should have been prepared for this meta. If you had been watching
a lot of Ghost Scepters.
If you've been watching Tundra play at all, they just spammed 6 Ghost Scepters every game.
Boxy, he clears out the mid wave. You can see Liquid, they're playing for a bit of time right now. They want to complete the BKB on Tiny.
I forgot Liquid doesn't play pubs.
Of course, they don't know Ghost Scepter is an item in the game.
They don't know Ghost Scepter meta. And then they came to this tournament and they're like, why is Dota 2 Pro Tracker not working? What's happening? I can't feel 33's items build. What? That's why we kicked this guy. So because we can just steal his item builds. They nerfed it. Liquid out of strats. Struggling.
And meanwhile, Team Spirit, they're living their highest life, right? Dota 2 Pro Tracker down. Nobody's following the same meta anymore.
Yatoro, he's like,
now the metalist guys are going to be the winners.
Yatoro's just sitting here the whole time. They don't know what I'm about to build. They've never seen Radiance or anything.
Nobody's built that item in the history of Dota.
He could have 100 games on this hero in the last week. You have no clue. Another aggressive smoke. They want to use this Aegis, and you cannot blame them. If they get a good fight out of this Leshrac Aegis, they are absolutely completely back in this game.
And it's so clear the Liquid are trying to dodge right now. Boxy running into it, blinks away from the Wraithfire Blast.
Did he not?
He had his Radiance turned off during the smoke, so he didn't get tick damage on Boxy right away.
Oh, he's too good for his own good, man.
It really is. BKB on Saberlight as well.
Yeah, he has to go back for BKB now. This game has gotten way too weird. You're lacking too much consistent damage. You have a bunch of chip damage with this Ember Tinker, but it's not doing enough solid DPS right now to bring these big targets down.
You'll get those two items, you'll stop a lot of damage of the Leshrac, and then you get the Shivas next on Bryle, and you shut down a lot of that heal that he's getting.
That's the goal.
And all that, Mickey, get a lot of information, but
too fast.
Ran into Sentry here, dropped in the middle of them. Laurel,
he's
going to stay on to Mickey. Nice use of the toss there to separate the two. He didn't want to be in part of that fight. Well, Bryle, he runs into him on the other side of the river, just trying to slow him down, head for the hills. Boxy probably going to die here as his Blink Dagger still on cooldown. Team Spirit will finally catch something on a core, but
there's just no way you want to commit for a 5-on-5 fight there if you're Liquid into that Aegis. Absolutely no way. Especially when you're close to these next big items, and that Aegis is incredibly impactful in this game. You look for the pick-off, you don't get it, BKB, get out of there. Absolutely the right call. They'll continue to split push the lanes.
So the first BKB done, the Shivas is done, the second BKB still a little ways away here.
You still have to worry about the scale here from Liquid. It's no joke. Like, this Tinker can get nags, turn into a 4th core. His Ember's
halfway there.
He's going to be a menace later on as well. Right now, they're in a little bit of a damage valley, but you have to make the most of that if you're Spirit to keep recovering this game. Cannot take your foot off the gas here. Your Wraith King is still in recovery mode. And you don't have a BKB Black Hole counter.
Yeah. They also don't have the best way to deal with the rat that's currently happening. These Eidolons pushing out bottom lane.
Their catch is abysmal.
Yeah. They don't have the catch. They really only have when it comes to wave clear, it's like Radon, him pushing out the lane with skeletons, and then Leshrac showing up.
That is a big question in this game if you're Spirit. How much do we commit to trying to catch heroes on this map versus dealing with the lanes? And I don't think it's an obvious choice because Tinker puts you in these really awkward positions.
Yeah.
Your catch is pretty bad, your lane shove is okay.
And once you start splitting apart to be able to deal with the lanes, Liquid are going to pounce and try and get pick off. Laurel is going to get force staffed away. Saberlight, he didn't commit for the black hole. May still have an opportunity to do so with the Warp Flare. Now he's going to be able to commit, and Root would already use the disruption. Got him inside the cart. Collapse, what a save, and now he goes back in for the kill. Snowball picked up onto Mickey. Mickey turns back around, trying to deal with Radon. Not for sure who he wants to go for. Laurel's in the middle of all of this, though, with the Leshrac. Gets pushed away by the Warp Flare. Good use of that one, while Insania stopped. Will not be able to TP out of this one. Collapse puts him down. Mickey still swinging in the middle of this one. Bryle's into a bit of trouble. Nice use of the disruption. Dodged a bit of that damage. Collapse got away. Bryle up on the high ground here, stuck up on a cliff. Or does that mean just Radon can't find him anymore? As now he's going to be run down by Liquid off the buyback from Insania. They know they've got the defensive measures. Radon can't push the damage through. He will fall a second time.
A very important buyback from Insania to secure that fight. You're not beating Tinker twice. You just run out of mana on this Lesh. It just sustains through it. It's too much HP.
And they don't have buybacks. Mickey is a carry tiny. These builders going to drop fast. Team Spirit can't do anything to stop it. This is looking like it could be just a full lane. Is Harpoon back in? Maposhka going to be in some trouble with the Shivas running him down. Disruption goes off, sure, but you're probably coming back into a slight or a toss or an avalanche or just a good old-fashioned Warp Flare grab. What? No, the cart.
What?
The Warp Flare, did it disjoint the cart grab somehow?
He got disjointed on the pickup, or he just misclicked it? It looked like he was in the middle of grabbing him. Unlucky.
Yeah, that seemed pretty unlucky, and there it goes. Full lane. 5 seconds back up, though, for Radon. Team Liquid, are they going to keep the pressure up? Because Reincarnation is still on cooldown for 65 seconds. You could deliver a knockout blow, or you could reset here and play for the next Roche.
Roche can spawn in a minute. That's not a very value push. Even if you get another lane there, it's not worth risking a lost fight.
You almost have the Ags on the Tinker. He becomes a fourth core at that point.
I mean, this laser does a lot of work. The shrink ray health percentage is nasty.
Yeah, I think it was the Warp Flare. He was getting sucked in, and the Warp Flare disjointed him out of the pull into the cart.
I mean, take an astrophysicist to explain that one.
Like, what are you even supposed to do about that?
I'm not smart enough to understand Warp Flare horse cart mechanics. I didn't learn that. I gotta go back to school, man.
Your engineering degree couldn't put that together.
It was not a lecture I went to.
Well, Liquid up to a sizable lead once again, 10K.
Yeah, they stabilized right.
They did.
Stop the bleeding, regrow the lead, retake control of this game.
They got back to their item timing, which is the double BKB and the Shivas. Now, what in turn
on the Tinker
is Spirit's next item?
Honestly, they just need more mana on this Lesh in the fight.
Okay.
Like, they can win the fight if Laurel gets drained from Aposhka. I think you're looking at a situation where Liquid's the #1 target they can take out of the fight is the Pugna, because it's not actually the Lesh. It's the Pugna giving the Lesh the mana to win the fight. And then you have Disruption that can save either of those. You have to think about this chain save kind of situation. You're looking for supports, basically.
Yeah. And that's going to be up to Ryle to hit that back line and reveal those heroes
100%.
with the Shivas.
And Spirit are kind of doing a similar thing. They have to focus the Tinker. It's just what the hero does. You have to take him out first. You cannot play a fight where he gets to go to Fountain, come back, and you're just in a world of pain. I mean, if you can find Tiny alone and somehow chain stun him down, okay, awesome. But it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
The hero's too tanky. Not an easy team fight for Spirit. I don't think any of these have been easy. They've found some crazy openings.
They really have.
They got to protect the Pugna, though, at all costs. I mean, put the Pugna in the cart if you have to, man. Let him do a suck drive-by, you know, like whatever it takes.
It's the first time in the history of the English language sort of sentence right there.
Look, that is the acceptable terminology. I don't decide this. The people decide it, Austin. I just use what's given in front of me, you know?
Oh, boy. And now a third BKB.
That's a really good one here. Not because the Ember needs to stay alive, but it lets him just find these backline supports and stick on them and be really annoying. Maybe you just solo kill him. Maybe you stop them being able to sit there in the middle of the fight and replenish the Leshrac's mana the whole time. Smoke from Liquid. They're
still don't have any nullifiers.
I think they can just push high ground blind. If you send the Tusk in, if you send the Tiny in, hold the Enigma back. Doesn't look too bad going blind here. You can also let bottom lane push in and just threaten mid racks.
Sure.
Threaten to outmaneuver Spirit around this Roshan.
I mean,
force them show in the base and just do Roshan quickly.
I feel like you, in this current meta, or at least maybe for the last couple of years, you should never really hit high ground in a 5-on-5, but I feel like Tiny's one of those exceptions where all he has to do is hit it for like 2 or 3 seconds and like serious damage.
Especially if you have 4 staffs.
Yeah.
He's not getting bursted here. You have Tinker behind him as well. Yeah, they're going to let the lanes go in.
Laurel
and
hitting in the tree,
going in.
spotted for a second, blinks away before the Avalanche can hit its mark.
All right, so now you force the Roche. You're going to bring Spirit back out of the base while the base is getting hit by creeps. They're going to have to make a call here. They're going to have to go through your vision to get there. And they're going to have to fight into the BKB black hole to do it into the Tinker Marches. Very tough fight to take.
Team Spirit, they put together one hell of a miracle before, but it seems like a second one is an impossibility here. Give up Rue. I mean, they're getting close to the pit. I just can't imagine trying to take this 4 versus 5. So they push in the mid lane.
Correct maneuvering from Liquid here. And they will get the Aegis. They'll get the banner. They will be happy with that.
Hey, bottled a regen rune, though. That could be big for Laurel in the next team fight.
That is actually really big, yeah. Something to look for. The thing about BKB here, the issue is he's running out of slots in a way. You still want this Ghost Scepter. It's really valuable here. You also want a BKB, it's pretty valuable. You also just want more damage and mana. Super valuable. You can see the Leshrac Ags come out if this game goes long enough.
Yeah.
Another nice power rune for Brawl. He's had his pick here.
Top tower is under attack.
I mean, how do you create more damage threats in this lineup if you're Spirit too? That's another issue. If they could solve it, would make the fights easier. If this Wraith King can build enough DPS that he comes online and can be a threat to the Tinker or something, right? If you get to Nullifier territory, that changes the fight dynamic as well.
Yeah.
He's just so far behind.
They just don't have the heroes for that. Mickey spots collapse. And they'll knock him around here a little bit. Meanwhile, Insania does get gone on by Radon, but he can protect himself pretty easily. He'll go back to deal with Collapse, who no point in using his ultimate. There's just too many stuns. Brawl trying to catch more, but...
Getting shrink rate here. It's a bit demoralizing. You want to be the big man on the court, but you get shrunk down to size. Then you're even smaller compared to the Tiny. He will just Boomba stomp you.
Getting smaller and smaller. Just like it seems their chances to win this game as Liquid getting a good hold of the map now. Top lane pretty pushed in, mid and bottom are pushed in, and they will go for the high ground assault with 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Split Earth, pulled it back in, got a quick grab though onto Maposhka. Just who they needed to kill.
That was just too easy. I mean, that is the one guy you got to protect here if you're Spirit. There was no cleanse, no disruption, no force staff in time. No stampede because the Centaur's dead.
Nullifier goes out on a Mickey, and he harpoons him and runs away. A buyback from Maposhka on that maneuver.
He cannot die again. Absolutely cannot afford to die again here. You got to find an angle in this fight. You're waiting for the Centaur.
Dire's middle barracks.
8 more seconds.
Back up. They're just going to go through top lane maybe.
Well, they're gonna try again. See if they can fish for something off of the ward, but Team Spirit playing pretty careful. Get the D ward without risking any positioning of any heroes.
I think you have to find a smoke angle in this game if you're Spirit. You got to smoke around the back or side. Maybe on a high ground ward you can place it. They have one here. You just got to find supports or something.
Go after Mickey.
He's an isolated target.
He is a little bit isolated, and Insania's going to try and teleport to him, get stomped up immediately, and they will try and run him down with the Stampede. They surely got him. Now
that
he's
is
dead.
Massive. No buyback.
Split Earth on 2. Good setup by Laurel. Boxy snowballs up. Buys himself a little bit of time, but he's going straight into the 5-man of Team Spirit. 1 pickoff turns to 2, and that was a dieback earlier from the Tinker. Remember, he bought back long ago, so that is 100 seconds, Team Spirit. They've effectively just killed the Aegis window for Liquid.
He just did not get the blink off after the TPN. It was a very fast hoof stomp, but he had the second to do it. It was not an instant frame, so little misplay there.
Did he not have a barrier on him TPing in? Did he get tagged by some damage? without the barrier.
I think he just didn't get the blink, honestly. Maybe ask him in an interview or something, but he had basically a half second there to do it. Still a very clutch hook stomp from Collapse. And
I mean, that was great.
Take the openings you get, right? Spirit will take that all the way to the bank. 100 seconds, no tinker. That's a lot of time to push these lanes out, restabilize this game, get some more farm. They do have the Nullifier and Demonic Purge. These are really influential items in this game. It does allow you to just go on target, stick on them, try and commit for the play. And is the
Divine Rapier with the Nullifier?
Okay, there's some damage.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly like it. You just need as much damage as you can get here.
Because nobody else can cover that damage, right? Like, it's just like the Centaur is just not going to be a bigger threat than the stomp that he provides.
The
and the two supports are backline save supports. They're probably not going to be able to add that much damage either. So it's got to be Laurel. It's got to be Radon.
I think you want the Slash 25 as well, just for the extra edicts, just so you have more damage to pump in. Took Ceremonial Robe, more DPS added by that as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the level 20 talent.
Also, the status resistance reduction is also pretty pivotal in this game. You need as much stun time as you can get if you're Spirit.
Mickey with his classic level 25, he doesn't take the toss charges, he takes the avalanche cooldown.
Yeah, he really believes in this talent. I always believe in the other one more just because the fact that tosses ignore statuses, but
I like it because
I think the long fight capability.
I think Avalanche always forces out BKB. You know?
Look, I'm not saying it's a bad talent. We're talking about Tiny here, you know?
yeah. We're talking about
Tiny doesn't have bad choices.
We're talking about is it an S tier or S plus tier?
Exactly. You know, Tiny, he gets invited to Gabe's Christmas party out here. Sand King, he's looking through the window out back, fishing hamburgers out of the trash can, wondering why nobody loves him. Tiny, he's right in there by the presents.
Gabe, remember
sitting on Gabe's lap, you know? What am I going to get this year?
Gabe,
you'll get many bucks, don't worry, John.
We had in those bot matches. I used to be your favorite hero, Gabe.
You get coal, Sand King. See you again in 5 years.
There's an idea.
They did
give sandstorm, it's a coal storm.
Yeah, Frostivus this year is you just get Sand King cosmetics. Never use those. He's closing in on this Divine. This hero far is fast, man. I mean, he's recovered, you know. Missed all his timings, but he will have recovered in this game. See how good the Ultra late game is.
I mean, he hit his Divine Rapier timing. This is a fast Divine Rapier. There, smoking up now. Bryle, he's gonna run into this smoke, and a slight just kills the whole thing.
What you would do to have a hex there?
Effect, by the way.
Okay, well you're just grumpy. We'll use that one too.
The fact that he can just project himself with slight and break smokes 1,000 units in front of him.
Yes, because he's a Spirit. It's lore accurate, so we accept it.
Mickey is underneath a ward sentry.
The one good ward Spirit have on the map.
Yes, then that is why they moved to this side of the map to play around it.
They're still looking for this Divine though. They're around 1,200 off. I mean, you gotta finish it up here, right?
Yeah, I was surprised they went for the smoke before they had the Divine.
A little interesting. They did have the BKB on the ledge. Maybe that's enough for you to say we can take that aggressive fight. Well, Scotty for the Ember, though. That is some more healing reduction. I don't know if this Lesh is going to be able to frontline like he did.
Well, he did get to his level 25, though. I mean, you can have all that healing reduction, but he is outputting
it's a lot of DPS.
A lot of damage. He's doubled up his damage on that Diabolic Edict, basically. So
there's a chance here for Spirit. No question about it. They need the fight to go their way. And Mickey is big and bad, man. Swift Blink done. He is swinging like a truck.
Boxy, tons of utility, no Aghanim Scepter, spots Maposhka. Ooh, that's a dream kill. Brew is also acceptable. The dieback on Maposhka would have been great. They got Maposhka anyway. He tries to save Brew, and he gets tossed in, sandwiched upon Mickey.
No buy.
Finds the second opener, and now Team Spirit, despite the Divine Rapier coming in, it feels like this is going to remain an impossibility even if he can get that item.
He might get caught here too.
Yeah, he has to kind of desperately try and push out, has to BKB immediately. TP? I mean, Boxy's around, so he can't TP away. Laurel's gonna have to fight for this. He gets in there, split earth, hits Mickey. Got it down to about half HP. Demonic Purge also going out. Warp Flare trying to create some distance while he snowballs Mickey away, allows him to blink out. Very nicely played. Bryle constantly in their face, interrupting them. Collapse is gonna pick up Laurel and carry him away. This is going to be another dieback as Rue disrupts himself, but stuck in Black Hole.
Why not?
Know that the death of the supports leaves a huge opening for
Divine
Team Spirit or Team Liquid.
Divine Rapier flying in right now to Yatoro. He will just complete it. This has got to make something magical happen here. You're missing both supports. No buybacks available. Radon, what can you do? Who can you kill?
Where's the opening? Who's he going to jump on first? Laurel trying to force a reaction. Saberlight immediately used the black hole to him. They got him inside the Stampede. Pickup card. Collapse trying to drive him away. Laurel gets off his BKB and he's going to fight it out with Radon. Radon dead on the first life. Coming back soon though with his Divine Rapier. Can he push through? Collapse with a buyback trying to get on top of them here, but his stomp is on cooldown. He backs away. Radon backs away. They are running out of lives on Spirit.
Running out of lives, running out of time, running out of options. This Divine is only worth as much as the Wraith King can hit people. He just doesn't have BKB for these fights. Still waiting for the cooldown, 5 seconds. For this Wraith King BKB to make your last stand.
Mickey, Warp player, Centaur at half HP. Radon goes for him though. Harpoon tries to put the damage. The screws onto Mickey. It really doesn't work. A 4-staff gets him away, and Radon is used to BKB for pretty much nothing. One swipe on a Bryle shows that even Bryle is tanky enough to stand up against that Divine Rapier. Knockout punch from Boaxi with the snowball. Not quite enough. Mapocha managed to keep him alive, but inside the pit, Laurel's already dead, and there's no buyback for him. Radon will get back to the fountain. Divine Rapier still in hand, but will he end the game with a loss on a Divine Rapier still in his inventory?
Not doing you any good on the final score screen.
He picks up a Blink Dagger, but immediately canceled by the laser. He gets tapped by that one. The throne is going to die, and sure enough, Radon, he will take the loss. Still holding on, still clutching to that Divine Rapier.
I mean, the King will not drop his sword here. They will drop the game as Liquid strike back with a pretty dominant game. I mean, they really slipped in that mid game. So I think you could argue how much they slipped and how much Spirit just pulled something out of nothing. But they managed to claw back, right? Again, I think this points towards the Mickey Tiny. This is just a player-hero combo you do not want to play against.
Yeah.
Your win percentage is just not going to be good generally. He's going to outscale you. He's going to make a decent amount of impact in that early mid game. Just a very tough hero combination to beat. Spirit tried. That Leshrac was insane. That Pugna combination was really strong. We saw the power of this lineup, but ultimately not enough to punch through. I don't know.
No, it wasn't. Team
the
Spirit.
Subaru back to the shed. Wheel it back there. Put the tarp back on.
We'll let it get some dust on it. I'm not sure how many more Wraith Kings we're going to be seeing, but I mean, maybe we'll see some more. At least they're talking about off-lane Wraith King being some of the meta. We'll see, but in the end, Liquid do manage to even out the series 1-1, which means we're not going to a Game 3 because a 2-game series. Isn't that right, Shiva?
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much, Cap and SPG. It is Team Liquid that take that second game, and there's a lot to unpack with this one because I feel like after the draft was done, we painted a pretty rough picture, Jenkins, for Team Liquid.
We did. Yeah, just going to go ahead and interrupt you there before you say the team name.
Yeah, it's like also go for it.
We definitely did not like the Wraith King pick, Brian. I think that it's just not a good hero. No, to be honest, I think Liquid played this exceptionally well. Like, Bryle on Ember Spirit, you can see why this guy is Grandmaster tier. He was owning in every fight. There was a fight where the game went the other way for Spirit. Laurel got a almost ultra kill, I think. He pretty much did all the damage in that fight. But the gold lead didn't really go down to something that was Liquid has completely lost the game at this point. You know, they still had the gold lead after that. They just had to play a few good fights.
Yeah, I mean, the game got a little bit dicey in the middle, but I also want to highlight the supports on Team Liquid. Boxy was doing a fantastic job of catching people out, and the Tinker. I mean, Liquid, I think, the best team I've watched in terms of just the way they play around Tinker's territory control, the marches. We saw, the Lesh end up getting a shard and try to counterplay on his own, you know, basically who's the king of this hill inside of this march. But, yeah, I think the Wraith King in theory was great, but that top lane was rough. The result of Pugna Wraith King against Tusk Enigma was losing your tower at 7 or 8 minutes, and then Enigma rotates mid as well. It doesn't really matter what your hero does if your lane goes that poorly, and Enigma's always been one of the most annoying offlaners. I did think the matchup would go a bit better for Wraith King personally, but Saber put on a show.
And they put on the show. It was a great game from Liquid, which obviously starts with a great draft. And someone who has a heavy impact on that is Coach Blitz, who's standing by with Slacks right now.
Let's get some insight, baby! Here we go! I am here with Coach Blitz. Here you guys are not paying Bryle. What's up with that?
We are paying Bryle. He is getting money for this event.
I mean, even if you guys don't place high?
Yes, that's how that works.
That's not what they say on the internet, though.
Who's saying that?
Next question. So, who do you think was good in that game on your team, on Team Liquid?
I think everyone played really well, actually, in this one. I think Aiden was super overfarmed. Saber stomped his lane. Bryle played really, really well. Mickey did Mickey tiny things, and Boxy kind of just ran around the map doing Boxy stuff, too.
I'd have to disagree with that. I mean, I think the standout performance, of course, was Boxy with that Tusk. Unbelievable. It is interesting to me that they continuously let this man get Tusk. Is this why you guys kicked Nisha from the team so that maybe they'd ban Bryle's heroes?
We did not kick Nisha from the team. Nisha is still on Team Liquid.
Is that not official yet?
No, he's still. There's nothing official.
Oh shit! I am so sorry, dude.
He's literally going to be at the next tournament.
He totally is, guys. I have to apologize. That is on me.
No, there's nothing on you. He's still on our team.
No, he's right, and I am sorry.
I'm apologizing to.
I really just.
He's still on his team. He's still on. I'm doing the thing.
Oh, you're doing the thing? Come here, baby. Come here. Don't worry. Everything's fine, guys. Everything's great. Bryle's a great addition to the team. Everything's all right. Yeah. I am so sorry, Blitz, but thank you. You can take us out and take us out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, guys.
Okay, well, we'll see if Nisha's still.
Really insightful stuff.
It's great insight. Okay, so with this though, Liquid they tied a series. They 1-1 it, and they continue being on a hot streak. I don't know if we can pull up the group standings. I am kind of maybe throwing production on the bus. I don't know if they fully updated it yet, especially considering there are 2 other streams going on at the same time that also will need to be properly updated with that. But Team Liquid, because they won the previous series, they're 3-1, so they're doing very good. But would you have it? This is what we were talking. Actually, you know what? At the start of the day, I know this was a long time ago already, but we saw the initial group standings. I also had Enigma Galaxy at top of the list, Brian.
Prophesized.
Miracle
finally making his debut back in the relevance.
Hey, they're not playing with Miracle. They're playing with Ghost.
I want to point out that this is an American team. They have Sumail, an American, and Ghost is from Malaysia, and the Malaysian flag looks very familiar to the American flag. So
very similar.
We're gonna be chanting USA in the
arena.
In the arena.
Yeah.
For this team.
I think there's a lot of fans that are attending this event in person over the weekend that are excited about that 4-0 Chiefs.
They are. They should be. I will say that the teams that Enigma Galaxy have faced are the ones at the bottom here with...
We don't talk about that.
Okay. Fair. What I will also say is that we are going to let all the 6 teams from Group A rest, because it's time for Group B to take this stage. But I still want to just fully close on the series that we just had. Or actually, no, just look at Group B. That's the better way of doing it. We have not seen any of these teams yet. I know, Jenkins, you want to talk about Tidebound. They came 3rd at Fisher Universe. They were the ones pulling out the Medusa offlane. I'm sure we're going to see Bach play that as well. How excited are you for seeing them in action again?
Wings Gaming, Shiver.
Wings Gaming.
This is Wings Gaming back. This is not Wings Gaming back, but they do have a bunch of Wings Gaming players, which is always very exciting. They did the Wings Gaming thing where they always have this huge hero pool, which a lot of the times when we see a Chinese team, we call it Wings Gaming. This is why, and then they just turn out to be dog shit. This one's not. These guys are good, man. They're really, really good. Every tournament, they do better and better. So I'm excited to see how far they can go. I talked to Bach a little bit, and he was like, oh, yeah, I think we're just kind of lucky. Like, we've just figured it out. Maybe this tournament's going to go different. Like, he was very humble about it, but I could sense it in his, in his eyes. Like, he's got that killer mentality right now. Like, this team, something. They're bloodthirsty.
I will say, I mean, you kind of seen it in his eyes. Bach has some of the most gentle eyes out there, so there's no way.
He does. I actually asked him about there's a tower in Shanghai. There's a building called the Pearl Tower.
Okay.
And everyone who is in Shanghai hates it. Like all the locals hate it because it's ugly. That's what they say. And I asked Bach about it, and he's the first person ever that I is Chinese that I heard that doesn't. He's like, oh yeah, it's beautiful. It's like, Bach, that's because you think everything's beautiful, man.
That's fair.
This guy
And he
looks out at the
does.
world. He's the most positive guy that has ever existed. Then you just study his DNA.
Okay. Well, if you want to watch Tide Bounce, not in this stream, you're going to have to go to the secondary stream for that, because this stream right now will have a Team Falcons double header, and they're going to start by taking on Tundra. So stick around for that series. We'll be back with more Dota 2 here for ESL One Raleigh.
If you've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel, if you've been paving your own way, trying to be the one who holds the gavel, if you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. Been locking your own chain, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot. Whoa. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen the guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, oh child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. when I'm here with you. You know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. It's a system breakdown on a smash TV. There ain't never been a harder time to believe. I see myself in everyone I meet. The many lost souls looking up, looking up, looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try.
Oh my god, this seems disgusting. You give this to your kids?
If I had to guess. I am here with Team Heroic, Analog and KJ. How are you guys doing?
Good. Fine, hungry.
Are you both hungry?
No, you got
Slightly.
like.
Slightly.
I think you got the worst players to try this American junk food, okay?
In time, we'll find out if that's actually true. Okay, so you guys are the lucky ones that get to go first. You have to open the boxes. So we're gonna be tasting a lot of American delicacies. These are very difficult to find in America, of course. By that, I mean every gas station has them. Which one do you guys wanna start with?
We always see in movies,
Yeah.
you know, American movies.
Okay.
I always wonder what's the taste of it.
Actually, yeah, we should try this one, you're right.
Good. All right, make sure you do it in one bite here, okay?
Cheers.
Very important. So we're gonna have a rating system. All right, it's gonna be 1 to 5 bald eagles, because that's very American. So out of 5, what do you guys think?
I don't think that's good. It's like
3.
I'll go for 3 as well.
Oh, okay.
It's not that bad.
That's average, that's not bad. Okay. What's the second one you wanna try?
This one we have in Brazil, but not the flaming hot.
This probably has the most chemicals than anything on this table, if I had to guess. Yeah. All right, wait, whiff it. There you go.
Yeah.
There's a lot in there.
They are the most aggressive Cheetos I've ever seen. Usually they are like fat and cute, and these one are like...
Yeah, why don't you show one on camera what it actually looks like. That looks like it will destroy your intestines, right?
They are very weird. They are very weird. Like, oh? Yeah.
Oh.
It's good.
It's actually good.
All right, so how many bald eagles would you guys choose for this one?
Man, this one I think is the best one of all. I'll go for 5.
Wow.
No, I'll go for 4, because the Doritos spice is better.
There's a type of ice cream with this one as well. Sorry?
It's so fucking ugly. Oh my god.
Okay, let's go.
Better than expected, perhaps, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't seem too impressed.
It's not good, right? It's just not good.
I mean, it's not that bad. If I was a kid, I would like to eat that.
So how many eagles would you say?
Man, I'll go for 2, just because I said it's good, you know? I can't go for 1 if I said
I
it's
don't understand.
good.
What, is there a terrible aftertaste that I'm not aware of? 2?
No, the deal is like, I expected this to be so bad, because just the way I saw it,
Okay. So you expected a 1, but it was pleasantly
I expected a 0, you know? I was expecting one bald eagle.
1. Oh, wow. That's a true bald eagle. Okay, so you guys wanted to try Takis.
No, very good. It's fine.
Here, let me smell it.
Are you trying already? You have to try like 4 at the same time.
Oh, there you go. A true American breakfast here at 8 a.m. So what are we thinking?
4 solid Fiesta chips. Yeah.
Okay. And how about you?
No, I'm gonna give it 5.
Oh, so same as Cheetos.
I gave 5 to Cheetos.
No, you gave 4 for.
Oh, better than Cheetos.
This is slightly better than Cheetos, yeah.
Wow. Okay, and like I said, the true American test, the Twinkie. Have you guys ever had one before?
I have no idea what it is.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Sorry,
yeah, that was a bitch move right there. All right, what would you guys give it?
Very good, very good. Like it. I'll go for a solid 5.
5 bald eagles, my boy. All right.
It's a 3.
What the fuck?
Don't deport us, please.
All right, thanks for watching this incredibly insightful episode with Heroic on what is delicious here in America. Thank you.
America.
ESL One Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL One Raleigh 2025, where we have completed Group A action, and now Group B is ready to set foot here in beautiful North Carolina and show their mettle. Tundra is taking on Falcons to start off action here on the main stream for Group B with a brand new panel. It's me, Tsunami, Fear, and Effie will be walking you through the second half of the day, and doing it very well educated. We're definitely aware of everything that's been happening in the Dota scene. The impact on the pubs has not affected our research capabilities in the slightest. I know everything that's happening. I saw that Slark that 9 class did earlier today.
I
was
did
like,
too, actually.
He does that all the time.
He probably does, but we can't see it now, and that's kind of like the changes that did happen. But that's what's going to happen throughout this entire tournament. We're going to see these sleeper picks that people are practicing in pubs. Sure, you might be aware of it to some degree because you play against it, but you don't know if someone's spamming it because you can't really check their profiles anymore. So I think we're going to see some more and interesting picks as we go forward.
And you both have been pubbing it up. Mira, how have been your pubs going recently?
They've been going.
Yeah?
I mean, I think the C patch.
How'd they go?
They're going. That's all we're going to say. No, I think the C patch made it so that a lot of the really overtuned things got better. And I don't feel like the patch is in a state where something is far superior to another hero or another idea, where it did kind of feel that way. There are still, of course, the patch's darlings, the heroes that are incredibly strong, and we're still going to see, like the PA, like the Tiny, etc. But they're much easier to deal with now.
Yeah, because the last time most of us were on broadcast was during Dream League, but since then we have had Fissure and Valakia in between, and the Dream League tournament meta was top heavy. I felt like there were a lot of heroes that were just permabanned all the time, like DK, for example, that were guaranteed no matter what, every single game you had to worry about it. Now it does seem that the letter patches have neutralized most of the biggest threats.
Yeah, I would say so. There's definitely going to be new heroes we're going to have to keep an eye out for that could be strong, but the ones that we have seen dominating, like these Tinker, Tinies, Monkey Kings, they've been toned down a lot. They're still, you know, the S-tier heroes of the patch, sure, but they're not ridiculous. PA deserves a mention on that list as well. So yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of new, interesting heroes, as I mentioned before, but the ones that we saw previously as well, they're still here too. So we can't really rule them out.
There's more new, interesting things happening over on our side of the broadcast as well, because you know him as a beloved play-by-play caster, but have you ever seen this man be a journalist? Lyrical is on the ground or in the dark. Where is he? He's hiding?
I'm sorry.
Guys, look, Slack stole my badge. He told me that security was going to hurt me if I came out of this corner. So if one of you guys could get my badge and just bring it, I think that somebody's gonna. This light is really bright. I'm really afraid. Tsunami, can you help me, please?
We can sign off on what you want me to actually come back there, because I mean, like I can give you permission.
I'm really afraid. I feel like I need somebody close to me.
Oh no!
The security's coming over here, man. I think they're gonna take me out.
You're a born natural. Relax. He's just playing a prank on you. He's hazing you. This is how Slacks does his thing. He's very competitive, and he wants to make sure that he can keep his job security.
Actually, you're onto something, Gabe. You're onto something. I heard Slacks mentioning his secret plan over breakfast.
What?
Oh yeah.
There's an exit
You
right
should get
here.
out of here.
I think I need to get gone, guys. I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye, Lyrical. Oh no.
He'll be fine.
You sure?
He can protect himself.
How much could he be intimidated? Maybe it's because it's a new territory for him, and it's new territory for a lot of these teams, because Tundra and Falcons, you may be familiar with the names, but Fear, I think that these teams and their rosters have experienced some new shakeups recently.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, Falcons, they're going into this with a stand-in, where Tundra, Dyrachyo decided to step down, do other things, so they had to find a replacement. So when I'm looking at this series here, I'm looking at these two guys, and how are they going to affect the roster as a whole? Of course, we did have Crystallis play recently in the Fissure tournament for them, but they also had a stand-in there as well, where Whitemon couldn't make it, so they were using Fly. A lot of stand-ins for these teams here, but will these players mesh well is going to be the first question. Like, Quinn specifically, is his hero pool going to allow him to do what Malrain's hero pool did for Falcons? And it's going to be, I think, a little interesting here. There's a lot of overlap. Of course, Malrain knew how to play Huskar. Quinn's been grinding that one, but they're going to gain an Ember Spirit player, which I think is really big. They're also gaining a Queen of Pain player, a really good Storm player, but they're going to miss out on things like the Nature's Prophet, the Earthshaker, the Sand Kings from the mid lane. Quinn doesn't really like playing those too much, and it really just comes down to, will these be good flexes? Because Falcons is a team that likes to flex them overall, but I think overall it's not too bad. But I want to talk about the other team that's done as well, and that's going to be Tundra and these guys, right? Like, how do you replace Dyrachyo? That's always been the question, and I think they found one of the perfect guys to do it, because if you look at Dyrachyo's hero pool, like, he is in-your-face, aggressive, Lifestealer, Magnus, Alchemist, Marcy. He wants to play very quick, really fast, really early game centric. And if you think of Crystallis, he does the same thing. He loves his Razor, he loves his Monkey King, he loves playing Gyrocopter. Ursa's like his version of the Marcy. So I think they found a guy that fits the tempo that Dyrachyo left there. It's really just going to be down to, can they find the cohesiveness and the team fighting, the shot calling, and the timings?
Currently, the man on the left side of your screen is the reigning ESL One land champion, because he won with Parivision in Bangkok, and he's been off the grid for a few months, though, in terms of competitive. Ever since Satanic took over FE, Crystallis had a great job streaming. He was being a very, very entertaining streamer in the meanwhile, but he has not been in competitive since then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when things like that happen, you get kicked and you don't really know what's next. I mean, it is what you do. You stream, right? And you just wait for the next opportunity, and that he did. I think Crystallis is the tier of player that, like, at this point in Dota, at this point in his career, you can't ignore. And all it took was a matter of time for, like, a window to open on a team like Tundra for this to happen.
And I like what you said about there is quite a bit of overlap between what Dyrachyo was doing for the squad as well as what Crystallis can do, because before they even picked up Dyrachyo, we saw that 33 was trying to struggle with what to do with the carry role. Like, Nightfall wasn't really slotting in the way that he expected, so it seems that Tundra is compatible with this high-intensity, early-game moving type of carry.
I do feel like they do it a little bit differently, though. While they are both really aggressive early game carries, I think the way that Dyrachyo leads a lot of these charges for Tundra, or the way that he did in other teams, isn't necessarily replicated by Crystallis, who his aggression comes from his hero pool.
There's only
and
one
his
Dyrachyo.
rotations. Yeah, he's got that, special spice. Like, he's the one who's, like, jumping into these fights and people have to react, whereas Crystallis, like, I'm sure he just kind of builds around what his team is doing at the moment. He will be there, he will be present, but it will be in a very different way.
And for what it's worth, this team did do initially quite well in the group stage of Fissure Universe, because they went undefeated in their Fissure Universe group stage, and then unfortunately ran into Tidebound, the juggernauts from China. But on the topic of Crystallis, we actually had Lyrical get a chance to speak to him a little while earlier ago.
And we are joined here by the one and only Crystallis from Team Tundra. Sir, you already have your keyboard and mouse. I couldn't take it away from you. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. Can I get you to turn around so we can see this beautiful dirt jersey that you have right here? That's well, you know, let's turn back. I thought they could have sprung for one quicker, but it's you're coming in ready to play. I do have a quick question for you to start this out. Last night in your pubs, you were playing against Crit. You have a match today that's going on as well. And you said to him in all chat, you play support like it's TI7 and Wyvern and get good noob. Why did you say that to him?
What, yesterday?
Yes, yesterday.
Did I?
Yes. He's keeping the cards close to his vest. It's good. Anyways, so the other thing that I wanted to ask you about, I'm a big Darkseer fan. Nigma just played at mid. I've seen that you've played 7 games in a row of Darkseer carry. Can you explain to me why this hero is good?
It's because like whenever you level up, you get all your resources back, and then, like, you're like very strong enough to buy regen, and you can spend the gold on like a Battle Fury or a Mjolnir.
So we're going to be seeing the Darkseer carry a little bit later on today. That's what you're telling me?
No.
Care to elaborate?
No, I think it's fine.
All right, thank you very much. Take your keyboard now, and you can get off to a great start. I'm really excited to see you play, Duraccio. It's been wonderful here having you for this interview.
Sponsors, that's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Who needs Pro Tracker when you got Lyrical on the case? Though he needs to do his homework because the opponents they're going up against are a team of Falcons. As we mentioned earlier, Maureen not able to make it to this event, and so Quinn is going to be the replacement. And like you said, Fear, the biggest issue for Falcons has always been the overlap and what Maureen brings in terms of hero pool, because we've seen Sumail stand in for Falcons 1,000 times, and the biggest issue is always like, well, he doesn't play the same heroes that ATF and Skitter play.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we have seen a lot of replacements for Mallory. None of them have really made a huge difference on what they were able to accomplish. So will Quinn be the one to be able to do it? Maybe. Quinn is probably one of the best stand-ins you can get, though. I mean, he's in his home country here, too, so no jet lag, of course. And his hero pool is... He's one of the easier people to play with because you don't have to play for him. He'll play for you, right? He'll make all the space on the map. Just maybe give him a little bit of space and he'll pay you back.
And we actually got a chance to speak to Crit a little while ago to hear his expectations for Raleigh.
Falcons has been one of the most dominant teams in the world, taking first place in a staggering 7 events last year and top 3 in 4 more events.
The biggest part of our success last year was that we were all very hungry. We had success before, but like we were kind of like on a downslope, I think, and we all came together to kind of, because we wanted to win. Like we had very good players and we worked hard, and then I think the other teams were kind of like in a weird state where like they'd just been Liquid and Gladiators having like a really strong year, and like the other teams were kind of just trying to get back into it, and I feel like we just had a little bit of a head start.
Recently, though, it hasn't been so easy. Despite not making any roster changes or apparent changes to their team identity, Falcons hasn't won a single event in over 4 months at this point. Something that wouldn't be a big deal for any other team. For Team Falcons, it's unprecedented. Did their dominance lead them to being figured out by the other teams, or have Falcons lost the magic?
For most teams that are dominating, I think just having some sort of dip in form is just natural, especially in a game like Dota. It's too complex and there's too much competition for you to just stay on top the whole time. It's still a work in progress, but I feel like we're getting better. Like we've had decent placements this first start of the year, but obviously we want to be higher, so it's just we're working on it.
Despite their current issues, this Team Falcons roster is one of the most stable teams around. In fact, it's almost impossible to be more stable, considering they've not made a single change to their roster, coach, or anything else in the entire time this team has existed.
When we came together as a team and we had a lot of success fast, I think that just kind of gives you reassurance when you go through trouble that you can like kind of fall back on that and be like, okay, we know that we can do this. Like we've already been there before. And a lot of other teams, like when you build a team and like you don't have that success, but like you're kind of working towards it all the time, like you will always have that doubt in your mind, like, are we good enough to like win tournaments? Like, are we actually going to be able to do it? But for us, like we've already been in grand finals, we've won grand finals, we've also lost grand finals. So I feel like that's a lot of experience that kind of just keeps us together because we understand that we can win. And I think we also just trust each other that we learn from the losses as well. So those two things combined just make it so that we don't feel like we have to change.
Despite not making any actual roster changes, Falcons are attending this event with Quinn as a stand-in for Maureen, doubling their amount of Americans for this event. Will ESL One Raleigh be Team Falcons' chance to rebound back to their former dominance, or will they continue on their current path?
playing on stage when if there's a venue and a crowd. I think that's the minimum. We get some wins in the group, and then we get past that, and then after that, I think if we make it through, then we're a good team, and then when it comes to brackets, like anything can happen.
And if they're looking for hunger specifically, I know this man on the screen has been feasting primarily on chicken breast and broccoli, I imagine, because he's been looking ripped. But in game, though, he's been quiet. Perhaps now he will have the newfound energy with a Falcons logo on his shoulder, because Lyrical got a chance to speak to Quinn a little while ago.
I am joined right now by the one and only Quinn Callahan, standing in for Falcons. Look at this beautiful jersey you got going right here. First of all, how you doing today?
I'm good. I'm having a good time.
Great. That's wonderful. So my first question is, standing in, how do you plan to undermine this team from within so that they are easier to take down in future tournaments?
Yeah, so it's been a plot that I've been working on for a while. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of strings and sort of undercover agents all over the place. So it's too much to get into detail right now, but just to say that it's going on. Don't worry.
Perfect. That's what we like to see. Sabotage. And also playing a LAN in NA. I was wondering if specifically in North Carolina you can start to bring back the Southern accent a little bit. Are you prepared for that? Can you answer this question in that?
I mean, I can work on it a little bit. I can think about it and try maybe, and maybe it comes out more, a little less. It's just one of those things, kind of natural, So I can't force it too much.
Perfect. And last question: favorite sides for chicken? What's the best side?
We went to barbecue the other day and I had potato salad. and
potato salad.
And it was pretty good. I like that one. That might be up there.
Potato salad. Back to you, Tsunami.
Not any grits, not any collard greens. Quinn Callahan representing, along with his North American compatriot of snaking. I've got high expectations for this team moving forward. Although, Effie, like I was saying, whenever they replace their mid laner with Sumail, it doesn't look that good. And so why should I believe that a Quinn Callahan stand-in should be any different?
I mean, we don't know if it'll be any different.
True.
We're going to have to see here. But I do think that Quinn brings a lot of laning stability. I like what Fear said earlier about how you don't need to worry too much about playing for him, because if he does get a good lane matchup, he will play for you. And he's been at the top of his game for a few years now. So if they can look towards building an advantageous matchup from this mid lane, play around the runes, typical Quinn style, then I think it'll slot into their team better than Sumail did.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason he made out of NA Dota, right?
True.
He was the best mid laner at the time, and what he did best was just, play the spirits, get the runes, and then he knows where to be on the map at the right time. And I think if you compare him to a player like Sumail is going to play more instinctually and just kind of play to carry the game.
Sure.
Where Quinn, he has more of a mind for the game. He's like, I'm going to move here and here because overall for the game, this is going to be best. And it might sacrifice his game a little bit, but overall he is always thinking about what to do. And then more importantly, he's guiding his teammates where he needs to be on the map too. So I think that'll also be good for Falcons too, to have an additional little bit of leadership in the game.
I also think actively competing at the highest level for multiple years is really helpful in terms of when you do have to be in those stand-in situations. While Sumail's mechanical skills have always been top of the top, he hasn't necessarily been competing in all of these tier 1 events over the years. So he does lack some of that understanding of the exact place to be at the exact time, which I don't think we'll see.
Yeah, and to support that, he was just recently in the Fissure LAN playing in the grand finals with Gaming Gladiators, right?
Sure.
So he knows this patch well. You have to know that much. And they're going to stick with the Nature's Prophet. This is a hero that we mentioned, Malrine does love it. I know Quinn can play just about anything, but I think his big strength is the fact that he can play these heroes like Ember Spirit and Storm incredibly well.
The question is DK still an option for these teams that used to love DK versus NP? It is considered a hero that you can throw on its lane and be able to trade in parts of the map with the Dragon Form trying to take objectives.
What's the go-to facet on DK these days? It keeps changing every single time.
It's Frost for carry and Poison for mid.
Gotcha.
The Fire one's just, nobody picks it. Got nerfed way too hard, but speaking of a hero I didn't expect to see, and that's TA.
Yeah.
This hero is really strong, but also in the right hands, right? If I think of Crystallis, I'm not really thinking of a TA. He's not really a big TA player.
No.
But this hero was the big winner of the patch in my eyes. Like, the refraction got buffed so incredibly hard, where, like, all of a sudden, this hero that wasn't so good, now you can go for the refractor facet instead of the other one, and now you can farm really quick, have a lot of tempo, and this hero is incredibly strong in the safe lane, pretty good in the mid lane too, but when you pick it up from Tundra just like this, it makes me wonder. We don't have Pro Tracker anymore. I can't see if Crystallis has been playing the TA, but it's not one of his most played heroes. Is BZM just going to play it?
I would imagine that he has practiced it a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if BZM played it.
Yeah.
Like, he used to play it way back in the day on OG, but also just on top of TA's refraction buffs, Deso also got buffed inside of the patch. And every time Deso gets buffed even a little bit, TA always comes back into meta. And it's the first time she's been let through today, I believe. I did not check the B streams, but every game that I saw on the A stream, she's been in that first phase of bans.
10 seconds.
Yeah, she's incredibly strong right now. Like, you know when a hero's strong? When you go into pubs and you're a carry player and you have to first phase your carry because, you know, nobody else is picking. TA is that hero.
And then it gets banned because both you and the other team picked at the same time.
Sure, but like, you know, a carry's strong when you can first phase it in pubs and it still doesn't have any counters. And I think that's just where it is right now as a hero.
10 seconds remaining.
NP's also that hero too, by the way. That's why we're seeing both these heroes early on in the draft.
There are 400% contest rate heroes right now in Raleigh. Templar Assassin and Nature's Prophet are two of them. The other two are Phantom Assassin and Monkey King. And both of them, actually, Monkey King gets first phase banned, but Phantom Assassin goes ignored in this draft so far.
Yeah, I don't think you want to pick it this early on because this is a draft where you already picked two carries, essentially. We did talk about NP. It can be a mid laner. That's fine. In some situations, it could be a support, but I don't think you want to reveal that this early on.
You also just need like a particular hero to respond to when you're picking PA. She's not a first phase pick anymore because those nerfs where she lost that range on her Phantom Strike, those aren't small nerfs by any means because a big part of her being picked in almost every game was her laning prowess. The way you could pair her up with AA or Warlock and pretty much destroy every lane, and she's weaker in that sense now. I was thinking about Jakiro as a hero for Falcons because it's a very strong support. I mean, we've seen it been played time and time again, but when TA is back in meta, this is one of her biggest counters from the support role. You could try to pressure her early, bring the Nature's Prophet in, with that treant, pressure the towers with the Liquid Fire, and make it so that she doesn't have that space in the map to play in.
Yeah, and it's very annoying. The attack speed's slow. Is very difficult to deal with in the early game.
You will cancel melds inadvertently because you're like, I thought I got my attack off.
Yeah, pretty much. So overall, laning stage-wise, it's really good. Later on in the game, not as good, but if you just group up and push towers, it's fine. The one thing that TA doesn't really like playing against is like roots. That's one very difficult thing to play against because you always want to reposition with your Blink Dagger. So not sure if they're thinking of an Ember or something that later on the line, but you don't want to pick that right now. I think you're kind of looking at potentially a crit hero here.
Tundra Esports.
And it'll be the Ringmaster, okay? I know you like this hero, Effie.
I love this hero.
Yeah.
I think this hero, in the right hands, looks very destructive. It does require a bit of finesse, and that the player has had to play it for a while, but I do think that this is something Crit has been pubbing. It's hard to say, but it is definitely a hero up his alley. What I love about Ringmaster is that he does so much damage in that laning phase. If you pick him with any stunning offlaner or any kind of crowd control, like with his daggers into his Q, almost anybody dies. And the nice thing about the daggers is it's like percentage-based damage too. So versus heroes like Tiny, it's always going to be a powerful tool at every stage in the game.
Yeah. As a carry player, I must say it's not very nice to play against the daggers that do percentage-based damage. It just feels like that spell in particular does way too much damage. It's so strong in the laning stage.
Is the unicycle facet viable? We saw Whitemon experiment with a little bit in Dream League, but I haven't really seen it since.
I think that it is not good. Like, they did buff it recently because nobody picks it, but I think that the Carney classics are just too valuable. Like having the disengage with the whoopee cushion or whatever it is, that alone can clutch so many situations in lane. The strongman tonic as well, within the lane, you can get a lot of clutches. You don't want to trade it for like a scan or a unicycle.
Interesting. Okay, so they're going to take Lycan and Phoenix. These don't really have any synergy whatsoever. However, these two heroes are, well, 33, he loves playing these two heroes, right?
Sure.
He's died down on it quite a bit in the more recent years, but this is a hero that he likely will play. Phoenix does give him a little bit more team fight, but I will say they are pretty desperate for maybe a disable that can go through BKB to really make this Phoenix feel comfortable pressing egg. But I think they're kind of picking this against the Nature's Prophet carry. Saying like, we at least want something that can CS or fight back against that treant. he would have went for Doom, obviously, because that's one of his best heroes, and he loves it versus NP, but this one works too. And I think I wonder at this point, do you change up your NP now? Do you put him in the mid lane and get a better matchup versus the Lycan? Because Lycan is very exploitable. There is a Terrorblade in the pool, and that hero is incredibly good versus not only Lycan, but TA. But they're going to go with their mid laner right away, and they're not going to switch it up. So we're going to see this NP most likely, as they carry, they think the lane's good enough.
Yeah, just on the topic of Phoenix, before we address the Storm, I think that when you are playing against like big teamfight spells early on in the game, like Macropyre, like the Wheel of Wonder, you need to be able to play against that with teamfight of your own. And I would just put Supernova in the camp of like S tier teamfight spells early on. But what you mentioned about needing BKB piercing disable later on, it's going to be true. But early game, these heroes don't really stop egg that well if you have heroes like Tiny bodying for you, like stunning, hitting, making it so that they can't reach the egg.
They're going to have to really keep an eye on this Jakiro. He's the real egg killer.
But if he gets too close, he'll probably get like 2 tapped by the TA.
Yeah, no, it's a meme, but, and maybe in the early game it could make a difference. Who knows? But after that mid game, it's not going to do anything.
And Storm Spirit comes out on 18. This is typically considered the strongest pick, where you can like expend 2 bans now to protect the Storm Spirit. And there aren't many disables coming through from Tundra right now. Like there is the Tiny Avalanche, which is an instant stun, but people forget that like TA Shard, you can buy it really early and it's very disruptive versus Storm Spirit. Like there is a means to play against it. So I wouldn't say that this is a terrifying Storm pick on 18 here. It's good. It's just fine, but it has solutions within Tundra.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, when TA was more popular as a mid laner, this was a counter to Storm mid.
For sure.
Not only just the Shard, but just getting melded all the time in the mid lane is really difficult. So, and I think they wanted to put BZM on this TA more than likely anyway. So
that's why I'm kind of surprised, that they picked the Storm and they also removed the possibility of the NP flex, which I'm sure Falcons were not considering that hard, but now it's not even really something that Tundra needs to worry about.
Yeah. I mean, but if I'm looking at the Crystallis heroes, like his classic heroes, right? Sure, Razor, Monkey King, Monkey's Band. So,
Bloodseeker.
Do you really want a Bloodseeker or a Razor with a TA Lycan?
Sure.
I think they're pretty desperate for a stun. And I'm not sure what Crystallis hero there is that's going to fit that role.
Can't you not just pick your second support here, like the Tricore of TA Tiny? Lycan looks fine to me. Like Tiny could be your carry, you throw a TA mid, then you just pick a team fighting hero with the stun that you're talking about for Tundra.
Yeah, Tiny carry would be really good here. So I hope they do that, but we'll see. They're still banning mids out here for Falcons.
Yeah, they're still expecting a core to show up.
Yeah, they're still expecting a core, but maybe it's just Puck is just so good for Storm, right, that you just got to get rid of it.
Meanwhile, Tundra, they are taking out ATF offlaners. They ban out the Mars and the Kunkka. I don't know if Medusa is in ATF's pocket because that one has been very popular today in the offlane.
I mean, it's definitely an interesting one. I don't know what it would bring this game in particular. And they're just going with Underlord. Haven't seen this hero in a very long time. I don't even think he was touched in the patch, but... Okay, so they're going to pick a root, which I did mention is very good versus TA.
Sure.
So if you do get a Gleipnir and lock her down, that can help a lot.
A lot of global potential.
A lot of global potential. I think the lane itself is hard versus TA if you are laning it against TA. So don't you just Razor here if you are? Or because they're doing as you expected, right? They think Tiny's carry. And Underlord is good versus Tiny because of percentage-based damage.
Sure.
I mean, I think that the Underlord also conceptually is very cool. Like when you're playing, like you mentioned, global ability, you're playing with Furion, but a lot of the other like aura buying offlaners have a nerf. This one's really good. You need the percentage-based damage, not just against Tiny, but you're getting DOT for the TA as well. You're getting the roots, and a lot of people have theory crafted the Gleipnir build on Underlord, but like it makes your Pit of Malice really big if he is going through that route, and that's very disruptive for heroes like Lycan as well. If he's going to play with the summons, they have to run through multiple pits. It's hard for Phoenix to like dive into the Underlord pit because it'll stop you. So it can stop a lot of good eggs, and it has a lot of area control. So I do like this pick a lot, so long as it doesn't get beat up on lane.
Yeah, it's an old school Lycan counter too. You just buy Crimson, right? Then you have the aura, and it makes the summons like do far less damage. So I really think Tundra should just throw this Tiny on support, make Soxa play it. You're laning with a Lycan anyway. That's kind of the desired playstyle. Just drag waves, get him some EXP, go harass mid, and pick him as Razor here. That hero destroys Underlord, and that's exactly what they'll do. I think they could have saw this coming, but this is probably one of, if not Underlords, worst lane matchup.
I would think so.
So,
but they banned out Ursa instead. And it's Crystallis that you're playing against, so why leave its Razor?
They must not think the Razor is good enough. They think their lineup may lack initiation, where Ursa can initiate, where Razor can't.
I also think that why they valued the Ursa ban over Razor is because like he's an Abyssal buyer and you're looking at protecting a Storm Spirit as well. Whereas like if you're playing against Razor, he's not going to threaten the Storm once he gets the BKB, whereas the Vasher Ursa would have. And these are the 1x bet odds. Who knows if we agree with them, but I do think that that's probably the reasoning why.
Yeah.
I think when Storm gets a BKB though, it does look kind of difficult for Tundra, don't you think, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, I think their lineup is very much so meant on snowballing. And I think if they don't snowball the game, it's going to be a little harder to play the team fights. I think this Phoenix pick is... It's going to be hard for Whitemon to play this game. He's going to have to like have perfect positioning for where he places Egg, because he's only got an Avalanche as stun this game. So it's not going to be really easy for him in that one. So they kind of took a bit of a draft loss, I call it, but more of a lane winning kind of approach towards this game.
Just like a classic story of there's a timer, very strong timing for the TA Lycan draft versus the, our Storm's going to have BKB, we're going to play for late game, our Nature's Prophet is going to go smack, 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 and we'll win in the late game for Falcons.
99% of the time I favor the late game team because your execution has to be flawless if you want to be the high speed team, which I suppose I do trust Hunter to be able to pull that off, but they're choosing an uphill battle.
It's not necessarily super uphill, but I would say it's like 60-40 for Falcons in the late game, but you can't underestimate the scaling that can come out of a TA. A tiny support can start to play for himself. And the Lycan Wolf fight that you can throw onto your TA is going to be valuable too.
So it's like a 3-degree incline on the treadmill. It's a little bit, but it's you work up a sweat.
Something like that.
Yeah. I think a lot we'll have to do on execution.
That's what I like to see. Then let's see Tundra versus Falcons here in North Carolina with our casters. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Sunsfan here with Cinder, and we got game number 1 of Tundra versus Falcons in this NA LAN. Is it the final NA LAN? Hopefully not, but it's been many a year since the last one, Cinderin. You didn't even join me for that one.
Oh.
You've never been to Texas. You've never been to my house in Phoenix. What is wrong with you?
I was busy that day. I couldn't. Sorry.
How are you doing, sir?
Shannon, I'm doing well, I must say. I basically, I want to say almost completely dodged jet lag, which is something you struggle with a lot, but...
No, I struggle going back home. That's different.
That makes even less sense.
Okay.
That's fine. And what can I say? So far, I've been having a great time, and I'm ready to see some great Dota. So obviously, these two teams are a little bit different than you might be used to seeing if you've been following them in the last year, because obviously now you've got Crystallis running for Tundra here, as well as now Quinn standing in on the side of Falcons for Malrine. So should be interesting to see the dynamics. The panel we're talking about this in particular with Quinn, with how he's going to slot in instead of Malrine with the hero pool issues. But for this game, you and I have been casting a couple of Malrine Storm games. So this individual game should not be much different for Falcons in terms of slotting in the picks.
Because we're going to see a little bit of action here for the bounty runes.
4 for
able to
Tundra.
snag it. Yeah, 4. That's a lot. A lot of gold in the pocket of Tundra to start this game. Static Link doing a decent amount to Amar, but no kill will come from it. And Crystallis, we have yet to cast him on this team, of course. I believe we were the final ones to cast Doraccio, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
The great Doraccio. He's going to get... actually going to get this kill. He pops the Fairy Fire, but he will drop first blood to crit. A nice knife coming in the last moment with the blood grenade on top.
Yeah. There was a lot of damage over time going on there. And you were pointing this out when we were looking at the picks here, obviously before we were on air, but Snake King went for Twin Terror.
Yes.
As his facet, not opting for the upgraded Ice Path, but rather the stronger double attack. I wonder if this is flat out just an approach to try to make the laning a little bit stronger against Lycan, if that's the mindset here, or if there's some sort of maybe secondary benefit that you're barely pushed over the edge against refraction charges or something. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've cast a lot of Jakiro in the last tournament we covered, and I don't think we saw this a single time.
No, because
picked by anyone.
We had a conversation about it. How much would they have to buff this fast if somebody to go for it?
Yeah, and it was unchanged, right? It's still the same. So.
I believe so, yeah.
It's kind of interesting. Now, just had our eyes on bot lane a moment ago. This was the panel we're talking about this this Razor against Underlord matchup being very one-sided for Crystallis. Obviously, he did get first blooded, but not by the core of the lane, but rather by the support. And we'll see how Ringmaster can convert this into lane pressure. I would say this is one of the strongest heroes in the first 5 minutes. Ringmaster's laning can be terrifying, especially if he has first blood. We've seen some games from, I want to say, mainly Whitemon popping off, getting many kills in the early game. See if Crit can...
Unfortunately, he did go for Carney Classic. A little bit misclick action there after the other facet was buffed tremendously in the last patch.
Goes to show that it must have been really bad beforehand since you're still not picking it.
Yes, Crit just hasn't had time to practice using the other skills, especially the unicycle. Very difficult to coordinate yourself for that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have access to Dota 2 Pro Tracker, which would have shown that the win rate of...
What's the win rate for less than 8.5k? That's what I want to know. Because that's what everyone's going to base things off. Surely we know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amar going to get static linked here by Crystallis. And I agree with the panel that if you're going to replace Dyrachyo, Crystallis, in terms of the free agents, it's a no-brainer, it feels like.
I think he was the best pick for the style of play that you want. And also, you know, Crystallis was a player that was, I would say the community, I can't speak for the pros, it's hard to know, right? But the community at large was skeptical about him, and then he gets like a second place at TI, and people are still like, yeah, well, was he really that good?
Then he started streaming.
And then he started streaming and pretended that Puppey was in his room with a machete, and that's when he popped off.
Yeah.
Then the community was like, all right, this guy knows how to play because he survived a gank from Puppey. In all seriousness, though, he's just recently won a LAN, right? And kind of proven that he's got what it takes. I mean, in case there was any doubt, I personally did not have any doubts after his great run at TI, but for whatever reason, he's really had to win over more people than I feel like he should have had to.
Yeah, streaming does help.
It really does.
You should try it sometime.
Yep.
People might have a different opinion of you.
That's right.
See that rage in action.
Yeah.
We are seeing Skeeter on the Nature's Prophet, and this is the hero that felt like the last time we were casting was extremely meta, and nothing has changed in that aspect. You seem to be very sick and tired of this hero.
I can't believe how many times we've seen it today already. Yeah. Like, I feel like this hero should be banned every game. To me, this is probably, if you put me on the spot, I would say this for me is the strongest hero in the entire game right now if I had to pick one, specifically because it's flex, it's universal, it does well in almost every lane matchup, it scales well, it has global presence, and come super late game, even if you don't have a great game, you can also cheese out a win, which we've seen this team in particular, Falcons, actually pull off a couple of times where maybe the mid-game portion didn't go according to plan. They weather the storm, Skeeter gets 25, and then step by step you start whittling away at the base with the 3x Ironwood Treant talent. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, because there's a lot of other heroes that I would definitely personally rate lower that have been given more ban priority today.
Yeah.
But early days, see the tournament develop further.
So when we were reading the patch notes initially, I think you had the same idea as me. When all the patch note changes to controlled creeps with Helm of Dom, who's the first person you thought of that would be really happy with those changes?
Lycan.
Yeah. No, what player?
Oh.
Because for me, it was 33 instantly.
Whoever plays Lycan.
Okay.
Yeah, 33.
There you go.
There you go. Good.
And Beastmaster Center.
Yeah.
He plays several.
There's no player named Beastmaster.
Okay. So we'll see if that comes into play in terms of the build for the Lycan this game.
Oh, he is getting Dom. Can't say it's because of the patch, though. I think he would have bought it anyway. But for the sake of the argument, let's say that was a genius comment from you. And
thank you.
He's going for Helm of the Dominator because of the buffs.
That's right. And Skeeter right now leading the CS charts 28 and 12 on the board. You can see Crystallis on the other side 31 and 10. So essentially a wash for the position ones. Question is, how much are the off lanes getting? We saw 33 having to go to the jungle a bit, 22 and 0 right now. That's not really going to show the full state of affairs because he has been in said jungle. But Amar on the Underlord. We can talk about this hero a bit. Sitting on 30 and 5, so doing quite a nice job at the moment.
Yeah, he got off to a little bit of a better start maybe than expected because of the kill they got on Crystallis early for the Ringmaster to be a stronger laner in the first few minutes. And then he will passively get some farm here and there with a Firestorm and some Attribute Aura and then go back to the jungle.
That is a lot of burst. That's 2 procs onto the Pit of Malice as well. Enough for the kill.
Did you see how much damage Jakiro did with that Twin Terror facet there?
A lot, boy.
Probably less than if he had the other one, actually.
Boy, if only he had an MKB or a Mjolnir or something.
Yeah, maybe. You know, Snakey
really
likes his
strong.
farm. Maybe we'll see him go in a definitely not in that direction.
No.
But it would be cool. But yeah, I guess this is one of the differences in this type of game between Lycan and Underlord is that Underlord to an extent can farm both. So he can go and push out the wave, and then as the wave is, the next wave is connecting, he can go to the jungle and do a hard camp while Crit leeches experience on the support.
Yeah.
So they've got a nice little symbiotic relationship down here. Okay, TP canceled from Whitemon. Not sure what he was... If there was a play call from Tundra to go there with Soxa, but he was not in range at all. Now, the good news for Tundra is that I don't even think Falcons saw that TP, so they can't act on it and try to put pressure knowing that Phoenix can no longer connect. So likely won't do too much as the Wisdoms will be traded off. And kudos to Falcons. They lost 4 bounties, but they're still now equalizing on the gold.
Seems they always find a way as Crystal is going to get caught again. And that is going to be the death. That is 3 deaths already.
Can you believe this guy got second in TI?
I was going to say, you jinxed the ever-living shit out of him as Soxa under the tier 1. Surrounded by 4 members of Falcons. Gets the toss back, but he actually dodges the Pit of Malice as well.
Nice pathing here.
Yeah, finds his way to the south near the Tormentor, who is yet to spawn, of course, into the tree line. Is he actually going to get away here?
The Jukes.
Yeah, they're not going to bother even chasing. He's not working.
Oh, he might even get a backstab here.
Absolutely. Soxa coming in. Nice avalanche onto 2. BZM coming from the north as well. Ice Path will be the death of Soxa, but he sets this up beautifully. Both Snake King and Amar drop to the deck. Double kill for BZM, and he's able to TP out.
Why are his teammates not tipping him? That was a mega play from Soxa, dodging the 4-man gank.
Especially in
Placing
America,
a ward.
Tipping is mandatory here.
Yep, every time you get a kill, 20% goes to the Ancient.
That's right.
Yeah, I can't really say Soxa did not play that completely perfectly. He got off the ward as well to give him the information that he could make the backstab play, and they get those 2 kills onto BZM, so now he will be leading the net worth chart by a decent margin. Especially now against the counterpart in Quinn. He's 1,000 up against the Storm. Panel was talking about this. Interesting they chose to pick the Storm knowing that BZM and the other team was likely playing the TA in the mid lane. This is one of Storm's notoriously harder matchups. So definitely leaves a little bit to be desired for the early game for the side of Falcons. But as we've already covered, they did a good job in the side lanes to kind of equalize it regardless.
Yep, for sure. 33 now. Using this timing to push the tier 1 tower. See if there's any defense for Falcons here. Yeah, now that Helmadam is up and running. Snake King will make an appearance. Quinn as well, but the tower's already gone, my friend, so Falcons will have to concede that. I will say Sprout, very good against Lycan. Once you get 6 slotted Cinderin.
Yeah.
Because no Quelling Blade anymore. You have to go Battle Fury for that.
That's right. I think that's a great point to make, minute 9:30.
I mean, to be fair, the games that we cast tend to go pretty late, so.
Yeah.
Or there tend to be hour-long pauses. Either way, I'm happy. Soxa initiated on. Skeeter gets off his Wrath of Nature as well. And Soxa inside the Sprout will fall. Snake King racking up the kills here. Doesn't want to give it to any core heroes, of course. Very greedy boy. And he went for that facet, of course.
Yep. And that's a kill involvement for Quinn, so he gets 1 more stack on Galvanize.
BZM.
Great song by the Chemical Brothers, of course, if you're unfamiliar.
I'm very unfamiliar.
Yep, that's right, because you don't listen to good music.
Quinn, he'll be able to bottle the shield rune here. What a nice... I feel like when you typically are going to a LAN and somebody's not able to make it and you have to have a last-minute replacement, like people like Quinn aren't generally available. That seems like quite a nice player to fill in for you. Last minute, especially being NA, no jet lag, of course.
Well,
he did come from Europe, I guess, but, you know.
Did he?
Probably. Historically, all Americans came from Europe.
You got a point. Everybody's jet lagged. Everybody.
At some point in someone's life, they will be jet lagged, as we have a smoke now from Falcons. And, well, Soxa might be in a bit of trouble, but I feel like he'd be happy with this exchange. If it even comes to that. Smoke does pop. Crit. And send out the knife. They see Soxa. It gets feared into the tier 1 tower, but he is not worth the pursuit.
He's tough to dive when Storm isn't part of the play. Quinn will now actually not even sending himself a TP scroll. So he's showing flat out in the mid lane without TP. I don't know if Tundra can really act on it though. Their lineup seems, as they talked about in the panel, kind of inactive for a while. The only playmaking hero they have is a 4 Tiny, and well, he's showing in bot lane, so what moves can really be pulled off? They're happy to just farm up and probably try to cover that weakness of their lineup through sheer itemization. So the TA is going to go for a Blink Dagger. That will help with the gap closing. You might see a potential catch item for Phoenix going Hex or Atos would be nice. And yeah, until then, they're happy to farm. Can't say I haven't seen this type of game from Tundra before, and the results are quite mixed. Sometimes they get there, and they get their stuff, and they play that late game. Other games, they kind of just do nothing and then lose. So we'll see what type of game this one's going to be. But I want to say so far so good. I think this is a pretty stable overall game state for their lineup.
And what about for the other side?
Well, Falcons lineup can win this game at, I think, every portion of it.
Is anybody unhappy right now? Really? What the question comes down to.
Not really. I guess the hero of the entire game that's probably having the worst individual one is the Storm, but he just farmed a double stack of Ancient, so he's kind of back up there now. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of just a weird one, right? It's quite unusual to see both teams being this happy with farming, and it's not that, oh, there's only 7 kills minute 13, what are they doing, why don't they fight all the time? It's also the way in which they apply pressure a lot of the times seems to be... You're not really pressuring the enemy heroes very much. You're just pushing out waves a lot and making them defend, but you're not doing hero damage, so to speak. As I say that, they will find crit, though.
He gets inside of his box, but that sets up the Avatos and eventual right clicks from 33. Actually staying alive quite a bit longer than expected. Gets off the whip, but eventually will be found in the tree line.
If only had a bike there.
True. Unicycle, man, that thing sounds really broken, actually. The first 2 seconds of damage don't matter.
I think I asked you this question before, but it was not on broadcast, and I don't remember what your answer was, but it was probably terrible. So a bicycle has 2 wheels, and a tricycle has 3.
Yeah.
So what would you call a unicycle? If you call it a bike and a trike, what do you call the one with 1 wheel?
I feel like I can't say that on air, so I just won't do it.
All right.
Thanks for the question, Cinderin.
Wasn't meant to be bait.
Quinn,
well,
Avatos up and dead. BZM finds the damage. Amar Company still want to fight, apparently. BZM taking the brunt of the damage, gets off the ice path, but he gets another kill to his name. The Wheel of Wonder going to be completely avoided. Just look away in shame, and you're fine. 2 dead for Falcons as they are getting run down now. Chrysalis with the static link. Crit is dead. That's number 3. Toss back Amar. Big and juicy, no longer. Pinata for you. Whatever the hell that means. Triple kill for BZM. 4 dead for Falcons, and they get nothing in return.
Yeah, kind of surprising to see Falcons almost double down on that, right? They just lost their Storm. You can cut your losses, but they really wanted to... Maybe they're trying to impress Quinn. They're like, just like in the good old show, TV show Friends that I know you used to enjoy it. They wanted to show that they'll be here for him, you know?
That's right. Well, they really wanted that Arcane Rune. They got it, but it cost them dearly. Unfortunately, Wheel of Wonder ends up whiffing. I don't think that's even enough for a kill. Level 1 wheel.
Nah.
Probably not. Yeah, the old domino effect. I mean, again, it's not like they played with Quinn a whole lot, right? I feel like this is a standard pub mentality syndrome, the dominoes, right? Save your friend syndrome. As Soxa will be rewarded with a shard. Not the most useful for support, Tiny, but he'll take it.
So what you're saying is usually they feel like Malrina is more expendable. Just like, you know what?
Yes.
Whatever. But Quinn.
That's right.
Good Tormentor timing.
Uh-oh. Avalanche finds him. Toss not going to be there, but the damage still comes through. Sunray from the other side. Down goes Amar. And 33 with another kill to his name. He's got the helm of the Overlord now. And that was against a Crimson Guard for Amar as well, so you can just see how much physical damage output the side of Tundra have. As Quinn, they're going to try to get a collateral kill here onto the mid Razor Crystallis. He will fall. How much will it cost them? Nothing. So a great pickoff for Falcons, finally showing a little bit of life here, despite being down 5K at the moment.
Yeah, so considering, I was about to say the gold graph, this is extremely steep. Like, the game has been more or less even for 13 minutes, and then that spike just happened. They got 4 kills and then the Tormentor. So this was the makings of the good version of these quiet games from Tundra, where they farm up their items, they find 1 or 2 moments of opportunity, they get an objective, and then they just keep snowballing out of control. But that kill on Razor will slow things down a little bit. Still, you can see the recipe here is just more and more pressure.
Finds another potential pickoff here, the Avatos. And the creeps are doing most of the damage here. Amar pops the Crimson, so he's going to live. As the rest of Falcons here to try to defend. Well, they do save their comrade, but you can see BZM with the Deso. They have a lot of minus armor now, coupled with 33's Howl. This tower is donezo. But Soxa, it feels like he's been getting or being involved in so many kills so far this game. Has set up a ton for the side of Tundra.
6 out of 8. He opted for Phase Boots plus Windlace. This is not very uncommon for Tiny, but there are definitely games where you keep the brown boots and get a faster blink, or perhaps sometimes we even see Tranks. I think that's the rarer one. But obviously, if you do go phase, you really want some sort of payoff. Oh, big enough. Well,
on to Soxa. Remember, this is a support hero. How long will it take? Ice Path connects. Crystallis comes here, though. The Avalanche toss onto Quinn. He's very low on mana. They get the kill they came for, but it might cost Quinn his life. Indeed, it does, along with Snake King. But Crystallis on the other side gets taken out by Amar. So 2 for 2 as the fight continues. Amar with the attempted TP will be fine. No more stuns to come around for the side of Tundra as Crit gets crit by BZM. So 3 for 2. Favor Tundra still. Took a long time to kill Soxa.
Ironically, the armor of Phase Boots actually made a really big difference there. Obviously, Tiny's base armor being 0 is pretty bad, but the 1 point in Grow plus the Phase Boots for the 9 armor meant that kill probably took them a couple of extra seconds and the entirety of Storm's mana pool, so he couldn't get out after. And they managed to get a good turnaround there once more, and BZM, the big winner. He's now 7-0. He got 2 stacks on his Desolator from that. You're going to immediately try to convert this into the big man. Minus 14 armor on Roche right now, not bad. Together with 33, this should be no problemo. Now 33 is eyeing up an Echo Saber here. The panel was talking about potential Aghanims being the item of choice this game. You're playing with TA, you're playing with Razor. Perhaps there could be some interesting dynamics with that. But at the same time, is that good with how this works now versus...
Versus what?
I'm just trying to remember if something was changed with this at some point where when you convert a ranged hero, the way it interacts.
Oh, I see.
I think it's still... Anyway, I would rather see him go this route regardless. I think this is a very good game to become a true third carry rather than empowering.
Yeah, it feels like if you're off to a great start, why bother?
Yeah, just
you could do that third, fourth item somewhere down the line.
So Harpoon will be it. He will complete the full item soon. At least it's this quick buy. And then
Crit is found by Soxa. Tossed back into everyone, but the Wheel of Wonder is used to try to get away. Crit, he's going to put himself inside the box. Will live as a result. Soxa, wrong place, wrong time. So good rotation here from Falcons. And Amar saw him get the 33 ult used. Do they want to use this to their advantages? Quinn very low on mana, and they obviously know this. And the Aegis still online for the likes of BZM. So perhaps a pressure of the tier 2 tower to come. Or they could also just chill.
Yeah, for the side of Tundra, I think it would actually be really nice for them to just calm down for a minute and a half or whatever, just get Soxa his dagger. It's going to make things a lot easier when he and BZM together can just pick a target and kill it. I think almost everybody on Falcon's side dies in an Avatos combo with the exception of Underlord. So if Soxa reaches a point where he can just flat out stop showing on the map at all and just play behind BZM, that makes for a very difficult strategic game for Falcons to play because they have to push out these waves quite a lot. Lycan's going to be pushing the waves. It's going to be Plasma Field, TA with traps. is going to keep things as much as possible on the dire half of the map. Nice path, nice connection from Snay there.
Yep, and the knife will slow him from crit, even macro pyre use. Soxa seems to be the choice of kill every time for Falcons.
He was 100 short. He just wanted that one extra creep.
Greedy
get
boy.
the dagger, but well, he'll get it eventually. It's a nice slowdown kill though, but as you mentioned, he's kind of the only hero they're really killing, and that means on the side of Tundra, the gold just keeps going up and up. And as much as I've talked about Prophet being an incredible hero, this is probably the plan B type of game. Usually in good Prophet games, you're kind of crushing it in the first 20 minutes. You're winning your lane, you're snowballing plays around the map. Now that that hasn't happened, are you already playing for level 25? Is that where we're at? It is kind of tough to see Skitter with confidence just enter a fight against these heroes. They're very, very strong right now.
And this is going against, I mean, Tundra, I just realized they only have 1 stun.
Yeah.
That's why Soxa has been involved in everything. They've been able to TP out as long as Soxa is not there. As Quinn, nice double ice path onto 2. Down goes Soxa again. Again, BZM able to get out of dodge, still has the Aegis, so Falcons will play it safe here.
Now Soxa is further away from Blink than he was a minute ago, because he was 100 gold away, and then he just walked in and died again. So now he's 300 gold away.
Go to jungle, my friend.
Yeah. That one was a little weird for me. When you're that close to such an instrumental item, usually you just go and take like a singular camp, but they had an idea of making a move there with him and the TA. Obviously, I understand you want to try to put your Aegis to good use, but unfortunately, as it stands now for Tundra, they're kind of getting nothing out of it. It's just a minute left on it. Oh, the smoke will be scouted out by the Wolves. They could set a really good trap here on Tundra if they want to. Knowing that they have their Aegis, no TP on BZM though, so can't really connect very easily to the bot lane. And you know, plan B, if you can't make a trap, at least don't get caught. So they're all gonna disengage here, and the smoke will not bear fruit.
Man, it would have been so funny if Soxa had died there.
It just walked into them, didn't realize they were smoked. Especially considering he was the one pinging the smoke. Just like short-term memory.
All right, he is 10 gold away, ladies and gentlemen. You can do it, Soxa. Will he die in the next 2 seconds? No. He will purchase
he quick bought that real fast.
Yeah, he's got quick
no
fingers.
risks there. And then immediately he's going to walk into a ward. But he has allies backing him up. And the only thing that the side of Falcons really got out of the smoke was a nice aggressive ward behind the bottom tier 2 tower. So now if they were to take a fight here or want to make an invasive play, then they will have the information behind as to whether a defense is being mounted, or perhaps you can catch someone and turn that into the tower pickoff. But didn't happen now. Oh, Quinn's balance
that
trap.
is going to be a big kill for BZM and company. And that's 45 seconds of no Storm Spirit.
TA traps are just such a mess to deal with a Storm. Makes you wonder if the build Quinn is going is actually the right one for this game. So he's got the Witchblade into Kaya Sanj, so he doesn't have any way of removing the silence. We've actually even seen, oh, hang on. Toss again, Soxa, the killer instinct.
Is everywhere. Skeeter able to attempt the TP out, will be fine now that the Avatos is on cooldown.
In the meantime, they're trying to get onto BZM.
Yeah, he has a lot of damage. Snake is just gonna brush it off. Pit of Malice placed. Now the Sprout. BZM attempting to TP, but there's the whip from the north. Crit able to find the kill. Soxa, or I should say Snake King, able to be traded, and they are able to get the egg as well, so Crit gets credit for that one. A 2-for-1 in favor of Falcons. 30 will have to run away.
You know what made a huge difference there, Shannon?
What's that?
Gossamer Cape. The best neutral item in all of Dota against TA.
And Soxa will show off that new Blink Dagger to his grave.
Great. Well, he doesn't need to farm it, so.
True. His death matter no longer.
I mean, BZM would have insta-killed the Jakiro there, if not for the Gossamer Cape. So that extended the situation by quite a bit, and Snay, as a result, got to force out counterplays from the Phoenix as well. So that was a really big win for Falcons, and you can tell, obviously, I'm assuming only the 2 of them got offered the Gossamer Cape, but it's also on the Storm. So Storm and Jakiro have an extra line of defense against Meld, and just TA's overall burst damage in general.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's really strong. This is probably, is there a hero in Dota that is better to have this against than TA?
No, TA is
like
the first one I think of at least.
Like, those are probably the 2, right? The ones that have like singular, extremely potent attacks.
Yeah.
That you want to try to block.
All right, Falcons. They will be able to get the second Tormentor. And Snake King will get that one, so has the fire and the ice, but you can see the smoke from Tundra. They're going to be going against a bit of a weaker Falcons lineup as a result of that Tormy.
They don't have Supernova. It's just where to break
out. And they'll avoid each other, it looks like.
Well, that was...
So Chrysalis with the BKB now.
Uneventful.
BKB Mjolnir.
Radiant's middle tower
33, I believe, is, just about to finish his BKB as well.
I think it's going to be very telling what his next quick buy item is. I would still kind of like AC. You're playing with Razor and TA, so the aura benefits are amazing, but the other item he's eyeing up here, also great. The Nullifier to try to deal with some of the defensive utility. Nature's Prophet Pike will be unusable. You're going to be able to remove Crimson Guard from a target.
You can remove the box.
Ghost Scepter, box. Yeah. Honestly, they needed at least one of these, so it was a matter of, is he going to be the one buying the first one, or will someone else do it? And then I still think AC is a part of a build here, so maybe his next item after this.
So you're talking about 5th, 6th item again, where Aghanim Scepter will slot in nicely.
There's a little bit of a difference between talking about 6th slot at 27 minutes and at 9:30.
What tier 5 item do you think he should get this game?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that right now as well. 27 minutes in the game here at game number 1 of this best of 2. Not really a thing. It's a 2-game series, in fact, is the correct way to say that, Cinderin.
Well
Thanks
done.
for correcting me. Tundra versus Falcons.
Those are also the correct teams.
Tundra with the 5K lead right now.
I think he should take Stygian Desolator.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
Because minus armor is good when you have minus armor.
But then TA can't go for it, so that's the problem.
Get one each.
You know? It's not the best.
I guess, I mean, Spider Legs and Fallen Sky are also kind of cool on...
Yeah, I was actually joking when I said let's talk about tier 5.
I know you were, but I'm just going to do it anyway, just to annoy you.
I actually do like it.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't annoy you.
We got smokes on both sides. As Chrysalis... My southern accent seems to come out a lot now that we're in North Carolina, but the smoke will pop. Sox not able to get the connection he wanted. Gets the toss back from Amar. Sox is going to take the brunt of the damage here as the BKBs are not going to be popped. Skeeter gets Chrysalis inside of his sprout, but Chrysalis able to find the space. Tiny is already dead here, and Skeeter and company attempting to fall back for the time being. Chrysalis' BKB is wearing off now. He's actually kind of alone. He's going to get sprouted and surrounded as Quinn comes in to finish the job. Double kill for him. A 2-for-0. And Falcons, not sure if they can get much more as Quinn is a bit low on mana. Does have to be a bit careful. Gets off the Electric Vortex into the Ice Path with the Dual Breath to follow. Wheel of Wonder placed. He finally pops his BKB. Going to focus everything on the Quinn, but he still has enough mana to get to the other side. BZM, he finally pops his BKB. Is 33 already TPing out. Now BZM, Hurricane Pike to the high ground. Should be okay. So it's still only 2 kills, but both in the name of Falcons.
I mean, that fight definitely showcased the lack of lockdown, right?
It's not over yet, Cinderin. Quinn, gonna get Avid. And they will be able to kill off Soxa again. How many times has he died this game? I feel like I'm saying that he is 9 deaths in so far.
Death, taxes, and death to taxes. Close enough. Roche will go the way of Falcons.
I'd love to get a highlight of just that 1 second period with that cringe joke. As
Can we
Roche
get it on
being
repeat,
attempted.
Oh, they're going to try to defend. No Tiny, though.
They're going to get some vision thanks to the Wolves. Falcons respecting this, despite not having Soxa. They looked at the scoreboard and saw that he died 9 times, so they don't really care if he's alive or dead.
Makes no difference whether we have our 1 stun boys with you.
Yeah. The 1 stun does seem to make a big difference.
Yeah. Definitely. I think if you think back to that fight that just happened, the big team fight, you know, there's a Supernova being used as a zoning tool. They just force out 1 hero with it. The Prophet isn't able to stand his ground and fight, but you're not benefiting from that aside from just buying time, but for what, right? You're not the one chasing. You can't snowball the fight in any meaningful fashion. The enemy team just kites you out, and then as soon as your BKBs expire, they just run you down instead. It's just way easier for Falcons once the fights transpire in that fashion. Flymon.
Yeah, he's going to be found. Chrysalis is on the other side along with Soxa, but they will have to run away. Soxa, is this death number 10 for you, good sir? He is pretty tanky for somebody who's died this often. Chrysalis going to throw out a plasma field and then run away, just going to claim that he did help his friend, despite it leading to a double-digit death now for Soxa.
You know what they say.
Death
taxes. Come on now, finish it.
Roshan,
Do it now.
I refuse. As Roshan will die in the southern hemisphere.
Oh.
And the Aegis will go to Quinn as Falcons, I think we can safely say now, have the lead.
Yeah, they've stabilized the game. It was looking good for Tundra, right? We were singing their praises. They were getting a big gold advantage. They were taking a couple of good fights. And then this later portion of the mid game haven't really been able to string much together, with the Tiny being jumped seemingly every second minute, just being killed off over and over and over again.
They've obviously identified he's the only stun.
Absolutely. They're just
kill him off and we're
pressuring him.
fine.
And this does mean that we can now more or less say with full certainty that we will reach level 25 Nature's Prophet. So that begs the question, what is Tundra's solution to that problem? Because are you going to start, who's going to buy Midas? Who's
Was that
gonna...
changed at all in this last patch?
No. Why would you do that?
Just checking.
Still the same talent, 3x.
Yeah.
Well, the Treants themselves got a minor nerf, I believe, to their health in... But I think that was in B, not in C. I think in C it was his damage from his innate that got nerfed, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's the Spirit of the Forest. Still crazy, so... See how they deal with that. It's coming.
Indeed it is. Still 3 levels away, though. And Skeeter with the Crystallis, Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike, Manta, and now the Brooch.
Okay. That's one
Now
way to say it.
that we've seen this item for an extended period of time, do you have any different thoughts? Because last time you were a bit underwhelmed and a bit hesitant to say whether it was as good as the pro players thought.
I thought it was getting slightly overpurchased because I felt like players were buying it even when they were against low armor heroes. And that's when I feel like mathematically the Daedalus has to be better if the enemy heroes have low armor, right? But if they do have high armor, I could definitely see
It's good against Refraction, right? Isn't that 2 instances?
That is actually a good question. I would think it isn't, but...
I would think it is.
Maybe it is.
I don't see why it wouldn't be. So that's 2 instances, theoretically. You got the double attack from Snake King. Refraction
But
getting
doesn't
owned.
it show up as a critical strike when you have Brooch and you hit for a crit, right? It just shows up as a regular
you
crit.
could be right, but let's just assume I'm correct so that I look smart for once. 2 instances of damage, of course.
Yeah, nice. Quinn. Trying to do 1 instance of damage here.
That's right.
Working on it.
It's enough to force out another refraction from BZM. Now that there's a 4-staff on to Sox, I feel like
I have no idea how he can afford this.
Yeah,
he's using cheats or something. Like, how does this guy have any gold?
Well, he did get the shard for free, and that does help
true.
you farm.
Yeah.
So we can do the math here. 1 + 1 = 10 deaths.
What?
Don't worry about it.
I think my joke was better, and it wasn't even good to begin with. So this one must have been real bad.
This is my home turf, America. We can make bad jokes.
I don't know where you're going with this.
I'm not going.
I don't understand.
Who says I'm going anywhere?
That's a good point. You really don't like to, do you?
No.
Prefer to stay at home. All right, Amar with the D ward. They will now get full control of this area. And Falcons thinking about putting some serious pressure here potentially. Oh, Quinn with a long zip to bottom just to farm out this wave.
Wow, that wave got decimated.
Yeah, they just feel confident that there's no threat going their way whatsoever when they have this Aegis, so they're willing to just burn half the mana pool to kill off the bot wave and try to cut it. And Tundra, well, it's the right read, obviously, from Falcons. Tundra are very uninterested in fighting. Sox, as a matter of fact, is farming the enemy side of the map, so I think we can count down to his death as you want, if you want to.
Will he get to triple digits this game?
That would be...
What's
I wonder
the most,
what the record
well, yeah, I had the same thought. Probably
have we ever seen 30 deaths on a player in a game?
Probably. Probably like a tier 2.
30 is crazy.
We've definitely seen 20. I mean, you've had 20 in a game.
Yeah, I think once.
On Pudge, I remember vividly.
Yep, that was a great game.
Just such a bad performance.
Thank you.
Daedalus now.
I seem to remember when they did the compendium predictions, there was always a category for most deaths on a player, right?
Yeah.
And I think the highest category you could choose was 21 plus.
Yeah.
Is that true?
That sounds about right. It's close enough.
Yeah. And I think that was met before, at least. So
by you.
Must be up there.
You and
It
Mel.
was not by me, but as a matter of fact, Shannon.
Oh, okay.
Our games didn't go long enough to die 20 times.
Oh, that's a good point.
Radiant are scanning.
Are you surprised they didn't really use the Aegis? I mean, they do have 30 seconds on it, so maybe now's the time, but...
Another great dodge from Soxa. Has really been dodging the ganks this game. keeping it low.
Yeah, he could have died... Any other player would have died 20 times by now. Sox is a beast.
No. That's not true.
They would have died 20 times
But I
and had
will
half the
say,
farm.
so as fun as it is to look at this, a lot of his deaths are actually good deaths. I want to say is like a lot of the times people get caught up in the KDAs, but the fact of the matter is in a game like this, somebody's gonna die. And a lot of the time he was getting key vision and getting his spells off and then dying, and that's the fate that melee supports face a lot of the time in these types of games. So
Are they about to
he
get
could
their
have definitely
second?
played better, but
Are they about to get their second stuns and melt strike talent? Do you go for that this game? Amar will get a shard.
the refraction one got buffed, right? I think it went from 3 to 4 this patch.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the melt bash still, though.
I guess they could have a stun with 33, right? What does this little guy do? The Ancient Croaker. Is that the Congregations of the Deep? Yeah.
It is indeed.
Okay, so they got some stuns.
Yeah.
Via maybe some unorthodox means. The Croaker looks like... Look at him lumbering about. What a beast.
It's a great word. I think I've never used lumber as a verb in my entire
You're
life.
welcome. Lumbering beast of burden.
What voice do you think a croaker has?
I mean, you don't want me to do that one.
All right.
That's for sure.
Can already imagine it now based on that comment.
I mean, the Croaker is a belcher, no doubt about it. That's how he talks. Even game, though. I mean, who would you give the advantage to now that there's no Aegis?
Well, have Falcons ever lost with a level 25 Prophet?
Has anyone ever lost?
Is it possible?
So he did not go for the Meld Bash, by the way, so it's more charges to Refraction.
I mean, it's fine. I don't think there was a wrong choice here. I think both of them have their merits. But I definitely like the angle of the Meld Bash a little bit more just to overcome that weakness of your lineup. Here we go.
A weakness no longer with the Croaker
Radiant's
being
bottom
recruited.
tower is under attack.
Against
As bottom
Will,
lane.
it got dominated.
It did.
I think
Oh my goodness, look at those illusions.
Yep.
They attack very quickly.
And they have effectively forced back Tundra to their base, with the exception of good old BZM, who's still farming. Nope, he's going to connect now. All right, this is going to break out.
Oh, Soxa, he's going to die first. We haven't seen that before. As Crystal's getting a nice static link onto Crit. Soxa's dead to start things out, though. As Chrysalis pops the BKB, will find the kill onto Crit, but it might cost him his own life. But Amar getting beat down by the likes of the Lycan as 33 wants to continue the pressure, gets the nullifier onto Snaking, who's going nowhere as a result, but the stun coming out from Quinn. Basically out of mana, though. Snaking able to TP out just barely as Skeeter gets tossed with the illusion as Soxa bot back to ensure that he could at least get that. So it's a 4 for 3 with the buybacks.
Soxa got 1,000,000 XP from that. He got a solo kill on the enemy Prophet level 25. So he's going to get his 20 talent with that. Probably going to take the toss requires no target. If they can get any cool plays out of that. But yeah, just this fight, the Sunray was massive from Whitemon in that situation. It's keeping Crystallis alive. I'm not sure how much value exactly he got out of his Satanic, but the Sunray definitely extended his life by a couple of seconds there. And they did force Skitter to stay around just long enough that Tiny could come through for the cleanup. That said, Skitter was being very patient with his Manta, probably a bit too much. He actually took a Meld Strike that he maybe could have Manta dodged. And I want to say not necessarily the best fight execution we've ever seen out of Falcons, but it was still good enough to break even overall, I suppose. And they are now, as mentioned, 25 on Prophet, so let us
see
how this will transpire. Now, Roche is available in the top pit. Quinn,
He's
in
very
there.
deep, gets off the Sheep Stick, and you can see the Dark Rift being used as well. As Amar will show up. Quinn out of mana already, though. That might just put things to an end here.
Great escape here from Tundra support.
Does have the Arcane on him.
Good job dying on neither of them. Need to be careful on Phoenix with how you use Icarus Dive against Storm, of course. If he can catch you as you begin the dive with Vortex or Hex, it can get really awkward. And the Tiny is able to get him out of trouble and also escape himself. Now, they still force the enemy heroes down there.
Yeah.
So
all-time highest death is 27. Oh, it has to be on Centaur, seriously?
Vol.
How do you die 27 times on Centaur?
Was Vol a 3 player?
My goodness, that Makes me physically ill to read as there's the Sheep Initiation. Quinn, there's the Wheel of Wonder as well. Do they have the damage to take out Crystal as he gets forced at BKB? He's actually staying alive just barely, but no. Eventually does fall. That's a big, big kill. 90 seconds of no Razor. Falcons in a 5v4 situation.
Tried their best to keep him alive with the Sunray to enable the Satanic, but wasn't really anything to hit with the Satanic. And of course, Satanic on Razor doesn't actually heal that much if you don't have a static link running first. You don't attack particularly fast, you don't attack particularly hard, so that will be Roche, number 3 of the game, going the way of Falcons. And this one has got the old refresh shard. So who will we see that on? It looks to be the Ringmaster for the time being. He's passing it over to Snaking's Jakiro, who has Ags, by the way, so 2 insanely powerful macro buyers.
Wow.
Could be interesting. Doesn't have the mana for it right now, though. They cost 500 a pop, and the shard costs 200, so...
Big zip. Instant Hex as well as Whitemon. Gonna be greeted by the gate as Amar actually commits to it. There's the Sunray placed with the egg. I think they have the right clicks to take it out. Indeed they do, as Amar will TP out right in front of their fountain because they don't have a freaking stun to work with. 33 inside of the Sprout has to get away with the Ogre Steel Totem, and just in the blink of an eye, that is a full set of racks in favor of Falcons. And of course the Aegis, plenty of time to work with as these tree ants are beating the shit out of your base.
It's like, it's funny how many games have I seen this now? I still get surprised how much damage they do.
It's unbelievable.
Because it's criminal. It's like, how is this still in the game?
Yeah.
It's like, I can't believe it. Well, that's 2 lanes.
Yes, it is. Zip on in. Soxa, one more death for the road, potentially. Indeed, that is the case. Macropyre with the Agneset that you talked about. Going to force out the BKB from Crystallis, who just has to walk away. And with another BKB down, Falcons, they can probably just continue here if they want.
Yep. They got the trees, so they just need something to tank up those towers. Keep getting to work. Now, the 5v4 situation with Aegis and Refresher on your side, obviously that was not expended in the fight, so if Snake wants
Zip on in again. Wheel of Wonder is being placed. 33 is going to look away. He's fine. So not able to get the Wombo combo, if you will, as BZM, his BKB is forced out. So the cores for Tundra lacking in the magic immunity. And the tier 2 tower looks to be next so that the Megas can come for the Falcon side. They're going to go through backdoor protection as well. Shapeshift from 33. This is the last stand potentially of this game number 1 for Tundra. Quinn, Ogre Steel Totem, will be able to zip on down to the low ground as Amar getting cleaned up by 33, but the box will save him. Now 33's BKB is running out. He's inside the Sprout. The Wolf will likely die as a result. Ogre Steel Totem's not enough. Spotlight is placed, doing a whole lot of nothing, as BZM inside that Sprout is going to get hexed again as the rest of his team will follow suit to their grave. And one more egg to be consumed by Falcons as they will take game number 1.
Damn, that's got to feel very unsatisfying, in particular for BZM. He had an insane early game. They got 4 bounty runes, he crushed his lane, he was 7-0, they got the first Roche, and then kind of just couldn't find any openings for the following 20 minutes, and eventually Falcons step by step, in particular spearheaded by some nice jumps from Quinn. They find the moments of opportunity, they dictate the pace of the game, and finally bring down Tundra in game number 1. A rather unusual one, I want to say. And I dare say for the next game, I think Tundra are going to make some adjustments to not find themselves in that position again.
You think they'll pick a second stun in their next game? What's the odds on that one?
I mean, it's not necessarily that you have to pick more stuns or more catch, but then if you do want to take this route, I think you need more ways of overwhelming the enemy team in team fighting in that department. This game you have Supernova as the only team fighting ability, so perhaps you could adjust it a little bit here or there to get better team fighting, or if you once again don't want to focus too much on the lockdown, then maybe just more scaling. Can I even say that with the heroes that they had? I don't know.
Yeah.
My takeaway overall, as always, Shannon, is do not give away nature's profit. That is a good conclusion to every game.
I feel like we talked about this at Wallachia, and people kept letting the hero through over and over and over again, and I don't know. it does look quite strong. It feels like they get 25 every game. Is that just me? Like every time we're talking, it's the same conversation being recycled, which is basically our careers in a nutshell.
That's right.
Let's not mince words. But yeah, the Nature's Prophet, very powerful. The global presence on a map that's so big, pretty damn good. But I mean, like you said, BZM 9-3 this game, despite being on the losing side. He has to feel good about himself at the very least. Feels like Chrysalis died like 3 or 4 times early game, and that just kind of spelled doom. But let's go to Tsunami in the panel to break down game number 1.
The pleasure would be all mine, as we were questioning the audacity of Falcons to leave Chrysalis his signature Razor, especially after you pick a hero like Underlord in the offlane, who's he's not that good. But maybe in the hands of ATF, he is a force to be reckoned with, because the Falcons stuck to their battle plan. They persevered through the early game onslaught, and maybe it only took a few wand fights around minute 15, minute 20, maybe it's this fight in particular, until Falcons turned it back in their favor.
Yeah, I think this game was kind of telling for Tundra's draft. I feel like this Lycan did pretty much nothing this game at all. He realized that he had to scale at some point and have an impact in the game, whereas ATF, he was allowed to continue to go down the aura route. He could just keep buying every aura in the game for his team, where 33 is like, well, this isn't a good game to do that. I'm going to have to start scaling, and unfortunately, he never got to the point where he was able to kill any heroes in these team fights. So I think there's a big offlane difference in this game as far as like hero and item choices.
I think there was a bit of a big throw that happened for Tundra as well, because like they did pick up their pace. They had their snowballing going on, and I think they disrespected Falcon's ability to kind of punish their TA's aggressive positioning, because when they were at 10k up, they had their TA and their Phoenix playing alone on one side of the map. They just ported in the Underlord at the pit of with his like ulti. They brought in Skeeter's Furion, and they killed BZM's TA there, and that's really where it kind of started to go really bad for Tundra, because if you're playing a TA snowball lineup, this is the play here. I mean, look at the net worth lead. Like at this point, you're just playing for objectives. You're going to try to play around your timings and not give away this much gold and this much XP from your TA.
And we can also take a look at our head-to-head for this game number 1 between Tundra and Falcons. Mira, who'd you pick?
So of course, because we got to have the story of Quinn the stand-in versus BZM on his TA, but it's looking really good for Quinn here. Initially, it looked tough, especially when Tundra started their snowball, and like you are a Storm Spirit, it's not very easy playing into like the early heavy aggression or the early 5-manning, but all it took was one good pick, a couple of good fights on the side of Falcons, and then you had this Storm Spirit just laying down the pain, going for that early Shivas, going for the Kai Assange for the slow resistance versus TA's traps, and kind of having a free game at that point, because if you look at Tundra's drafts, we talked about it, they don't really have stuns. That's why they're playing for the early game. But after they threw their lead a little bit, there was nobody punishing the Storm. He was just running away, kiting it out, and going back in.
There was a great deal of trust shown between Quinn and the Falcons members, because he was drying himself out on mana a lot in these initiations. But he saw that Underlord would be porting in, he knew that Nature's Prophet would be following up, and it worked out beautifully. For being a stand-in, it was a lot of harmony shown in this team.
I think this fight here is very telling, because Chrysalis popped BKB static linked and ran in, Lycan popped for him and ran in. They just kited all the way back to their tower and re-engaged. And that was like the story of the game afterwards. They just bulked up because of Underlord's auras, and they were able to pick and choose their battles. Whereas Tundra, they were in a position where they were getting kited, they needed nullifiers, couldn't get their nullifier in time for the TA, so they were losing to the box from Ringmaster.
Yep.
There were like Ghost Scepters coming out of supports. What can you do?
And Fear, you had your eye on a different team fight as well that may have given some indication on the direction of this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was actually that same exact team fight, but like that fight was very pivotal for the game, right? Like you were going to see a team where all of a sudden you think they're going to win, and then one botched initiation like this, you don't really want to go on the Underlord. He's like the last target you want to go on, but he kind of has to do that. And when you do end up losing this fight, you kind of have to look at what do we have left in the tank here? Like, we can't really play these fights very well because we do have a Storm with 0 stuns on our team. This Lycan's trying to scale. This TA has to play as a right-click carry. And then you also have just 3 carries, Razor too as well. So like one of these carries had to play more sacrificial and more initiating. I have to go back to 33 again because like he's trying to play like a carry. He did 10,000 hero damage this game, the least amount on his entire team. And I think they just had an identity problem this game because you have a Phoenix. This is a hero that loves to play with stuns. Then you pick 3 cores that don't have a stun. So all Tiny had to do everything in this game. They didn't have a good team fight, so it was tough. Tough game.
Well, maybe they are feeling a different energy on the ground because we've got Lyrical, our reporter, scouting things out. Gabe, what do you see?
What do I see right now? Well, I was going to do a bit where I was going to steal Amar's mouse, but then he came back and actually needs it. So now I feel like a bad guy. I'm sitting behind these Falcons players. They put on a great performance previously, and now I'm going to leave before I get fired. Back to you, Tsunami.
That's a wise move, especially if you're going to be pilfering peripherals from our players. Of course he needs that mouse back. He's going to... Did he actually do that much? You guys were just talking about how Underlord's one of your favorite chill heroes because you don't have to do that much. You just click a few buttons.
Oh, dude, he's so relaxing.
Yeah, he's
And
vibing.
If you want to talk about Underlord, I actually think that outside of the early game going bad for almost all of Falcons, like that hero looked really cool. Like the Pit of Malice into the Ice Path, into Ice Path popping into another root with the Macropyre, like they were able to kill Razor really early on with that. We saw how disrupted TA was by that, how Phoenix couldn't really control the ground or get the eggs that he wanted to. So this Pit of Malice as a disruptive tool, like, did its job perfectly in that game.
It was a cute little duo that Falcons displayed in this game number 1. Let's see if they can clean out the series clean or if Tundra will exact their revenge. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 after the break.
Six-pack sitting in the back of my truck. Gonna be a good time, hell yeah, things are starting to look up. Alright. Once we get started, yeah, we're never gonna stop. Break out the good times, let's take it to the top. Yeah, we're gonna throw it down, kick it up, you know we don't need a reason. Don't need a reason. Getting loud, getting wild, every night we're rolling like it's the weekend. There is no sleeping. If you wanna find a good time, well, it ain't
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the big Mr. Beast quiz of 2024. Are you big? I heard you're a big Mr. Beast fan. He's from North Carolina.
The biggest.
So I'm going to do a quiz for you, a Mr. Beast type quiz, and I'm going to give you a prize if you can get more than 50% of the quiz right.
You're gonna let my family go?
I'm going to let your family go.
Okay. All right. I'm motivated.
Yeah. Okay. Question number 1. What is Mr. Beast's first name?
Jimothy.
It's multiple choice. I didn't give you the answer yet.
Jimothy.
That is correct. His name is Jim. It's Jimmy. You gotta wait for me to give you the answers.
No.
Okay. Which North Carolina city is Mr. Beast originally from? Raleigh or Greenville?
Greenville.
How did you know that?
'Cause it's not Raleigh. Because he's from like the middle of heckin' nowhere.
Is it pronounced Raleigh or Raleigh?
I don't know. I'm not from here.
As an American, does it excite you?
What, the pronunciation of Raleigh?
Just like everything. You guys seem pretty excited about shit in general.
I mean, it's funny to be back here. I think America's a really clowny country with like it's a lot of stupid characters, so it's like amusing.
Have you ever been to Hollywood?
What does that mean?
I forgot I was doing a Mr. Beast quiz. Okay, level 3, and these are getting scaling difficulty. Mr. Beast launched his burger chain in 2020. What is it called?
Beast Burger. You know what a ghost chain is? Or what are they, ghost kitchen? Sorry?
It's a ghost kitchen.
Yeah, ghost kitchen, yeah.
Did you watch the big breakdown video about how the ghost kitchens are all big scams and Mr. Beast's a big scammer?
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah, but that, of course, that video is not right because it's Mr. Beast. He is from here. Level 4 in the quiz. This question going to be number C. What is the name of Mr. Beast's charity initiative focused on planting trees? Is it B, #GreenUp, or is it C with a check mark at the end of it, Team Trees?
Team Trees.
I've read that there's a check mark.
You did read that.
Did that decide your answer?
This is like between two ferns, except we're the ferns and the plant is the guy. Zach Gallifaplantis.
That was good. What is the name of the YouTube channel Mr. Beast created that gives away money for stunts and challenges? Is it Mr. Beast Gaming or is it Mr. Beast?
Mr. Beast.
Yeah, it's Mr. Beast. This is not a very good quiz.
It's not. It's not. All the answers are sort of self-explanatory.
Right. Do you like PewDiePie? Do you prefer a PewDiePie quiz?
Not really.
In 2023, Mr. Beast helped with what type of facility, building a type of facility in North Carolina? Was it a shelter for the homeless to give them homes, or was it to give the food pantry to people who are hungry and starving?
B?
That is answer B. Congratulations, Quinn.
Thank you. Thank you. I always wanted this.
And you're going to get a meeting with Mr. Beast. We're going to get that worked out. And how are you excited about that as an American?
As an American, super excited. And I'm glad my family's free.
Thank you so much. We'll say good luck to Team Gaming Gladiators at this tournament.
They'll need it.
And thank you so much for watching.
That's right, I am getting word right now. Mr. and Mrs. Callahan are returning safely, all limbs intact. Jenkins has decided to free them, but only on the grounds that Quinn Callahan knew his North Carolina trivia, or specifically Mr. Beast trivia. And now he needs to know Storm Spirit trivia. How much mana does level 18 Ball Lightning cost?
Is this for me?
That's for
why?
you.
I thought this
Your
was trivia for him.
are currently
I'm in here too.
being held over a shark tank right now.
Do you think I play any Spirit Heroes mid?
No, I guess not.
Five.
I don't know the actual answer.
Oh, so
wait, but it's 5 like plus a percentage.
No, just always say 5.
It's just always 5.
It's like if you don't know the answer, say 5.
Just 5.
I believe it.
It costs 5 mana.
It costs 5 mana. No wonder this hero looks so good. I have to wonder how he was running out of mana constantly in that last game then.
Yeah, he even had a soul ring. That's embarrassing.
That's like 500 or 150 ball light. No, it's 15 ball. No, wait. It's 150 to, I don't know. It's a lot of ball lightnings.
It's, 5 mana per square decimal.
Divided by pi.
Plus the percentage of your level at
Dota's a
the
complicated
time,
game.
minus-
That's what they say.
minus Storm Spirit's hat length.
Which is sometimes 10 pixels. Sometimes you have the Immortal Cosmetic. It's a crazy game. But I
gotta play by
understand
feel.
why Falcons gave him the 18th pick in that draft in game number 1, because he leveraged it quite well. And it was also going into a matchup that we expected. They expected BZM to be sending the Templar Assassin mid, and he did. And still, Quinn came out looking clean.
Also, not just looking clean, but like you play your first game as a stand-in on a new team. There's a little bit of nerves. Will I perform well enough? How are we going to slot in? Like getting a win like that gives you a lot of confidence, especially when you know you were playing from behind. Like you see the items on this TA, you see your towers getting bodied, and you're like, okay, guys, just wait for the moment. And that they did.
The moment came.
He did a really good job in that, because I think what happened in that game was, of course, he lost mid pretty hard. We knew that was going to happen, but he spent a lot of time just farming, realizing in that late game he's going to be untouchable. They have 1 avalanche and 1 toss to deal with them. So we'll see if we have a completely different game here. We'll see if the TA gets through. This hero is kind of like the carry of this current patch right now, but you do have to have specialists for it, and I think just having 1 isn't enough. I think you have to have like 2. I think you have to have a mid laner and a carry for this to be a good first overall pick hero. And I think that's kind of what we saw this issue in that last game there, whereas they didn't really want to pick the TA in the safe lane, because they could have easily done it, and I think that would have solved a lot of the problems with their draft and just picked a new mid laner that could also bully, but more importantly, give them a stun. And that could have been the Tiny, for example. Tiny's historically been pretty okay versus Storm. So I think overall Tundra were just kind of outdrafted in a big sense in that game, whereas like at some point the game is going to get really hard for you, and that's just not how you want to play this patch. You want to be able to scale.
I think that like they could have done a couple of things differently draft-wise, like throw the Tiny carry even, and then just get your CC from the offlane. I think they're going to run back the TA here, potentially. Okay, they go for the Furion instead. This way they're giving away TA. They had the option to ban it, and they don't ban it. Are they calling Falcon's bluff in that their carry doesn't want to play it, their mid laner doesn't want to play it? I mean, I know Quinn used to love his TA back in the day.
He did.
He'll play it, but I think these 2 teams in particular don't have TA carry players. Skeeter TA, is that a thing?
It's a fair point.
Like, I don't, like, sure, if they're going to pick it, it's because they're learning it. But is this a tournament right now where you want to learn a hero like TA? Maybe in their scrims they did, but clearly they're just not going to pick it.
Based on the statistics of you saying that you need to have a Templar Assassin specialist, we're continuing the trend where NP and TA have remained contested 100% of all games, except NP has a 100% win rate out of 3 picks, and TA has a 25% win rate out of 4 picks. She's only one out of her 4 games.
Interesting. So she isn't doing well.
No, she's not, despite being very, very hotly contested.
I think there's going to be certain teams that you'll see not lose on this hero. Liquid being one of them.
Sure.
I guess they don't have Bisho. Bet Boom is the other one. So this hero will be incredibly potent in the right hands, but there's a lot of teams, as I mentioned, you have to have a specialist on 2 roles for this hero if you're going to first pick it.
Yeah.
I still do think there's a chance we see TA come out in these drafts, though, at a later stage, because she just feels so darn strong right now. And like banning out the Jakiro, potentially, like, yes, it's one of the support heroes of the patch, but you could be covering for your TA later. Like she was playing against a lot of DOT, lots of roots, lots of disables, lots of ground control.
I know in the interview, Lyrical was talking about carry Darkseer being a thing, and Crystallis supported it, saying that being able to get back all of your HP and mana, or at least a lot of it, every time you level up, helps out. Is that a flex that I should be thinking about? Or is this an ATF Darkseer? Because that's also something that I don't really see that often.
So it is possible, but very unlikely. If it's kind of like Tidehunter carry, right? If you are going to play it.
Okay.
It's not truly a carry, but you know, you can go for the quick wit and get some attack speed on it. His laning is incredibly strong. Like that innate ability is absolutely crazy. Especially, most people think about the early game and how it's useful there, but it scales on your level. So if you're like level 16 or something and a hero dies and you're about to die, you just full heal.
Yeah.
And it can be really crazy in the fights, and that's why Darkseer's been very popular. However, I think the carry Darkseer is not something we're probably going to see.
Yeah, I mean, it would be funny, but it definitely does feel like an offlane hero. Like, you just get the auras that you need, you get the lane shove that you need, like, you get the timing, and you go from there. And Falcons run back the Ringmaster. I mean, Crit did look really good on it. Like, there was that period in the game where it did feel like Falcons could do nothing, but later on, as he got a Ghost Scepter to protect himself, we saw him being able to cast the good Wheel of Wonders. We saw him with the Escape Act saving people a couple of times. The Nullifier did not come out early enough, so I'm really happy to be seeing more Ringmaster.
Does Vacuum manipulate where you're facing?
No, I think you're still looking the same spot. You just get moved.
It'd be interesting. Either way, like you might misclick or something, but vacuum into the wheel could be something that could be devastating.
Yeah, that sounds really cool, conceptually.
10 seconds remaining.
See if it works out there, but I think Darkseer is a very fickle hero. Like, he oftentimes has very bad lane matchups. And sure, his innate helps him a bit more than usual, but he can still have really bad lane matchups. Gyro is one of them. So Ringmaster might help him carry through that a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing, because we talked about the Underlord suffering versus Razor, typically, but Amar got his farm last game, and that's because he had the Ringmaster and his laning strength. Like, this hero, in terms of team fighting and what he offers your team as a game progresses, is honestly not that much. A lot of his prowess does come from his laning and his early game kill potential, and it offsets a lot of these, like, Gyro, Razor type heroes for the offlaner.
Well, we were wondering how viable DK would remain after all the nerfs, and it seems like if there was ever a team to pick it, it's going to be Falcons. It's just, can they flex it as much as we've known them to with Quinn in their mid lane?
I think it's very likely. It's mid DK. Like, you want to follow this Nature's Prophet. If their read on it is that it's going mid, you throw the DK, you get the armor, you can, like, sustain through the greater treant.
Is a frosty DK or a poisony DK?
Well, I think in general, just mid goes for the poison for tower pressure, and if it goes carry, it'll be the frost. There are some warns for potentially doing it as a carry, just because you do have the heal reduction against a Gyro, and typically speaking, Gyro does like to not buy BKB, just go for Satanic, so that is very useful against him. Not a complete hard counter, but they are second pick. They're going to just leave it to, is there a gotcha pick on the last pick there? And I think, yeah, DK mid is great. I think carry DK in the right game is great too. The hero's just solid.
You also have the Mirana follow-up. If you do want to throw it in the carry role, you have kill potential with the Dragon Tail into arrow. So it is something that could be done.
And Tundra get their 33 hero. They pick up Sand King. Or am I getting too ahead of myself by assuming?
Probably not.
Is mid Sand King still a thing?
Yeah, it is, but I don't think they're going to do it this game just based off the players alone, right?
Sure.
Because I think BZM will play that Nature's Prophet more than likely. And Sand King, it's just been a staple of 33 for a while now. This is a hero that he loves to ram into all these drafts here. And I think this patch in particular, the way 33 thinks about Dota is like, he's going to have a game no matter what. And because there's those two new camps and not an ancient camp on his side of the map now, heroes like Sand King benefit from that immensely. So he'll always get his farm.
Also, it can be really simplified to they just lost a game that they were winning because they had no stuns. And they just refused to be in that position again. And a lot of offlaners, if they feel like, let me just stun for my team who are going to do the damage from the Gyro, going to do the damage from the Nature's Prophet, Sand King is one of the perfect heroes to do that.
This time it won't be as much of a nuisance having to deal with something like a Storm Spirit, but at least they have far more disables now than they did in the last game.
Yeah, I do think as well the NP here potentially could be a Soxa hero as well. If he really wants to go that route, he could stack with his Treant and do all types of stuff. All Sand King is gone. If they want to pick a more of a harder counter to like potentially a DK, but I'm not sure what that would be for BZM because DK is not an easy hero to counter. You have to like hard commit to countering this hero mid. Timber Saws, Vipers, these type of heroes.
Monkey King's banned out.
So maybe that's not worth it. So it might just be the NP mid, pretty solid.
Which means that Falcons will be most likely looking for a Skitter hero as their last pick, and Tundra, I would anticipate they're also looking for a carry right now.
Tundra, no, they got Gyro. I think Gyro.
Oh, right, yeah.
Gyro's going to be the carry for sure. I think they're looking for a support or a mid if they want to get spicy.
Yeah, I think that we have seen Soxa play a lot of for Nature's Prophet in the past. It's looked fine, but I do think with the nerfs to that Greater Treant, it has a lot less value from the position 4 than it used to.
Yeah, I agree.
Easier to kill, it does less damage, and heroes like Mirana typically deal with it quite well.
So what support do we think they want to play? Because I know Whitemon and Soxa both like Tusk, so it's not guaranteed that heroes for one or the other.
Dude,
They might be just counter initiation.
Oh man, I wonder if they picked Mirana on Falcons because Whitemon loves Phoenix so much. So they're just like, we're just gonna deal with your preemptive Phoenix right now.
Maybe. I mean, it is a tool. It's not as good as it used to be dealing with Phoenix, but I don't think he'll care. He'll pick it into Mirana if he really wants to.
Then that's one option for him.
Yep,
Ancient Apparition has been hotly... Oh, that one's banned out.
Yeah, that one's first phased.
I mean, Tundra
Heroes
are
banned.
banning mid heroes though, so they're thinking that. Oh, are we talking about Tundra's hero?
Yeah,
I mean,
because they have to pick first, right?
There's Silencer, right? Like the counter initiate with Global. Like you go in with the vac wall,
That's
you
a
just
good one.
press Global, you try to reset.
They banned Shadow Demon. Even if it versus Darkseer, I don't think they'd do that just because. I guess it does like kind of interrupt the chain stun. So maybe in that regard. But I kind of want to see here, like Phoenix, like you mentioned, something that can, even though the wall goes down, you can still fight into it. So Global works really well for that. Just Global right away. Also incredibly good in laning stage. Phoenix Egg would be pretty nice for that. A Winter's Curse, like some of these combo breakers could be incredibly good for them. Because so far, what I've seen from most of the games I've watched, the games go late almost no matter what. You're not really ending the game in 20 minutes. So if you have good team fight, good scaling heroes, that's like a spot where you ideally want to be.
Last ban of choice for Falcons is they're going to take out the Muerta, so they are definitely riding on the idea that Tundra need a support as their last pick. And we'll see if Tundra want to back-to-back mid-bans. They took out the Huskar. And they'll see if they think the DK might be going elsewhere.
What if instead of combo break on Tundra, you just pick like a stacking support that shoves lanes like Coddle, and then you just like play for your own initiations as opposed to we're gonna react to Falcons, so you can like enable your low cooldown heroes like the Rocket Barrage and the Burrow Strike even more.
I'm also down with that, but I'm also gonna flirt with the idea here. Like, isn't NP good versus Huskar in lane? So are they actually thinking of a mid as well? Because I assume you only ban Huskar, right, if you want a melee hero in the mid lane? Because to me, NP has been one of the counters to Huskar mid, so maybe they just think, you know, Quinn has been playing it a lot, which he has, as we saw earlier. But we'll see. I think all those options are very good. Some AoE hero sounds really nice, whether it's a Coddle, Silencer, Phoenix, Wyvern. Just want to see a bit more team fight that when you run into that as a ball, but they're going to go for the Medusa. So that does mean Sand King is mid, and that is an NP support, or Sand King support? Because offlane Medusa is like the thing right now, and I don't think you want to...
So 5 Tusk, 4 NP, 3 Medusa, mid Sand King, carry Gyro?
Or support like 4 Gyro.
They left Anti-Mage in the pool.
Oh yeah.
Are they crazy?
It could also be 4 Gyro, no? And then you can just carry your neutral prophet, and then you play for like the Gyro Sand King kill combinations on lane, then you...
Endless combinations, I think, with this draft. There's a lot of routes you could go, but they're just saying, Skeeter, you won't do it. You won't play Anti-Mage. You're not a hard carry type of player. You're like a Tide Hunter type player. But I don't think you can play this offlane Medusa or carry Medusa against Anti... Maybe you can play carry Medusa against Anti-Mage, but I don't think the offlane Medusa really works.
Yeah, I don't think Falcons would have to rearrange that much anyway. They were looking for a carry for the last pick if DK wants to go mid.
Okay, Anti-Mage destroys Tusk, Gyro, Sand King, and Medusa.
It's ideal, for sure.
I don't know. I mean, it's more of a comfort thing. Is he willing to play it even though it's not his style or the team style?
Or could it be that they really wanted to run the DK carry and pick a mid hero here, and now they have to, like, now they're talking
Anti-Mage
about
mid.
it. Like, yeah, now they're like, okay, we have to run this DK mid, and then we pick a carry. Maybe that's the plan they were going all along. I mean, any other team would pick Anti-Mage here, let's be real.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they do have other options. Maybe they were just going to go against it. Darkseer has always been historically pretty decent, but I don't think it does anything versus the...
Quinn's looking puzzled.
The offlane. I mean, Pango is the other pick that could be pretty cool here.
Oh, with Diffusal?
Yeah.
I guess what they're talking about is would anti-mage slow down their game too much? Because when you're playing against, like, when you're playing with Darkseers, you hit a really strong mid-game timing off of the first aura item, and you want to group up early. Anti-mage just inherently changes your game plan, and that's something they don't want to do.
Yeah, they're definitely having the discussion. That's why it's taking a while. It's like, we know it's a good pick, but is it going to ruin the way we play? They decide it will, so they're going to run Kunkka into the mid lane here against whatever is going to be there. And this is a hero that's been gaining popularity, Kunkka, overall. It's looked pretty strong.
I mean, it's strong versus Furion mid. Like, with the like the splash damage, with like the tankiness, the ability to X him.
It's Saksa for Medusa. I wonder if that will perhaps influence any of the odds that you see on the side of your screen with a 1x bet, but it's definitely not an alternative that I saw coming.
This was at TI for a little bit, but players were abusing the fact that you would get, what was that, a safety bubble, right? And
yeah, that's
dagger,
right.
And you could just like blink around and be annoying in that regard, but I think maybe they're just trying to take it to the next level. This is a hero that it can't be slowed at all, which there are no slows on Falcons.
No, torrent. Whenever you come down from the torrent, that's a slow.
No, it's not even just that. It's like you get that facet. It frees up the need to buy boots as a support. You can get that really early Atos into Meteor Hammer, which are support items anyway, right?
Yeah, they are.
Like, you get those early. You can play for tower pressure. It's a cool idea. Like, I think Medusa, if she's viable as offlane, she definitely can be played as 4. It's not as good. Maybe they were hoping to like provoke a stronger reaction from Falcons, but
they
even
wanted
then,
the anti-mage.
But even
debate,
but even without, I think that Tundra's draft just looks so solid. Like, even if this 4 Medusa isn't ultra impactful, I think it'll do what it needs to do. Just give ranged harass, give a little bit of like extra CC, and the rest of Tundra's picks just look chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these drafts look really good, to be honest with you. Like, they both have good team fight, they have good scale. I think we're going to have a much closer game this time around, because if you look at the side of Falcons as well, they also have like a lot going on for them. This DK, he's going to do a lot of spread damage. You have the vacuum as well. You have Boat on top of that. Like, a lot of massive team fights that will be answering each other. It's really going to come down to like, you know, initiation, warding, and positioning for the most part. And of course, the lanes always matter too.
Which I guess, what is the initiation from Falcons going to come from this Darkseer? Who is starting fights on the...
Just X.
Just
right?
X.
Yeah.
Blink Stun.
Blink Stun.
Dragon Knight.
At
It's
some
Skeeter,
point,
guys. It's Skeeter.
It's Skeeter. He's got it under control. And our casters have this game number 2 under control. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin. Take it away.
You sure about that, Tsunami? I don't know. I feel like whenever I cast with Cinderin, the control is lost in every aspect of life.
I don't think we have anything under control in general.
No.
Not just in casting, but also in what we do with the rest of our time.
And in pickleball specifically.
Yes. Oh,
very
great
bad
control
synergy.
there.
Yeah.
That's good.
As we have game number 2 underway, Tundra versus Falcons. Falcons, of course, took game number 1 in this 2-game series for the group stage. If I'm not mistaken, these are the first 2 games for these teams in this group stage. So wanting to get off to a good start. And obviously Falcons versus Tundra is a headliner in and of itself. And if you're Tundra, you definitely want to split this.
Yeah, you're making some pretty big adjustments after the last game, right? 33 was like, Saksa, you died too much. You're going to be playing the tankiest 4 position in all of Dota, Medusa. So now surely you cannot die 12 times again.
Well,
all right.
Hold my beer.
You want to do a side bet here? All right, Medusa over under 5 deaths.
Ooh,
what do you think?
That's a good one. Well, I think it depends on who you think is going to win this game. I think if they were losing the game, yes, I'd say over 5.
Okay.
I'll just say over 5 anyway.
Over 5, okay. It's funny because, ironically, this has kind of become a talking point for us when we cast Tundra, is Saksa is dying quite a lot. This guy's a world-class player and used to be one of the lowest death position 4s for a very long time.
It feels like his style of play
by
has
design.
changed. Yeah,
It's flat out
100%.
just a patch thing. The role that he plays for this team, he has definitely transitioned into a different play style entirely, and I still think he's just flat out a world-class player. I mean, the results speak for themselves, right? It's just funny to see because it's so uncharacteristic when you think back on Sox's career to have him be a high-death player when he played years of just pure early and mid-game stability. We'll see this time around. It's going to be an interesting lane, to say the least, playing Medusa Sand King against the Dragon Knight Mirana. This is probably a lane matchup that might have happened less than 5 times in all of Dota's history, if I had to guess. These exact 4 heroes in the same lane looks extremely weird.
Yeah.
But these are new times. I believe PZM.
You have not been playing enough pubs, Cinder.
I guess so. Well, I'm not counting pub games in that equation. 33 is in big trouble. He's going to get blood grenadiered and deaded.
Snake King takes it. So good start for Falcons. Although last game it was Tundra getting off to the better start, and Falcons able to kind of claw their way back in the game and then taking, I believe it was second and third Roche to get a firm grasp on the game overall.
In the other lanes, we got Quinn on a mid Kunkka against Nature's Prophet. I think that lane should kind of be a draw, I want to say. I'm kind of curious to see this one play out. I don't see any reason why either hero would come out significantly ahead. Nature's Prophet is just such a stable laner, and Tidebringer is not going to kill the Treants because they still have too much health. But you, of course, can counterplay the Prophet's high damage between himself and his Treant by just having that cleave to guarantee important CS. So I think that lane's kind of going to be a wash. Bottom lane, Crit, as well as Amar will be teaming up with the Ringmaster Darkseer lane into Tusk Gyro, one of the, I want to say, staple lanes of the last couple of years. Tusk Gyro has been in and out of meta multiple times.
Feels weird seeing Amar play Darkseer.
That's true.
He's definitely played it before, but not his prototypical, or not signature at least. Soxa, death number 1 for you. Indeed. He's on the board.
All right, you said over 5, Shannon. We're 2 minutes in. This does not bode well for you. Of course, we didn't bet anything.
What do you mean it doesn't bode well for me?
Wait, you
said over 5.
Well, it was a great start for you.
Jesus.
Good prediction.
Okay, just double checking you're not having a stroke here. Oh, as we are still in the laning stage, in case you didn't realize that, Cinderant. So we do see Nature's Prophet again, as you mentioned. We don't need to have that conversation again. Feels like we've had that 100 times. But talk to me about Kunkka, who has kind of re-emerged into the meta. As Snake King will get another kill in the top lane, this time onto 33.
Ouchie. Tundra. Look at that net worth on Sand King. Sub 1,000, minute 3. 33 has 4 CS.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Soxa also has 4 CS, so maybe there's just no position 3 in this game. Maybe they're both 3.5.
Yeah, burrow onto Snake King, gonna harass him out, but he is very, very fine.
Yep.
I mean, the beauty of this is you can always turn Soxa into the position 3. There's a Medusa, for God's sake. Has that ever happened in a pro game, like this early in? You're like, okay, let's just switch. I'm not having a game.
Actually, yes. I do think that has happened. I don't think you need to go to those lengths right now, but Sand King with a terrible start is definitely not a great hero. So it's important for Tundra to stabilize this, whether they're going to do it
That
with a
rocket
rotation
barrage is a lot of damage. Amar, is he just dead? Yes. Nowhere to go.
It's a very difficult lane for Darkseer, this one. He's done a good job so far. I think Amar should not be unhappy with having 20 CS minute 4 into these two. Definitely solid. About Kunkka, I think it's just it's the classic example of other heroes are overpowered for a little bit. Kunkka got some nerfs, and then the other strong heroes get nerfed a little bit step by step. Kunkka's got a slight little buffs here and there, and eventually you get to a point where he's kind of back where he was before, because conceptually the hero is still really powerful.
Oh, that was enough. Soxa, nice Mystic Snake. Set it up with the Gorgon's Grasp.
Now, you sounded like you were celebrating that, which does not make sense, because you do not want Soxa to get kills right now. He needs to die more.
Well, like you said, we didn't actually bet anything, so I don't actually give a shit, but just want a good game. And that lane was going horribly for Tundra, and now it's definitely closer to the even state, although you mentioned 33 in his farm suffering quite a bit. But it feels like this is a hero that could, I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, that could bounce back from a bad laning state, as long as you get stacks or something to that degree.
Yeah, it's just important. Like, let's say you're 10 minutes in and Sand King has a terrible start. I think Sand King and Darkseer kind of share that characteristic, that they're both able to farm stacks and come back and then have big teamfight impact. But if that gets denied one time, your lane is just in the dumpster, or your game is in the dumpster. So if the enemy team steal your stacks, or if they contest you there and kill you or whatever, you're like very reliant on that. And yeah, speaking of, 33.
Burrow eats the tree instead of hiding behind it. Right clicks will suffice for Snake King.
He is the 5 Mirana. There's no...
Yeah, that's
no questioning that. 4-0 now. All of Falcon's kills.
Even when it's out of meta, he will pick it up. I think there's any Moon Meander. Oh wait, that's the Falcons. Never mind. I was gonna say, is there any Moon Meander infection going on because he used to love Mirana quite a bit.
Maybe they talked at breakfast and he was like, I bet you can't play Mirana.
Yeah, that sounds feasible.
Yep.
Players love to talk during breakfast.
Mm-hmm. BZM, X mark, boat.
Yeah,
No
first
torn
boat
mana.
of the game. That's going to be a decent amount of damage. Quinn, oh, nice Tidebringer missed there. They get snowballed up though. Now he is surrounded. Burrow struck up. Nice shards. Inside the Sprout, the haste runs out. And Quinn will get run down eventually as BZM gets credit for that one.
That was an exceptionally well-executed play by Tundra, by the way. That was flat-out perfection. White one's TP, Snowball, they barely reach. They get the max range stun on Burrow Strike because they need to outlast the haste rune. So they delay. The haste runs out, and they just have enough to take him down. That was really, really clutch.
I mean, this time around, Tundra, after game one, having 1 stun, have 4 heroes with stuns.
Yep.
If you want to count the Stone Gaze.
That's right.
And the eventual Basher from Nature's Prophet, of course, which makes 5.
That's right.
Very natural progression for him.
And 6 if you count Gyro's Basher, too.
Yeah, of course. How could we forget?
Is under attack.
Chrysalis level 6 now on that gyrocopter. So from Sox's perspective as a position 4, is there any difference of build versus what you would see in the offlane?
I don't really think so. For the time being, he has the Meteor Hammer queued up as well, and it's the double null. I don't see why you wouldn't go the same direction with this. Of course, there's a difference in timings, because if you're playing position 3, you will acquire the items faster with the early farm. But in this specific game, your 3 is a Sand King, so he is going to be farming these stacks as we talked about, and he's doing that right now. Then perhaps 33 will be looking to be a little bit more aggressive on the map while Dusa takes a little bit of space. Or they flat out just divide up the farming space that they have. You can see now Sox are building more stacks, so there will be 2 triple stacks on the southwest side of the map here. Well, I felled both of them, so I take it back. There will be 2 double stacks, but he did try his best.
Beast.
And these will also be farmed by 33, so in the meantime, Soxa can take more laning space. So this is like some nice synergy going on between the 2 here. Soxa will just walk up and tank everything, but he'll be fine because he's Medusa.
It's getting a bit low.
It's alright, he's got a mana draft and 2 nulls.
And Quinn's going to show up as well, but won't find the opening on the Soxa. Instead, they will just ensure that this tier 1... without that wave there, I don't think they can finish it. But there's a wave coming in.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And we'll
attack.
see if Tundra actually want to truly defend this with more than just Soxa. 33 in the area as well. Has the epicenter at the ready.
Is it Blink coming? No, it's his mask. Okay. For a second, I was like, that's a really fast Blink. I could not believe that with the start he had. But yeah, Voodoo Mask first. See which way he goes after. More stacks from Soxa. Death, taxes, and stacks.
And the thing about this is,
Staxes.
do you think that Falcons, they should have an idea that this is the strat that Tundra would be going for because of 33's horrible start. But even without the horrible start, it's a hero that you want to take stacks at some point.
Yeah.
And you have a Kunkka, right? You have a good amount of team fight, you have a good amount of the cleave to be able to steal them. But not going to be the case here.
I definitely think there was maybe a better opportunity to block the camps a little bit more. You can see that there's Radiant Sentry wards that opened, but you can take this fight, right? You can play the warding game and just keep counter-warding the sentries and keep blocking, but
Soxa
I'm not really able to do that.
No way. All right, Dragon Tail. The whip.
He got the Stone Gaze
Gets off the Stone Gaze.
He's fine. He's 26.
Long-range arrow, though. Boom! Into what,
on.
though? Leap, Starstorm. Oh, he's fed a mango, it looks like. And Soxa will survive. So not another death for him, Cinder, and I'm sure you're thrilled.
Yeah. Important. We're both very invested in this. I actually forgot we had the bet after you said you didn't care about it anymore. Yeah. But I'm happy you brought it back up. If I can be right about something, that would be the first time today, and I would be celebrating that. Moonlight Shadow. They're looking for an angle. BZM not going to get caught, though.
Radiant's middle tower is
Still, the pressure will commence. They're looking to lay into this mid tower. Tundra. I feel like this is a hard defense to make without Stone Gaze, but they might just try to do it anyway. TPN from 33.
Yep,
I think Quinn maybe got a glimpse of him there.
Soxa, of course, doesn't have his ult to work with. Ice Shard's not going to fully connect here.
And there's the
Moonlight
Moonlight
Shadow. Quinn trying to re-aggress, but will think better of it and exit completely, although they are heading to the southern side where Crystallis is chilling. This would be a pretty big kill if they can find the connection, but he'll just go through the gate knowing that this is a possibility. As the Crystallis for Crystallis.
It's good defensive play from Tundra here to try to stall out these pushes, but ultimately they almost lost the mid tower, and now the bottom tower is probably... I don't think they're even going to show up for this. They'll try to get their own trade up top as much as possible. So it is still Falcons opening up the map faster and more. This top trade is very important now for Tundra to get. Immediate glyph from Falcons. Will they mount any sort of defense? Does not look like it. Should just be a flat-out tower for tower trade. Dragon Knight in the bottom lane can do it alone, whereas Tundra are bringing a couple of extra heroes here. Now the mid tower ultimately does get... Was that a deny?
Onto the tower?
Yeah.
Is under attack.
No, wait, where is the tower?
Is that the bottom? Skeeter killed it? Unless you mean the other side.
I mean the mid tower. It was up a moment ago. Who destroyed the mid tower?
Quinn.
Oh, there it is.
Then
Wow,
BZM.
okay. There we go.
Okay, keep up, Cinderin.
Yeah, it's tough. I can't read.
Well, we are in America.
Yeah?
Pretty normal.
Go on.
Pretty normal with the education system now being non-existent and all. But that's another story for another time.
Of course, unlike in North Carolina where it's exceptional.
Of course, yes. Here in Raleigh, beautiful North Carolina.
Yeah. Been meeting many an educated, well-spoken.
It is a nice town, I have to say. 33 picks up the Blink Dagger. So went for the life or the spell lifesteal first as a little pick-me-up.
Yep.
And now we'll have the initiation possibilities.
Pretty standard stuff.
And does that align with anything from the other cores from Tundra? I mean, Crystallis, we talked about the Crystallis itself, but feels like he's going to want a little bit more than that. Probably the Ags next, I would assume.
Currently BKB on the menu. You could make a case for both. I think the BKB is a little bit better, specifically because when Sand King buys Dagger in this game state, you want to get your other heroes in fighting shape as fast as possible. This is a big kill.
They find him. He's
a
gone.
dominating streak.
But they want to continue to fight, apparently. Skeeter gets the Dragon Tail off. They actually pull him in. So inside the snowball, Crystallis is going to live. Big boat coming in, not going to hit anything, so not so big after all. Whitemon's going to get ticked out as 33 coming with the epicenter. Doesn't get the connection he was looking for. It's only on the Skeeter, who's really tanky right now. Crystallis doing a lot of damage onto Crit and the rest of Skeeter and the rest of Falcons, in fact, as 3 die here. And Amar and Quinn will be able to walk away. So a little bit of a disconnected fight overall from both sides. Able to dodge quite a few spells. His arrow this time will connect thanks to the X marks the spot.
Tanky. This
Do
could
they
be
have
bad.
the damage? Sox is going to get some cover. Nice Burrow Strike coming in from 33. They delete Quinn. Now with the Moonlight Shadow, Amar and company will exit the premises.
I did not like that Medusa attempt. I feel like that kill is just not happening. You know the backup is still there. You just took the fight. You don't have very much damage between the 3 heroes you just brought to the fight there. Because keep in mind, Quinn went Blade Mail first. So he doesn't... This is a standard build on mid Kunkka, but in situations like that, it doesn't really give you anything. More so than anything, though, I'm surprised by Tundra's ability to kill them through Ghost Ship and Pipe. They actually had the damage. 33 stayed alive for an extreme... I mean, he didn't die at all. He just stayed alive through the entirety of the fight, got off a very long-duration Sandstorm toward the end that did a ton of damage. And they kind of just kited them around.
Another X. This time onto the Nature's Prophet, as BZM will casually TP out, but the vacuum cancels it, and away BZM goes. So nice kill for Amar.
And runs into Roche. Oh, that's a shortcut.
Did he throw him?
Here? Question mark.
What?
He wrote that.
I know. Why?
Asking if BZM is still here, or if he went AFK after dying. I don't know.
There's the Meteor Hammer now online for Soxa. With that little extra push potential for the position for Medusa.
I don't think Sox is going to buy the item that he just queued up, but we'll see. Queued up a Mjolnir.
That would be sick.
I
What a
was
support item.
expecting Gleipnir.
Yeah.
Maybe he wrote near and then clicked the wrong one in the search box.
Could be.
see.
Falcons will be taking the Tormy as we see the Roche replay. Very important. There we go. And the
Crit.
shard goes to crit.
A little bit of a spotlight.
Yeah, spotlight. I mean, what do you think of this shard?
It's good against tanking.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So you just throw it in the middle of the sandstorm and you basically see him the entirety of the area, right? The lights travel a decent amount, so you should be able to catch him almost consistently. The 30% miss chance is not bad either against a hero like Gyro, because he's pretty static in the fight. You know where he's going to stand and deliver. You just throw it on top of him. It's not bad. Arrow? It does get caught.
As Quinn making his way over from the other side, not even needed. As the
Nice
two supports
arrow.
take out Whitemon easily.
Yeah, that's kind of an awkward line to run, right? He might have even seen the arrow coming, but where do you go? In that little...
Oh, this is a max Exodus here. Into the top lane. Soxa is who they want.
Soxa.
As meanwhile, Amar is found in the bot lane, so Tundra get a very easy kill. Falcons, they will be able to cancel this TP. It's going to take them a while, I would think.
This is a really hard kill. 1v4.
Soxa pretty much out of mana now, gets off the Stone Gaze, but he gets X'd back. Good timing there for Falcons.
I love
eventually
that.
they do take out the pesky Medusa.
He walked up the stairs and started channeling Meteor Hammer for like 0.1 second. Just killed. I like to play though. Still, they kill Soxa, but it cost them the Darkseer and 30 seconds. This kill is so slow. So you do get there.
By the way, he is committing to Mjolnir.
For the Mjolnir.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is very interesting.
It has been, correct me if I'm wrong, it has been like Hammer Gleipnir that we've seen as the more popular way to go, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Ultra Roots makes the AoE bigger on Gorgon's Grasp.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, there is the added benefit on a hero like Dusa to having Mjolnir of just how much value you get out of the... What's the active called? Static, what is it? It's been forever since I've said this out loud, I think. Static charge? Stag charge? Stag charge, yeah. Because you're so tanky, you get a ton of reflections. So that's kind of interesting. And you also make sure you scale further into the game if that's how you've constructed your
Yeah, if you have no faith in one of your cores, you can always take over.
Yeah, Soxa checked Reddit and they said Crystal can't carry. So Sox was like, all right, I'll get Mjolnir and I'll carry.
Yep, easy peasy.
Yep. Reddit, of course, very educated gentleman.
Very greedy build, I have to say. Not a whole lot of utility.
Next here, interesting. For
wow.
Mr. 33.
So that's the axe that where Epicenter does more damage. It applies your... Oh, that was a Divine Rapier on the the graphic at first. I was like, wait, what? But this applies the Stinger to your Epicenter. So
this is a super early axe.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen one this early. Second item.
Minutes. Super early as well. I mean, it's not super early, but it's a pretty early Roche. 19 minutes. Skeeter will immediately expend his Aegis.
Oh, boy.
Nope, never mind.
Gets
Boxed up.
Yep.
Just like
Meteor
the
Hammer's
food you had
coming
last
for him.
night,
It
boxed up to
clips
go.
him. Great one, Cinder and Vac Wall. But not a whole lot of follow-up. Chrysalis does pop the BKB, and Skeeter somehow lives. He's no longer in Dragon form, though. Soxa going to get X and Arrow, but pops the Stone Gaze to avoid any further initiation. He's going to get knifed in the back as Skeeter comes in with the Dragon Tail. He's just going to get punched in the air. Kind of wants to use his Aegis, it feels like, but he could just hold on to that if he really wants. Chrysalis from the high ground doing a decent amount of damage to the Illusion. As Whitemon and company looking to re-aggress. There's one dead already. That's the Ringmaster. 33 showing off that Aghanim Scepter. Not enough to kill off Snake King, but he does find him in the tree line. So double kill for 33. And Torrent actually does find one. As a connection from Whitemon onto his teammate will lead to another kill, and this one onto Quinn. So the more important of the three.
Honestly, the drinking buddies of Whitemon in this game is combo breaking.
Yeah, it's
super hard on these X-Mark plays. He just keeps pulling them away. And they can't get their combos right.
I wonder why people stopped picking this facet for a while. I still don't understand.
It's definitely still good in the right situation. I mean, it's been extremely good in this game. But I also think it's the type of game where it's very obvious to pick it for him because of the DK plus Kunkka combination, like these single target stuns that need to be chained and need to be lined up. Get plenty of time to pull people out into safety. But yeah, this is why he took it. And you're seeing the impact. Every single fight, these drinking buddies have been instrumental in Tundra pulling away with now a pretty significant lead, 6,000. Should be noted they had a similar lead in game number 1, but it was a very different game in nature. This one, first of all, they have the Prophet, so as we go down the stretch, they will have...
And you have a position 4 that could be your carry if you wanted them to be.
He could indeed get there. Smoke up from Falcons. Only, they're going to actually immediately break on the Mirana, so this kind of... This might make the gank fail. I actually don't really know what they were trying to do with the smoke to begin with, to be honest. With just the Mirana and the Darkseer and then not connecting anyway with the other players, but into the mid we go. They really want to put their Aegis to good use here.
What do you think about it being on Skeeter?
Yeah, well, the alternative was Kunkka. Kunkka is just not a great Aegis carrier, I think.
They just don't have a good Aegis.
Yeah, kind of don't. I don't know how much I love the double Blade Mail either. They went Blade Mail on Dragon Knight and Kunkka, and I get it, it's nice for a bit against Gyro, but ultimately, you know, it's just going to overpower it. The Prophet's overpowering it. They both have their BKBs already, so...
It does feel like you're lacking... You're lacking damage on Falcons for sure. Especially when Amar is playing a hero like Darkseer. Doesn't have... I mean, it's just going for the aura related
Radiance
items.
on Quinn? Yeah. It's got Radiance now.
Okay.
That'll help a bit. But it is, of course, slow damage over time, whereas the side of Tundra have immense burst.
I wish we could see the old Kunkka days back with the one-shot crits. Those were exciting. Hard to balance, though.
I don't even know how crazy good that would be in modern Dota.
That's fair. His BZM, he's going to get opened up on. They're putting everything on top of him.
Kill.
Well worth. Definitely didn't need a lot of it, but they'll claim the kill nonetheless. 45 seconds on the deck. Still the Aegis for another minute. That's a big power spike, though, for Tundra as the Aghanim Scepter now on Crystallis, so Side Gunner active.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a setback losing your Prophet there, but in the grand scheme of things, you're not losing any buildings, you're not losing any objective. So as soon as he respawns, if you wanted to, you could make a move of your own. You know the Aegis on DK is bound to expire in 30 seconds. So
did you know that
could be a good timing.
Gyro Ags, you get the actual model of the Side Gunner? Like it rotates around him? That's... Have you ever seen that?
Wait, what?
See that yellow thing? That's his Side Gunner.
Is that... Is that this cosmetic, or does every cosmetic have a Side Gunner?
They all have them. I don't know if they're the same, though, for all of them. I'm not sure
Has
about
it been there the entire time since the act was introduced?
This
okay,
is
I was like, there's no way.
This is relatively new, as far as I know. It's
I couldn't believe I've never seen it or noticed it.
Yeah, nice little touch there.
Yeah. What's the name of the Side Gunner?
Sam.
He's a Johnny to me.
Quinn. Oh, nice Burrow Strike onto 2. Call down coming as well. Down goes Quinn. Snaking. Able to leap away. Does find the distance. They don't have the vision for that Wrath of Nature, so he'll just TP out to safety.
Was that on cooldown prior to that? Because otherwise, they had plenty of opportunities to kill him, right?
Potentially.
Anyway, they get the bigger one. They get the Kunkka. And they keep Quinn down. His game is really not great. I mean, none of the cores on Falcons having a good game, really.
Soxa is found. Do they have the damage? Wheel of Wonder placed. Wall as well. Soxa does get off his ult into the TP. It's going to be close. He's out. Position for Medusa does it again. So freaking tanky. I mean, to be fair, when there's a Medusa in the game, typically... I mean, maybe you don't have to do it every game, but a Diffusal carry would be nice. They don't have one, though.
Yeah.
They really don't have anyone that wants to buy that item.
But I think the reason Falcons chose not to pick Anti-Mage, for example, in this game was that they saw that this was a trap. Like, there's no way they would pick Medusa like this and give it a high priority.
Yeah.
So if you were to pick AM, they would downgrade the Dusa to whatever. They could have also made Dusa 5 and then played a 4 Tusk and moved their lanes in a different fashion to make AM's game harder. So I kind of get where Falcons were coming from.
I wouldn't have minded Pango for Quinn. I mean, that's his hero, right? That's
yeah, they already had Kunkka at the time, though, right? So they had one final pick remaining. So if you were to pick Pango, you would have to play support Darkseer, which you could have done, I think, and then offlane Kunkka. I could see it.
The fact that basically anything... The fact that Terrorblade can be played as a support. It is quite the day and age for Dota.
Truly.
I love that fact, by the way. That is super cool.
Absolutely changed. Here's the Mjolnir for Soxa.
Wow. Position for Medusa with Mjolnir now. Don't try this at home.
I think you should try it at home. I think it's pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you mean? If somebody picks position for Medusa in a regular pub game, you've already lost, generally.
I really don't think so.
So people are really low skill. People like me play the game. Just remember that.
Yeah.
As the Ringmaster is found,
even you
destroyed.
could maybe pull this off a bit.
Okay.
You need to think of it this way. Medusa is very forgiving if you mess up your positioning because of how tanky.
No, I understand. It's more about it being greedy as a support. Like as a 3, I can totally get that. Quinn and company looking for more here.
Radiant are
And
scanning.
the scan comes out, not able to hit.
They're
Although
choosing a
Soxa,
4v5
they
opening on
will.
Deuce.
Arrow's gonna hit. Stone Gaze is available once he's unstunned, but there's a burrow strike onto 4 heroes. The call down to follow, and guess who's still alive? Soxa. Crimson Guard is not gonna keep you alive this time. Quinn will be the 3rd casualty. Another burrow strike for the road. 4 dead for Falcons. And again, they opened up onto Soxa. It's just muscle memory after game 1. Playing against Soxa's Tiny, you initiate on him constantly. It's a little bit different when it's a Medusa.
Yeah, we gave them credit in game 1 for identifying that you got to go on Soxa. He's the only stun. Maybe they just want to go on Soxa in general every game.
Yeah, they hate his guts.
Maybe they didn't think about it in game 1.
They hate the fact that he's so polite and mild-mannered, unlike every other pro in the scene.
Yeah, he doesn't really fit in, does he?
He's a good guy, unlike the other pieces of garbage.
Let's keep in mind, Falcons chose that fight 4v5. Crit was dead when they smoked.
Yeah.
So they were really trying to get a surprise jump. They found the worst possible target that they could.
What is that? Is that the 1 death that we saw? Is this? Oh, the 2 deaths.
It's a compilation of every time Soxa has taken hero damage, I think.
There you go. Looks like you're going to be right this game, by the way.
Oh, it's got some leeway at least.
Soxa can always go into
Only
the
2
fountain
deaths.
and feed a bit. We'll see.
Well,
16K lead for Tundra.
and it's getting increasingly difficult to find an avenue for Falcons because let's imagine the perfect setup here. Okay, the perfect realistic setup. So you're gonna initiate the fight with DK or Dragon Knight by getting a stun off, and then you're gonna follow through with an arrow. You're opening on someone. Who is a good target? Gyro, you have to 100 to 0 him or he's gonna get saved by Tusk. Similar story with Prophet. Prophet is probably not gonna be with them, so maybe you find Prophet and you kill him, but there's no collateral. Dusa is absolutely off the table.
Yeah.
You cannot open on Soxa a 3rd or a 4th time and expect a different outcome now.
Having 2 supports, one has a save, one
Quinn.
is invincible. Quinn will take the brunt of the damage. Nice ice shards blocking him in, isolating from everyone else. And that is the death of Quinn again. Falcons, they still want to fight though. Is Skeeter going in? Nice arrow.
Oh,
Gets
wait, what
pushed to the
happened?
high ground. That is the death of Gyro now. So it's a 1-for-1, but the Burrow Strike into the epicenter. 33, doing tons of damage. The box is going to keep Crit alive a little bit longer. Pops the Essence Ring as well. Skeeter is going to get snowballed onto the north side of this fight. Spotlight, doing a little bit there for Crit, but for the Falcon side, they still lose their 3rd, make it 4. So despite that, that was a weird interaction. It was like a Force Staff plus the Drinking Buddies somehow ends up on the high ground.
I think BZM killed Crystallis, actually. I'm looking through all the inventories.
BZM killed Crystallis?
Yeah, because I think he Force Staffed him as he was getting Drinking Buddied, so he didn't get pulled back.
I see.
So he forced him in the wrong direction because the enemy team does not have any Force Staffs, right? They only have the Pike.
And Vacuum.
Oh, wait, they do have a Force Staff on Murano. If that was an offensive Force Staff from Snaking, it would have been giga clutch in that situation, actually. Either way, the Force Staff did counteract the Drinking Buddies. They get the 1 kill, but it cost them dearly. I thought Falcons were going to just flat out disengage there. They already lost their Kunkka. They used all their auras for nothing. But then they fancied their chances with Gyro in that position, and they do get him. Don't think that was worth it for an additional 3 casualties, though.
Nope. Yeah, the fact that they wanted to re-aggress after losing Quinn. I mean, Quinn has not been able to have any impact on this game. Then again, like I feel like Kunkka kind of falls into this trap a lot of the time. These are the games from I've seen where you don't get off to a great start and your game just feels kind of meh.
I'm not a big believer in this hero as a mid in general. I think it used to be very good there, but for me, he's much more of an off-laner right now. the way the game is played, and then you can... Because the other problem you have when you're playing Kunkka mid is, if you're not having a great game, how do you itemize, right? It feels like this hero, in order to be a strong core that puts pressure in the fights and is a threat, you need to be rich. So as soon as anything goes remotely wrong as a mid Kunkka, I think the recovery curve is incredibly steep, whereas if you play offlane, maybe you can go auras, or you go Ags, you know, and then you play like utility. And it's a lot more forgiving if you die once or twice, because you can still have the other cores do damage for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, not too big of a believer in this. I don't think we're going to see much mid Kunkka this tournament, but I do think we're going to see the hero more. Just not much in that role. Soxa will break the smoke, and Falcons are like, run, it's Medusa.
I think they may have learned their lesson. Burrow Strike into the Gorgon's grasp. And Amar pretty tanky right now. I mean, really the issue for Falcons that I'm finding is they just don't have any damage. Even the itemization. It's like Radiance, and that's literally it. Amar, he's going to get Walrus punched in the air. Box is going to save him, but the huge epicenter again from 33. That Aghanim Scepter is doing so much for him. 2 dead already for Falcons. Quinn looks to be next, completely isolated. Crit will follow suit, so just like that, it's 4 dead. As Tundra just rolling over in this game number 2.
I mean, that play was completely telegraphed too. They use Moonlight Shadow, and Amar just keeps running down the river within enemy vision. And I think they saw him as he was fading, so it looked like it was on purpose. They were trying to bait him, but once again, they don't have any damage when he gets jumped, so they can't even punish when Medusa just blinks and stuns together with.
And they forced out the buyback from Amar, who does have Vac Wall, will place it, but now he's kind of stuck in place and will die back as a result. So trying to save his precious carry in Skeeter.
Well, he did.
He did, but it will cost him another death, and now a set of barracks, and probably a second
game
in this mid lane. This is likely game, yes indeed.
I thought you said a second, because it will cost them a second game. Well, it will cost them a first game. They did win the first one, so...
The second game.
It would be a draw when all is said and done, unless Falcons can do something absolutely ridiculous here. They're going to try.
They will. Breathe fire onto Crystallis. He's just going to do a shit ton of damage from the tier 4 towers of the enemy as Skeeter punched into the air. Dead. Okay, the boat does finish off Crystallis, but at the same time, you got several other cores here for Tundra, including the position for Medusa, who will just continue to rain arrows upon the 4 dead for Falcons as GG's come out, so we will see a split, in fact, which I think we didn't really talk about this pre-series, but this is the expected outcome, I would say. I mean, obviously there's a bit of a wild card with Quinn being the stand-in and whatnot.
I think it's probably fair to say that all 3 results in this series are, do you want to say they're equally likely almost? Like 2-0 for either team and the draw. I think nothing would have surprised me going in.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair.
It's like I think when these 2 teams play each other any given day, any given individual game, especially early in the tournament, when things are less figured out, one team can come in with a little bit of a head start, or you can overthink it and counterplay in the second game. I think this last pick, Medusa from Tundra, just flat out destroyed Falcons this game. Even though it wasn't necessarily Soxa doing a ton of damage or whatever, the map was just ridiculously hard for them to play.
Yep.
And they ganked him like, I want to say 5 or 6 times. They killed him twice in total, of which one was in the lane. So this Medusa did a hell of a lot of work this game, and it seems to be one of the flavors of the tournament so far.
I mean, we talked about it in the game, but you have one hero in Whitemon who are in Tusk that you can save heroes with.
Yep.
You have another that is invincible. It's almost like, in some ways, it feels like an Ogre Magi type hero where you don't really want to go on them because it's a support, but they're so hard to kill. It's kind of a cool strat. I like it.
And on top of that, it is 3 times as tanky as Ogre and farms faster.
Yeah, it's a better hero in general is what you're saying.
Yeah.
That is a fair assessment overall. But yeah, Falcons coming up short in this game too, but I'm sure we'll see plenty more from these teams going forward as we head to the panel.
It's a 1-1 split. Things are remaining competitive here in Group B. They also started off their day with a 1-1 split between Parivision and Spirit. Here, though, we fear that some of Falcon's issues may have been self-inflicted, perhaps. If we were able to put their items under a microscope, or perhaps not even a microscope. We don't actually need that much detail to see some some questionable decisions in their item sphere.
Yeah, I mean, I had to put my glasses on to make sure
Just
I
a
was
little
saying
bit of
it correctly.
clarification.
Yeah. But yeah, Skeeter, he went Blade Mail Blink. I kind of get like why he wanted to Blink. I get that part.
Okay.
The Blade Mail part, I don't get. And you'll see in a lot of these fights, like, imagine if you had a Mjolnir here. These Deuce would have died in 2 of these fights. He has no damage items whatsoever. He's going the Green Dragon, which I see the argument. And you can't slow the Deuce anyway, but you also don't apply minus armor to this hero too. So I also think Quinn maybe going for the Radiance was a mistake over the Ags. If they had like a Mjolnir in these fights and an Ags on the Kunkka, I feel like maybe they could have won in a couple of these fights. But a little bit of a blunder, I believe, on the itemization here. Just 0 damage.
Yeah, I think that not getting the early Ags on Kunkka was probably a mistake, especially looking back. But if we're going to talk about items, let's talk about the really good items that Tundra bought. I really think that this early Ags from Sand King was a really big game changer, because there were some fights where it honestly didn't look that great for Tundra at some points. But you had 33 like hiding in the corner, waiting for his time to strike. He would go in with his Ags, get like 2 heroes dead, the backline is gone, and that would give Tundra the opportunity to go in and clean it up.
He was like, oh my god, DK Blade Mail's down. Now's my chance. Pounce on at the moment. And we are also going to seize the opportunity to get a Whitemon for an interview with Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. I'm joined by Whitemon, the one and only, the Tusk player extraordinaire. You came through with the victory at the end there. First of all, how difficult do you feel like that game was in terms of like what you needed to do individually on a scale of 1 to 10? Did it feel pretty easy as like a 1, or was it like a 10?
The Tusk game, you mean?
Yeah.
Tusk game, I feel fine. I think like maybe 5 per 10,
5 out of 10. This guy's he's right on the edge. I like that. There's another question that I had. We've been seeing this Medusa. First it's position 1, then it gets dropped down to position 3. Now we're seeing a position 4. When are you busting out the Medusa? When are we going to see that from you?
No, there's no way.
This guy, he understands his position within the team for sure. Last but not least, I always wanted to talk to you about this in an interview. I love your singing that you used to do on stream back in the day. Will there ever be a point where you do that on a tournament for a skit?
Not again.
Not again. All right. Everybody else, that's it. No more singing, no Medusa. Whitemon just playing Tusk, winning games. Back to you, Tsunami.
What, no remix of To Ignition? Come on, Whitemon. Don't be shy. We have fond memories of your talents being shown on stream, but perhaps we'll stick the talents to in-game stuff. Quick, check his pro tracker. See if he's been playing Medusa. Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Never know.
He's hiding it from us.
I mean, technically, we do have Gabe here, right?
Yeah.
He does have their PCs logged in. He could be our pro tracker. Gotta send him on a mission.
Individual tracking. Okay. We've got a new investigative journalism for him, with their players' consent, of course.
Of course.
Of course. In the meanwhile, though, Effie, you were also able to spot some other interesting moments in that game number 2 as we're wrapping up this series. What was on your mind?
I just wanted to show you the vision that 33 had. Like, one thing about this player is that his items, they come with a choice, and sometimes people are like, what is he thinking here? And we're about to see. So Tundra get the initiation here on Skitter. They basically blow everything. Their initial stun, the BKB on their gyro, the wall. Skitter gets out, right? He gets boxed by the Ringmaster. They X the Medusa here, and you're thinking to yourself, there's no way they can fight. But look in the corner. Look at that Sand King hiding, biding his time, not going in, not re-engaging, waiting for the perfect opportunity to debut his Ags. And then he just, like, with the patience, chooses about this moment here to go in, get the cleanup on the backline. You're going to see crit fall here, snaking fall here, and a fight that looked almost impossible for Tundra versus the Aegis, with everything thrown, is suddenly won because of 33 on the Sand King.
Yeah, his positioning was incredibly good this game, as it usually is on Sand King. The lane didn't go great, but like he eventually got his farm. We did see him fall back to the jungle like he does on this hero. Once he gets his items and he participates, this guy can do a lot of work. And we didn't really see that in game number 1. And I don't think Lycan is that type of hero where you're going to have that team fight presence. But in this game, he really made it work.
And if we want to bring this series full circle, we were putting both Crystallis under the investigation and Quinn. How do you feel that they fared after we got to see 2 games out of these players?
I think Crystallis is looking good. I think you don't want to pick him late in the draft like they did because he has a very limited hero pool. And you kind of get stuck in a situation where your draft doesn't make sense because you need a Crystallis hero all of a sudden. So if you pick his hero really early on in the draft, it's going to work the best. And Quinn, I mean, he's just playing the same as he always does. He's looked pretty solid. I didn't really agree with the Radiance this particular game, but other than that, he just played normal Dota like he usually does.
You think these are the two teams that may be carrying the torch for this group so far? We only get to watch our mainstream. We're keeping eyes on the secondary streams. We see that BetBoom team's doing some work, and we'll get an opportunity to see them on the mainstream. But overall, I feel like Falcons and Tundra, these are the teams to keep the eye on.
There are definitely teams to keep an eye on. I think BetBoom that you mentioned is like the team to keep an eye on in this group. I feel like this patch is just so good for them, and they've really hit their stride recently. And I'm excited what they bring to the table. But I also think that Falcons, like with a little bit of time today and maybe a little bit of tomorrow, they could bust out the Dota that we've been seeing them play all of last year and just look really good. Also because of the patch, like there are heroes that Amara loves that are suddenly decent again, like the Timber saw. Keep stay tuned.
Stay tuned, because that's actually going to be our next series. Falcons are going to be taking on a BetBoom team for the last series of the night here on the mainstream. Stick around, everyone, as we close out our first day of ESL One Raleigh 2025.
met you at the park with your friends. Waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on a pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again. Wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo!
Raleigh is brought to you by DHL and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of the night here in not sunny North Carolina. It's now moony North Carolina because this is the after hours. This is deep into the PM. It's the last series of the night. It's Falcons versus BetBoom Team. BetBoom Team, currently the reigning international tournament champions of the world, having claimed a Fissure Universe trophy. So clearly they're the favorites.
Yeah, that's kind of how that works.
There you go.
In the middle of the tournament, too, I think the C patch dropped, too.
Yeah.
And they adapted very quickly to it. I think the TA changes was really nice for BetBoom.
Sure.
They are, them and Liquid, the best TA team in the world. So I think this might be a good patch for BetBoom.
They were able to come up to speed pretty quickly, and we saw some interesting picks come out of their carries in the previous series against Tidebound, but I don't want to worry about their carries right now. I want to worry about their supports, Effie.
Yep. I mean, when you look at all the top tier teams in Dota, they have one thing in common. What is that? Their support duo. Like all of the teams that have been dominant and have won titles have had some of the strongest support players. So I just wanted to take a look at the hero pools of the supports of either team and talk about how they've maybe changed. This is what they played at the tournament that Neil just mentioned, the Fissure Universe. There are things that were played then that I don't think we'll see repeated as often, like the support Clinks from
Yeah,
Crit.
that's an interesting one.
The Orb of Corrosion nerfs, I think, really hit Clinks hard, but this is a hero that he had a high success rate with at the Fissure Universe. The tiny flex to 4, I think we might not be seeing that much because I don't think that they value it mid on Quinn to like have that flex early on in the pool. And as for Katayomi, I think that Tinker, while it's still very good, it's not going to be first pick material.
Yeah, I'm very curious about Chen because I feel he was one of the big winners of the patch too. Haven't seen a lot of them, but like you could no longer arrow Chen creeps anymore.
It's a creep hero now.
Yeah.
But it's only his convert.
Yes, the convert.
The persuasions can still be.
Yeah, sure, but still, I think just that alone makes it so these Doom Miranas don't really counter you as much, which inherently makes them look better.
And we'll see how that plays out. But the one hero that I really wanted to talk about on the one player is Save with his Ringmaster. So Ringmaster recently has been introduced into Captain's Mode. A lot of teams experimented with it. We saw Falcons play it just now. But the one team, the one player that has made this hero look S tier was Save. Like, if you watched him play at the last tournament at that Fisher Universe, he was single-handedly carrying games on his Ringmaster. He plays the lane well. He has a good understanding of the hero's limits. He's been popping these ridiculous Wheel of Wonders, and this is probably the only team where I'm telling you people are going to ban this hero in certain situations because they're not going to give it away. The only Ringmaster bans we will see are going to be against Betboom.
And part of what he's able to get away with is because he isn't in that support duo with Kataomi, and we actually got a chance to speak to him earlier about expectations for the tournament.
Betboom has been one of the strongest Eastern European teams in the Dota scene for the past few years. And in a time where Russian Dota is popping off more than ever, Betboom are still there, hovering somewhere around the top.
Russian region Dota been strong for like a long time already. A lot of new players coming from Russia mostly right now. Maybe the game not so popular in Europe or US. It's pretty cool for me that I open EPT leaderboard and there's from top 8 or like 5 CS teams. Like pretty cool.
Despite being so strong, Betboom can't quite seem to get over the final hurdle at LAN events. Almost always getting to the playoffs and looking extremely strong, and then somehow, some way, falling short right at the end.
Sometimes we do some mistakes and we try to work on them, and we kinda think it's we fix this mistake and we're coming to next tournament and it's still here, so we're trying to fix it one more time.
Betboom is not the most stable team in the world, but compared to most other Eastern European teams, they're up there.
Personally, for me, I don't really care to be like best CS team. It's for me just important to be overall like best team.
Betboom did, however, finally take a first place at the most recent online event, Fissure Universe 4. Will their win give them the confidence needed to finally take a first place at a LAN at ESL One Raleigh, or will they once again fall on the finish line?
We really want to win this tournament. We don't want to do same mistakes like we did in Bangkok. We will try our best to win this one.
Now, they should be feeling confident coming into this because at least there is one piece of their grand final victory on the other side. They beat Quinn. They beat Quinn 3-0.
They did. So, by that logic, we're going to 3-0 this series.
20% of this series is a lock. Quinn is going to look paralyzed, but maybe we can hear a little bit more from Kataomi. That was before the event began. Now let's see what's been on his mind after he has one series under his belt, because he got a chance to talk to Lyrical.
I'm joined here with Kataomi, the one and only most magnificent man in the world, who agreed to do this interview with me. First of all, I want to say you've got a big match that's coming up here in just a moment. I am a little bit thinking about some things in the past. I used to cast a lot of your guys' games, and every single time that I cast your games on the main stage, you guys won. Do you ever get superstitious about anything, any type of way in the tournaments as things are going on? Do you ever have any superstitions?
I don't know what this word is.
Here, I helped out. I did some stuff. You ready? You're going to hear it here in a second.
No.
No, okay, no, it's superstitions. He doesn't have any superstitions. He's calm, he's collected, he knows what's happening. Kataomi, also one of the oldest players on the team right now. Is there ever a time where you feel like life has passed you by a little bit and things are so difficult and it's just, steps are a little bit harder as us old people?
Yes. It's time to retire soon.
I love you. Come here, can we get a hug? Back to you, Tsunami.
Oh, at the ripe old age of 25, he can feel it all passing him by. The old quarter-life crisis. Meanwhile, Snaking out here, formerly being the oldest TI winner, and then Insania took the crown away from him. So Snaking's like, life has doubly passed him by at this point. He's a ghost of his former self.
No, he's fine wine, aging like fine wine, because the Snake King 8 years ago, was he winning tournaments?
That's a good point.
Was he winning tournaments? Was he on
I saw
Tier 1 teams?
bottom Dignitas on the Aegis. I'm sure they did it.
Now he is, okay?
He is refined like a nice cheese.
Yeah, and he's one of those players that made the transition from core to support very quickly. Usually it takes like a while, but like he was an offlane player. Now he's a really good 5.
Yeah, and he's had some really crazy streaks on certain heroes, right? He had like a ridiculous Enchantress
That's
streak
right.
that
Is it
it was
gone?
like,
It's
yeah,
gone.
it's gone now.
Oh.
But it was how many games? 20?
29?
29 win streak on Enchantress.
Yeah.
His win rate on Mirana 5 is higher than almost anybody else, I think, if not the highest in the last couple of years. Like the Chen that Fear touched on, will we see it, will we not? He has incredible success on it. So he does bring a lot to the table, like a stinky cheese, Neil.
And now let's see what this rickety old man's thoughts are, because he also got a chance to talk to Lyrical.
I'm here with the one and only, the legend, Snake King, playing in front of the NA crowd pretty soon here. First of all, I want to ask how you're doing. Is it good to be back in NA?
I mean, I always cherish every NA event there is, because you just don't know when it will be the last one, you know?
Well, in the spirit of NA, I'm going to ask you to flame your teammates here. I want to know, first and foremost, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good is it to be with each of these players in your pub? So we'll start out at the beginning. Amar.
I mean, what is that, out of 10?
Yeah, 10 is good. 0's, we'll just don't do that.
Amar's like in pubs he's like a pretty big animal, so I would say he's a good 3.
Very good 3. All right, you got to be quicker on the answers here. Skinner, next up. Here we go.
He's a good boy, good lad. 8.
8. All right, Owie 2000.
The guy's a 10 out of 10. What can I say?
Perfect, absolutely. Next up, Quinn.
Quinn? Depends on the day. Maybe a 5.
All right, and last but not least, yourself.
Oh, I'm like a 1.
That's great. That's all we have time for right now. Back to you.
What about Crit? What are you giving Crit on the score, Fear?
In pubs?
In pubs.
He's great. He always wants to win. He's always trying. Never see him rage.
I've never seen this man rage. Look at him.
No more than the average Dota rage. He doesn't cross that threshold.
I don't even know if I've seen the average Dota rage. Have you heard him elevate his voice before?
I've seen him frustrated at pubs. Yes.
Okay.
But I have not ever played with anyone that I haven't seen that from. Pubs, they take the worst out of you. Speaking of,
like this guy.
Yes.
What
I've seen
what a jump scare.
I've seen a lot from this man in pubs. Let me put it that way.
There are YouTube compilations of it, in fact.
Indeed.
But even that
Hey,
being
GPK's
said,
on the screen
another
now.
one. We're on a roll
I
here.
mean, this is like
He takes
this has
the-
to be intentional.
He takes the cake. Okay, he is the winner of the 3 faces we just saw.
Would you have given him the 0? Lyrical said no zeros allowed.
Yeah, he's up there.
He's up there.
Yeah, he's definitely up there.
Well, whatever the case, the energy that these guys bring in pubs, typically, no matter what, translates to high skill in pro games as we jump into the draft for game number 1 of Falcons versus Betboom Team. As we mentioned before, Betboom Team, they split their previous series against Tidebound, and perhaps it was off the back of some peculiar carry picks. Fear, what happened in that series against Tidebound?
Well, I wasn't watching it, but I did see a couple things that were interesting. The first game, they played a Broodmother, which is not completely unorthodox.
On Pure?
It's not really, on Pure.
Okay.
And they won that one. It looked good. And then, there's like a thing in the green. There's a demon inside of every carry player, me included, where you just want to bust out the Shadow Fiend carry.
Oh.
You just want to. And
it's like the Green Goblin mask, be like, dude, I'm viable. You can pick me right now.
He chose the devil there, and unfortunately, they lost that game because Shadow Fiend carry is just not viable whatsoever. So they took the L there, and you just got to get it out every once in a while. Just got to put it out there. Just make sure it's not good. And he chose, the group stage to do it. Good place to do so.
Yeah, but you know why that is? Betboom are a team that if they can create their 1-2 flexes, that's when they look the best. And it was like a few Dream Leagues ago that they were 1-2 flexing their SF. And this is back when Kiyotaka was their mid laner, but they 1-2 flexed that. They 1-2 flexed their TA. They 1-2 flexed their Magnus and actually brought it into the meta, which he then terrorized the meta for the next 4 months. But this is when their drafting is best, when GPK and Pure can just interlock that hero pool. And that's why they experimented with that Shadow Fiend. It's cool. It's nice. It didn't look good, but who knows? You know, anything could happen. Patches develop all the time.
The highest peak is whenever BetBoom can do their 1-2-3 flex. I
That
saw
is
that
true.
Dawnbreaker.
That
though
Dawnbreaker.
That was back with Kiyotaka though, so I don't know if the GPK still has that kind of flexibility in his arsenal. But BetBoom team are more than willing to push the limits of what's viable in any role.
Yeah, and we see in this game as well that, speaking of the flexes, they banned the TA, as we saw in the last series. Falcons didn't ban the TA. They were fine even away from Tundra. So it kind of goes to show you this hero, you have to ban it against certain teams because they're just so good at it. And BetBoom, I don't think they're going to say TA this entire tournament. Very unlikely.
And Nature's Prophet is also taken out for Falcons, and that remains to be the only 100% contested hero after the last series. I said there were 4.
Yep.
Nature's Prophet's the only one that has remained 100% contested, along with a Coddle ban, Tinker ban. BetBoom, they take out the Bristleback, the Gyro, and the Terrorblade, very core-heavy bans, and Falcons respond to that first pick Phantom Assassin with a Tiny.
I feel like this Tiny hero is like in a perfect spot because last patch you see Tiny right away, you know it's a core. But they buffed the crash landing a little bit, so and they nerfed the carry Tiny.
Yep.
You just don't know where this hero is going right now, and I think that's definitely ideal.
And you can't forget that like Crit is a grandmaster Tiny player, loves when the hero is roamable, and like in the graphic that we showed, he did play it a lot in the last tournament. The one thing is, I think that the Tiny 4 flex, you want it to be open if you're also willing to play that hero mid and carry. And I don't necessarily think the flex to mid exists for Falcons with Quinn playing.
Maybe not. Yeah, we'll have to see. He's played it in the past, but yeah, it's not like his spirits or anything. He doesn't like gravitate towards the hero like a GPK would, for example. So definitely agree with that. And they're just going straight for the PA right away. This is a hero that it's still very strong, but it is nerfed. And I think the biggest thing that was nerfed was just the lane. You can't really go bully the position 4 because I think 4's hated playing his first PA more than anything because you try trading and then all of a sudden he just blink strikes halfway across the map and gets a kill on you. So yeah.
It definitely negates from it, but when you think about it, conceptually, PA is one of the best heroes versus Falcons because like what is their hero pool? It's just like tanky heroes that need to be broken. Like these Bristlebacks, these DKs, these potential Timber Saws now that it's back in the meta and they played it a little at the Fisher Universe. Like PA just solves that with her Fan of Knives.
5 seconds remaining.
And meanwhile, they actually ban out Save Zone Ringmaster.
They did, yeah.
It's taken out of the pool along with Ancient Apparition, and Falcons dedicate their 1 Phase 2 ban to Beastmaster and then pick up a Jakiro.
I mean, Crit played it twice on last series. I was covering it, I should know, but I think he played it twice.
We were there.
That's very interesting because I thought the only team that would get their Ringmaster banned is BetBoom, but I guess they saw Crit was playing it and they just didn't want the, like when the Ringmaster ban comes out, it means that you don't want the like counter initiate. You don't want the escape act, which means you're going to draft a very bursty lineup, like some kind of like all in, kill the target in a few seconds.
It adds up with Phantom Assassin.
It does.
It's okay though. Save's got plenty of heroes in his pocket. Muerta is probably my favorite hero of the last 6 months that he plays.
Yeah, he's so good at it.
Save's good on all the heroes. Whenever I see BetBoom winning, it's because Save is popping off.
Agreed.
It's either Save or Pure, I feel like, just having like crazy performances when this team does really well. Miro is just rock solid every single game, but he never really goes above and beyond too much, but it's usually just Save popping off doing things he shouldn't be doing, or Pure has found some new crazy hero pick and is owning with it.
But I also think Miro's ability to play anything from the offlane is what allows Save to shine so much
He's
on a
the
lot
rock,
of his
for
fours. Because like it lets him go into the triangle and stack if the lane is hard. It lets him go take farm for himself. If he wants to play Muerta, like Miro is very content just picking Centaur and going for a classic lane there. And having a player like this on your team, when you have such a flashy or like high net worth, high impact position 4, like it's just a perfect union.
Yeah.
And BetBoom team are not interested in letting Falcons have any sort of way of disrupting team fights. They already banned out the Ringmaster, and now they layer a Silencer pick on top of their team fight potential.
Yeah, that is interesting. I'm just thinking like what heroes typically you want to play against Silencer, and Night Stalker comes to mind, which is typically really hard for that hero to play against. Zoo heroes, but Zoo heroes are pretty bad versus PA, so it kind of protects that angle.
True.
It's also carries like Ursa.
Yeah.
That was actually Jenkins live in the studio.
Indeed.
I am curious because if you look at Buttboom's draft, like they have all the means in the world to cover this PA with the global silence when she goes in, but all three of these heroes are very punishable early game heroes because they are squishy. Like they can get run at. Like your Silencer, while he is a force on lane, if he gets ganked with a mid laner, gets stunned one time, he's dead. Right? So they need some kind of like beef now, you know? The Centaur archetype of hero needs to come out for Buttboom.
There's your crit hero. This hero's been gaining more traction as a support. I don't know if it's viable as a core at all. I've seen it tried many times core, not really great. But with the shard, it feels like it gives you just more angles to take fights. Just force them either away from your team or straight into your team.
It looks fine for me. Like the shard coming from the Tormentor is nice. The kill shot, it looks really good versus high HP heroes like Tiny, where like because it does % of their max health, that's when they get executed. It's not going to be super impactful versus like PA and Silencer, but the hero is just like solid. It's sturdy.
Yeah, I mean, essentially it just makes the ability strong in the early game, right? You power shot someone, it already does like half their health, right? In damage. So if they're low, that little bit of extra damage from the execute, you just didn't have it before, right? So it definitely helps a little bit there. So that, as well as the shard, and of course you're a ranged hero, pretty strong in the laning. Just annoying to play against.
And it is a hero with a stun. Storm Spirit is being picked into an Avalanche, an Ice Path, a Doom, and a Shackle Shot.
Yeah.
GPK is really confident.
I mean, so there's two ways to look at it, right? You can look at it at the angle you looked at it, or he can initiate and then you press global, and then he can always get out, right?
Sure.
So
is he able to burst any of these targets in the time of a global, though?
With PA, of course, yeah.
With PA, that's true.
I mean, maybe this isn't going to be a game where he's just like popping off solo killing people, but I think when you do play with Silencer, whenever I played this hero in the past competitively, I always wanted an outlet to use the global offensively and not just defensively.
Okay.
Right? So, and having someone that can initiate and press a stun, and then you press global and you can commit is very nice to have. So that's probably the idea here.
That is true, but I also think that like Buttboom really do need a body. Like Morta is not your body, neither is Silencer, neither is PA, neither is your Storm Spirit. If you have to expend global every time you want to make a play, that's not functional. Like you need Miro to have this, and the Centaur gets fanned out, the Kunkka gets fanned out. Like this archetype of hero that's gonna like be able to throw itself in early on and set up for you. Like if they don't have an ideal one and they end up going with like some Tidehunter or some Underlord, their draft isn't. It looks kind of shaky in the early game. Up until the VKBs come out.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need that type of hero.
He played Enigma in the previous series.
He's not going to do that.
There's no way.
He's got Darkseer still available.
It is, I suppose, but I don't think you're getting that much value out of it. Like maybe Iron Shelling your PA, but you're not necessarily countering a lane and you're not like providing that added stun or early initiation.
About Sand King?
I mean, I think Sand King and Tides are fine. Like, the Tide will be a little bit slower, sure, but like, we all see what Tide can do this patch. Just throwing an anchor on Wind Ranger and these type of heroes, very useful.
That's true.
Adding more team fight options is never bad this patch. They are a bit limited on team fight right now, and I think this last pick kind of needs to help a bit with that. Where I do agree, though, having a lower cooldown stun would be nice, but like, outside of Sand King, there's not a lot, I suppose. But that option is still available. I don't think... Mars doesn't do it for me. There's not enough damage going into the arena.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. That's a classic, too. More team fight.
Yeah.
You got PA on your team, too.
The stun is an ultimate, though. You don't have a low cooldown stun.
You have a secure back though, like repositioning early on.
Close enough, yeah.
It's good enough where you, like, so long as you don't have to expend global for every play that you make, then you're fine as Buttboom. Because they were in a position where that's all they could do. Now Magnus just repositions, they play on that target, and then they can look for more advantageous fights without necessarily having to RP.
And now Quinn is given last pick opportunity. What does he want? Oh, who do you think's mid? Tiny?
Could be.
Could be.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's either Quinn or Skeeter here.
Betboom banned out the Sniper and the Huskar.
Yeah. I mean, you could pick Puck. That's in the pool, right?
Yep.
But you're playing versus Silencer and Morta. Not your favorite matchups, but very good versus Storm. So I think they're either going to pick Puck here or a Skeeter hero. And what would that Skeeter hero be? Like
something to abuse a Magnus and win the matchup against a Phantom Assassin.
You're not winning that matchup.
Yeah, I think the sniper ban actually covered for like what would have been a perfect pick for Falcons. While Puck is really good against Storm, the issue with picking him is like you're playing against two silences in Where's Calling and in Silencer, so it's not a good Puck game.
Just pick him DK. Blade Mill. P will just take care of
Actually,
himself.
this game against Storm also would be pretty sick.
You really could just Tiny mid. Like, my worry was that they aren't willing to flex Tiny to mid because it's Quinn and that's not his archetype of hero. But, like, it's a mid hero with a stun. Okay, Monkey King, still in the pool. We completely forgot about it.
Where's he going?
Mid.
He's going mid.
But the thing is, like, I sometimes think of Monkey King as a hero in certain games, right? But in this particular game, it's good in lane versus Storm, but throughout the rest of the game, Storm is pretty decent, right? So.
You don't think it's good against Phantom Assassin?
I don't think so, no. I think PA has multiple ways of getting in and out of the fight, and yeah, so we see the 1x bet odds there. I think in general, it's going to be, actually it might be kind of cool with crit, now that I think about it. You can just force them to stay within the Monkey arena, so there is that aspect. But, you know, Storm and PA, highly mobile heroes, they can get out of the really easily, so I don't know, the lane has to go very well, I think.
Yeah, but if it does go very well, like it can connect to side lanes, and both side lanes have a lot of kill threat, like on Falcons. And then Monkey King is also just an extra stun. So their lineup, like if it gets on a target, it will stay on the target and kill it.
True, yeah.
It's just like, will he maybe not get the lane advantage? Is he gonna get ganked a couple of times? If he doesn't, I honestly think they're in a decent position with like playing Monkey King aggressively.
I still fear for this Storm. Even their last pick has a stun. Freaking Boundless Strike, man.
I don't even care about the Storm. This Storm could be bottom net worth. It's really just about this empowered PA. Is she one-shotting everyone?
Yeah.
Are there good skewers? Are there good RPs? That's all that's really going to matter. I think GPK, I'm not going to say he's a non-factor this game, but he does not have to pop off to win this game. He just has to play solid.
It's rare for the focus to not have to be on a Storm Spirit, but whenever you got a Magnus PA combo, you've got bigger fish to fry as a Falcons. Take a sip, ATF. Stay hydrated. Stay comfortable in that neck pillow. Do you think he's
Is
taking?
that even helpful when you're...
It helped this man win a TI right next to us.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't use it, but Smell did.
You didn't feel comfortable through osmosis sitting next to him?
I mean, that was my neck pillow I gave to Smell.
That's true, it was.
Yeah. And then he lost it.
Is he sitting on a stool? Like, does he just not have neck rest? Like, what's... You know what?
There's nothing wrong with buffing your ergonomics.
Trust the process.
Trust the process. I'm out here watching Counter-Strike players be 1 millimeter away from their monitor. We're out here spreading the gospel of good posture. Look at Pure.
Well, I'm pretty sure wearing a neck pillow does not give you better posture. If anything, it gives you worse posture. If we're going strictly off ergonomics
He's just
here.
so used to carrying his team. He's trying to buff his shoulders up with even more weight. And let's see if he's able to do that in this game number 1. Suns fan and Cinderin, it's all you.
Thank you, Tsunami. We are here. Game number 1 of a second series, the last series of today, between Betboom and Falcons. We already have a potential first blood onto Pure playing the PA. Looks like it'll go the Falcons' way. Who will get it? It is Quinn on the mid Monkey King. That's right, Quinn for Falcons.
That's right. He's off to a very good start with this first blood. Panel talked about the lane matchup against Storm. I think this is less Monkey King favored than it used to be. Monkey actually used to handily win this lane, I want to say, but over time, Storm's both courtesy of static slide, but also just overall like skill and the way you interact with the side camps. I think this matchup is less hard than it used to be. But now that there's a first blood on the Monkey King, let's see if he can snowball this lane against GPK on the Storm. So
GPK, it's been a hot minute since I've gotten to cast this young man.
These two drafts are, I want to say Betboom's lineup looks like some disgusting late game stuff you don't want to play against. So
well, speaking of disgusting, Snake King
Okay.
We'll pop the Fairy Fire and survive, as
All right.
expected.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Disgusting escape there. Good shout, good shout. Yeah, I look at this Bet Boom lineup and I think if this goes late game, I think Falcons are in trouble despite having one of their best late game heroes in Doom. I just think it's very difficult for Doom to deal with all of the threats that there will eventually be between the 3 cores that Bet Boom are running. And in this meta so far, we've seen most games stretch toward that at least 35-40 minute mark. When I would say that Bet Boom's lineup, for the most part, all 3 cores could be reaching that. I mean, not necessarily their peak, but very much so a strong phase. So I would like to see Falcons, for their sake in this game, try to play an aggressive, like, 15-minute timing here when you have your first item on Tiny. You've got the mid Monkey King who can rotate. You've got pretty strong kill support early in the game. So it would be good to see them just put some early pressure.
What are your feelings on PA these days into the late game? You know I like to talk about late game. Okay.
Extremely strong hero.
There's Amar. He's taking a beating down here to Kataomi. He's going to get power shot, but he'll be able to brush that off no problem. Amar on the Doom. I feel like this hero, I don't know what it is, Cinderin. It doesn't feel nearly as impactful as before. And might have something to do with not muting items.
Yeah. But even after that, it was still getting rated super high for a while, right?
But I feel like the tournaments we cast, at least, the win rate was still low, like quite low. But we're still continuing to see it every now and then.
We've definitely, overall, the games we've covered, I think it's easy to be biased because we've had so bad results on Doom, but it hasn't been... It's not what the year overall has corresponded to.
Yeah.
But in this game, I don't know. Like, I'm not completely convinced of the Doom pick itself. Oh, GPK, this is going to be a close fight against Quinn.
Yeah, is it though? Jingu is pretty high stack there.
Quinn yielded there?
Yeah, I thought he could have gone in a little further, but...
He had another Jingu hit as well. I actually think he had him if he just committed to that play, but maybe a little bit concerned about giving away his lead crit.
Kataomi and crit getting quite low. It's going to be a trade of supports. Amar will be happy with the solo XP, of course. Greedy boy.
Yep.
This is more of a Amar hero, I will say, than the last.
Yeah, he played Darkseer. Which is definitely not in his like top 10, I would say. Both most played and probably best heroes, but yeah, Doom's definitely up there. Plenty of potential for good Doom cast in this game. You Doom, PA, Storm, or Magnus, and it's great. But the problem might become that you need to Doom all 3 of them.
They're going to go on the aggressive onto Amar as the Lotus is here. Crit's going to not do anything, actually. Pure will end up snagging that bad boy. Power shot.
Missing.
Amar will pop the wand to stay healthy as Pure's actually getting really low. Gets the Infernal Blade. It has to pop the Fairy Fire, but the Scorched Earth will take him out. An unexpected death onto Pure as Kataomi will not be able to dodge the power shot. Nice job from Crit to predict where that would end up.
Yeah, did you see the shit-eating grin on his face immediately after he fired that? It was like, I knew he was going to do that. He max channeled it, but made sure to aim it off target because he knew he would juke there. That's nice. That's one of those that misses in pub games because they just walk in a straight line. I remember Sing Sing used to complain about this on his stream when he was still playing professionally and he played Maran in his pubs. He was like, I can't hit arrows because they never juke.
Yeah. I mean, the same idea works for Pudge, right? I mean, it worked for me back in the Counter-Strike days with the AWP. You stand still, I can't hit you.
Yeah.
Like, why are you standing still? I don't understand.
I love meta things like that in games.
Skill shots.
It's like the classic, you know, the meme with the bell curve where there's like Herald on one end and there's Immortal on the other and everybody in the middle.
Yeah.
And there's always like some sort of shared factor between the two ends of the scale. It's funny. That time around, Kataomi should have just stood still. Dodged the power shot. Big pressure. I'm pretty surprised just how much pressure this Falcons lane is able to output. The Doom Windranger, I was not expecting them to be doing this well. So that's obviously a very good look for them in a game that, as we talked about, they would love to accelerate if possible.
Yeah, we should, of course, mention the fact that Crit did take the kill shot facet, which we love, conceptually at least, the execution style of that power shot, just getting them to a certain percentage of HP and they're just dead. I mean, with the evasion that's going to come out from the PA, sometimes that could make the difference. Without having to go for an MKB or anything like that.
Speaking of him, he's just really...
Feels like he's been on low HP the entire game so far.
Amar just relentlessly aggressive down here. Of course, he's got the speed aura, so whenever they both go for CS, he can just cover the distance and get off an Infernal Blade, and you're seeing it over and over and over again. Getting in there. Now TP support from Huerta.
Amar maybe a little bit too deep here as Save makes his rotation over. The dead shot onto Amar with the calling to follow. Do they have the damage? The slow coming out from the PA should lead to an eventual kill as they'll try to give it to Pure, but the stick will keep Amar alive a little bit longer, but eventually he does fall. So Pure ending up on the board finally.
Who needs a cloud?
Quinn has 15 knives. I just realized. That's
as he's going to show up onto GPK, not level 6 yet, but Quinn is, as the Jingu stacks are there. Easy cleanup for Quinn as he is now officially dominating this mid lane.
Yeah. He's I don't know, man. He's just a different beast when he's actually playing heroes that can be oppressive, right? That's why you a lot of the time see heroes like Huskar banned against Quinn, why he sometimes picks off or just takes over games on heroes like Quap. That Kunkka we saw from him in the previous game just didn't do it for me, but this one so far, looking great.
Yeah, Miero's dead, not able to get off the skewer at any point there.
Oh, it's time for 7-minute wisdoms. Honestly, this could be a moment of opportunity for Monkey King to get involved here. He's starting to cut over to the right side as his teammates are covering the left one with 3 heroes. So Falcons looking to try to get both wisdoms. Amar gonna get jumped first.
Yeah, Pure inside the circle as well. And Amar with the level disadvantage and now the number disadvantage as well. Though Snake King coming to try to equalize this a bit. Amar inside the ring. Here comes Quinn though. That's 1 dead, but that's Amar. They will likely clean up after the fact, though, as a double kill comes out for Quinn. Snake King gets the shrine, and that is a very good exchange overall for Falcon.
That is a huge win for them, and it could have been even better had Quinn rotated 5 seconds earlier, but they still get the grand prize of both shrines. At the expense of Doom, not too concerning. Look over at the Radiant side now with their puny level 3 and 4 supports minute 8.
Yeah.
They are going to have a tough time against Crit on 5 and Snaking on 5 as well. Massive experience advantage. And this is the type of game where the supports can actually start playing hyper aggressive because you have one of the most mobile mid heroes in all of Dota right now in the Monkey King. So everything could come together beautifully in the next few minutes here for Falcons if they keep up the pace. And on the other side of the coin, Bet Boom, you got to be careful now. You need to make sure you have good formation on the map and that your heroes are ready to respond to aggression because it is coming. Like, you know that Falcons aren't going to take this early lead and just sit back and farm in a game like this. They're going to dive your towers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's already happening.
Level 5 as well.
Sneaky little regeneration rune. They won't know.
Yeah, they definitely won't.
This is definitely a real rune.
I mean, in about a year, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a mechanic somehow in the game for a rune to move around. We've seen crazier things.
That's going to be an Arc Warden facet.
Yeah, but I still have yet to see that hero.
Yeah, I thought it was actually going to be big this patch on in the original 738 when he was reworked a bit. Thought he was going to be a big pick, but he was tried a little bit the first few days. And
Kateomi is who they find.
Yeah, kill shot.
And Quinn gets credit for it. Another kill to his name as the Falcons up 3K at this point. And of course, these level 6s, especially for the Silencer, extremely important.
Oh, they're so far away.
They are.
I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen Bet Boom with this weak supports. Generally speaking, Kataomi and Save play extremely stable early and mid games, and it's not like they've played poorly individually. It's just the way things have transpired. Now they have nothing, absolutely nothing to work with. So they gotta get there. The map is already starting to feel a bit smaller. You've lost your bottom tower. Monkey King has a deep ward in the Radiant jungle to play off of. You can see again the little unsuspicious helicopter courier. Definitely a courier heading over here behind them. And once again, Quinn will look for an attack angle. Kataomi, he's dead again.
Yes, he is. Boundless Strike will open it up. Pure will throw out a Stifling Dagger, and that's probably all, as the Ice Path will be there to get Quinn another kill. Pure, in the meantime, still getting hounded. can't Phantom Strike to the wave. I don't think he would want to at this point, as Quinn's going to continue. Forcing double TPs now as GPK on top of Quinn, but there's the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike not going to hit the initial target, which was GPK. But it does force BetBoom back.
It forces a rotation, and despite this, I would say, overstepping of their boundaries here, Falcons, they lose nobody. So even in the mistake in that play, they didn't get punished.
And Amar holding on to the Doom as a point here. See if he can get a little greedier.
By the way, there's a couple of other players in this game. Skeeter is playing Tiny, and Miero is playing Magnus.
Oh,
All right,
wow.
back to bottom.
They're just going to farm away to their heart's content, it seems.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool to see Tiny played in multiple positions. And for Magnus, who gives a shit? We see that hero every game.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, I mean, at this point, I think Magnus and Tiny are almost equally popular, to be honest.
Yeah, but one is cooler than the others.
That's fair.
No, I'm just kidding. Magnus is pretty fun to watch. Especially as an offlaner.
Boom. They're just family farming triangle with 4 heroes, really ensuring these stacks, but there's a little suspicious helicopter courier heading on over, scouting things out.
Oh boy.
Oh,
jumps off the
Those
tree.
Monkey King, they figured it out.
Yeah, they did. And now the smoke.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
they are set on their sights here for Miero. Boundless Strike into the eventual Avatos.
Yeah.
Not needing the toss, apparently. We'll get the skewer off, but dies midway there.
BetBoom cannot give up these stacks. If they lose these stacks, this game is... you have to fight somehow. You cannot just let them... Oh, my.
It's gone, Cinder.
Oh,
It's
no.
gone. 5K lead for
Oh, no.
Save is level 5. Let's just get the level 6 watch going here.
Yeah.
And level 5 also for Kataomi. Maybe they'll get that for the 14-minute wisdoms.
Snake and Crit are almost level 7. So, yeah, I think 14-minute wisdom is honestly the next timing for BetBoom to get something done. I think until then, it's... Oh, right, never mind.
Here
They are
is about to
trying
get
here.
doomed. There's the RP, though, to follow. Everything on Quinn, and they finally get that kill. That's a 6K kill streak down the drain. So big kill for BetBoom. They show up in numbers, but obviously Pure not really wanting to fight. He doesn't even have his first item, which is the Battle Fury, of course.
Yeah.
So can't commit too much.
You have to get the 14 wisdoms. That was the play that you had where you use RP. Now you can't make another one because you don't have global. So you gotta find a way here at 14 minutes to defend your wisdom, but the problem is you won't have RP for it now because you expended that at around 12:30.
And Amar didn't doom.
Yeah.
You canceled it halfway.
You're inherently really unfavored in this upcoming fight, but you have to find a way of spreading your heroes, whether that's doing some sort of smoke rotation where you try to hit the enemy wisdom, or you do a good 3-2 split, or whatever it is. You cannot give away 2 wisdoms again.
Save desperately wanting level 6. He sees creeps. He runs to creeps. He dies.
He got 6.
Oh, shit. All right.
Well, he'll get out.
He got it.
All right, that's another ulti
Well
they won't
done,
have on the
Save.
wisdoms now.
You did it.
He's ping. Oh, well, never
That
mind.
was
That was
actually-
thinking pinging it. Yeah,
high.
they're heading on over. Falcons are looking to set up shop here.
That's a bigger level 6, though, is Kataomi.
If
The
they
hero
don't get
is,
it, I mean,
he's picked for global silence, literally.
we could be looking at a 17-minute level 6 if they don't get a wisdom here. He has no way of getting experience.
Well-
he can't even go to the mid wave and take it because he could just
Yeah,
get ganked.
Falcons, they're getting both again.
Yeah, they're not even covering their own right now.
That is insane. That is insane.
Radiant are scanning.
This is dire straits.
Yeah,
But if
TPing for the other
BetBoom
one.
can overcome it, if they can buy enough time and get there, if they get their items, I have a lot of faith in their lineup. But right now,
I
on a
predict-
theoretical level,
I predict that global silence will be available at some point this game,
yeah, I think so too.
and it's going to be crucial.
Okay. Oh, I thought your prediction, it was a safe prediction that you would get level 6. I thought that was missing the skewer.
Yeah,
Bad
Amar,
fishing from Miero.
he's not scared, has yet to use his ult so far this game. They want Kataomi, knowing that his game is miserable. They want to make it even more miserable because they're Dota players, and that's what you do. You want to inflict misery upon your opponents. Save. Not going to high fight. We still have not seen the Amar ult because it feels like they're just killing these supports, and they don't need much to do so. He's going to expend some spells, but it's all for naught.
It's going to be a free Tormentor as well. Falcon's already down here. with natural movement. That feels great. Oh, Quinn finds Pure.
Yeah, Boundless Strike and TPs are a-coming. Do they have a stun coming in? It won't be in time regardless. Pure is out of there.
Yeah, this Tormentor, they should be eager. Skitter is standing around waiting for reinforcements, and they have arrived.
All right, will they get Gale Force or Snake King's Shard, which we've seen 100,000 times?
They would, if I were them, I would absolutely prefer Gale Force.
Unless you ask Snake King, and it will go to the captain.
Well, I think Gale Force is one of the best shards in the entire game.
It's definitely good.
It's really, really good. It's not the best game for it because the enemy team has 2 heroes with jumps in the Storm and the PA. But against the supports...
Wait, we paused the game here. This is to announce something very important to the audience. We have a level 6 on Kataomi, ladies.
Congratulations.
Let's give him a round of applause. Finally got there at 15 minutes, 53 seconds.
There it is.
Global silence at the ready. I mean, to be fair, Amar hasn't used his ult all game either, so there's not really much of a difference between the 2 heroes. So
I knew Kataomi before he was famous. I just want to get it out there.
Okay, what was he like? Has fame gotten to his head?
Now that we've put him out there, I was there before. It was cool. That's an upside down polywog.
Okay.
Looks like it has a. This looks like a glued on mustache with that angle. Can we see that again?
It's his mouth, but yeah.
It looks like a mustache.
It does look like a mustache. Wow, that's pretty hype art there from Valve.
Very, very well done, Valve. They probably just stole that asset from a Google search.
It's AI generated, of course. They do not support that on Steam as
Yeah.
of yet. But now that AI art's looking cooler and cooler, maybe they'll change their mind. You know, the videos, all that good stuff. Gaben on his yacht. Have you seen that one? Really famous meme right now.
What is that? What?
I don't know what that was. We'll just say that was another polywog.
I mean,
I don't know the
eyes
name.
looked all out of whack.
I guess I did learn Croaker today from Lyrical.
True.
So I know 2 of their names.
What's the other one?
Polywog.
What's the full name?
I don't care.
Oh, thought you were going to say Polywog Priest.
Polywog Priest was a Han hero.
That's right.
AKA Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
Which famously, of course, was a mid hero. No Tail was one of the best of all time, played at mid.
Yep.
His shackle was a tongue. And guess what game took that from Han, Cinderin?
Yeah,
Can you believe it?
A certain immortal item.
Yeah.
That is a, yeah.
It's crazy.
These ones are called croakers, by the way. I say these ones that the audience cannot see at all.
Yeah,
I'm looking.
you're controlling your own camera, just so you know.
They're croakers.
I don't know if you've done this before.
I have.
Are those also
played the
mustaches on the screen there for the croakers?
Croakers. There's Marsh Mage.
There's a lot of mustaches going around here.
Yeah.
Perhaps paying homage to Gaben's mustache shellackings that we all miss so much.
The little frog is called Boglet. By the way. That's a great name.
I'm never saying Boglet.
And the small version of the tentacle surprise is Arm of the Deep.
Well, the other one's not called Tentacles. It's
Congregation.
Congregations.
Congregation.
I think I've called that out once in a team fight, and it was
no idea why
glorious.
we were paused, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were paused actually.
Yeah, I can't tell the difference.
Yeah. Just so you guys know in chat, of course, Sunsfan and Cinder in here. The game is paused because we wanted to talk about the polywogs. And now that that conversation's over, we can get back into the game. So apologies for those that actually wanted to watch gameplay. Understandable that to be a bit polarizing of a conversation.
It's a contractual obligation on the side of the TO to give us a 2-minute pause at our will. And we really wanted this game.
Yeah,
and
we pushed the button.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, the players are on board for this too. They don't care. They're like, yeah, we can stretch our fingers. It's all good.
I think Kataomi was happy to get any sort of a breather.
That's right. Now that he got level 6, he can strategize his entire game plan a little bit differently. Having that ultimate ability turns out to be a little bit more effective than without.
Yeah, and you can just stand in base so you don't get ganked by a courier.
Yeah, that's true. The courier is very scary this game. I want to see Quinn turn into Roshan. That is also at his disposal. Haven't seen that yet, though.
That's the next level of play for Monkey King, is to turn into Roche at 15 minutes and then start crossing the river, and they think it's Roche.
Yeah. Or during the time where he could be spawned, but he's not.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As we, yeah, so let's get back into the game here, because it is on pause. It's a 9K lead for Falcons, which is, it's
enormous.
a lot. It's quite a bit. But there is a PA on the other side, Cinderin. There is an Empower on the other side.
You are looking for a big wombo combo at some point for Bedboom. The question is, what item is it that's going to allow you to take the fight? Or you're just going to try to fish a little bit with Mag. I mean, you can try to find some Blink Skewers with PA nearby and have enough damage to kill. But it's not looking easy right now. They're trying to find whatever farm they can. GPK actually showing on a ward down bot. So perhaps Falcons want to get down here with their MK +1. Otherwise, at least they know that the Storm is very far away from his team. The Dire Vision is actually very good right now. These 2 wards they have, it doesn't sound like a lot, but covering these 2 side areas really limits the options that, or it limits the doubt of where what Bedboom's heroes are. You see they saw both supports just then, they saw the Storm again, and here indeed the rotation is being planned out here by Crit.
Yeah, but Bedboom are okay for, as long as they don't die in any cores here, they're fine delaying this until the BKB can come from Pure, which will be the next option.
Oh, look.
So.
It's Kataomi.
Yeah, he's level 6. We're not sure if we mentioned that yet, but we won't be seeing the ult here.
Tough times to be a silencer.
Smoke from Bedboom. Do they actually want to fight before this BKB is online for Pure?
I guess they were hoping that Falcons are going for a playdown here, considering the top play only had 2 heroes in it, and Bedboom are probably thinking, what would we do in this position, and try to like starve out the map. So they're expecting there to be a gank squad coming the way of GPK. So they want to have immediate counterplay with a Mag in position plus a global silence. But they're not going to find anything for the time being. Miero hoping. There is the target there.
There's the RP into Skewer. Into the calling as
Great
well.
shackle?
Crit gets a nice shackle onto 2, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. As Amar making friends with the Polywogs as the global silence comes out before the... I don't even think he was trying to doom there. In fact, he faked it out so they would use the global silence. That means Quinn can come in to try to clean crew up. GPK barely gets out of dodge as Save looks like he'll be the sacrifice. And this will be a kill going the way of Falcons. So it's a 1-for-1, but definite advantage going Bedboom. But the global silence being on cooldown means Falcons can perhaps make something or put something together here, especially since they still have Doom.
That was very close. If they would have doomed the Storm, I think he actually could have died to a power shot. So I am not sure if Amar pump faked it or if he was stopped by the global cast. It happened basically at the same time. But yeah, as you said, RP expended means the next minute is definitely easily Falcons power play territory. One of these stone
Roche throw
creatures
you?
is not like the other, by the way.
Does Roche throw you if you're invis?
I don't know. We could pause the game with our second pause and ask the players to try it.
Yeah, true. There's the BKB.
It's pretty impressive that Pure has almost the same net worth as Skitter, by the way. His map has been extremely constricted, so Bedboom are doing a pretty good job at finding what they can.
I mean, I'm still of the opinion that Pure, outside of Yatoro, is just the best carry in the world.
Mm-hmm.
He, at his peak, I think he's just that good. But we'll see if it is enough this game. The panel kind of talked about how the Storm didn't necessarily have to have a great game.
Yeah.
But that's 2 cores not having a great game for Bedboom, and the Mag as well.
Yeah, for sure.
But you are enabling the PA with Empower at the very least.
Yeah, and, well, arguably I would say it's the least important of his last 3 spells that he has for the PA. I think the Skewer as well as RP are more of an enabler at this point. It's tempting to think of it in that way because you're thinking of Old Empower. It's definitely still great, no doubt about it, but obviously you're still buying Battle Fury anyway. And the thing that makes this hero combo so strong is that PA is exceptionally good at punishing people that get isolated. So Skewer gives you kills, and RP, you are one of the few heroes in Dota that can solo kill heroes that are locked down in a stun. So that is why these 2 go hand in hand. Now Roche will be claimed by Falcons. I think Bedboom are aware this is happening. They just can't do much about it. So this will go their way. And the trade that we've seen a lot of the time has been, oh, they get Roche, we get Tormentor. Of course not available because of this kill timing at 21. Bedboom will make a move. Smoke, did that power shot see
don't
it
think
or
so.
not?
I don't think so.
Would have been
they're
very
gonna
close.
smoke up now.
Seem quite well aware though, but Skitter with the Aegis is not here. Amar gonna frontline.
Timing, my goodness, they are dodging each other and not even knowing it. The smoke has not popped.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is a... You would think this tree is sus, but it did have a cloud under it. It was smoked up. Here comes both teams.
GPK, he's going to be found. He gets stunned, but there's a global silence. Pops to BKB as well. Going to try to focus onto Skeeter, but he is really tanky at half HP. But now, BetBoom retreat. Not having that BKB, kind of a big deal on GPK. And Stave will have to pop the ult. There's the Miero ult coming online onto Monkey King. Quinn in a lot of trouble, but they get the Muerta first. The Doom finally expended. This time it's onto the PA. Down goes Pure. That is a huge kill for Falcons. And the Aegis remains intact. Obviously not wanting to, from BetBoom's perspective, over-commit onto a Tiny with Aegis, but they still end up losing 2, along with their 2-2 tower.
This is just a great way to set it up for Falcons, right? You go for the smoke play, the tiniest, the first point of contact. BetBoom, they could have killed him for sure if they wanted to, but they would compromise their position so much that they have to just let him live with the Aegis. And then they're hoping with this Miero jump. Oh, speaking of jump, Quinn versus GPK. It's a close fight.
GPK's out of mana. Oh, the dead shot.
That's a good dead shot.
That's not a fair 1v1. Somebody reports save.
Yeah, in classic Western fashion, someone always has to show up with a gun eventually.
Oh my god. Don't say that in America.
Well, it's a Western movie. There's nothing wrong with that. What are you talking about?
Sure. 10k lead now for Falcons.
Yep. So, like I was saying, the previous fight, when they can't commit onto Skitter and they eventually have to go for this kind of desperation play with Mag, okay, wait a second. Not enough damage yet.
No.
Gale Force not connecting, but does he have an out here? Nope.
Oh, the power shot. Execution style from Crit.
It is nice to have these two archers, right? You've got Muerta on one side and Wind Ranger on the other with these long-range skill shots. Very enjoyable.
It's pretty hype.
It's lovely. You got to have a better RP skewer than that. They only got the Monkey King and they couldn't even kill him. So, and of course, part of the problem in that play is they used global first, right? So you use global defensively when the smokes broke to protect GPK, and then when you eventually have the RP skewer play, you don't have the global to cover it. So Falcons went in for the immediate counterplay when that RP came out.
And Falcons now have a double SNY on their team, wanting that status resist for the RP, for global, for anything, really. As, I mean, this Amar the Doom facet where you can sell things for 90%, how often, it's mostly just for these smaller items, right? Like the bracers and such. You had 2 bracers before, but do you ever see like these enormous pivots?
I feel like I haven't. Midas,
yeah,
right?
I feel like I have not seen any major ones.
No, not too much.
Skeeter and company, they find themselves a Magnus, but there's the global. He'll skewer away, but that's still a win for Falcons. That's a big ulti on cooldown.
And if nothing else, they're caught in their base, right? BetBoom have very little map control right now. The only hero that is leaving the base right now is GPK on the Storm, feeling somewhat confident jumping up to the sides, but even he can't feel safe because if Amar gets a Doom on him, he's screwed.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Good read here if he were to walk down the river here. Very spicy ping coming out from Miero. Seems to be aware.
They want to try to get the Doom on him, but there's going to be an RP on 2 instead. Falcons punish there.
That is a very good find.
And that's going to essentially nullify the rest of this Aegis timer as well. And we can see Falcons have only gained about 2k while having that Aegis.
Miero just had a perfect read there. He pinged out that the play was probably arriving here. He got into position and he had the counterplay ready, protecting GPK in that moment. Falcons thought they could maybe find an angle, but also get the Torm. Honestly, this is really, really big for BetBoom.
Yeah.
Sure, you're still far behind, but you're reaching a point now where it starts becoming a possibility to stabilize the game. We were talking about if they get to that late game stage, their lineup gets very fearsome. Now Magnus with the Aghanim Scepter, fishing is going to be a lot easier. You just see a hero, you jump and grab them, pull them back into PA's arms together with Storm. And if the enemy team tries to counter-initiate you when you do that, you have global silence. So it's pretty fail-proof as long as you catch the skewer on the right targets.
And Pure also going for an SNY, so 3 in the game right now, and he's close to finishing Basher as well. And we'll see how much Miero can get out of that Aghanim Scepter like you talked about.
Skewer cooldown talent. So now 11 seconds, and Blink Dagger is 15. So he has a skewer every time he has Blink.
Yeah, this is getting, for Falcons, a bit of a scary territory because Pure, with these next item purchases, going to start to do a lot of damage.
Do they have anything big coming their own way? So Silver Edge is probably on the cards here for Skeeter. On the Tiny, Doom is starting to work on an Ags here. Interesting. At least this is quick buy. I don't know if he's going to commit for this on MR, but it makes his job against Storm a lot easier because he just pop it on himself and just needs to connect at any point instead of hard casting on the Storm himself. It's easier to use against Global Silence because if you're the one initiating the fight, he'll need a Blink too, obviously, to make this work. But let's see if he actually commits for it or finishes the Shiva. He has the plate mail, so I would assume he goes the Shiva route first.
I think this is one of the most overrated Ags in the game now.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either.
Ever since the mute came, or the getting rid of mute, I should say, it's just a simple force staff from any teammate, and you're fine. It's so hard for Doom to stay on top of people in the late game, I feel like. But we'll see.
Until he gets 25.
True, you can get mute that way. This is perhaps a late game decision for Amar.
He has a tendency of putting like 3 or 4 items in a quick buy, right? So it's hard to, you can read into it whatever you want, but it's probably just like he's brainstorming his item pool this way. And yeah, I just think it's going to be the Shiva, and it won't be too interesting. So Jakiro is close to Ags. That will be a very big damage upgrade for the side of Falcons when Snaking grabs that. Aside from that, Wind Ranger, just full-on utility build for crit, Atos, Force Staff, and next up is Blink. And on the other side of the pond, Save is close to Ags as well. That one is massive in a game like this on Muerta. Just having these low-commitment pokes. You're going to have both the Dead Shot and the Skewer. You just need to make sure you don't counterplay each other, I guess.
Yeah, we talked about it last tournament. That has to be a top 10 Ags in the game
it's
now.
So good.
Unbelievably
Incredibly
effective.
Good. I actually thought it was going to get nerfed.
Yeah, I was a little surprised, but I mean, she's a fun hero to watch, so I don't really mind too much. And yeah, especially once you get level 20 and get the 2 dead shot charges, it's quite the power spike.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So next Roche. Oh, Roche is actually up. So who do you think has advantage in the pit? You have like Wukong's command, you have Gale Force, Macro Pyre and whatnot, but you got a lot to work with for Bet Boom as well. Although the Macro Pyre just got upgraded.
GBK just burnt his entire mana pool trying to kill Snaking, but he got out in time. Clutch TP away.
Invisibility.
I feel like Global Silence is the most important spell in this game.
I think it's RP. And second place is Doom.
I don't know. Global feels like it's setting up the RPs, you know?
Yeah.
The RPs have been coming as a reaction so far. I mean, if they end up taking the offensive, which I guess they could at some point.
I also think Phantom Strike is more important than Global Silence. Because if Pure doesn't have that, he can't reach the targets.
God, I hate your guts.
Ball Lightning, also quite important. If Storm doesn't have that, his hero doesn't work.
Okay, I think boots are pretty important on every hero.
That is not a spell.
Oh, just talking about things in general.
Well, I was talking about what the conversation was about.
Okay.
Like,
I think Roche's throw is the most important spell in this game.
That is indeed a spell.
Smoke from both sides.
Are scanning.
It's going to get popped here. Miro and Skeeter, who blinks first. Horn toss into the skewer. RP, not going to be... Actually, it was. Did he dodge it?
No.
Skeeter.
He just survived through it.
Okay. SNY for the win, I suppose. And now Gwent going on the offensive. Kataomi is dead. They've used the global. They used the RP. Can the Falcons get more? Deadshot not going to hit, but Falcons, knowing that they get that very important kill and cooldowns and whatnot there, they can just go into the Roche pit.
Close call. I was checking his Gale Guard. It doesn't even have armor on it. I thought maybe he had the armor version on Skitter, but...
I mean, how much status resist does he have with SNY and his insurmountable? He has 33% status resist.
Yeah. So that cuts down the RP by a third, so that cuts it down to 2 seconds instead of 3.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah. And now he has an Aegis, so this play that they just made, not going to work next time. It also didn't work this time. Crit finds Pure. Atos not going to stop the gate portal. And then he's going to go from the portal to the portal. Back to base.
Makes sense. Skeeter looking for an opening. Actually has not upgraded to Silver Edge quite yet. But going high ground against the Agnosceptor Muerta can be very annoying. Pure.
Oh, this is a big moment if Skeeter finds this angle.
Skeeter, Avalanche.
They have Doom.
They don't have Global Silence quite yet. Avatos on the Pure, but he's able to Blink Strike away.
Amar should really get a dagger, I think.
Yeah.
There's been, how many examples has there been now of fights where he doesn't get to find the Doom target? It could have been a massive kill. But yeah, Pure will escape again. Further delaying the game here and avoiding critical losses. That last fight, obviously, the go on the Tiny did not work out in their favor, but they didn't lose too much. Game is definitely still within reach with any good combo, and I think Falcons are very well aware of that. Otherwise, they would just be more eager to siege with their Aegis. As I say that, I still feel like they're going to try something with Skeeter, but it's always so dangerous when you can just get skewered back into an awful position. And your teammates, the only real follow-up there is when you get caught in the base will be a Monkey King jump, specifically because Doom does not have dagger. Amar has the Shiva now, so we'll see. Nothing in his quick buy for the time being. If it is going to be that blink or something else. He could opt to sell his drum and buy blink because he has the Devil's Bargain.
True. I'd kind of feel a bit bad. Drums is always pretty valued.
It's definitely a good item. It's just a question of you will want to replace it eventually anyway because the slot isn't good enough in a 6-slot Doom build.
Has to use the BKB. Will kill the wave and then TP in the cover of his BKB.
More in position. Pure. Oh, they got him on the
Ice Path.
Good
Macro
global.
Fire, but the global into the BKBs. Pure will Phantom Strike to the other side of the tree line where the Magnus is waiting. He is doomed right now. Falcons need to finish this kill. I don't think they will, though. He's going to be able to walk away. Now they're going to try to punish Amar instead. Gets Horn Toss skewered into the base. Amar dead near the tier 3 of Bet Boom. Big turnaround.
So he has like 2 or 3 great dead shots there back to back, forcing them all away. And that was a nice ice. It was a great read that Pure was going to go for that mid wave. They get the ice path out of the fog, and as they're trying to do him, he gets global. So again, can't help but think that a dagger would go a long way. Still not putting in the inventory though. Oh, he had a gem too.
Oh yeah, that's true.
They lost that one. So that's a very big kill.
Daedalus online for Skeeter, so still not opting for the... I mean, he hasn't really been in that great a position to break Pure anyway.
Yeah.
But now has massive damage.
Yeah, opting for that over the Revenant's Brooch, which has been more popular on Tiny overall.
That's
for
true.
sure. And I guess in this game, the enemy heroes are actually pretty high armor, so I'm not sure if this is how much better this really is than a Brooch.
Feels like ever since, I mean, Quinn started off the game amazingly, and he's been very quiet since. Feels like we haven't talked about him too much. He has the MKB now, so
he's
definitely
got good
has definitely has PA on the mind.
He's 7-1-7.
I'm not saying he's not having a good game. It's just it feels like Falcons have kind of, I don't know, they haven't really pushed the envelope. Feels like, or maybe Bet Boom just doing a good job of kind of counteracting these initiations from Falcons.
It's a bit of column A and B at the same time. I think the most impressive thing about this game overall for me is Bet Boom's ability to find farm from the position they've been in for the last 15-20 minutes. Like they are losing by GPM. The lead is increasing for Falcons step by step, but it's at a pace that is actually beatable for their lineup. If this continues on this trajectory, let's say we get to 45 minutes and you're 22k behind, I actually think you have a pretty good chance of winning the game. Because your lineup uses gold better, I would argue, than Falcons does. So if they're not ahead by more than this, it's definitely a solvable game. We've already seen a couple of fights just how ridiculously powerful this Muerta has been with the dead shots. Now it's going to be Gleipnir version. Any late game situation, you fish someone with Magnus and you build a fight around it. Storm has Parasma now, so you have secondary burst now during catches. It's not only PA that's going to kill heroes. There's a lot of positives to look forward to here for BetBoom. And if Falcons, this is the thing that's so dangerous. If they try to push and they slip up once, they lose their entire lead.
Yeah.
So you got to be really, really careful. Nice setup here,
Gale
though, by the
Force.
support.
That is a lot of damage. Macropyre uses well. GPK will pop the BKB, and he will delete Snaking, although staying alive a little longer thanks to the barrier. And now with the help of Quinn, he will survive. So nobody dies. I say that, but now we have a double RP skewer into the base as Skeeter just casually takes out Kataomi. Miera looks to be next on the list. He's dead as well, inside their own base. Bit off too much to chew. I've been there many a time. We are in America after all. 5 versus 3 now as Falcons on the doorstep of BetBoom's base. I thought that was going to go way better for BetBoom.
They couldn't follow through on the RP because he was doomed on PA. So he couldn't fight. That is just a non-play, and that's going to cost them dearly. This is at least one lane. The banner placed is going to stop the glyph entirely. If there's something Tiny's good at, it's everything, and therefore he's going to take the base.
Indeed. No Nature's Prophet this time, though.
That's right.
I feel like we haven't seen a base siege without a Nature's Prophet in quite a while. So that's one lane. Magnus not up for 20, so this will likely be 2. Although Fortification is popped. GPK going in pretty deep to try to take out as many creeps as possible. Pure coming in from the other side, looking to potentially flank. Looks like they do defend.
Okay.
Mag up in 10.
Fair enough.
A little bit too risky. I mean, what can Pure build here? So Abyssal looks to be next.
Yeah.
I assume he gets rid of Boots next.
I think
after
Abyssal
that.
and then Rapier. I don't think there's another item that is going to win this game at this point. Or I mean, okay, maybe that's a bit too dramatic. Like maybe you have enough damage without it anyway. But I'm a little bit concerned that even if, like, let's say 5 minutes from now, with what just happened, it's really important what just happened. Because if that doesn't happen and the game just continues in a slow fashion, I think you have enough in the tank. But good find that one.
Skewer.
Oh
Counter
my God, the
initiation
counter.
is there. The Wukong's command on top of everybody. They lose their Magnus. Quinn staying alive. Pure gets doomed, will be destroyed. 90 seconds of no PA. That might just do it.
Game ogre.
3 dead for BetBoom as Falcons ready to take game 1 in style. GPK limps back to base, but now their base is it's open for Falcons to destroy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
Yeah, this has got to be it, right? Like 30 seconds?
Yeah.
It's Megas at least, and they will take Megas first. They'll play it safe, it looks like. Fair enough. Can't fault them for that. Yeah, BetBoom cannot mount a defense for this. No, you can back off, get the next Roshan and finish the job if you want to. I can't help but ask myself, who are the top 3 players in this game that had the least fun? We know number 1's Kataomi, but who's in 2nd and 3rd place? Because Kataomi, he has genuinely barely played the game.
Yeah,
it's actually been super sad.
Unfortunate.
They have 9. Okay, he has Global Silence, and he's playing with Magnus and Storm as potential catches and setups and dead shots. He's had almost nothing to work with the entire game. He has no farm, has had 0 really. I mean, he's done what he could. I don't think he's played badly. It's just there's only so much you can do as a mega losing silencer. So he hasn't had the most fun. I feel like everybody else has had some fun at least. Man. Ugh. It's a rough one. These games happen sometimes. Some heroes are just more privy to them. It's like, remember Old Undying when Decay did 0 damage to creeps?
Oh, yeah.
And you were playing an Undying game where your team couldn't fight, and you were just walking around. But you couldn't kill creeps.
You're just a walking tombstone.
Literally just hoping a fight would come to you, or you were just worthless. Kind of feels like Silencer is in a similar position here. Whenever we're not fighting and we can't take any initiative, you're just walking in circles. You know, like what are you supposed to do? It's a tough time out there.
I mean, despite this lead, Falcons definitely playing it safe. And obviously, they didn't know that Pure didn't have buyback. If they did, they probably pushed the envelope, but you always have to worry about RP skewer into Fountain as Pure. He is caught off guard. We'll have to pop the BKB. Global Silence comes out, and he's going to give him his TP to base A-OK. But Now that BKB is down, feels like your
BKB
options
and
are limited.
global. Yeah. I mean, this is a free Roche now, right? It's about
You
to
would
spawn.
think so.
You can't contest this. I think this is solid from Falcons. They poke a little bit of pressure out to force the enemy team away. They get what they can, and then they set up for Roche. This is a 5-man smoke for BetBoom while their base is under siege, though. This just doesn't work.
No.
So they immediately break it. I don't know. This was probably Kata when he was like, let's go smoke. He just wants something to happen. And now there's still
Roche
stuff.
just spawned.
Yeah.
Very late spawn.
It's a goner.
But Falcons will take it.
Refresher shard on this one.
Double Doom?
I think you should put it on Jakiro, honestly.
Okay.
It's like, does Amar... he does have the mana for it, technically, since he has Shivas. But he hasn't really been throwing out many Dooms in general. So do you really want the double Doom, or do you just want a nice volley of Jakiro spells? Keep in mind, Snake King is stacked. He's got Blink, Glimmer...
Oh my goodness. What did he just sell?
Ags and Solar. Yeah, he bought Refresher on Dooms.
Well, he bought Refresher and finished Yashikaya so that his his cast animation would be faster.
There you go. You wanted him to replace some items.
Yeah, so what did he get rid of? He got rid of drums.
Yeah.
And
It's the only one, right?
Did he not have something else?
Did he?
Well, he has an Eon disc available to put together.
Yeah, he changed like 3. He must have got rid of another item.
Yeah, that's hilarious. 27K lead for Falcons, looking to close the book here on game number 1 at the very least of this 2-game series. Yeah,
Fishing.
horn toss, skewer. As GPK and company trying to do some
Oh, he
damage
got
to the
doomed.
Tiny, but they
Oh,
don't
no.
have enough. The Doom applied to the Storm, walks into the fountain. Not going to be able to heal, though, as the Macropyre is there as well. Kataomi pathetically dies in the pit. And Storm, is he dead?
He's dying in the corner.
He's just dead? He's actually dead. No buyback from him. Global's available, though, as a second Doom online. Applies it to the PA. There's the Global, though, to dissuade them from going any further. But meanwhile,
macro?
They're base. Yeah. Oh, he's actually might die in the fountain.
Oh my god, he almost died on Pure.
Barely lives, but this is Tiny hitting your buildings as a TP going to be canceled. Pure trying to kill the creeps. Skeeter, though, just going to ignore everything else. Quinn wants to finish this game now, wondering why they haven't called GG yet. He's going to get skewered into the fountain for his hubris. He might die, gets RP'd. Finally, that's a kill going the way of BetBoom. The PA does fall, though. Does have buyback, though, onto Pure. Ancient at half HP, so still trying to defend. I mean, this skewer play is always available.
Yeah, they gave Skitter the cheese. I was thinking they might actually full reset here. But with the cheese, they can stay on the aggressive. Now, this is spotted in this play with the sentry, but
there's the buyback onto the PA. That's a lot of damage onto the mag, though. Gets off the Ogre Steel Totem as Pure, applying some pressure to Tiny, but brushes it off a bit.
He still has 80.
Dave's going to use the ult, and now they just fully reset from the side of Falcons.
yeah, they got the buyback out of Pure. That was the grand prize there. You can wait for Monkey King to come back so you have a 5-on-5 again. Otherwise, you would be pushing into a 4v5. Sure, you have your Aegis, but you're also going to have that in the 40 seconds that Monkey is back. If you make the play quickly, effectively you're getting yourself a 6v5 instead. So I'd love to see that from them. Just try to get the job done. Skitter checking the 46-minute rune. If you were to find a double damage here, that would be massive. And it is a shield rune. That's also pretty good on Tiny, I've heard.
Not bad.
Anybody want 2,200 barrier?
Sure.
Insane, man.
Global back online for BetBoom, so they will have one more attempt at this, but it is definitely stacked against them right now.
Miero jumped.
Dead shot onto a couple of heroes. Miero. The Global comes out, and Pure not able to do enough damage to really do much to Skeeter here. He gets through the barrier, although they do get Quinn. He doesn't have buyback, so now it's a 5v4 again. Not counting the Aegis, of course, is saved. He's able to TP out thanks to the silence, continuing to hit the Tiny. Has this actually delayed things again? The Ancient was exposed to the creeps, though, and it will slowly heal up. So Falcons not able to finish this quite yet. There is no fortification, so theoretically they could go all in, but...
The fact that these wards for BetBoom are still here is actually really big. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, as I say that, Snaking finally places a sentry. They had an ops there for 5 minutes.
They want to use this Aegis. They're going to jump in, try to put everything onto the PA. Macropyre is there. He's silenced as well. Down goes Pure, and that is for the game. GG's finally called. And that's game 1 for Falcons.
GPK says, good game.
There's the Divine Rapier just in time.
He got it. He got it for the stats.
There you go.
Divine Rapier on PA win rate has been reduced now by 1 game. It did 0 damage as well.
Well, it took a while for Falcons to win this game, but they were up for most of it.
Yeah. And it really was a matter of, can Falcons build this mid-game momentum and get that advantage that we were talking about, or can BetBoom find a couple good plays? And they kind of just didn't. Like, Falcons played this, I'm not going to say to perfection, because I feel like there were a couple of slip-ups overall, but the overall path that this game took, it followed the red thread that they were looking for. BetBoom tried to stall it out and get there, but the amount of pressure in this game that's on Miero is crazy.
Who do you think did the most damage on BetBoom's lineup?
If I had to guess, probably Save.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very good.
He had a lot of multi-hero dead shots in the late game that...
Yeah, 28,000, not too bad. But in a loss, unfortunately for BetBoom fans, it was go to Tsunami.
Yeah, I think if that's the damage breakdown for your team, it's probably a losing game. I don't think your 4 position should have higher damage numbers than both your mid and your carry, especially if that carry is a Phantom Assassin. Fear, BetBoom team came in with an idea, and we supported the idea. Phantom Assassin Magnus, like what could go wrong? And then we found out what can go wrong. So what was supposed to go right in their minds?
Well, I think in this game in particular, the mid lane was just a bigger issue than maybe it should have been, right?
You told me at the end of the draft, you said you didn't even care what happened to GPK.
I mean, I don't care about what happens to him directly, but what Quinn was able to do on the map with like the amount of rotations he made was a big deal. So what had to happen in this game was, of course, we saw Synderen mention as well, Miero had to make incredibly clutch plays this game, and they had to get more skewer backs if they wanted to win this one. They needed the gap to be a little bit shorter too. So I think just overall, the game was just very difficult from the laning stage, and it snowballed very hard.
And so what did Falcons do exceptionally well, Amira? Did they just execute on a higher level, or was it more BetBoom making their own mistakes?
And I think they executed very well, but I also think that, like I mentioned in the draft section, like there were just a lot of stuns on the side of Falcons and like really squishy heroes on the side of BetBoom. And they picked the Storm on 18. That's like the strongest pick. But they picked it into Jakiro and Tiny and Doom. So like your strongest pick in the phase is something that's already countered. You call their bluff. You say, I'm going to own anyway. And then you actually don't get a good hero for Miero. Like Magnus is a fine hero conceptually with PA. But what they needed was like a Centaur, right? Something that could withstand on the lane, be a body, give them that Stampede disengage, anything like that. So you're not only playing on a timing. And of course, we have to talk about the elephant in the room of Silencer not having level 6 until minute 15. I mean, if your Silencer is level 5 at minute 14, how are you fighting for these wisdom runes? How are you doing anything? Like, what kind of plays can you make? And there is nothing for them to do for a long time, unfortunately.
And we can take a look at 2 of the players in our head-to-head for this game number 1. Fear, you go with some mid laners in this?
I did indeed, because this is where all the magic happened. Quinn, the stand-in for Falcons here, really putting on a clinic. This mid lane, it was ugly. It got to the point where he was hunting him down in his own jungle and killing him because he got level 6 before the Storm did. And this is what Quinn does best, right? He got 18 denies in the laning stage on top of him. That's why he got 6 first. Was able to get that solo kill on top of that. And that bled into all the side lanes as well. And you're going to see the solo kill right here. Like, first you're like, whoa, what's he doing here? But like, he needed that ult. Every ounce of damage here to get that kill there. And then he just continuously, throughout this game, we talked about Kataomi being low level. That was because of Quinn. He's just rotating from every single lane. So I didn't mind so much if GPK had a bad game, right? But Quinn just took over the whole map, essentially, and made sure everyone had a bad game.
You are right, and that like leads into a bigger issue is like in their draft, their game plan was very obvious, right? They're gonna have their Storm go in, get covered by the global silence, have the PA go in, and that's where they make their big play. If your Silencer isn't able to provide that play for you for the first 15 minutes of the game, and you've lost your lanes, you really just have to give up all of the net worth and the entire map.
Yeah, and they also lost their Wisdom Rune too that game. Another reason why the supports were really struggling. So yeah, I mean, the Monkey King took the enemy Wisdom Rune, TP'd back to his side, defended his Wisdom Rune. So Quinn just really just had a standout game here, you gotta say.
Well, maybe BetBoom team will be able to recover in their post-game because we've got Lyrical on the ground doing some meteorology, perhaps. Lyrical, what you up to?
Not meteorology, Tsunami, but I do have instead with me the tournament coordinator, the tournament manager, the tournament, all the rest of it, the one and only Jacob. I'm not going to say the rest of his name because I don't want to dox him, but man, look at this. He's got a braided beard. He's just fancy, and he keeps it all on track. How are you doing? How's the tournament running so far?
You know, we have some complaints largely about teams not finishing games in timely fashion, but this is pretty normal for Dota tournaments. Can't complain. Pretty smooth first day.
Can't complain. Smooth first day. That's what I love to hear. He's got all these fancy get-ups here, you know, top tier stuff to make sure everything works. I did want to get a quick little update because I think people don't always know what goes into making these tournaments happen. Can you tell me one of the strangest requests you've gotten from a player ever?
I'm not sure I can tell you about the strangest requests because I think they'll get us taken off Twitch. But let's say once upon a time I had a player demand to have his girlfriend join him in the booth or he wouldn't start the game.
Oh my God, that was not what I expected. We do still have the rest of the team, Team BetBoom, right over here to our side as well, which we can take a look at. They're still in the booths getting ready for the next game. But of course, this is the man that's going to make sure that everybody's working on time, getting where they need to be. So you're going to go over there and kick in Falcons, I'm sure, to make sure that they're working hard as well on the next one, right?
I treat all teams perfectly equally.
Sorry.
I'll be kicking in both BetBoom and Falcons, of course, with the same amount of force.
I tried to trick him right there and get him to do something bad, but he is doing it perfectly. Jacob, the one and only, we love to see him. We'll see if we can get on back to the panel now and get this game started.
A consummate professional, especially I have to imagine when Falcons takes their sweet, sweet time sieging high grounds. Make sure you get as many Aegis as possible. Make sure the net worth, if it's any lower than 25k, AUI will slap you. Say
that is actually true. Yeah, I played with him. It's like,
why are you taking such risky maneuvers?
You cannot win unless your net worth is above 25,000. That's the magic number. If it's 22,000,
wait another 5 minutes.
You don't want to know. You don't know what Curtis is like if you win below 22.
He cracks the whip around though.
Yeah.
Curtis.
That's the one.
That was my contribution to
the one and only. Unfortunately, he's not featured on this sweet reel that you're going to see of the two teams competing here. It's BetBoom team versus Falcons. Play it. Look at him. He's still got the pillow.
You, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for.
Hello. How's it going, Miro?
Good.
How do you feel having just won the previous major tournament, Fissure Universe, was it?
Yeah.
You guys finally did it. You broke through, you won. What changed for Team BetBoom?
I think we're working hard. And every day we're becoming like more and more team, like to have good synergy, I think.
You're the type of guy that you meditate, you do the ice baths, and by the way, I want to ask about that. You said that once, and now that's all we talk about. Are you fine with that? That's kind of your character, your personality now to all the talent?
Yeah, I'm still doing it, but it changed. I'm doing it day by day. Like one day rest, one day I'm doing it. Yeah.
Why did you make that change?
I just heard some thoughts about it and on the website, and the guy says like you don't need to do it like every day. Just you need to, yeah, just day by day. it's much better, I think.
Have you read a lot about sleeping? Are you a big sleeping guy?
No, not really. I think I'm sleeping like around 7.5 hours, and around maybe 8.5, I think.
I think 8.5 is really good. Did you know? I'm gonna tell you a really long-winded story, but this is relevant to you, I promise. As a professional player, there's a sleep doctor, okay, and he was at a gala, and there was a pianist that came up to him and said, "Why is it that I can practice something before bed and I can't do it? I cannot play this music, but then I wake up and then I can do it." And the guy said, the sleep doctor said, "I don't know." So he went and he studied it. And did you know that the brain, when you sleep, takes things from the short-term memory and puts it into the long-term memory, but then it makes it more efficient? For example, if I told you a number like 613-287-982, your brain would break it down into triplets.
Yeah.
But if you slept and then woke up, you would remember the whole string of numbers.
That's cool, I think. So you need to learn about something when you go to sleep, right?
Exactly. So if you want to practice and be good at Dota, the best time to learn it is to do it right before bed and then get 9 hours of sleep.
Yeah, but mostly I'm just waking up and watching some replays in the morning. It's I think it's much more good for me. Like I just feel myself more comfortable.
Do you find that you're mentally more like capable to break down replays in the morning versus at night?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
What is the worst time to watch replays, would you say, mentally speaking?
Sometimes I'm just watching a lot of replays and my head like is just burns out, and I just stop it for 1 or 2 days. But I think before the bed it's not that good.
It's not that good?
Yeah.
If you're at a tournament and you guys have like a shitload of games all at once and you feel like you're hitting that mental burnout, what is it that you do to fix burnout in the middle of a tournament?
I think we're just going to the gym and maybe some walking on the streets. Yeah, that's what helps, I think.
Do you walk on your own so you can like think about things, or do you walk with your boys?
Sometimes with boys, sometimes alone.
Okay, thank you very much. Always insightful to talk to you, Miro. Good luck in the tournament, my friend. Can you give me some like Russian brain rot instead of just Zoomer? Because you're a Zoomer. You guys are young and I'm old, but I want that Russian brain rot.
I don't know. Skibidi toilet.
That's normal. That's normal brain rot. Is that really Skibidi toilet really popular in Russia?
For sure. For sure.
Where are you from?
I'm from Russia.
I know you're from Russia, dude. Where are you from in Russia?
Moscow.
Are you guys? Who's not from Moscow here?
Me.
Where are you from?
Vladivostok.
Where's that?
You don't know? Why are you asking then?
So I'm curious. I'm going to ask you about tourist attractions or something very wholesome like that. Why do you think there's something insidious coming? Okay, where are you from? We'll just start again.
Vladivostok.
Vladivostok.
Yes, Vladivostok.
Is that in the east?
It's far east.
It's far east.
It is.
How come nobody lives in the east other than you?
Because they weak, they bad.
Is it really cold over there?
In winter, it's always cold in Russia. I wouldn't say so.
So if I were to go to Vladivostok as a tourist, is there a lot of tourists there?
There is. From China, you know, that it's really close to some Southeast Asia countries like China, Japan. 1 hour from, 2 hours from Japan, 1 hour from China, yeah.
So have you been to Japan?
I've been a few times, yeah.
What's your favorite part of Japan that you went to see?
I want to go on Fuji, the mountain Fuji.
Did you go there or you want to go there?
I want to go there.
Did you go to Shibuya Street?
I think I've been there like in my childhood, but I didn't know, like it wasn't a really popular place before.
Now it's popular.
Yeah, it is.
Cool. If I were to go to Moscow, am I pronouncing that right? Moscow?
Moscow.
If I were to go to Moscow, what would you recommend that I see that's not the Red Square?
Gallery.
Gallery.
Yeah. Tretyakov Gallery.
Is that an artist?
Like painter, I guess.
Is a painter?
Yeah, I guess.
Who's the most famous Russian from history? Is it Catherine the Great?
This is probably a rapper.
Oh, a rapper. Russian rapper.
Yeah. You know, name Face. Face. His nickname.
No.
He's probably the most Russian.
Really?
Yeah, in the world.
Can you tell me one of his songs?
Я роняю Запад.
What does it mean?
It's like I'm breaking the West.
Are you going to break the West in this tournament like you did in the last one?
Probably, yeah. We will try to break the West.
All right, guys, good luck. I appreciate the interview. It's good to see you. Katomi, my friend, Winter Wyvern, it's good. And we'll see you in the next one.
Well, right now, BetBoom team needs to focus on breaking the Middle East, Southwest Africa. Wait, what is the MESWA? Southwest Asia. Wait, we took out North Africa? Where do all the Egyptians compete now? Like the very famous area.
We can call it
Menswa. Everyone's
Fine.
welcome. It's a region that's actually more competitive than North America.
I thought we determined this is the North American team.
Currently it is. Whenever they qualified, less so.
True. I mean, just because Quinn is
Just
great.
because Quinn.
Yeah, he's tipping the scales on this one.
Carrying the flag right now.
I mean, also carrying the game after last game, too.
Damn right.
Yeah, so turning out to be quite a beneficial stand-in. I must say, there is like, it feels like him on this team is very natural. There hasn't been any like miscommunication. They all see him on the same page.
So
he's playing the same as he always plays.
The analog that I keep going back to is anytime I see Sumail on Falcons, it does look a little bit off. Things are not 100% comfortable. And I don't really think I've gotten that feeling so far with a Quinn lineup on Falcons.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about the way that Falcons play Dota, like Malloreon is one of the ultra dominant mid laners. He hardly ever loses mid. Quinn is very similar in that archetype that if he gets an advantageous matchup like he just did with the Monkey King versus Storm, he will dominate the game in a way that Falcons are used to. They're used to their mid laner having that much impact early on. That's why it looks so natural.
10 seconds remaining.
And yet again, we are continuing with a 100% contest rate on Nature's Prophet. He gets taken out along with Caudle, TA, and Tinker. BetBoom team, they go core heavy bans yet again. Bristleback, Gyro, and Terrorblade. This time, though, BetBoom team, they first pick a Tiny.
Already looking better because they don't have the ultra squishy lineup that they had from last game where no one can be a body for them. They've already corrected that. And I do want to say that I don't think we saw what BetBoom were capable of at all last game. Like, it did feel like a severe outdraft. It felt like they had no gameplay whatsoever when their silencer couldn't press global for them. Their whole draft fell apart. This isn't the BetBoom that won the last international tournament.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think in this game, you're going to need to see a little bit more involvement when it comes to pretty much all the players. I mean, Save had a pretty good game, but everyone else had fairly bad games. And I think if you are a player like Pure, you don't have to pigeonhole yourself into just picking this PA early on in the draft. He has a huge hero pool, and I think they should be using that hero pool.
Let's give him Shadow Fiend carry.
I mean, he tried that, but he has a huge hero pool of heroes that are actually good this patch too.
Yeah.
Why not, reach in the bag and pick some of those? Because right now, I think just in general, first picking your carry for someone who is so versatile is not going to help you too much. And I don't think there is any hero right now in Dota as a carry right now that has to be first phased. And they've all got nerfed a lot.
I would argue that this is a team that I can see first phasing PA, but I think the way the rest of their draft played out was just not in their favor. Like,
They
picking
didn't get an
Storm,
advantage in any lane, right?
Yeah, picking Storm on 18 versus like 3 stuns already, one of them being a Doom, you're not helping yourself in that situation where you're creating problems that your next pick has to address when it's not going to be in a position where it can.
Let's put it this way. They didn't counterpick a single lane, right? They got counterpicked on all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
And that's generally not the best place you want to be, unless the trade for that is you're getting really OP heroes, right, that can't lose. But clearly that was not the case.
And yet again, BetBoom team are banning their Ringmaster. Gets taken out along with Monkey King.
I wonder why. I mean, they're winning every game with it. Maybe they think that. I think that they think that Falcons will just instantly take it from them if they have this pick out of phase. Like, they will always take it because Crit knows that that's the hero that Save will try to play. We've seen Crit play it well. They're not going to expend a ban on it when they could just play it themselves. But I still find this odd. This actually proves me wrong entirely. I thought the only team that would get Ringmaster banned against them would be BetBoom, but clearly not. Clearly it's also Falcons.
I mean, sometimes you can get in your head a little bit too. And what I mean by that is, like, I've been on teams before where certain players think a hero's OP and they ban it, even if the other team isn't necessarily wanting that hero.
Yeah.
So maybe Save has like
this hero's so good.
It's really good, right?
We can't let anyone get it.
That does happen, unfortunately, every once in a while. So maybe they are overrating the hero a little bit just because they're so good with it, potentially.
And he was extremely good on Muerta. So good, in fact, he was topping the damage charts on his team in game number 1. Yeah. Hopefully that won't be the case in this game number 2.
Unless they win, then that'd be cool.
That would be very interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, they will always be able to provide some sort of impact on Muerta, so long as like not every single lane is bleeding, and BetBoom are in a position where their lanes shouldn't necessarily bleed. Like, you have this tiny flex where you're comfortable playing it mid on GPK, you're comfortable playing it on Pure. If it is being played on Pure from the safe lane, you have this Katami Crystal Maiden that's going to be an incredibly strong lane. So already, if you're safe, you have a good lane that you can rotate to and work with, and like try to steal the Wisdom Rune at minute 7, make plays of your own where you're not on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, their lanes look already very strong right now. Banning the Monkey King, I think that was a good choice there. Falcons are going back for the Dragonite. I think this is a hero on second pick. Makes a lot of sense. You do get to flex it all the way to the end here. So I do imagine you're looking at a Crit hero and an Amar hero here.
Is DK a 3-lane flex anymore, or is it just a mid-carry flex?
I mean, you could, technically. Just I oftentimes see it do the worst in that lane compared to the other 2 lanes.
But it still can if you need it to, and
yeah,
that is one of the nicest things that this hero provides.
Especially with ATF on the team. And if they do want a Crit hero, obviously they won't be able to get their hands on the Ringmaster.
I think Willow and Windranger are heroes that Crit plays very well and could be eyeing here. Like, you get the extra added damage to the Dragon Tail.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about the Windranger in game 1. What was your impressions of it overall? Seemed like it should be...
It did its job. I mean, I think Monkey King stole the show on that one, but it did exactly what it needed to do. It just caught off heroes. The Gale, I forgot what it was
Gale
called.
Force.
Gale Force, always impactful.
Yeah.
I think in general, like, another reason why they picked up that game is it was laning versus PA, right? And PA can't really jump on a Windranger. Should just be able to get out of that situation, so... He has a little more information to play with this game. I do like the idea of some other heroes, though, maybe.
I have a question for you guys. Why did Weaver like fall off in this tournament? Like, his changes were not severe. It's just that the bugs, if you're invulnerable, they go away. But he was picked in so many games in the last tournament, and people just seem to have forgotten about him.
That's a good question. I think it's still viable for sure. I think the Weaver itself is a little more greedy and doesn't have a lot of team fight, but I think it's still playable. It's definitely pickable.
I can give you one thing that may explain it. He was very popular in Fissure. 16 picks, 25% win rate. So as popular as he was not converting that into victories consistently.
Interesting.
I mean, he was always... So the way I kind of look at that hero, like, the facet that would give you the EXP, right?
The hive mind.
Yeah, if you ever started losing, you're just feeding that EXP back too.
So
if you're over leveled.
Here's another statistic for you. Hive mind was picked 15 out of the 16 games.
Yeah.
It lost a lot. I can't do the math.
5%. Yeah.
And there was one game where it went skitter step. It was Mickey picking it as a core, and it won.
Yeah.
Well, if you pick it core, obviously you're not going to go Hive Mind.
But then I guess that kind of shows that why isn't Weaver a flex? And that would be a reason why you think the hero would be more popular. Meanwhile,
I think Core Weaver is very 24 pick material only.
Gotcha.
Because if there's you just sneeze on that hero, it kind of just dies. So you have to be in a stunless game.
I think we might see a Weaver reemergence, like especially in drafts where you need that added bit of minus armor. But speaking of minus armor, Snapfire gives you just that. Like her little shredder did get buffed in the last patch, but I don't necessarily see that as being the value in this pick. It's more like you have this follow-up immense amount of magic damage that we were talking about to the Dragon Tail and now the Roar with her Mortimer's Kisses. So whichever target you want to go on as Falcons, you know that you have the damage behind you to secure it.
Yeah, they have so much damage right now on Falcons, just from abilities, not even the items they'll buy. And they go back for...
So you're telling me that Skitter can buy Blade Mail again? Because he doesn't need the damage, his supports are doing the damage.
I'm technically...
And you are against a Phantom Assassin.
So spell damage it expires a little bit into the late game. So that's where you need to start building items that do more damage. And I think Beast is great at that too. Like you go for the Ags, you're gonna get that spell damage and just mix damage. And I don't want to see another Blade Mail.
Maybe not a Blade Mail, but maybe like a Blink Dagger Rush would be perfectly fine here. Because your Beast is going to be farming early on, trying to get that Ags. You know you have a lot of damage coming out of both of your supports. All you need is for Skeeter to do his thing that he's famous for, which is just start the fights for his team as a carry.
And he's going to be doing it after laning against a Miero Darkseer, as that is going to be BetBoom Team's last pick, with a mid lane Tiny and a carry Phantom Assassin. And now Falcons need to figure out, again, yes, technically where this DK is going. I'm assuming it's going to be Skitter again, and they're looking for a Quinn hero. But BetBoom Team did ban out an Ursa, so they're considering that it could be a DK mid.
Well, I mean, because you're seeing the tiny mid on BetBoom by picking the PA for pure. Like they choose to run it back, but now you know that you can comfortably place the DK there, or you could do a Quinn specialty in the last pick OD.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at heroes versus Tiny, and immediately I think Monkey King and Huskar, right? Those two are banned.
Yeah.
But this OD, very popular right now in the pubs. It does a lot of damage.
Laurel played it earlier today also.
Yeah.
And seems that no big surprises in terms of the roles. And we can see that the odds are still favoring BetBoom Team after that game number 1. Which draft are you favoring, Effie? You got a BetBoom Team or Falcons in your corner?
So I was actually vibing a lot with the BetBoom Team draft, especially with the Darkseer coming out as a means to enable the Tiny with Ion Shell, the PA, and then also have the Dragon Knight illusions. Like every time you have a good illusion target, great Darkseer game. Like their draft looks so solid, but this OD is an X factor. Like it should demolish that mid lane. It's going to be a lot of like added damage. Like if he goes just for that Hex Rush after like maybe one item, they should be able to just crush the map on Falcons.
OD's ult does extra damage to illusions too, so even if you do get a great illusion, OD can just kill it immediately. I think this Falcons lineup looks deadly. It looks incredibly strong. You've got 3 cores I think work really well together. You've got DK, not super greedy. You got the OD as well, a bit more greedy. And then you've got the Beastmaster. Lots of initiation that can protect the OD and allow him to do damage in this game. I think that was probably the perfect last pick they can do, as long as this mid lane does go well. I think the big weakness OD does have is if you collapse on this lane and you bring multiple heroes. It's not so good in like the 3v3 situation, but really good in the one-on-one.
Yeah, it's been picked twice in the tournament. Laurel actually lost with it. He went the Decimator facet, and Sumail picked it, and he won with it. He went the Devourer facet. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is between the two.
One of them puts the mana allergy on you, where when you cast spells, it heals OD. Okay. The other one, every time Essence Flux procs, increases your max mana.
Okay, then I think Sumail, the Devourer one, I see a little healing salve looking thing, so I think that's the allergy one.
Yes. Okay. I think in this game you just go for the carry build, which is like you get extra max mana, which makes your orb do more damage.
Gotcha.
I mean, I think
ult, I guess, too.
The OD also enables like Skeeter's favorite way to play DK, which is build no damage and just play for initiation. So seriously, like,
you're right.
He's in a perfect position to do so this game, and if he doesn't do that, I'd be really sad after he made us watch that Blade Mail DK earlier.
He's got all the long-range artillery behind him that he could dream of. Let's see if he's able to convert that for a win. And our last game of the night, Sunsfan and Cinderin, take it away.
Hello, welcome to game number 2 here between BetBoom and Falcons. Man, something about being in this side of the states, it just comes out of me. I don't know why. I literally don't do it on purpose. I did it to a couple waitresses last night for some reason. I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear. But here we are.
I thought you were flirting.
I hope not. That actually would fit into when I was single, of course, my flirting style, just to be a complete moron.
Yeah.
And it works about 1% of the time. But it's a numbers game, as we all know. BetBoom versus Falcons game number 2. Falcons in charge most of that game 1. You see a little bit of adjustment here from BetBoom, but a lot of the same heroes we're seeing, especially the Muerta and PA specifically.
Yep. And of course, the Jakiro is back, and the Tiny swap teams, but also picked. So 4 repeat heroes from the previous game. But some less common ones here as well. I do think OD will pick up a lot of steam in this tournament. I think it's going to be mostly last pick, like it was in this game, but teams are going to have it on their minds more, and therefore just consider it and realize, oh, this could actually be an OD game against, or where in the past it would be like, okay, you actually needed very good reasons. Now I think it can just be solid, and then you can grab it. In a game like this, this wouldn't have been an obvious OD game at all half a year ago. Nobody would have picked it then. So that's cool to see. And the Snapfire, I think, is actually the biggest surprise in the entire draft for me. Crit getting his hands on that in this game. I wonder what the rationale was. The Beastmaster lane partner is very strong for Snap, make no mistake. They have a ton of harassment and really strong kill potential, but it's not like inherently very obvious why you would pick Snap over certain other 4s.
Well, you do have minus armor with Corrosive Dragon, right?
That's true.
I mean, that I feel like that's not going to be the main reason, as Pure and Kataomi getting destroyed right now. Big Scatter Blast coming out from Crit.
Because you have good pairings for your ults, I suppose. You have Roar and Dragon Tail and Ice Path to land kisses in.
Oh, Pure could die here. Scatter Blast is coming up now. Yeah, this full bore facet is crazy in lane. It is such a long range. You could just do it from the tree line. As Pure will be regenning a bit though. See if he can get off to a little bit of a better start than last game. I feel like, I mean, compared to last game, how do you think this should go for the side of BetBoom with, there's another scatter.
I think this lane in theory is harder. Actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would agree.
But, I mean, Crystal Maiden against Beastmaster is definitely one of the better supports because you can deal with the summons quite well with Frostbite, but outside of your spells, you trade really poorly. So if this becomes like a spamming thing where you just keep hitting Maiden with, or PA for that matter, with axes as well as the Scatter Blast, eventually you're going to have to expend additional gold on the regen, and it's hard for you to go on the offensive. So you can stand your ground and protect your carry, but you can't really win, is the way I see it. So
another Scatter Blast. Pure has to use the Fairy Fire, but that is first blood for Amar. Another good start in this bottom lane for Falcons.
Oh, wait. They actually... Hang on. Did they kill him at, like, the perfect timing here? No, they didn't. Okay, the wave just barely stayed out of tower range. Because if this went into tower, Pure would have lost 3 or 4 CS probably to the tower killing the creeps off. But he gets back in time to recover this farm. At least somewhat. But yeah, the lane should be getting harder and harder. With Beastmaster and Snapfire, when they both hit level 3, this is nasty.
GPK versus Quinn, though. We can see the harassment coming out from GPK. And the OD 12-2 right now, 14-3 for GPK, and he gets the kill. Very casual. Just a tree toss with the Avalanche to set it up.
I would not expect this to be a lane OD dies in.
Yeah,
that is
agree.
A really good start for GPK here.
GPK, of course, I mean, we have seen him go completely bonkers in games, but, I mean, do I need to say it?
I think it's impossible for you to cast a GPK series without talking about him tilting 6 months ago.
I know. I know. And to be fair, he's been a lot better, actually.
Yes,
so,
he has improved a lot in that
It does feel like
aspect.
he has grown quite a bit, but there's always that potential to throw away his leads, but Amar will continue to aggress in this bot lane.
It's one of those things where you say it every time they play so that when it does happen, you'll be like, I told you so.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than it actually being statistically likely anymore.
Statistically average, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it.
It's something about him, though, Cinder. I've seen many Storm games where he has a ridiculous lead. So I can never put my full faith in him. But that's what makes him such an entertaining player. It's like watching Eternal Envy from the mid lane, you know? new age version.
I think he would feel extremely insulted about that comparison because I think GPK considers himself an absolute beast that is very stable, whereas Envy was always a little bit hit or miss.
Yeah, but would Envy agree with you on that?
That he was hit or miss?
Yeah.
Absolutely yes.
Okay.
I think he had the self-reflection to realize that some of the stuff he did in games was crazy. But like you said, it makes for moments, and there were also good ones. There were plays and moments where Envy won games he had no business winning as well, right? It's memorable, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, Miero taking a lot of damage. The Breathe Fire will finish him off. I mean, even for the last series, Tundra, Duraccio formerly, you could put him in that category, just ultimate chaos creator.
Yep. Cool to watch.
And he's the one that's found the most success out of the three, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Axe is continuing on as Pure has to be pretty careful. Those stacks are starting to hurt. Not able to find a connection this time. But Crit, he's got the scatter blow. Oh, he could actually hit it here. He could hit it. Oh, snipes him out. That is dirty. Such a good spell.
Dude, this lane looks like so much fun to play, actually.
Oh, yeah. And now that some missed XP in the bot lane as well because the creeps are under the tower. Kind of a disaster for Pure early on. See if he's able to find his way back into the game.
Yeah, definitely the most suffering core here. Now, really the only lane that has gone well for BetBoom is the mid.
Yeah.
The corresponding 3s and 1s are easily favored for Falcons. Skitter's having a great time in Amar's top net worth. Save being absolutely bullied by Snake. Oh, a rare miss. Save missed a dead shot?
Wow.
What?
Unbelievable. He's in the tree line right now.
Almost going to cost him his life that he missed that.
He'll be fine. But now a haste onto GPK. I mean, what do you think of Tiny in the mid lane these days? This is kind of the original position of this hero from way back.
I think it's solid. It's a really big asset for the hero that you can pick it early in the draft and put it 4, 2, and 1. And I don't think by any means that it is a bad mid laner at all. So it's definitely on the...
How important is it to get off to a good start? Like, this feels, at least historically, it's more of like a snowball-y type mid.
Right. I still think that is very important. I don't think a Tiny significantly losing his lane is very bad. But it's also, you can count on like one hand what matchups this hero loses, right? It's like that hand has one finger and it's Huskar.
Top lane. Yeah, Miero still has Surge, so he will survive through the day. I mean, it feels like OD is kind of a bad matchup.
Can you think of another hero that Tiny just flat out loses to in mid?
Have to hold that thought. Jakiro will take a tumble. Miero gets credit for that one. Scatterblast coming out with the Standings Eclipse as well. Save in the midst of all this. They're going to lose Miero and Save and maybe a third on top. But GPK making his way over, gets the Avatos onto Quinn. They will take out the CM. And Quinn, he's going to shrug off that tree, gets off the Astral. Okay, the imprisonment goes off. Pure not able to find the connection, though, to finish off Quinn. That would have been a big kill for Pure. They'll have to settle for Crit instead.
BetBoom brought 5 heroes to the top lane minute 7. That is crazy. I mean, the end of all of that, that's kind of a decent trade, but of course, Amar did not flinch, stayed bottom, and he kept farming.
Decent trade for who?
For BetBoom, I think.
Really?
Like, yeah.
Offlaner and support die, and then 2 supports for Falcons. And Amar never left lane.
It's not great, for sure, but I do think they were not in a great spot to begin with, so I don't know if it was...
I see, okay.
It's like, it was not a good trade, but relative to the game state, I don't think they could have expected much better than that right now. And I think it's better that they do something around the map and activate their heroes than just accepting defeat in 2 lanes, right? Because the alternative is if they did nothing, then Falcons would just keep bullying Pure bottom while also simultaneously winning top. And yeah, this move didn't work out perfectly, but I think it was the right idea. But yeah, not the best, but also not a disaster. If you want to look for disaster in this game, it's going to be if Pure dies again.
Oh boy,
That
Roar
would be
is
a disaster.
expended. Crit there with the cookie. They have the connection. Do they have the damage to finish this off? No TP's coming, so one more Axis does the job. And that's because the no TPs, that is because Bet Boom were going onto the top lane. They get Snake King. Now it's a 3 versus 1 versus the Dragon. Get an illusion of him as well, but Skeeter, it's going to be a hard kill. As Crit makes his way over with the Scatter Blast now onto Miero and Quinn as well. They want to force out, oh, maybe not. Thought they were going to try to force out the Surge and then Imprison, but they have the cookie connection after the fact, and that leads to the kill. Killing spree already for Skeeter. As Avatos will connect onto him. He's left to his own devices, so eventually the killing spree does finally come to an end. It's funny because he has a killing spree and he hasn't moved locations at all. He's just been stuck in the same position.
The kills kind of came to him.
Yeah.
Interesting. Quinn is rushing Force Staff here. Not that that's crazy, but I'm not sure that was what I would have expected here. I was maybe thinking he would go Witchblade first, but perhaps just flat out instant Pike Rush, considering the matchup in particular against the Tiny. Might not be a bad idea. Is there a world where you go Force Staff Midas, perhaps? Or is that a little bit too crazy? Is that too greedy?
Midas, wow.
I think this is one of the few heroes that I still like Midas on conceptually as a choice.
Why?
You're not the fastest farmer. You can't buy any of the cleave items, but you do need to be a carry, right? So if you think about it, most of the heroes that are played out of mid lane that play a carry style, like let's say TA or Tiny, have an inherent cleave. So because they don't need to buy cleave, they have it. OD can farm jungle, but it's just not that fast. So if you're not dominating anyone and you're not playing aggressively, with Midas at the very least you can stay high on levels and get that extra gold flowing in while you're doing other stuff in the game. Yeah, I don't know. It's I'm not gonna say it's an every game kind of thing, but it can be good. But the question is, if you buy Force Staff first, is it Grief then, right? Do you have to buy an absolute first item? Maybe you do.
Well, GPK still about 500 away from the old Blink Dagger, and it might be even more after the fact as Skeeter comboed with the Mortimer's Kisses and the Sandy's Eclipse is enough. Save a little bit too late, and now he will be surrounded by Falcons members. 2 quick kills for Falcons, Tier 1 tower as well.
That is a high impact move right there. Nice swift execution.
And that basically equalizes the mid lane now.
Yeah.
GPK was definitely on top of that. But no longer as Skeeter. Nice Dragon Tail find in the trees, but there's no follow-up. They get a small consolation prize in some of these creeps that were left over by Miero, but Ancient Stack will remain. It's a baby one, though.
Amar in a classic Amar fashion just farmed up an absolutely ridiculous amount of gold on the right side of the map during all this, by the way.
Nice Ice Path. To counteract that initiation. Yeah, Amar on that Beast Mess. This is one of the scariest heroes, it feels like, to just leave alone.
When trying to get in range, can't get there. Pure will get out. Unless they get another Dragon Tail with the dagger. 3 seconds? Are they seriously going to keep chasing this?
He's going to try. Oh, he's just out of range. And there's the slow from Cat to Omi. Skeeter not getting what he came for. It was close, though. And Amar, he's going to use the Roar in the mid lane. GPK, the recipient, is going to be slowed up. The calling is placed to try to dissuade any action, but not going to do too much, as Crit will claim the kill onto GPK. And there we see the tips, because, you know, like we talked about Cinderin, comes full circle. They know he's a tilter. You got to tip.
You just can't get over it, can you? You're never going to let it go.
3K lead now for Falcons. And how close was he to Blink Dagger? Oh my god. I don't know how much gold he lost, but he's now 200 away from Blink. Yeah. Feels like this is being delayed to a point where it just feels horrible for GPK.
And things are about to get a lot worse because Amar just picked up Ags and he's getting level 12. And they're just going to Roche minute 14. Obviously Beastmaster amazing at this when you have Drums of Slom, and OD, since the changes to Arcane Orb that makes it work against Roche, OD goes from either being terrible or amazing at roaching, and it's only based on whether this ability works or not.
Yeah.
And in the current version of Dota, it does. So put it together with some attack speed from Beast, you get that done very quickly. And look at that. They put the Aegis on Amar over the OD. He's going to carry this game.
He has a 2K lead on everyone in the game.
He is stupid. He's dummy thick right now.
Wow, that's a new term.
Yeah, you love that.
He's truly American is what you're trying to say.
That's it.
And Amar with that drums of Slom, looking to go to work.
Yeah,
We'll be going
almost
for the
has
blink
the blink
next.
already.
Yeah, he might have the blink before GPK at this rate. Oh, no, sorry, GPK does have it officially. My bad.
Well, you're right. He might just tilt and drop it.
Well, imagine when
Then
he
has to
sees
farm a
the
dagger.
blink on Amar. He's going to tilt. There's the
Uh-oh.
Primal Roar onto Pure. Kataomi keeping his distance to get the nice Phantom Strike out there, but the not quite enough. But the Mortimer's Kisses from long range, not going to be enough to take out Pure. So the consolation prize in Kataomi is there. And that's good news for Pure because that was enough time for him to purchase the old Battle Fury.
Honestly, is there anything more Giga Chad in Dota than just walking into Freezing Field and just staring at Maiden as she dies to your drums? He just didn't care about that hole. He tanked it for like 5 seconds under the tower.
Well, what was the term you used? Thick? Something
Dummy thick.
Dummy. So the dummy part.
Yeah.
You're not afraid of danger, Cinder, whether it's good or bad.
Right. Miero.
Skater, opening it up onto Miero. There is the Dragon Tail after the Surge was used. Now Save coming in from the south. It'll break up any more engagement. There's the blink that we talked about 10 seconds ago, it feels like.
He's so farmed. Holy. This is actually kind of crazy.
And this is a position that we have seen Amar, maybe not as much recently. I feel like he's been playing more of this. I mean, depends on the game, but versus a couple years ago, a more sacrificial offlane as opposed to just playing carry from the offlane literally every time. But this is kind of the old school version. Kataomi deleted. As Falcons,
He's in onto
yeah.
Miero.
Does he
Can
have
he kill him?
damage?
Yes,
Be
he
close. Miero. Surge not in time.
Now he's going to get hounded by the remaining 3 members of Betboom, but he has Aegis.
Yeah, dead shot. Not able to hit. He's going to stand his ground versus 3. There's the Aegis.
Is he getting any help?
They did come through the gate, I believe. At least
Nice
one
dead shot
member.
timing.
Amar, he's going to try to focus down Pure, but it's not to be. 3 versus 1, not fair. No tips, surprisingly. GPK still trying to untilt from the last tip, so...
Oh, man.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, at the end of the day, he kills Darksaber, but he dies twice. I don't really think that was a particularly great use of the Aegis from Amar. What he did accomplish, though, was that he forced a lot of rotation, and as Betboom now split out on the map to deal with the lanes that were pushing in, they will lose the Tormentor. So you could consider this, maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but it kind of is a part of the Beastmaster play that they get this in this fashion. And that will give Crit a nice upgraded cookie. Has it on level 4. You were talking about the synergy with Little Shredder, the minus armor together with Dragon Knight, which is of course why he didn't skill it at all.
It's for late game.
For 4-0 build here. Yeah,
I didn't say that's why. I said that's... Okay, well, I don't even care anymore.
You didn't care to begin with.
Yeah, true.
So the upgraded Fire Snap Cookie, a lot more damage, and the heal. Pretty unique shard, I have to say.
They got rid of the... Wait, what did they get rid of? The extra distance from the shard?
Yeah.
That's what made it cool before, but then, you know, sometimes you don't want that extra distance, I suppose. Quinn, smoked up. Oh, GPK would be a perfect target. Kataomi, not so much.
Yeah, he's just flat out here to die to smoke. You can see from his positioning very clearly, he's trying to break smokes or be the primary target so that Pure can keep progressing.
Yeah, there's the roar. They find the Muerta, so still a support. Betboom will be okay with that.
It's a slightly better pick, but yeah, not the best. In the meantime, this isn't like some major smoke play that results in a support kill. They're also pushing bottom tier 2 simultaneously. So it's a 2-pronged attack here.
Imagine how
Falcons.
fast this tower would go down with Little Shredder.
Yeah.
Once that is up and running for crit, watch out.
He does get another very big upgrade, though. This level 10 talent on Snapfire is big. 70 damage on Scatterblast when you're running full bore is very, very strong.
Yeah. I mean, that skill doesn't feel like it really drops off too much just because of the range.
Yeah.
It's like it just always feels good.
It's very, very powerful.
You haven't got the stone.
They love their skill shot supports, huh? It's another one. We were talking last game, it was Wind Ranger against Muerta. Now Snapfire, I would argue Scatter Shot when you have, or Scatter Blast when you're running full bore is kind of a skill shot at long range. It's pretty narrow. It's cool to see that.
What's the next item for Amar?
BKB. Pretty standard.
Yep,
It's either that or
but,
Shiva. I think BKB is best here.
Still about 1K away.
Stand your ground, get in there, deliver.
His GPM has slowed down slightly since dying.
Speaking of GPM, GPK. Hopefully not tilting right now. He's going to go in. He's not going in. He's going in. He's not going in. He's
good call. You
okay,
should be a play-by-play.
He's going in.
He goes in with the help of his team. Didn't use the blink dagger, Cinderin.
Yep. Important detail. Glad we pointed that out.
Why purchase it, Cinder, if you don't use it, huh?
True.
Garbage purchase.
He even had Arcane Rune. He still didn't use it.
Sure. Ooh, this would be a massive kill. He already uses the Phantom Strike. Scatter Blast
barely
misses,
missed.
but they find Save. Astral Imprisonment onto the PA. Save missing. Mortimer's Kisses try to finish him off.
This
Wall
is
is
awkward
placed
now.
onto the Dragon Knight, so they get the illusion. Pure with the cover of the pipe. They're going to focus down the Beastmaster. This would be the biggest kill for BetBoom, and in fact, that's going to come to be. BKB, okay, used by Pure. Not getting much satisfaction out of her using it, but gets the Avatos onto the OD. Sandy's Eclipse with the Macro Pyre there as well. Pure very low, will Phantom Strike to the right. Gets off the Stifling Dagger, but Skeeter comes in to make sure that the PA does drop, so it's a 1-for-1. That BKB coming to bite Pure in the ass. Should have used the Nightfall. Would have been more effective, his old teammate.
Or should have not used it.
Or not
until
used it
he
at
jumped
all.
in.
That's right.
Just a bit of a misplay there. It happens. Pretty expensive though. Whenever that happens to the carry, it just feels like
it was a really good fight for BetBoom.
Yeah, I especially want to commend them on their ability to prevent Amar from getting Roar off. They had an incredibly good chaining of abilities. They kept him silenced forever with the calling and vacuum back in the calling into stun chain. If he gets a Roar off, they actually get run over in that fight. So it was crucial that they layered it so well. But when all that was said and done with that early BKB usage from Pure, I think with the, I'm going to call it flat out a misclick. I think when that is done, you just have to call off the play instead of being like, oh man, I used BKB, we have to go. Because that felt like just flat out a forced error or an unforced error, right? That you committed yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
Katomi gonna get found out.
He is dead.
Taken down. A little bit of a smoke move there. They're still smoked on crit.
We'll
could get
see if
vision
that see if that mistake from Pure ends up tilting GPK. Of course, the story of the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Always makes his blows that camera. He looks fine. He looks okay, actually. Very focused. Trying not to let the outside.
He's so calm, and you just can't stop talking about it. Oh man,
that's quite the reputation that I have built for him.
I'll tell you, he had the reputation for a reason. I think that was a completely fair criticism to give him a year or two ago.
It stuck with him.
I just think he has improved so much in that aspect that I feel like it's a little bit unfair to keep referencing it as an old joke.
Well, okay, let's say Nightfall never BKB TPs again. It's still going to be the Nightfall. It's just, it's a thing.
It's fair. It's fair.
Of course, somebody tilting is not called the GPK, so it's not a great comparison, but whatever. There he is again. Let's make sure.
Like whenever somebody makes a mistake in a game we cast, and they you can tell from the camera shot they're frustrated. You're like, he did a DP.
That's right. It's important to have these inside jokes with the community.
Yeah. Sure, GPK will love that one.
That's how we evolve as a species, of course, making fun of each other.
Yep.
Crit in the tree line. Doesn't actually pop a smoke here.
Look at the vision on the map that Falcons have right now. They have incredible warding in the bottom half of the map. They have this full triangle of observer wards placed, and then they also have one at the top rune. So when you have this much vision on the map, it's extremely difficult to get smoked into, because by process of elimination, you'd be like, well, where could they even be, right? If there's these 3 wards and nobody's pushing top, and you also see the top rune, there's actually this is the only place Bedboom could be. So Falcons were extremely prepared for this smoke and dodged it. Now it's time for round 2, though.
Quinn gets Avalanche. This is the second smoke coming from Bedboom. Astrals himself, so was not silenced, but a nice dead shot. Do they have enough damage? Amar jumps in with the roar on top of 1, and it looks like Quinn will actually live through the day. Amar has to pop the BKB. Pure not going to really care too much about that. Does enough damage to bring him down to half HP. Quinn continuing to hit creeps. Gonna have to be careful, needs to back away. I say that, but he still has Sandy's Eclipse, so maybe they want to go in. Skeeter gets force-staffed into Dragon Tail. They'll take anything at this point. Kataomi dodging the Scatter Blast. He will actually live as well. Everyone dodging death.
That was a super high skill fight from everyone. That was a lot of really big highlights in that moment. Quick reaction from Quinn when he gets jumped to buy time. They double force him out. Then the roar comes in, but then really good save. A great freezing field from the low ground from Kataomi. Huge impact with no items. He has nothing to work with, but he's still dissuaded Falcons from chasing through. Then they get a clutch Lotus Reflect on the Dragon Tail, and then they surge out the Maiden. So they had 0 casualties in that inside of Bedboom. They were obviously hoping to find the OD pick to start, but with how that was developing, I actually thought that was going to look really bad for them as the final outcome. So the draw is not terrible.
Pure finds Snake King, gonna open things up on him. Nice vacuum. Snake King gets tossed on as well, and the tree should finish him off. So that's 1 dead for Falcons. No way to get back into the game. 4 versus 5. Quinn getting bounced around left and right, but there's the roar into the Sandy's Eclipse. Pure dead. No PA now as GPK wants to continue the fight. Gets an Avalanche toss onto 3 heroes, but I believe Falcons at the advantage now. Crit and company gonna be able to isolate save. He will get taken out in tow as GPK barely gets off the blink. It's a nice haste rune.
Oh, that might have actually saved his life.
But into the pit Falcons goes. To the victors go the spoils.
Yep. Let's see if they give this Aegis to Amar as well. I'm kind of curious, because the game has changed complexion a little bit here. Maybe you put this one on the OD. I'm fine with it either way. You can give it to Amar again. Well, you could also give it to Skitter. Great, good talk. I think that was the least obvious choice. A transformation carry for this one.
Yeah, I'm never a fan of that.
If you're looking to push high ground, I kind of get it if he's the one who's going to do that, but maybe that's the plan here for Falcons. Maybe they feel like they're that far ahead that Skitter is going to burn this one. The reason I would like it a lot on OD is we're at a point in the game now where Quinn has utility items, so that if a fight were to break out and Beastmaster or Dragon Knight become the primary target, he can likely get in there and save them, and then the Aegis can save himself if he is the one getting jumped, so he can't get Astral off. But we'll see if this Dragon Knight one gets put to use or not. They'll get the Tormentor too, so they get the full combo of treats here. And that one will go to Quinn. Oh. So that's the one where you can move a little bit in Astral, and it does AoE damage. Good for farming.
It's actually extreme. If you can get it off like he just did with the calling, you can move out of the calling. That's actually kind of a big deal.
That is indeed a big deal.
Here, Astral. He can't move though. Doesn't work on enemies. He'll be able to Phantom Strike away. They're trying to make him burn a BKB. Not happening that time. So 7K lead here for Falcons. Let's see how much advantage they can push with this Aegis now. And what's the next item for Pure? So he's got, I mean, he hasn't really had much progression, has he?
Sanjanyasha about to complete here.
And he has Divine Rapier queued up. Who knows if he's actually going to commit to it. Looks a little early for that as Kataomi is dead. They get the Vac wall onto the Dragon Knight, but
that's really not great.
No.
It's a pretty big spell to expend for basically nothing. It's just going to kill off this illusion. It's got 3 minutes on the Aegis still. I think this mid tower is just gone based on this wall usage. Unless the Falcons fancy playing more aggressively bottom, just kind of coring the map. If GPK went for that camp, he might have just been dead.
Yep,
oh,
he still might be the greed. The greed will be your downfall, young man.
Oh, You will get Ice Path.
He gets clipped by the Ice Path. Dual Breath to follow. Amar, well, they can cancel the TP here. He's not going for the Nightfall. Gets roared up. And will be brought down. Now, let's get a look at his camera here. Oh, ooh, you can see it. You can see it.
Oh.
It's a silent killer, Cinderin. When
He could have not moved a muscle and he would have said the same thing. Like
that, you can't prove that.
I know you by now. I know you very well. You would have said that no matter what.
Cannot prove that at all.
You would have made the argument he didn't even move. He's so tilted. It's like, whatever, man.
Well, their buildings are dying.
Yeah.
There's Roche's banner.
They
doesn't do a whole lot when there's no creeps there.
Yeah, Save can't get rid of the banner. He can't come in close because he's just going to get pike banished by Quinn and then be in trouble.
Where's that little shredder? We need some minus armor on the buildings. Crit. It's time. And the jump in by Skeeter. He got 4 staff to safety, so this will be the melee racks.
That is a big
for
kill on
Falcons.
Tiny. 1 kill into a full set. Get rid of the banner now with Miero, but damage has been done, and Falcons TPing in spades to the right.
Oh my goodness! The Nightfall! Pure has learned from the best in the business! Back to base he goes.
That was his 8-seconder. I think he's going to commit for this rapier. I think that's where we're at, Shannon. They are.
Now that they've lost a set of racks, I would say sure.
I think they might have done it anyway.
You think so?
Yeah, I think their feeling in this game is that they don't have damage, and he has to overcompensate. He needs to do damage for like 1.5 cores, because Darkseer has... I mean, the DK wall is okay, but it's not great, and Tiny's game just isn't good enough that he is going to be a carry, right? You see, I can't say I love the Sanjin Yasha and GPK, because it doesn't... It's an expensive item that doesn't provide any obvious inherent, like, super spike to Tiny's output. So if you feel like you have to go this because of the plethora of stuns in the enemy team, well, then you're dealing way less damage for your net worth compared to usual. So if you're going that route, well, PA is going to have to cover for you, right?
Yeah.
So I don't mind it. I think we are really in rapier territory here. And we're 30 minutes in, so it's kind of crazy. But
Yeah, it does feel like a rare game where it makes...
how else are you going to kill them, right? It's just not enough in the tank.
Oh, Pierce being scanned. He is being scanned, and he's about to be roared.
They don't even need to roar. They will do it anyway, though.
No rapier yet. He gets the demon edge, though, and he shows that off, so they should know that he's not going for Daedalus.
Yeah.
As GPK will Nightfall to protection. It's infectious. I will say that. As Save is going to get Dragon-tailed onto the high ground. Oh, wait, he dodged it. Okay.
I think this is the last transformation skill remaining in Dota that gives you full-on disjointing. You used to be able to do this with Lycan and Alchemist and Lone Druid, where when you started your transformation, any projectile midair would just miss you because you became a different unit. For whatever reason, Huerta has that quality with her ult. I think all the other ones were removed, if I'm not mistaken.
A big macro pyre to both supports from Betboom. Mortimer's kisses as well. The ice cometh for you. Well, he's actually not going to get a kill, though. So thought that Kataomi was going to die, and it looks like he will.
They
so the two
actually
support,
both ended up dying. Good call.
Good job, Cinderin.
Yeah.
You cursed them
I
somehow.
said absolutely nothing, and whatever I would have said couldn't have saved them.
All right, can we look at GPK again? He's in a 2 versus 5 situation. Oh, he's laughing. Now, this is when the madness takes over. When you start... when you start laughing in a position like this, Cinderin, you know the tilt has truly gotten to you. Amar with the Nightfall now. It truly is infecting the enemy team now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. I would have said that no matter what. He's literally smiling.
He's smiling. He's so tilted. Oh, man.
Do we have any mice breakers in Dota?
Don't think so. Not
Like
really.
keyboard breakers?
We have monitor breakers.
Yeah, just
well,
Puppy.
we have one.
Well, he's definitely done that more than one monitor, so it is monitor breakers. If you think about it, monitors breaker.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, good correction. I was about to correct you, but you did it yourself for once.
Thank you.
Very nice.
All right, nice tip on the GPK because he knows the tilt is getting out of control, so needs to bring back the mood. Look at him. Never seen anybody so tilted in my life. But of course, this is group stage, so the stakes are not as high as they could be.
This has definitely been a little bit of a tough series, though, overall for BetBoom. They did draw with Tidebound leading into this, and probably were hoping to grab at least another draw here. These are, of course, some of the big dogs of the group, so you don't necessarily have to draw or better in every series. But the position you put yourself in if you get 0-2'd here is, if that happens in yet another series, you're probably guaranteed not top 2 in your group. And that is really valuable in this tournament to be, with that start in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they would be 1-3 if they were to lose this game for BetBoom.
So then your best possible result after that is 7-3 if you win out, right? It's 6-team groups, yeah. So that would be enough, but then you have to win every remaining game. That's a tall order for any team in this tournament.
Kataomi caught off guard, taken out swiftly. 14K lead now for Falcons. And we can see Roche could be spawning in the next 2.5 minutes. Even the Wisdom Shrine is secured by Amar. Adding insult to injury. Question is, do Falcons actually go for the buildings without Aegis? They've been pretty, I feel like they've been quite conservative for game 1 especially.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe they poke?
Yeah. I was thinking DK could do this, and then they have coverage behind with the OD, but I guess you need to be a little bit wary of tossback.
Wait, did he little shredder yet, the buildings? Have we seen that spell one time?
I haven't seen him cast it, I think.
Okay.
He probably has done it,
The possibility is that he doesn't want to make GPK any more tilted. He knows it'll get out of hand. That minus armor stacking, look at him. Doesn't know what to do with that minus armor. He's going to try for the Avatos, but...
Nice banish.
Let's look at his camera again, please. Okay. No reaction. Devoid of all feeling now. As there is the Divine Rapier from Pure. Will this be the difference? Or will this be the true tilter? For GPK, not Pure. What's your problem?
Oh, man. I don't know. What's your problem?
12 minutes
More like
faster
it.
than average. Wow. The average is 48.
Yeah. This is a really fast rapier timing. He was be having a great game. I love stats.
All right. Well, he shows in lane, so they know.
Well, he was blurred, right?
I mean,
maybe they didn't notice how hard he hit.
You can still click the portrait thing.
This is a full-on Hail Mary, by the way.
Oh,
if this fight fails, the game's over.
Amar,
They
he's
are
going to be the
GGing
one
out
to
if he
break
dies
the
on Pure.
smoke. Or maybe not. Actually, makes a wise exit.
It's a tough target, though. He's got Ags.
Quinn.
He's so tough to kill.
He's going to be very tough. He's inside of the calling now. Macropie onto 2, and that is the deletion of Pure, the deletion of the Divine Rapier as well. GPK tilting into oblivion as GG is called. Falcons take this 2-0.
That is the most disappointing way for that to end. They finally get their Rapier. They jump the worst target that they can't kill. But at the same time, who else would you jump? If you jump any of the others, they're probably just going to get Astral saved. But you jump the OD, you put everything in there, you barely even proc the Ags. So they still had to get through the full barrier to kill him. So that wasn't even really close.
Yeah.
He turns around, presses 2 buttons, kills PA with his, I think probably 3/4 of PA's health just vanished with the Sanity's Eclipse, and that is a done deal. Falcons came to play today. Very impressive series. Obviously, they drew the previous one, but an overall 3-1 scoreline. Can't be too unhappy with that. BetBoom, on the other hand, I guess overall, I mean, the Tidebound result's fine. In this one, I think it's one thing to be 2-0'd, because that can happen. Like, these teams are world-class. I think BetBoom are going to be disappointed that they lost twice with PA.
Yep.
I think this is one of their bread and butter carries that they feel super confident with. So if that isn't working, what are you going to bring tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, other teams are going to be looking at this as well, and they're going to be enticing them to pick the PA and see if they can accomplish the same result as Falcons. But more from the Falcons side, I think we can agree that the minus armor from Dragon Knight and the little shredder from Crit really made a big impact on this game, Cinderin.
I'm so glad you pointed that out.
But
Great synergy with OD, of course.
Yeah, the pure damage amplified by the minus physical armor. That's how it works somehow. But no, Amar took over this game from the beginning. This felt like it was their game to lose, and they did not at all. So Amar will continue to dominate for Team Falcons, but Yeah, I expect them to go pretty far in this tournament. And they're 3-1 in the group stage right now.
Yeah, it's a good showing also because the fashion in which they won this game was like very, or the series as a whole was very classic Falcons, right? Strong laning into controlling the map, into choking out the enemy team, taking the objectives, and then eventually finishing the game. There was, in both games, there was no like major slip up where they lost a big fight out being out of position or lost focus and got caught off or whatever. I still believe game one could have gone a little bit better, but I think this one was very, very clean overall.
That's right, Tsunami.
Is it right, though? Or are you just trying to rapidly throw to me because you think I wouldn't be prepared? Because you would be 100% accurate. Who won this game? I'm just kidding. It's a 2-0 for Falcons. How could it not be with this magical stand-in? Quinn Callahan fitting in like a comfortable shoe that you've worn for years. It just slips right on.
Apt comparison. Quinn is a shoe. Tsunami Here.
He's a boot that kicked the asses of BetBoom team because that OD turned out to be a pretty fantastic pick, even though his laning phase didn't look that good. But Effie, he made the recovery and he made the mid to late game look great.
Yeah, he really did. I'm not actually entirely too sure how this tiny OD matchup goes, but I don't think you're supposed to get solo killed as OD. But the recovery was swift, that rotation top where he got a double kill and then also got away with like really low HP, right? Because GPK, he reacted to that rotation, but Quinn was able to get out. He was able to recover in his game, and they played as a 4-man unit while Ahmad was farming everything. Like, that was the richest Beastmaster I've seen in a while here.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely very, very farmed. A lot of it had to do with he had a great lane. He got first blood, which always helps. This hero does snowball very quickly into the game, and I think in this particular game, it's really nice to have a hero like this DK who can rush a Blink Dagger when you have two carries on your other lanes. Didn't work in the last game for them, but this game it made a lot more sense.
And let's see how Crit is feeling after this day has been wrapped up, because he's standing by with Lyrical.
That's right. I got Crit right here, the one and only. Sir, you come out at the end of the day 3-1. Can you tell me what your expectations were, how you feel about it?
I'm very happy, honestly. Like, I think going into this tournament, we don't have like the highest expectations just because we have a stand-in and our preparation was not the best. So, and we played two good teams today, probably the two best teams in the group. So 3-1 is pretty good.
Nailed it, absolutely. I did also want to get your read a little bit upon something that's been changed. 8.5K and below, which is my replays. People are only able to watch those now, so sorry, everybody. But that does also change things up a little bit for the prep. Is that something that you felt at all coming into this tournament? How has that changed your entire team's dynamic?
I mean, I think it's significant for every team. There's a little bit of like, you know, some people will like some heroes and you know that they have like, you might have seen them play a few pubs on it, but like you don't have like very accurate stats on how many games people have in pubs, and it does matter a lot, especially when like there's new heroes coming out. Like Medusa was played a lot today, and like we're kind of just like, oh yeah, I mean, we know that 33 is gonna like it, but then Saxa's playing it, we had no idea, you know. So like there's stuff like that. I think it's interesting. Like it's a little bit wild west of Dota right now, and I think yeah, it's fun.
Wild West of Dota is back. That's right. Another thing that I want to ask you about that's wild, your teammate just said Sabrina concert, and then I didn't hear anything else. One word to describe Sabrina concert.
Good.
Good. And with that,
all the words were not very broadcast friendly, so we'll just say good.
All right, very good. We're gonna go back to the panel now. See you guys in a few.
You're gonna see that on the poster for her next tour, Andreas Nielsen. Good. What a review. Glowing review. My review for this day from Falcons. Good.
Very good.
3-1 was good.
Actually, it was just good, not very good.
It was good. Yeah. Very good would have been 4-0.
Yeah.
Like Nigma Galaxy.
No,
Yeah.
that would have been great.
That would have been great.
We're at very good.
Very good.
So it is very good.
So you think a 2-2 is good?
Yeah.
No.
Because that's where you have to draw the line. You got to put it somewhere. Because if you're not 3-1, then you're 2-2.
2-2 is fine.
2 is fine.
2-2 is good if you're playing against, like Crit said, the two best teams in the group. That's who they've identified as the main threats. You know, if there was a day to go 2-2, it would have been today, but they exceeded that.
Exceeding expectations.
They looked really solid. Honestly, the Quinn being a stand-in, not having Valorant, they don't look really impacted by it so far today. And that gives me high hopes for Falcons.
We'll see if other teams will be able to exploit the weaknesses, but if it's not the best two teams like BetBoom Team and Tundra, then who will? Well, we can take a look at all of the results for this day. We still have one other series currently going on the Storm stream, but right now on the Ember stream, Nigma Galaxy got a 2-0 over Shopify Rebellion, Parivision got a 2-0 over Shopify Rebellion, and BetBoom Team split with Tidebound, perhaps the product of a carry Shadow Fiend, and then Heroic also split with Tidebound. On the Storm stream, Liquid started off the day with a 2-0 against Talon, and Nigma gave them a 1-2 punch with another 2-0. Avalis and Heroic ended up splitting, and you only see one score right now on the Avalis Tundra series. That is because they had was it a 64-minute game, a 65-minute game? Was it a 66-minute game?
It was at least 64
It was at least 64 minutes on the Storm stream. Avalis ended up taking it at the very end. And here on the main stream, you saw Parivision split their series against Spirit. Then Spirit ended up splitting another series against Team Liquid, and we saw Tundra split against Falcons, and we got our very first 2-0 of the mainstream, with Falcons claiming it over BetBoom Team. Big surprises, friends, or is it business as usual?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at how the quote-unquote the better teams that we think are here are losing a lot, especially BetBoom Team. They just won the most recent LAN, and they're sitting at 1-3, right? And that's not particularly good. So, I mean, Ovulus, they're doing great as well. They just took a game off of Tundra, right?
Yeah.
Something we probably wouldn't expect. So these Tundra teams, BetBoom, not doing as well as I would expected, but we have some teams that are doing well as we would expect. Liquid's looking pretty good. Falcons is looking good.
And Liquid's looking good with a stand-in as well, right? Not the only team in this tournament replacing their mid laner. They seem to be representing their region quite well.
One that I don't think many people would have held in high regard. Bryle's been off the grid for about over a year, but he is like a slightly newer shoe. You know, it's a little bit uncomfortable. You gotta open
it's not
up.
Worn in yet.
It's not worn in yet. It's not super comfortable, but it's a nice new shoe. It's looking flashy.
Yeah, looks good.
Looks good.
It'll take a little time until it feels good, but it looks good.
I'm happy about that.
Me too.
Hopefully they all get to show off their medal here in North Carolina in the Raleigh Convention Center. But that's in a few days from now. For right now, we can figure out what's going to be happening tomorrow on all three of our streams, the Ember, the Storm, and the main stream here. On our mainstream, it's the Nigma Galaxy doubleheader. First, they are going to be showing what their undefeated 4-0 score can do up against Team Spirit, and then they're going to be facing off against Team Liquid. Me, Fear, and Effie, though, will be covering Tundra versus BetBoom Team, and we will close it out with Tundra taking on Tidebound.
That should be very exciting. I mean, Tidebound are a team that looked really solid. Like, they were the big surprise coming in the last tournament, the Fisher Universe. Yeah. They knocked out some really good teams in that lower bracket, and today they drew. We haven't been able to watch their games, but did they draw because they're awesome? Did they draw because of some Shadow Fiends? I think it's a mix of both, Neil.
Probably a mix of both. A little column A, a little column B. And hopefully we can see BetBoom Team perhaps rebound a little bit. 1-3. So, I mean, if 4-0 is great, 1-3, 3-1 is very good. 2-2 you said was fine.
I think it's good on day one, but then bad on other days.
I see. It slides. So then what's a 1-3 on day one then?
Bad.
Beep.
And then 0-4, did anyone do?
Oh yes, Talon and Shopify.
We call that atrocious.
Ooh.
Atrocious.
But there's always a chance. There are more. There's another day.
There's another day.
And a half.
There's another day and a half of group stage action. I hope all of you have been enjoying watching it here for our very first day here in Raleigh. Plenty more action for the rest of the week, but that's it for us for today. Hope you've been enjoying, and catch us all tomorrow for more ESL One Raleigh 2025.
back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rear view, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I can ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, yeah. No shame for moral corruption, no blame for social disruption. Your dead beard and your dead eyes do nothing for your poor disguise. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, yeah. Abject humiliation, convenient constitution. Do you slip when you lie? Your soul is all but sacrificed. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my yeah. It's miles and miles and miles and miles away. Yes, it's miles and miles and miles and miles away. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, yeah.
Gonna open a bottle of the finest champagne and drink every drop till it's gone.